She handed the contract to Su Qingqi to look at these people. Su Qingqi discussed with his mother. Mrs. Su said, I only know how to serve people and can't judge others. You are experienced. What do you think of these people? They seem okay, but do we need so many? Second son can take 2 out, and eldest son can take 1 to the academy. That leaves 3. Look, the ones chosen are all workers. Third son isn't planning to get a maid for himself, is he? Mrs. Suley thought for a while and suddenly felt helpless. As Sanner grew older, she became more independent and no longer under their control. She looked at her son and said, Sanner is no longer a child. If she wants to do things her way, let her. We're fortunate to have her. All right then, he replied. The business negotiations would be handled by Mrs.
Suley herself.
The workers would not be cheated. To thank the workers for coming, Mrs. Suzhong gave each of them a bag of rice cakes made from fragrant rice, which tasted much better than the ones on the street. After sending the workers away, Su Lingyu sat at the table and spoke to the person standing opposite her. The Su family is a family of successful scholars. In the future, we will be a family of top officials. If you behave honestly and quietly, you can live here peacefully until old age. If you plan to run away, catch them first and give them 20 whacks, then hand them over to the authorities. If you can't catch them, report to the officials and post a wanted notice. Here, you don't need to worry about food or wages. The harder you work, the more money you will earn. If you are lazy and useless, you can go back to where you came from. We cannot support idlers here. The specific wages will be explained by the old lady later. You won't be shortchanged. After giving her instructions, Su Lingyu went to rest. The servants were then assigned to Su Qingqi and Mrs. Su Li. Mrs. Su Zhong fanned her with a fan and said, Luckily you're here. I don't know what I would do without you. I've never used servants before. Facing them makes me feel clueless, confused, and dizzy. Lai Zi brought the 2 girls to the house. One of them looked sad and asked, Are you abandoning me? After taking medicinal wine for a while, the girl's condition improved. Her complexion got better, and her menstrual cycle normalized. Plus, Lai Zi treated her well, feeding her well, and making sure she ate properly. Her face became more handsome and lively. Her own wife became more attractive, and Lai Zi was afraid she might run away with someone. He followed her everywhere. Luckily, she didn't dislike him. This is a good time. Because the price is low, I bought 2 more servants. You don't need to help anymore. Since you learned how to raise silkworms, stay at home and do that. Take care of yourself too. Maybe after the Mid-Autumn Festival, you'll have good news.
The girl felt a bit shy.
She helped the Su family raise silkworms and learned their methods, but she did this without their permission. Lai Zi helped his wife and said, Your method isn't a secret recipe. You should be careful. We're just learning openly. The girl tugged at Lai Zi's sleeve, signaling him to stop talking. The troublemaker is truly a troublemaker, pretending to be righteous about stealing. Raising silkworms is not a secret method. It's easy to learn and easy to be copied. If someone learns it, they learn it. Su Lingyu doesn't mind. She wipes her sweat with a small cloth and says, If you're worried about not having enough mulberry leaves, I can rent you some mulberry trees. There are many mulberry trees on Dahuang Mountain. Not all are used by her family, so renting them out is also a good income. 10 coins per tree, rented out from today until winter. What do you think? Li Lizi jumps up angrily. 10 coins per tree? That's a money tree. Even Nyonya worked for 3 months, but couldn't rent many trees. The money she earned from hard work is all eaten up by you. You're a greedy person. Don't you want people to survive? When I find out, I'll burn your mulberry forest. Nunyo, scared, pulls Li Lizi and softly but urgently says, Lizi, please don't cut down the mulberry forest. If something happens to you, who will protect me?
Who will marry me?
Nyonya is pretty. What if someone tries to marry her? She can't do something foolish. Li Lizi calms down. Li Lizi, persuaded by Nunyo, suppresses his hot temper.
Su Lingyu and Su Jiang watch Li Lizi coldly.
Su Mian eats wild fruit and laughs at Li Lizi's antics. Su Zhang snorts. You want to rent? I don't want to. My mulberry trees are special. They have thick, tender leaves that silkworms can eat anytime. I also want to expand my silkworm house and raise more silkworms. Renting to you would lose money. Su Lingyu slightly curves her lips, sits at a small table, lifts a clay jar, and stirs the soup with a spoon. My mulberry trees can produce double-gong silkworms. If it weren't for Nyonyo's hard work, you wouldn't get anything. She takes a ceramic bowl, scoops out a bowl of cool red bean syrup, carefully places it on the table, and waits for her mother to add a spoonful before pushing it to Muxian, so Muxian can drink the syrup. Li Lizzie watches the red bean syrup, swallowing eagerly. Drinking a cold bowl on a hot day, how happy that must be. Do you want it or not? Think about it carefully when you go back. Yes, yes. Just 3 trees. As long as they can raise silkworms, that's enough. Nyonyo quickly agrees. Seeing Lizzie like this, Nyonyo feels a bit embarrassed. She pulls Lizzie away from the Su family. Lizzie keeps looking back, wanting to ask for a bowl of syrup to drink, but is afraid. Mainly because he's scared of facing Su Zhuang and Su Shan. As dusk falls, swallows return to their nests.
Li Yunji, karing a lantern, hat soma.
He waves to the servant to tend to his affairs and then turns to his parents' main hall. Li Dan was checking De Lang's suitcase in the yard when he saw De Lang walking toward his house. He knew De Lang wanted to talk to him. He put down his tools, wiped his rough, cracked hands, and headed to the house. De Lang was probably worried that there wasn't enough money at home and wanted to persuade him to bring less money when going out. This silly boy, the family has its own plans, no need for him to worry. Li Dan entered the house and said, "You don't need to think too much. Your parents are here, so you don't have to worry." After his parents came inside, Li Yongji took out a small bag from his arms and handed it to them. Li Dan poured out the contents and counted 20 taels. "Where did you get this money?" "Susan gave it to me," Li Yongji proudly said. Susan Shan came to ask for help and explained carefully. In the end, he told his parents, "She kept her promise and gave the money, but I didn't dare to accept it." Susan gave the money openly and confidently, but he didn't dare to take it. Uncle Su had always looked after his father. Last time he went out, he saved his father's life during a flood, protected him, and brought income to the family. He would never mention this kindness, but he couldn't forget it. "Give it back to her," Li Dan said without hesitation. Even though the family was short of money, he couldn't take money from the Su family anymore, even if it was from Susan San. They owed the Su family enough already. "Please help me, father. After I leave, you can go to the Su family and return the money to her," Li Yongji said. He was afraid now. Susan San was very clever, with eyes like deep pools that no one could understand, and insight like his old uncle. Her well-organized words were blocked by just a few sentences, a smile, and a look. He couldn't speak even if he wanted to, not daring to say thank you.
Susan San.
How should he describe this girl? The night before leaving, Su Chong couldn't sleep. He kept tossing and turning. He got up quietly, looked at Su Shan sleeping soundly below, and quietly left the bed, opening the door to go outside. The moonlight was bright, and Santa sat on the doorstep, resting her chin on her hand, counting the stars. Mugwort leaves burned nearby to keep away mosquitoes. Santa was very sensitive to heat and couldn't sleep well on hot nights. He often went over to fan her until she fell asleep, then returned to his room. In the blink of an eye, Santa's high ponytail was replaced with a simple braid, and her small round face turned into a little busybody. Next time they met, she might look like a tall horse, a white scallion, or a beautiful lotus. He really didn't want to leave. As he was about to depart, Su Chong felt very emotional and reluctant. Su Zhong supported his knees with both hands and leaned forward towards Santa. "Is it hot? Go inside and sleep. I'll fan you. You're so delicate." "Even Mumin doesn't mind the heat," Su Zhong said, tapping her forehead. Su Lingyu waved her hand to brush away his touch. "I know you can't sleep, so I stay here to keep you company." She patted the small bench nearby, signaling Su Zhong to sit down. Su Zhong sat down naturally. He hadn't spoken to San'er in a long time. Looking at the night sky at home, he wondered when they could watch the moon together again. This time you leave, you'll be gone for 3 years until the autumn exams. It's the longest time you've been away from home. Over 3 months, and the first time you've been gone so long. You say you can't bear to leave, and neither can I. Mother dares not cry, afraid it will disturb your sleep, so she tossed and turned all night before finally falling asleep. He listened to his mother's breathing before daring to step outside for a walk. Children traveling 1,000 miles, mothers worry. But what matters most is that you write letters often. Su Lingyu took out a pair of insoles and handed them to him. Inside, I hid 2 gold leaves for emergencies. This is your last life-saving money. Don't spend it on your close friends. Su Zhong blushed as he took the insoles. Nonsense. Who taught you that? Who has close friends like that? Su Shan travels far and carries 50 taels of silver. More than enough. When you go to the academy, carry 5 taels. Less than that. You're different from Su Shan. He follows Dad, is naturally carefree, and believes in the goodness of people. No matter how much silver he has, it's never enough for him. You're not like Mother, who is timid, nor like Grandma, who is fiery. You're willing to sacrifice yourself to help others. Such people are the most dangerous. If I catch sight of someone like that, I'd stay far away to avoid getting angry. You and I are related by blood, so I can't stay away from you. I have to remind you a few more things. Su Lingyu looked at Su Zhong seriously and said, Su Zhong, remember this. No one in this world is more important than your own life, even if they're your parents. When you're outside, it's better to hurt others than to risk losing yourself.
Why?
Su Zhong was shocked by these words. They were completely different from what his teacher had taught him. How could someone be so selfish? She was more serious than ever, meeting Su Zhong's eyes. Because your heart is too soft, you can't be selfish. Su Zhong didn't understand. If he couldn't do it, why did she want him to try? When sacrificing yourself can't change the big picture, you must protect yourself from being sacrificed. I hope you're not like your second father, willing to suffer yourself just to lend money to others.
San'er.
You are not correct to say that. Children should not speak to their father like that. Su Chong did not say this aloud because he knew that the third son was right. Just as he wanted to ask more questions, the third son had already gone back. Su Chong gazed into the yard, lost in thought. Why did the third son say these things to him? Must a person be selfish? Young Su Chong couldn't understand this idea. As he grew older, he often remembered that night's conversation. The words sacrifice oneself and not being sacrificed kept appearing in his mind. When he felt confused, these words served as his guiding light. But because of them, his reputation was mixed. Some praised him, others criticized him. He became the most discussed official in history books. Before dawn, Mrs. Su Li and Mrs. Su Zhong got up. They, along with the servants, packed their boxes and prepared food for the children. They boiled many eggs for the children to eat on the road. The children were about to leave, and Mrs. Su Zhong felt very reluctant. But she couldn't stop them. She just watched them eat, telling them to eat more so they wouldn't be hungry during the journey. Mother, that's enough. We've had enough. We're full, Su Shan said, rubbing his stomach. Why isn't the third son up yet? Indeed, the third son hadn't gotten up. Mrs. Su Zhong went to wake him, but was stopped by Su Chong. She went to bed very late last night. She probably isn't awake yet. Let her sleep a bit longer. You're leaving soon. The third son should at least see you off. I'll go wake her. The third son was already awake, but his eyelids were heavy, and his head, like a chick pecking at rice, kept nodding off. Mrs. Su Zhong entered the room, lit an oil lamp, and approached the bed curtain. She saw the third son sitting up, dozing beside the bed. His round, little head lowered, then lifted again. His eyelids struggled to open, but he just couldn't. Looking at him like that, it was quite amusing. Mrs. Su Zhong placed the oil lamp on the nearby cabinet and asked, Third son, are you still sleeping? Su Lingyu tried to squint and see clearly who was there. I'm not sleeping anymore. Mrs. Su Zhang carried her out, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and styled her 2 pigtails. Are you awake now?
Ha.
Almost there, she replied, feeling more alert and able to hold on for a while longer. They sat at the table, waiting for the servant to bring her plain porridge. Only then did she speak. Are everything prepared? Su Shan said, There's not much to prepare. Su Chong said, Almost ready. Su Lingyu nodded, buried her head in the porridge. In winter, dried white radish with plain porridge was the most delicious. She couldn't help but eat a few more pieces of radish. After she finished breakfast, they were already prepared. Su Qingqi had the carriage ready with his servant, waiting for the signal to depart. Su Qingqi casually ate an egg and said, It's getting late. We should leave now. Su Lingyu and Madame Su held hands and saw them off, while Madame Su Zhuang hid behind, wiping tears and not daring to approach. Su Zhong kept looking back and leaning forward to see his mother behind him. Mother, don't worry. I will come back soon. He lowered his head and told Su Lingyu, Take good care of mother at home. If anything happens, write me a letter. Go to the post station and ask old Hu Tu to send an urgent message. You remember how I taught you. Don't worry, I will protect her here, Su Lingyu said with a smile. She reached out and touched the forehead of the big carrot, a nickname or term of endearment.
Go now.
Su Zhong said goodbye to his grandmother, and then ran to join the group, helped by his father to climb into the carriage. Su Qingqi waved at the people at the door. I will send them to the city, he said as he sat in the driver's seat and started the carriage. Su Shan stuck his head and hand out of the window, waving to his family. Mother, grandmother, I will miss you. Take care, third brother. Su Shan was like a free bird, eager to explore the world. He believed that parting was for better reunions and that goodbyes should be happy. However, Su Zhong was more emotional and started crying. It truly reflected the saying, men don't shed tears easily, only when they are truly sad. Traveling with the merchant convoy, they couldn't rest freely. Wang Jingxing and others sat in the carriage for half a day before they could get off to rest. Li Yongji got out, stretched his limbs, and a boy of about 7 or 8 approached him politely and bowed.
Who are you?
I am Guan Xiaoping, the personal servant of young master Su Zhong. Our young lady asked me to ask if you have taken the silver. Li Yongji hesitated, unsure whether to say he had taken it or not. Before he could speak, Guan Xiaoping said, The young lady said that because you couldn't speak immediately, it means you didn't take the silver. She asked me to give this to you. She also told me to pass on a message. A poor family needs wealth, and when you go out, you should carry something to protect yourself. If you're worried about owing a favor, you can repay it later. Having debts isn't a burden. There's no need to rush. Guan Xiaoping handed the purse to Li Yongji and then turned to leave. The convoy left Liangguan City and reached a pavilion 10 miles away. The farewell group at home was heading back, thinking about returning the silver, but they knew it might be difficult. And Su Sanner truly was like a prophet, knowing he wouldn't take the money, so she specifically instructed Guan Xiaoping to clarify her intentions at this moment. To help him accept the silver money, Su Sanner also put in effort. The entire family worked hard to gather funds for his travels, but they only raised about 30 taels of silver. The 20 taels that Su Sanner gave just enough to fill the gap. Li Yongji's thoughts were complicated, but in the end, he hid the banknote carefully. Guan Xiaoping, what did you just say to young Master Li? Someone asked. Nothing much, just that Miss Sen asked me to deliver a message. The carriage carried some tasty treats, but they were all quite sweet. Miss Sen told me to tell young Master Li and young Master Wang to eat more, so they don't get their teeth damaged by the second young master's greed.
Lies.
I saw you give young Master Li a purse. Did Miss Sen ask you to pass it on? Does Miss Sen like young Master Li? Guan Xiaopeng's eyes lit up, just as Miss Sen said. Miss Sen said if you talk to Li Yongji, someone will see, and the purse might be discovered. Later, you can say I was worried about second brother being greedy and damaging his teeth, so I asked young masters Wang and Li to eat more. If anyone spreads rumors that I admire young Master Li, you can just go along with it. Miss San really has a gift for predicting things. Guan Xiaoping said, Maybe, but I don't know the details. Our Miss Sand is very clever. Since young Masterly is not yet engaged and our families are on good terms, marriage isn't impossible. After speaking, Guan Xiaopeng stepped aside. When he met his own master, he had a different story. Miss San is worried that second young master might get into trouble outside, so she wants young Masterly to watch over him, and she's just trying to flatter him. If he met second young master, he would say, Miss San asked young Masterly to collect some seeds, especially for spicy and sour ingredients. It's best if he can help. She's worried you're busy studying and might forget, so I'm telling you. He couldn't say all this to everyone himself. These words were taught by Miss San. But it was strange. Why did everyone listen and agree without asking more questions? Or share the information with others, risking exposing Miss San's lies? Perhaps they trusted Miss Sand too much. Wang Jingxing got into the carriage, and Xiao Si told him what Guan Xiaopeng had said. Wang Jingxing toyed with his sword and suddenly sneered, Miss San from the Su family is getting smarter as she grows up. It's quite interesting. Young master, this is shredded chicken sent by the Su family. They say it's made by removing the chicken oil and skin, then boiling it with 30 kinds of herbs. After it's flavored, it's cooled and shredded privately. Look at these dried chicken shreds, golden and fragrant. Just leave it be. She can cook her own food and at 2 years old, can tempt others with candied bayberries. I heard that those honeyed plums are sweet and sour, tasty without being too sugary or too sour to chew. I don't know if it's true, but if they're good, I might try to get some. Su Shan doesn't know that Wang Jingxing secretly plans to take the person who makes his carriage food. At the academy, he spends his days studying, taking care of Xiaopeng, and eating decent food. When he used to go out with Su Shan nearby, he didn't think much of it. Now, alone in a strange town, in an unfamiliar place, he feels a bit lonely. After tiring from studying, he steps outside his room, looks up at the stars, and misses his family. He is determined to pass the exams and earn fame, so he works very hard at studying and writing. Days pass without him noticing. Suddenly, one day, someone comes to say that there is a letter sent to him. He leaves the academy, finds the letter, and although the handwriting isn't perfect, he can read the words clearly. The strokes are very careful. He wonders what kind of pen the third brother used. This unexpected letter brings greetings from family, like warm sunshine in winter, comforting Su Chong's heart. It helps him endure the lonely days and get used to being alone in a strange place. Miss Su San said that the young master must miss home a lot when he's away. After you left, she gave me the letter to pass on. She told me to take my time walking, and when I arrive here, it will be just in time for your needs, the merchant said. The young master has a bright future. You don't need to worry too much about home. Focus on studying and passing the imperial exam. The villagers and elders are all waiting for you to return. This is silver and money sent by Miss San. Please keep it. Also, stamp your seal here. He must bring this letter back to prove he carried the letter and money, which is important for his integrity. He cannot forget to stamp it. Su Chong understands the importance of the seal. Hirenrun Leisoi folds the letter, puts it in his chest, and takes out his seal to stamp it. Thank you for your trouble. Don't mention it. It's my honor to bring you things. I must go now. The caravan is waiting for me. Safe travels. Thank you for your kind words. After seeing off the messenger, Su Chong takes out the letter again. It's 5 pages long, but he still feels it's not enough. Guan Xiaopeng follows behind his master and says, buying things at the academy cost quite a bit of silver. Yesterday, I was worried that this month's ink and silver wouldn't be enough, but Miss San sent silver right away. She's truly perceptive. How is that being perceptive? He just thinks ahead more than others. My younger sister is very thoughtful and clever. She thinks ahead more than others and plans carefully. After the third child was born, our parents told us to be kind to her and take care of her. When we were young, we didn't understand, but as we grew up, we realized how smart she was. During my time at the academy, I didn't care much about the money sent from home. I looked forward to the thick stack of letters instead. They had my father's advice, my mother's instructions, my grandmother's care, my third brother's comfort, Cotton's jokes, and little Five's playful slaps. Each letter, though thousands of miles away, brought me the warmth of home, as if they were standing right in front of me talking. I kept these letters in a wooden box and took them out during free time to read, to ease my homesickness. I hope to become successful soon so I can return home in fine clothes. 3 years later, the autumn equinox, Su Lingyu sat sideways on a water buffalo, holding a flute and blowing it awkwardly. The sound was not musical but noisy and annoying. Third child has gone down the mountain. Is he going to see the fields? Third child's flute sounds so nice. People really know how to flatter. But so what? Many people try to flatter Su Lingyu like this. Why do they flatter this little girl? Because she helped the villagers increase their crop yields and income. She taught them how to raise double cocoons and how to feed chickens, ducks, and geese, earning their respect. A carriage and horses rushed from the main road. Villagers pushing handcarts quickly moved aside. The carriage stopped at the old Su family estate. Someone asked about the servants, then turned onto the mountain path and soon disappeared from Su Lingyu's sight. She didn't know who the carriage belonged to. The coachman looked familiar. He was Guan Xiaopeng, a servant of the big landlord. She patted the water buffalo. Let's go home and see. The green ox, having eaten some grass, lifted its head, chewed slowly, and trotted back home. A year ago, Su Lingyu built a mountain villa. It wasn't grand with carved beams and painted pillars, but it had brick walls and stone-paved floors. With such a magnificent courtyard, who would want to live in a mud house? The Su family moved up the mountain, leaving the old estate for the servants. The mountain path was gentle, making it easy for the water buffalo to walk and for her to sit comfortably. The sides of the path were sown with chrysanthemum seeds. In spring, they planted the seeds. In summer, they carefully tended them. By the autumn equinox, the chrysanthemums bloomed in many colors. People with leisure and elegance enjoyed the view, strolling and admiring. Those busy with work only sighed at the beauty. The sound of horses approaching, and servant A Gui rode down quickly. Seeing the third miss, he simply said, "Master sent me to invite Dr. Wu." Then he hurried past Su Lingyu. Who was injured? Is it the big carrot? Since General Sun took charge of this area, bandits have become fewer and midnight robberies are rare. Did something happen on the road? Su Lingyu hurried back home. When she entered the main courtyard, she saw no one. She went to the left side room and saw movement and voices. She heard the voice of the big carrot and felt relieved. She stepped into the room, walking and asking, "Who is hurt?" "An old man," Mu Mian said. Su Zongshi gently patted Mu Mian's head, telling her not to speak carelessly. The servant moved aside to give her space, allowing Su Lingyu to get closer. Her first glance was at the patient on the bed. As Mu Mian said, it was indeed an old man. The old man was thin, with age spots on his cheeks. His white hair and chicken skin were obvious. But he had little flesh on his hands, and his breath was weak, clearly near death. First, give him some warm water and prepare some nourishing pills to brew into tea for him to drink, Su Qingqi said. Su Zhongshi went outside to get the pills. Su Lingyu looked at Su Zhong and was shocked. Su Zhong was tall and thin, with deep-set eyes and dark circles beneath them, as if he had been punched twice. After 3 years, the big carrot had turned into dried radish. How did he become like this? Where are the silver and money you sent? The food? Did you give it all to the dogs? Su Lingyu grabbed Su Zhong and looked at him. In 3 years, Sanner had grown lively and reached his shoulder. Facing Sanner's concern, Su Zhong smiled warmly and said, "It's nothing, just hungry from rushing home. He'll be fine after about a month of care." "Here comes the warm water." Su Zhongshi entered with a tray. She brought a bowl of warm water mixed with nourishing pills. After drinking it, the old man's breath grew stronger, but he was still very weak. Su Zhong asked everyone to go outside and talk, so as not to disturb the patient's rest. The family hid in Su Qingqi's room. Mu Mian was sent outside to let the wind, and if anyone approached, she would shout loudly. "Who is he?" He's the dean of the academy. The emperor, believing false rumors, executed loyal officials. The dean's disciples were among those affected. The dean was involved, and higher authorities sent people to arrest him. The dean received news early and escaped overnight. I met him and brought him home. Before the new year, a decree was issued to abolish the imperial examination system. All scholars could be recommended to enter the court as officials. Since the 8th year of Qingping, only officials could receive government salaries. Scholars who gained fame before the 8th year of Qingping were still exempt from taxes. The Su family still enjoys tax exemption policies, but Su Chong cannot take the imperial examination anymore. The title of Jiren has been abolished. Su Chong wants to become an official, but he needs recommendations from at least 3 officials of the 4th rank or higher. This law blocks poor scholars from entering the government and also ends many academies' livelihoods. The academy where Su Chong studied was dissolved because of this law. Without needing to take exams for official titles, there was no reason to stay. His classmates all went their separate ways, each seeking their own path. Since Su Chong had no connections and no way to join the government, and feeling eager to return home, he packed his things early and decided to go back to farm. That's how today's scene came to be. To escape capture, he ran all the way home. Did anyone chase after him? Su Qingqi asked. No, I didn't see anyone. I was worried, so I hurried back. The dean ran away into the mountains, fell several times, and on the way, he was exhausted and fell seriously ill. That's good, Su Qingqi said, feeling relieved. Since the dean is here, we can't just ignore him. First, treat his illness and see where he wants to go. Hiding a criminal is also a crime. Let's change your dean's name and say he's a relative from the family, suggested Su Lingyu. Just say he's an uncle from our ancestral home, said Su Qingqi. The Su family's ancestral home isn't here. The family seems rootless, drifting until they settled in Liangguan City. As for where their ancestral home is, Su Lingyu didn't ask, and they didn't say. It seems the 3 elders are reluctant to talk about it. Perhaps there's a dark past they can't speak of, which caused them to leave their ancestral land and come here to live. Servant Ague brought Dr. Wu Liangyong, who had been treating patients in the village recently and was easy to find. Dr. Wu examined the dean, cleaned his wounds, applied medicine, and prescribed a warming tonic. Take this for a month, and you'll surely recover. Wu Liangyong looked at Su Chong. Young master, why don't you let me take your pulse? You're quite depleted.
No need to worry about me.
Just do what you need to, said Su Lingyu, handing Wu Liangyong a handful of copper coins. 3rd aunt, see him off. All right, Dr. Wu, please come in. My medicine is very good. Half a month, and he'll be healthy again. Young master, you must trust me. Wu Liangyong called as he left. Originally, Su Chong, who just returned home, was expected to stop him, but when he reached the gate, he didn't call him back. Wu Liangyong looked disappointed and left. After he left, Su Chong asked why they treated Dr. Wu so rudely. Su Zhang went to the kitchen. Last time he got drunk and broke your father's wine jar and dirted Seiner's pickled vegetable jar. Seiner was so angry, he wouldn't let him go to the mountain estate. What do you want to eat? Have a bowl of porridge first to fill your stomach, then maybe chicken tonight? Okay, I'll listen to Mom. Have you ever seen rice paddies like ladders? Have you seen rice grown on hillsides? Do you know eggs can be incubated artificially? Su Qingqi took his son for a walk to see the wonders of the estate. Although he mentioned it once in a letter, he couldn't resist showing his son around. They first arrived at the terraced fields. A water channel from the mountain top flowed down, like a jade belt dividing the rice paddies from the forest. From the middle of the mountain to the bottom, 7 or 8 winding blue ribbons stretched across the rice was flowering, with 7 or 8 small flowers blooming on each plant. Sparrows flew by, stirring the breeze, causing the rice flowers to sway. Su Qingqi and Su Chong walked down the mountain. Different regions grow different rice varieties. Higher places plant early maturing rice. This rice doesn't taste very good, but the grains are large and yield high. At the bottom of the mountain, they grow fragrant rice, which takes longer to grow. Nowadays, half of this rice is sold as food, and the other half as seeds. People from 10 miles around come here to buy seed grains.
Shuchengi laughed loudly.
It's strange, they grow 2 seasons of rice and the aroma fades. Only by constantly buying our seeds can they keep the fragrance. Most of the rice grown at home is fragrant rice. How can the mountain be turned into rice paddies? Su Chong asked. That question, General Sun also asked once. Many people didn't believe it at first. When the rice grew and was harvested, it caused a big stir in the city. General Sun came too, asking how it was done. Su Qingqi recalled. Back then, Saner was riding a cow, facing General Sun on horseback. She was fearless and brave enough to face him directly. First, you need water. Second, the must not be steeper than 15 degrees. Third, the soil must be firm. Loose soil isn't good for rice planting. As long as these 3 conditions are met and the fertility is maintained later, there's no worry about a poor harvest. Su Qingqi told Delang what Saner said, but he didn't say much about how Saner looked at that time. There are 3 springs on the mountain. We expanded the springs and diverted water into the rice paddies. Even without relying on rain, we can grow crops, Su Qingqi boasted proudly. The great wilderness mountain has turned into lush green hills, and roosters and hens are everywhere. Seeing it in real life is much more interesting than reading about it in a letter. Su Chong walks along the mountain path, enjoying this peaceful life. Seeing these makes me feel much more relaxed. And also proud. Su nods. Yes, I want you all to be proud of me. Now I feel proud of you instead. Su Qingqi laughs loudly. Let me take you to see the most amazing place. They turn from the mountain path into Nyoto Mountain Valley. The 20 acres of rice fields here all belong to the Su family. To be precise, half belongs to Su Qingqi and the other half to Su Lingyu. There's plenty of water at the mountain entrance. These rice fields are often flooded, so they can't grow grains. We bought the land. In the middle we raise fish, and on the outside, we grow grass to feed the cattle. Look at these 3 acres of lotus roots. They belong to us. 2 acres are shared with others. Third, scolded me for giving away what she worked hard to produce, as a favor. The remaining acre she doesn't want me to touch. We plan to eat it during the new year. There's a dish called sticky rice stuffed lotus root. You wash the lotus root, then stuff it with prepared sticky rice. The rice inside the lotus root smells fragrant, and when you eat it, the lotus root is crispy, and the rice is sticky and flavorful. Father, please don't say any more, he says, almost drooling. Behind them, the servant Guan Xiaoping follows, also swallowing saliva. He really wants to try the sticky rice stuffed lotus root too. A group of white geese are foraging in the water. A chubby man wearing a big straw hat runs over, a bit silly and honest-looking. Master, sir, he greets. Su Qingqi is about to speak, but Su Chong stops him. I know. He's called Dasha. Dasha nods repeatedly. Yes, yes, that's me.
Who are you?
You're the young master of the family, Guan Xiaopeng quickly says. Young master? Dasha touches his head, not understanding what that means. Su Qingqi and Su Chong continue walking forward, and Su Qingqi explains as they go. Dasha, Shah is a Gui and a Lan's child. He's a bit slow, but he works very carefully. The ducks and geese at home are looked after by them. Once Sen said that hens can hatch chicks because of the temperature. If the temperature is right, anyone can hatch chicks. Alan was very focused on this, trying every day. She broke 2 nests of eggs. A Gui found out and scolded her. Later, Sen found out about it and not only praised her but also promised to give her a silver coin if she managed to hatch chicks. She used many eggs but finally succeeded. It proves the saying, heaven rewards the diligent. That's right. Mother, the master has arrived. Shah was watching the ducks in the fish pond and loudly called out when he saw the master. Their fish pond is very large. It's the biggest one Su Zhong has seen, nearly 4 acres. Standing by the pond, he felt open-minded. The water reflected the sky above, showing clear clouds and high blue sky. A group of white geese chased after the clouds in the water. They dipped their heads, thinking they could eat the clouds, but when they looked up, they saw the clouds moving away. The geese continued to chase and played among the clouds. The master is here. Greetings, master. Allah ran out of the wooden house, very respectful. Yes, my eldest son has returned. I came here to see you, the master replied. Allah understood what he meant and smiled happily. A few days ago, another batch of chicks is ready to hatch. Miss San will be very happy. Allah moved aside, and Su Qingqi took Su Zhong inside, heading straight to the incubation room. Inside the incubation room, the temperature was different from outside. When entering, you could feel warmth, but it wasn't too hot. The eggs were placed in a grass nest, but these nests were covered with cloth, which was not hot to touch, like a warm quilt in winter. It shouldn't be too hot. If it's too hot, the eggs might cook. If it's too cold, they won't hatch properly, Su Qingqi explained, familiar with the theory of incubation. But whether chicks hatch depends on sensing the right temperature, which relies on Allah's. Su Zhong felt the cloth covering the eggs. It was quite different from the one over the duck eggs. The duck egg cover was warmer, probably because duck eggs are thicker. Are all the chicken, duck, and goose chicks raised this way?
Su Zhong asked.
Our chickens, ducks, and geese are not only tender and tasty, but their eggs are delicious too. When the chicks grow for about 2 months, we sell them. Those over 2 gene, about 1 kilogram, are sold to restaurants or made into cured meats and sent to other places. Their family business was growing bigger. Now, he was busy with many things and had little time to drink with friends. As he met more people and officials, some old friends drifted away. Those who borrowed money from him disappeared, and more people invited him to drink. If it weren't for his mother reminding him, he would often get drunk at banquets. Father, you've worked hard, Su Zhong said. Su Qingqi waved his hand. Don't mention hard work. I feel like I am truly living now. I don't need to worry about you and your sisters. When I go home, I can see your mother and the children. Dean Shunming woke up with a dry mouth and a parched tongue. He wanted to call for his servant, but then remembered that he had already dismissed his servants when fleeing the academy. Luckily, Su Chong had been taking care of him along the way, or he might have died in those green mountains. A young girl with a braid appeared by the door. He wanted to ask her to bring water, but he could only make a sound and couldn't speak. Big sister, he's awake, a young boy called out to the older brother. The boy, about 8 or 9 years old, carried a teapot and entered. Seeing the teapot, Shinming felt very thirsty, and his desire to drink grew stronger. Su Lingyu put down the water jar, poured a bowl of warm water, and brought it to the bedside. Can you sit up on your own? Shinming tried hard to sit up, but he couldn't reach the edge of the bowl. Drink, drink, he managed to say. Come, Mu Mian, help him, Su Lingyu called. Mu Mian, standing nearby, ran over happily and helped support the old man. Despite her small size, she was quite strong. She could crush a walnut with one hand. No one in the family was as strong as her. Together, they helped the old man sit up, fed him water. After he finished drinking, Su Lingyu placed the bowl aside and helped him lie back down. If you need to, pull the string at the head of the bed. When the bell rings, someone will come to help, she said casually to Mu Mian, and the two of them left. Shinming watched them go, then heard children talking nearby. Where are you going? To pick chrysanthemums, dry them, and keep them for tea next summer. Is it tasty? Bitter and very unpalatable. Why do you still want to drink it? To clear heat and reduce fever, improve eyesight, and wake the mind. Add a little cane sugar. What happens when you add a little cane sugar? Shunming wanted to know, but unfortunately, they had already gone far. As the lanterns were lit, he saw Su Chong and felt relieved to know he was in Su Chong's home. His heart felt more at ease. Su Chong said, Dean, you can rest assured. Our home is very secretive. No one will reveal your whereabouts. My father will have people watch for any news about you, and it will be sent back immediately. Since the dean has difficulty moving, would it be okay to stay here and recover in my uncle's name? Shunming naturally agreed. This is chicken porridge made with chicken broth and shredded chicken. Please try a few bites. If you don't like it, I can make something else. Su Chong carefully served the dean. Su Chong's return home was a big happy event, both for the Su family and for the matchmaker. That night, after Su Zhong and Su Li prepared 10 dishes, They feasted until Su Chong was full. The next day, Su Qingqi took Su Chong down the mountain, carrying eggs to deliver to the lonely and elderly in the village. Now, the wife and the young girls all looked at Su Zhong. Although he is not a scholar, he is still a talented student with 100 acres of good land at home. Isn't that a good place? The young girls all want to marry into the Su family. Su Qingqi had just taken Su Zhong for a walk when a matchmaker came to propose marriage that afternoon. One said this family, another said that family, such a lively scene. They not only tried to match Su Zhong but also asked when Su Lingyu would marry. The 5 children in the Su family haven't set their marriages, and they are eager to find matches. Mrs. Su Zhong and Mrs. Su Li both wanted to arrange a marriage for Su Zhong, so matchmakers came for 5 days in a row. Su Lingyu was scared and took Muxin outside every day, only returning at mealtime. Muxin was catching butterflies with little Five, while Su Lingyu picked chrysanthemums wearing gloves. Third aunt watched nearby, so there was no need to worry about Muxin and the others. Woof woof. Awang noticed something else. Su Lingyu and everyone else looked up. The person hiding in the grass couldn't stay hidden and peeked out, giggling. Young girl, I see you have special bones. You might be a martial arts genius. Why not train with me? He opened his mouth to show a set of bright white teeth. Very charming. Few people in this era have white teeth, and a full set of white teeth can earn Su Lingyu's favor. But why is this person here? What is his purpose? The man stood up, brushed grass off his sword on his back, and said, Listen, I am a famous hero. My name is known all over the martial world. Su Lingyu stepped back 2 steps, hiding behind Ah Wang, and told Muxin to take little Five back. What do you want from me? No, I really think you have extraordinary bones and want to take you as my disciple. I wander the world and have reached my 30s. I want to settle down. You don't need to give a formal gift, just a meal is enough. Su Lingyu was very cautious. She looked for a good spot, ready to run back if anything went wrong. Your accent doesn't sound local. If you just want a meal, you can go to the village. If you're looking for a steady job, just find a guard post. And Lingyu Mountain Villa is some distance from the village. If you came here, either you have a clear purpose or you have bad intentions. What you want might not be here. You might as well go somewhere else. Ah Wang watched him and said, Don't let him into the mountain villa. Then she hurried back with third aunt. Don't go, don't go. I'm here to find someone. The man suddenly jumped up, using a tree to leap forward and land in front of Su Lingyu. Seeing the person gone, Ah Wang turned and chased after him, barking and showing his teeth, ready to bite. The man's face twisted with frustration as he softly shouted, Wang.
Boo.
Ah Wang, with his hair standing on end, immediately tucked his tail, obediently acting like a dog, and shyly hid behind his owner. This useless dog.
Su Lingyu es nortez coldly.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here to find someone. I'm looking for Su Zhong, for our headmaster. But I really want to take you as my disciple. How did you find me? Hearing this, the man became proud. My nose is special. I can smell and recognize people. I followed the scent of our headmaster all the way here. There are indeed people like that, those with extraordinary sense of smell. Recognizing women by scent isn't hard, but tracking someone by smell is difficult. Once, I knew a friend who could smell spices in dishes and tell what ingredients were used. She could even identify what was in an empty bowl just by scent. Such a keen sense of smell is rare. Regarding this person, Su Lingyu was only half convinced. He spoke respectfully about the headmaster, so she guessed he wasn't an enemy. She relaxed her guard a little, neither attacking nor fleeing, and asked more questions to learn about him. At this moment, Mumin arrived with people, and servants like Ague came holding hose, looking fierce. Miss Third, are you alright? It's you who are trying to bully people.
Who are you?
This is the home of Lord Su. General Sun has been here too. Don't get too bold. Su Lingyu waved her hand to quiet them. He's here to see my uncle. Take him upstairs. Ague, go find the young master and tell him someone has come.
Yes.
Su Lingyu told the man to follow the servants up the mountain, while she stayed on the mountain path. She wanted to see if anyone was following, and she was also frightened by the man's agility. Her legs felt weak and she couldn't move. Suddenly, the man descended from the sky, scolding Awan again. His agility shocked her. She wondered if real lightness skill existed in the world. The kind of wall-walking, wall-climbing skill she'd only seen in TV shows. She never thought she'd see it in real life. "Miss, are you leaving? My legs are too weak to move." "I'll carry you." The third ant carried her on her back. "Let me rest a bit first." "Brother Shen, your martial arts are extraordinary. I toast you." Su Qingqi raised his wine cup. Shen Lang picked up his cup, clinked it with Su Qingqi's, then took a sip and exclaimed, "Wow." Luoyang's Tai Bai wine, Kyoto's Shengfen wine, Shaozhou's yellow wine, Yongzhou's white Maiju. All of these can't compare to your sorghum liquor. Shen Lang poured another cup.
Good wine.
Good wine depends on the water. If the water is good, the wine will be good. Luckily, I have mountain spring water here, and using it makes the wine especially tasty. The important thing is that you know how to brew wine. Even with the best spring water, if your technique is poor, you can't make good wine. Well, I only know a little about it. Brewing wine really requires attention to detail. My father started bragging again. Su Lingyu put down her bowl and chopsticks, ready to leave. Su Zhongshi was feeding little Five when he saw the third son about to leave and quickly said, "Drink another bowl of soup. Have some more chicken soup." Shen Lang tilted his head to look at the woman's side and said to Su Qingqi, "Brother Su not only makes good wine but also raises good children." Shen Lang praised Su Da highly and also complimented Su Qingqi. Su Qingqi was so happy, he felt like he was on top of the world. "I have another son named Su Shan. He will be an official in the future, haha. I think your third daughter has special talent. How about making her my apprentice?" Shen Lang asked. Su Zhong immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to stop him, but he only heard his father say repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." "Father, you." Shen Lang interrupted Su Zhong and said quickly, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold." "Yes, yes, yes." "Ha ha ha, all right, that's settled. Come, Brother Su, I toast you." Shen Lang poured wine from the jar. At this point, Su Zhong knew arguing was useless. He could only swallow his words. The next day, after waking up, Su Qingqi realized he had made a big mistake and hurriedly put on his shoes to find the third son. The third son was cooking beans for the servants, boiling them and drying some to eat in winter. "How do you feel about last night?" Su Lingyu kept working. "What happened last night?" "The matter of becoming a disciple and learning skills." "Is there such a thing?" Su Lingyu didn't believe it. "Third son, this time it was Dad's mistake. He agreed without asking you." Su Qingqi lowered himself. This was said in front of the head of the academy, who is a famous scholar. "It concerns your brother's reputation, you see." In the third son's eyes, Su Qingqi didn't dare to continue. Su Lingyu turned to organize the beans. "Do you think I'm someone who can endure hardship? Since you agreed, you should go be his apprentice." Shen Lang woke up and went out, saying to Su Lingyu, "The head of the academy is my sworn brother's father, so he's like my second father. If you become my disciple, I'll ask my father to take your brother as an official student." Su Lingyu kept working on the beans, ignoring what they said and refusing to agree. "I have mastered many martial arts skills. I am skilled in 18 different techniques. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach you." Su Lingyu tilted her head and looked at Shen Lang. "Can you kill someone with a sewing needle?" He shook his head. "Can you kill someone with music?" He shook his head. "Can you fly on a sword?" He shook his head. "You can't do anything. Why should I teach you?"
Su Lingyu is needed.
"I have inner strength. I can teach you how to develop inner power. With inner strength, you can use any weapon." Su Lingyu stepped down from the bench and ordered her servant to hang the green beans to dry. Shen Lang followed her and said, "Words once spoken can't be taken back." Su Lingyu kept going until she reached Su Li. She asked, "He wants to turn your delicate granddaughter into a strong and brave woman. Do you agree?" "No, I can't agree. Someone who only uses a sewing needle shouldn't be handling swords and guns," Su Li replied. She actually wanted to agree, but her third son was firm, so she couldn't say yes. Su Lingyu then went to Su Chong and asked, "Do you want me to sacrifice myself to help your future? Let my sister do what she wants. I may not be talented, but I will protect this family." If he couldn't get an official position, he planned to inherit the family business and keep the family safe at Liangwan.
Su Lingyu smiled at Su Chong.
That's good. Then she turned to Shun Lang. "I can't endure hardship, so I probably won't be able to practice martial arts. If you're looking for someone to pass on your skills, I can find 2 clever people for you."
Shen Long was disappointed.
Training the body is hard, but developing inner strength doesn't have to be. Just find the qi sensation, guide the energy into your body, and accumulate it little by little. Then, you won't fear anyone in a fight. All this talk is nonsense and can't be trusted. Shun Lang knows exactly how inner strength is developed. His own inner power took over 20 years to build. He uses every move to sense the energy of heaven and earth, understand the spiritual energy, and then it naturally forms inside him. He said all this to trick Su Lingyu into becoming his disciple. In theory, martial arts are passed from men to men, not women. Women rarely endure such hardship. Why insist on taking Su Lingyu as a disciple? It's because she loves to eat. Su Lingyu is skilled in cooking, and if she becomes his disciple, they won't have to worry about food. They could enjoy delicious meals every day. Such skills can't be learned overnight. You should find someone else. Shun Lang was very sad. He leapt 3 zhong high and jumped over the wall, then ran off somewhere without knowing where. The silent Su Zhongshe ordered the servants to serve breakfast, then called out the director and made an excuse to take the third son out. The 2 headed to the vegetable field at the foot of the mountain. "Do you think I should agree?"
Su Lingyu asked.
Su Zhongshe nodded and kept walking forward. "You're different from others. I don't know your plans for the future. If you don't want to marry and prefer to live alone in the mountains, why not learn some martial arts to protect yourself? Initially, I kept you here out of personal reasons, without much thought for the future. I don't expect you to marry and have children, only that you stay safe and die after me. Having some martial skills would at least make me feel at ease. Martial arts and secret techniques have always been passed down to men, not women. Shun Lang insisted on taking me as a disciple, but I don't know his true purpose. If he wants to repay De Zhong's life-saving kindness, he could simply have the director take De Zhong as a disciple. Why go around seeking my favor? There's no rush to become a master. Let's wait and see." Third son made a good point, and Su Zhongshe realized she had been impulsive. She stopped speaking and took third son to dig for.
Su Fancy pondered deeply, feeling uneasy.
After half a day of thought, she shared her ideas with her mother-in-law. The 2 women discussed and agreed that third son was right. If the director wanted to thank them for saving his life, he could directly accept Su Zhong as a disciple. Since he was unwilling, it meant he had other plans. They couldn't let their daughter be harmed because of these 2 men. Su Li approached third son to discuss, helping him comb his hair while talking about the matter. Holding a red ribbon, Su Lingyu said, "There's an open space on Nyo-Tu Mountain. Why not invite some people to build a small courtyard and hire a servant? The director could live there. Would he be willing? Although it's a bit remote, the environment is good. You can see the big fish pond from the door, 10 miles of clear water, under the blue sky, white geese. In summer, you can enjoy the lotus flowers. In autumn and winter, the ginkgo forest. Plant a few ink bamboo, some plum trees, and move the roses over. Living here would be like a fairyland." The wanted director wouldn't refuse. Beautiful scenery like flowers, snow, and moonlight is always nice. "I'll discuss it with your father." Su Li finished fixing third son's hair before leaving the house. The family discussed and decided to let the director move out, making their living situation more comfortable. It would be good for the director and for their family. So, Su Qingqi and Su Zhong started working on building a house. It wasn't an easy task. Since it was for the director, Su Zhong paid special attention. The father and son often went out, and most of the time, Su Lingyu was the one facing the director. After breakfast that day, the director was sunbathing in the yard. Next to him was a table and a chair, with a teapot, 3 cups, and 2 small bowls on the table. Sanner took off his straw hat and asked the director, "Would you like to go out for a walk? We have a cart and horses at home, so it's easy to go in and out." The director put down the book in his hand. He had been staying here for half a month, and Shenlang would tell him everything that happened at home. He already knew what he needed to know. He didn't oppose or get angry about the Su family's way of doing things. Instead, he felt living like that was more comfortable. "That's good. I should go out for a walk." Shenlang, who was practicing boxing in the yard, began to relax his movements and breathe slowly to calm himself. "Dad is going out. I'll prepare the horse-drawn carriage for you." When he heard the director was going out, Su Zhongshe took out a new robe. "I just finished it last night and haven't embroidered a few stitches yet. You can wear it first. When you come back, I'll add the embroidery." The director couldn't refuse kindly, so he put on the robe. Wearing it changed his appearance, making him look more elegant and refined. Shenlang looked on with envy. He opened his mouth to ask questions, but eventually gave up. Why ask the host for gifts when living under someone else's roof? Mu Mian learned that her sister was going to the city and insisted on going with her. Su Lingyu gently comforted her, explaining it was for errands and promised to bring back silk flowers and delicious treats. Once she received the promise, Mu Mian finally stopped protesting. Shenlang skillfully prepared the carriage and waited for Su Sanner to leave. Su Sanner wore a gray linen dress as she went out. Her pink cheeks and red lips looked even more noticeable against the simple fabric. The director couldn't help but glance at this calm and beautiful young girl a few more times. After half a month living here, he knew she was clever and had some extraordinary qualities. He began to think about taking her as a disciple. "Sanner, aren't you riding in the carriage?"
Shenlang asked.
"I'll go to the city on a donkey. The carriage is faster, so you all go ahead. You don't need to wait for me." Shenlang didn't leave quickly either. He insisted on walking with Su Lingyu. But this time, their trip wasn't just her alone. It was a group outing. Third Anne wanted to go to the city to buy sewing needles, and Elan was going to meet her fiancé. A bullock cart carried people and goods, while Su Lingyu rode a donkey slowly beside them. If the road weren't wide enough, the carriage and donkey probably couldn't travel side by side. "Sanner, really, you don't want to learn martial arts from me? It's so good to learn martial arts. You wouldn't have to be afraid when you go out," Shenlang urged. The dean lifted the curtain, and before he could say, "Why not accept me as your master?" he heard her say, "Our personalities don't match. You might not be able to accept me." The dean lowered the curtain again, pondering her words repeatedly. The more he thought, the clearer it became. The third daughter of the Su family is not a good girl. On the surface, she appears gentle and obedient, seeming destined to be kind and virtuous when she grows up. But this is not true. Her gentleness is because no one has touched her bottom line. Beneath her calm exterior, she hides a tough and cold heart. She acts very rationally and is very determined. She has no desires or needs, so no one can threaten her. She is very clever, perhaps too clever. Her initial fondness for her gradually faded, and the dean grew to dislike her. He disliked how smart she was. A woman shouldn't be so independent. A woman should be like a climbing vine, growing dependently on a big tree. She should bring honor to her father, be noble with her husband, and proud of her children. She should respect her parents and love her young siblings. The dean gave up his thoughts, leaning his elbow on the carriage frame, resting his cheek on his hand, closing his eyes for a moment, ignoring the noisy outside. Shenlang said to Su Lingyu, "You don't need to serve me every day. Just make sure to prepare 3 meals a day and practice martial arts daily, without fail. Then I will teach you internal energy techniques." "That sounds good. Don't refuse right away." "My disciple, what did you say? You agreed?"
"Yes." "Great.
Let's choose a good day to formally accept you as a disciple." Alan congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, Miss San. Your master is from my family. Miss San has delicate skin, so don't tire her out. Practicing martial arts isn't tiring. Just keep at it," Shenlang said happily. Third Anne said, "Congratulations on finding a good master, Miss San. And congratulations to Master Shen for accepting such a good disciple." big silly goose, holding a white goose, asked, "Will Miss Sen become invincible in the future?"
Definitely, Shen Lang boasted confidently.
Shen Lang wanted to brag to the third daughter about his past achievements, but his words were interrupted by another voice. "Miss San of the Su family? Oh, it's really you. I thought I recognized you from afar." A woman carried a basket, with chickens and ducks hanging on the left and fruits and vegetables on the right.
Hello, Shulingyu nodded politely.
The donkey moved very slowly, and the woman carrying the basket followed without rushing. As they walked, she asked, "Has your rice harvest come in yet?" "Not yet, about half a month to go. The last time you taught me how to plant garlic, I actually managed to grow some. They're quite big. When I harvest, I'll send some to you." "Did you pull out the garlic hearts?" "Garlic hearts? Every garlic plant has a heart, the round part in the middle. Pull it out, and the garlic will grow better. Also, stir-fried garlic hearts with meat or eggs have a special flavor. You might want to try it when you go back." "Okay, I will try it after I return from my mother's house," the woman said, trusting Su Lingyu. Along the way, other villagers joined, greeting Su Lingyu, who answered every question patiently. She responded slowly, and the villagers listened carefully. If the questions were simple, other villagers would answer first, so Su Lingyu didn't need to reply. Most questions were about farming. The villagers rely on the land for their livelihood, trying all sorts of ways to dig the soil and grow crops to earn some coins. As long as she knew the answer, she would tell them. Whether they could do it depended on their actions. Dean Xin Ming and coachman Xin Lang in the carriage were surprised by Su Sanyang's knowledge and her popularity among the people. "If you have free time in winter, peel taro, dry it in the sun, and sell it to me. 1 coin per jean, at Lingyu Mountain Villa." The villagers didn't understand. "What do you want taro for?" "To grind into flour for food. Remember, taro sap can make your hands itchy but can help. Once dried, bring it to sell. If you try to trick me, I won't pay. Miss Third, I have some at home. When I get back, I'll dry it and bring it to sell to you. How much do you need? Don't bring it after I've sent it, then say you don't want it. Whatever amount you need. It's food, so it must be clean. No dirt or sand."
Shulingyu advised.
"Don't worry, Miss Third. I promise not to dirty your things. You're kind, Miss Third. Buying something no one wants. Aren't you just putting money into our pockets? Don't let me lose out." The city gate was right in front of them. Su Lingyu didn't say much more. "You decide. If you send it, I'll take it. If you don't trust me, ask again in winter. Once we're in the city, I won't chat with you anymore." Then she urged the donkey to move forward and line up with the city-bound queue. "I can't hold it anymore. Help me watch." "But cousin, I don't know what Miss Third from the Su family looks like. What if I miss her? She's very pretty, likes to wear gray clothes, and is either riding a donkey or a water buffalo. She's followed by a hunting dog. Once she enters the city, you'll see her." "No, I can't hold it anymore. I'll go to the outhouse first." Cousin left, leaving his younger cousin staring at the city gate. The sun rose high, but Miss Third from the Su family hadn't arrived yet. He wiped his sweat, wondering why she was still not here. Many people were entering the city. First, a horse-drawn carriage passed by, then a bullock cart. A young girl riding a donkey appeared near the city wall, dressed in gray, with a hunting dog following behind her. "Wow, that dog is as big as a calf. Who would dare approach?" Third miss, are you the third young lady of the Su family?" The more she approached, the more charming and cute she looked.
"Yes."
"Hello, my name is Li Kai. I am Lai Gui's cousin. My cousin has been feeling unwell these days, so I came to pick you up." Although he wore black clothes from the agency, Su Lingyu still didn't trust him. Nowadays, many people try to kidnap and extort, so she was cautious. Su Lingyu nodded and said, "Wait for me a moment." Then she turned to her third aunt and said, "I'll go to Wang Long Agency first, then to Fu Xing Building. When you've bought everything, wait for me there." Seeing that the young man didn't seem impatient, Su Lingyu spoke a few more words to him and then said to the Shah, "Whatever others say about you, just respond. Don't smile with your teeth showing. If you drool, wipe it with a cloth. That's how you'll be able to marry your wife. Understand?" Desha nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Got it. After that, she told them to go ahead and handle their business, then turned to Li Kai and asked, "When did you join the agency?" 3 days ago, my cousin recommended me. Now I follow my cousin around, helping him. Su Lingyu took a small bag of snacks from her donkey's pouch and threw it to Li Kai. Lead the way. Thank you, 3rd Mississippi. Thank you, 3rd Mississippi 3rd. Where are you going? Shun Lang, waiting nearby, asked.
To see some things.
If my great-uncle doesn't want to go to certain places, he can come with me to North Market and take a look. Shun Lang turned to the person in the carriage, Shun Ming, who said he wouldn't go with Su Lingyu. They decided to visit other places. Then they parted ways. Su Lingyu was led north by Li Kai. On the way, Su Lingyu stayed alert, watching for anyone following her or watching her movements. If Li Kai asked her to go into an alley, she had already prepared words to refuse. Fortunately, everything was peaceful along the way, and they soon arrived at North Market. The busy trade routes and the bustling loading and unloading of goods made it lively. The banner of Wang Long Agency fluttered in the wind. The leading carriages saw her and greeted, "3rd Miss, hello," or "3rd Miss has arrived." Wang Long bought agricultural products from the Su family at low prices and sold them at high prices, making a lot of silver quickly. Wang Long was so pleased with her that he treated her well, and the people under him did even more. Su Lingyu often shares snacks with people she meets. When she sees the bodyguard or the head of she gives them a small bag of treats. For others, she simply nods and greets them. The agency covers 200 acres, with 400 bodyguards, helpers, servants, maids, and boys. Wang Long has become a local power in Liangwan City. No one knows why General Sun allows Wang Long to grow so big. He doesn't suppress him and even helps him push down other forces. The complicated relationships behind this are beyond her understanding. 3rd Miss has arrived. Someone has already sent a message earlier, and we expected her today. We sent people to wait at the city gate. The head of the stepped forward. Hello, Uncle Tong. This isn't my first visit. There's no need to send someone to greet me every time. Aren't you worried that your opponents might block you? You don't know, but another big force has appeared in the city, coming fiercely to take a share.
Don't be fooled by them.
The head of tried to help her down from her donkey, but she refused. She jumped off herself and led the donkey into the agency.
Who is she?
Wang's main bodyguard's horse can't enter the yard, so how can her donkey get in? A new bodyguard asked. She's Miss San from the Su family in Dongquan village. She developed the fragrant rice and the big mountain rice. The method General Sun announced for increasing grain production was also her idea. Do you think she has the right to be here? Just her?
How old is she?
Having ambition isn't about age, and talent isn't about being old or young. Offending her means offending Wang's main bodyguard. Be careful with your rice supplies. Go work, stop standing around. The head of sent them away to unload goods. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu was invited into the warehouse, where important supplies were stored. If a fire broke out here, most of Wang Long's wealth would be lost. If the warehouse burned, Wang Long might even draw his sword to fight. Over here, 3 trading teams have returned. They brought back many seeds. Do you see these? Are they what you need? They also brought back red fruits. Come and take a look. Seeds are sent to my house according to the usual rules. I don't need to look at each one. I know what will grow. She looked at the fruits from the north and south converging. There were many, including dates, apples, October oranges, and persimmons. Autumn is the time of orange, red, and green, mostly oranges and tangerines, not very special. The smaller quantities are what Su Lingyu paid attention to. She picked up a green-skinned fruit that didn't smell like an orange. It had a slight sourness, like an early green lemon. This fruit is called a lemon. Its skin is thin, flesh thick, and juice abundant. It tastes sour but leaves a sweet aftertaste. This was brought back especially for you. The trading caravan heading northwest knew you like sour and spicy flavors, so they brought some back for you. Su Lingyu sniffed a few times and said, "Not bad, just what I wanted. These fruits are quite sour. They will make the duck stew even tastier." I'll take it all, reward that trading team. Thank you on their behalf. The remaining items were nothing special, just ordinary goods. Cucumbers, melons, and dates are suitable for planting in the north. They can't be grown here, and even if they could, the taste wouldn't be good. Su Lingyu and Uncle Tong left the storeroom, walking and talking. Uncle Tong asked, "How is this year's rice yield?" "I'm afraid it won't be much, especially since De Wang has returned home after studying. He's full of knowledge and shouldn't be kept working on the farm, wasting his talent." "You're still worried about that?" "You're overthinking. I have news. Your father followed Zhang Daren's path and secured a good position for the eldest son. Zhang Daren helped the eldest son get a government job as a village head in 3 big villages, East Village, East End Village, and Niue Village. He manages labor, taxes, and if he performs well in evaluations, he won't lose the position of chief clerk." Hearing this, Su Lingyu smiled knowingly. De Wang had been home for less than a month, and his position was already decided. It seems her father had been busy. His money probably wasn't much anymore. "Do you want some ginkgo nuts?" Uncle Tong sighed in relief. "I was waiting for you to say that since I came in today. I was afraid you wouldn't say anything. Now that you asked, I can finally relax." Ginkgo nuts, also known as white nuts, have remarkable medicinal effects. They can make women whose skin is aging look youthful again and help men regain their strength. Ginkgo nuts are quite useful. Since the Su family planted ginkgo trees, Uncle Tong has been watching and hinting every year, reminding them to sell the ginkgo nuts to him. Don't put all your eggs in one basket so you don't lose everything if things go wrong. Besides, you can't eat all the ginkgo nuts yourself. I will divide them into 4 parts. You get 4, Fuxing's family gets 4, and I keep 3 for myself. Miss Su, you are thoughtful. But the price on my side is high. Why not give me a little more? We've worked together for many years, and for the sake of our old friendship, could you give a bit more? Su Lingyu handed Uncle Tong a sample of the ginkgo nuts. Top-quality ginkgo nuts, if sold in the capital, can fetch a good price. 4 parts are enough for you to make a profit. That's sorghum. Better not think about it. Our family has gained another drinker, so I doubt the sorghum will sell this year. Su Lingyu led her donkey out of the courier office. Send the money in silver notes. When the rice is ready to harvest, come by yourself, and I'll cook you a good meal. All right, I haven't eaten a meal prepared by Miss Third in a long time. You're overthinking. I was just giving some guidance. Wait for me. I'm going to Fuxing Tower for a walk.
Take your time.
Come back often and visit. Uncle Tong saw Su Lingyu off, then turned to face the leaders of 3 trade caravans. They looked eagerly, waiting for their rewards. Why are you looking? The things you brought back aren't interesting to her. Each of you claims your items are amazing, but to her, none are special. Only the lemon she likes, the rest are nothing. Having at least one thing she likes is better than nothing. Uncle Tong, tell me, how much did she give? Just 1 or 2 silver coins. Not as much as last year. Uncle Tong replied. She originally brought 10 taels, but you don't have the means to keep that money. Third sister Su said, instead of wasting effort searching for things, let her set a task. Next year, you should look for root crops that can be eaten and are drought-resistant. With Uncle Tong's suggestion, I can't join in. I'm heading south, and it rains more there, so drought-resistant crops are hard to find. That's your business. If she finds good ones, she'll reward you. Whether you get paid depends on her. Uncle Tong didn't say more and turned to go inside. Su Lingyu led her donkey out of the courier office area and onto the main street, passing by a caravan transporting rice. The streets of Beishir Fong were narrow. 1/3 of the road was occupied by vendor stalls, but this also proved that Liangwan City was prosperous. Cloth from Dachin, all kinds, blue, green, gray, purple. Big brother, come look at this sheepskin. It's top quality from Dongqing. Fine iron from Dai Liangshan, swords made by the Zhao family's workshop. There's only one in Liangwan City. Their shouts weren't what she wanted, and they didn't see her as a customer. Don't miss out. Everything here, anything you want we sell it. Missed it, you'll regret it. Come little girl, come take a look. We have everything. As long as you can name it, I can get it. The old man stroked his goat beard, boasting loudly. Apart from his rough clothes, his lively shouting made her feel very friendly. Su Lingyu, feeling curious, walked over and asked, "Do you know about Britain?" "What?" The uncle frowned. It seemed he didn't know about Britain, so he wasn't from a different world. Su Lingyu felt a little disappointed and was about to leave with her donkey. Don't go, don't go. Tell me what you want. As long as you can say it, I can get it for you." Su Lingyu took a half step back, twisting her upper body to ask the uncle, "Do you have chili peppers?"
Huh.
Forget it. Wasting effort. Chili peppers probably haven't spread to Asia yet. Don't go, don't go. You want chili, right? I have some here. Hearing this, Su Lingyu stopped in her tracks. Really? Really? Come and see. I don't have much, but I do have chili peppers. We call them lazi, also known as chow tian jiao, bird's beak pepper. The bearded uncle took out a small cloth bag and spread it open, revealing off-white chow tian jiao peppers. Su Lingyu liked them very much inside her heart. She wanted to rush over to smell them, but she didn't know this bearded uncle. No matter how much she liked them, she had to hide her feelings and not reveal her thoughts. She glanced at him and casually asked, "Are they as spicy as mustard seeds?" If you're asking because you want to compare, then yes, these are spicier than mustard seeds. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. If you want them, I can give you some. Su Lingyu went back to the stall and reached out to take some.
"Give me some," she said.
The bearded uncle looked at her with a helpless expression. Who talks so straightforwardly? He really took her joke seriously. He threw a chili pepper at her and said, "5 big coins." The people nearby were immediately shocked. A small chili pepper costing 5 big coins? That was too expensive. They waited for Su Lingyu to bargain, but she didn't. She simply took the chow tian jiao, broke it open, and saw seeds inside. She put the peppers into her pocket. Then she threw 5 big coins onto the table, with 1 copper coin spinning around several times before stopping. 1 chili pepper costing 5 copper coins. Was there something special about these peppers? The bearded uncle suddenly gained confidence, deciding to sell the peppers by the piece, at 5 big coins each. Unfortunately, after a day, no one else bought any. They passed by a high platform where slaves were being sold. A group of 5 was pulled up onto the platform, and the auctioneer explained to the crowd, "Goods. Men needed to be strong or skilled. Women needed to be pretty or strong." Su Lingyu took a few more glances, but then walked away. "Miss Su San, you're here." The bookstore owner was eagerly waiting for her. She used to buy books here often and was a regular customer of the bookstore. However, she always received cold looks, and this time, she wondered why his attitude suddenly changed. "Shopkeeper, hello. Hello, hello. I've been waiting for you to come." When something seems unusual, there is usually a reason. She observed quietly, waiting for what he would say next. "Are you here to buy books? The book you looked at last time has been discounted. Would you like to take a look?" After thinking carefully, she understood the reason behind it. She followed him to the bookstore. The court is restricting exams, and private schools are closing down. Your bookstore's books are probably selling cheap now.
Exactly.
In the past, I could sell a few coins for a book, but now I haven't sold a single one in a month, the shopkeeper said with worry. Usually, he sat in the bookstore drinking tea, waiting for customers. Now he was shouting outside, but no customers came. The bookstore had many books. Even though the shopkeeper hadn't brought in new stock for a year, he still couldn't sell all the books. Not many of the books caught her eye. She picked out a few she wanted. "Take 10 books. You should give me a better price. If the price isn't right, just consider them as waste paper." She wasn't desperate to buy those specific books. There were many bookstores in Liangwan City, and she could go elsewhere to choose. Yes. I don't need many. Just give me the cost price. Don't you want to pick a few more books? I'll sell them to you cheaply, the shopkeeper said. I've already looked at all of them. These are the only ones worth reading, she replied. The shopkeeper looked down on her a little. A young girl daring to say she had already seen all the books was quite bold. It wasn't that she was bragging, but these books updated slowly. Even the thick traditional stitched books had less than 1,000 words. For her, who could read 300 words per minute. It was not difficult. Even if these books were written in classical Chinese, she could read about 100 characters in 10 minutes. Reading one book a day was easy. The price was reasonable, so Su Lingyu bought these books. Su Lingyu threw the books onto the cart and climbed onto the ox cart. Donkeys weren't as comfortable as the cart. Desha's matchmaking wasn't finished yet, and since she didn't go back in the same cart, some space was left empty for her. Third Aunt spread out a sheet, set up a canopy to block the sun, and helped her sit down. She sat, crossing her left foot over her right, leaning against the cart wall, and picked up a book to read. She wasn't interested in officialdom or martial arts. Travel journals and encyclopedias were her favorites. Reading some unofficial histories or miscellaneous notes was also fine. Why didn't Santa wait for me when he got home? Xun Lang's carriage arrived. She looked up from the book and said openly to Xun Lang, "Not going to see old friends?" But in fact, she was speaking to Xin Ming. "I can't find anyone. I don't even know where to look." The whole city was full of wanted notices. After getting off the carriage, she didn't know who to look for. She had planned to visit a friend, but when she reached the door, she didn't dare go inside. People's hearts are hard to read, and after many years apart, who can tell who is good or bad? In the end, Xun Ming decided to return to the mountains to live, waiting for the situation to settle before revealing himself. Xin Lang wanted to persuade his adoptive father to find his older brother, but the letter he sent him hadn't been answered yet, so he didn't know how his brother was doing now. Suddenly, a horse trotted over, and the rider on the horse called out when he saw her. "Susanna, you're so unkind. You come to the city and don't visit me, and now you run away." The man in front was Fu Sheng, the young man who once bought chickens and ducks from Dongquan village. She saw how his body had changed from size S to M and now to XXL. That horse could carry him everywhere, which was quite impressive. Seeing someone looking for Santa, Xin Lang waved his whip to drive the horse away and turned back first. Santa told Qingniu to stop and asked Fatty Fusheng, "Do you want to get on and sit?" "Sure." Fusheng was helped down from the horse by his servant. "I have something to discuss with you." Because of his size, Fusheng's carriage moved even slower. Luckily, Qingniu was strong and adapted to the weight, so the speed gradually increased. "Do you have any use for your white walnuts?" She put away her books and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "As long as you're willing to sell, we can negotiate the price." "Wang Long can eat this batch of white walnuts, but his offer might not be higher than mine." 40% for you. You decide the price, just don't let me lose money." Fatty's eyes narrowed into a slit. Santa still cares for me. She really wanted to kick him out and chase away this shameless guy. "Your 3 acres of sugarcane look good. I tried one last time. It's very sweet with little residue. Perfect for making sugar." She reached out to stop Fu Sheng. "That's for your own family, not for you. Listen to me." General Sun plans to move the Snakehead Mountain in Dongquan village, filling the big lake with soil. This excavation and filling will create over 30,000 acres of flat land. Where did you hear this news? This costly project can't be done alone by General Sunday. It requires cooperation with big families. If it succeeds, my family will get 1,000 acres of flat land. I can help you get 100 acres, but you must plant sugarcane for 5 years and sell all of it to me. 5 years from now, this land will all be yours. Maybe I'll think about it and give you an answer next time we meet. All right, go home and consider it. Also, don't spread the word. It's just a private matter, not to be made public. She nods in agreement. After seeing off Fat Bao Sheng, she slides her finger over the rough cloth, lost in thought. When passing Snakehead Mountain, she makes the cart stop and carefully observes the mountain. "Third miss, how many years would it take to dig away this mountain?" "How long it takes depends on the tools used. With excavators and dump trucks, it might take over a month. With just hose and manual labor, maybe 3 years. About 3 years.
Moving a mountain isn't easy.
If they dig away this mountain, the journey from Dongquan village would be shorter, forming a small basin here. The land is crowded, but the people are richer. However, it's unlikely People here are very capable of making more children, so there's never enough land. Let's go back. Third aunt drives the ox cart, and the blue ox lifts its legs to move. Not far along the way, they meet Lee Lizzie and his wife returning home. These two are like glue, inseparable and very close. In the past 3 years, Nyo has had 2 sons. They are healthy and well cared for by Lee Lizzie and his wife. She doesn't look plump but has a gentle, feminine charm. Although Nyo is a bit paler than city girls like Huang, she is fairer than most village women. This makes Lee Lizzie keep a close eye on her, unable to take his eyes off her for a moment. Nyo isn't very ambitious. She's happy just to be fed and loved. Staying with Lee Lizzie is enough for her. She has no plans to run away with anyone. Hey, third brother has gone to town. What did he buy? Lee Lizzie leans forward to look inside. Su Lingyu leans against the wall of the cart with one hand and holds a book with the other, turning her body to look at the small child behind Nyo. Isn't he bringing the child home? She takes the candied sweets from third aunt and offers one to the little kid. The child reaches out to take it and then pulls back. My mother-in-law is sick, and this little rascal loves to run around. I feel better carrying him myself. Nyo adjusts her strap and walks beside the cart. Su Lingyu unwraps the oil paper and gives her a snack, then notices Lee Lizzie reaching out for one and hands him a piece as well. You can pick the ginkgo nuts now. If you want to work in the village, tell the villagers. Tomorrow morning, bring a bamboo pole to my door. Only 10 families are allowed. 10 coins per tree. Pay based on the number of trees, not days. Do as many as you want. All right. Thank you. Nyo smiles happily. This matter of paying wages naturally goes to familiar families. It's a kind gesture. Sanner gave her the money because he respects her. Second girl said many nice words, praising and flattering Sanner. At the fork, one group headed up the mountain path, another towards the village road. When they returned home, the family was very happy. Perhaps De Wang's official documents had arrived. Why are you all so happy? She asked. Su Qingqi took out a firecracker and pointed at her. Go get the best wine. Today we are having a feast. He spoke confidently, showing he was quite bold now, even giving her orders to do chores. Su Zhong brought a bamboo pole to hang the firecracker. Su Shan has written back. He and Li Yongji have been recommended by a great scholar, participated in the imperial exam in the capital, and their writings were praised by the emperor. He has been appointed to work in the Ministry of Agriculture. Su Qingqi hung the firecracker, took the bamboo pole, and pushed the firecracker out, walking while saying he's a 7th-rank official, but still a government officer in the capital. The servant A Gui used charcoal to light the firecracker, and Su Qingqi carried the bamboo pole, circling the house. From one side, the firecrackers exploded, and from the other, the Li family's firecrackers sounded too. Likely Li Yongji also got an official position. This place has such beautiful mountains and water, 2 officials from the capital in one go. When they return home in glory, it will be a grand sight. The generous and hospitable father wouldn't miss the chance to feast on meat and drink wine tonight. Many people would surely come to join the celebration. She needed to help kill chickens and prepare ducks. The eating and drinking in the front room contrasted sharply with the coldness in the back. The difference in status, the change in position, and the pride of scholars made Xinming unwilling to sit at the same table with these rough people. However, Xinling was friendly with everyone and enjoyed drinking very much. She took Mu Mian and Wu Wu to Xinming's house, bringing rice wine and some side dishes. Then she sat nearby, peeling walnuts with Mu Mian and Wu Wu. She used a small hammer to the walnuts and handed them to Mu Mian to open. Mu Mian then split the walnuts in half and handed them to Wu Wu, asking him to pick out the nut meat. Wu Wu, don't eat them. We're making walnut cookies. Mu Mian tried to the walnuts from Wu Wu's mouth, but Wu Wu was quick and ate them all. Xinming watched the sensible children and said to her, You don't have to stay here with me. Go play. While knocking the walnuts, Su Lingyu smiled and said, Actually, you misunderstood. It's because this house is very soundproof and no one can hear the noise. Sorry to disturb your reading. This house belongs to the Su family, so there's no need to talk about disturbing or not disturbing. He still understands the way of being a host and guest. Shinming takes a small sip, reminiscing about the days of floating cups and flowing water, which were so glorious. Now, living under someone else's roof like a stray dog feels so lonely. Looking at the three siblings, one is focused on cracking walnuts, another is scolding the younger brother softly, and the third is busy stuffing walnut meat into her mouth. Truly, young people don't know what sorrow is. Su Chong enters the room and bows to Shinming, saying, "Uncle." Then he speaks to Su Lingyu, "Third brother, take Mushin back to the house. Later, I will help you walnuts. It would be great if Big Brother could help." Little Five only knows how to eat, Mushin complains. She picks up the bag of walnuts and takes Mushin and Little Five back to the house. Su Chong helps the Dean Shinming lie down, then goes to help third brother walnuts. Little Five is taken away by Grandma, so Mushin's complaints lessen a lot. Su Chong enters his sister's room. After the frost, it got much colder. Su Lingyu hands some walnut fragments to Mushin, who takes the larger pieces because she can't hold the small ones. She lowers her head and uses her mouth to on her sister's palm, eating the walnut fragments. Be careful of the shells. Fog has started to form at night, and mornings and evenings are very cold, she says. Su Chong picks up a walnut with one hand, places it in his palm, and squeezes it with both hands. The shell breaks in two. Then it's easy to peel. Is Daliang feeling sad inside?
Why?
Complaining about the unfairness of fate? Even though you were born a year earlier, Daliang is always overshadowed by Erliang. Are you uncomfortable? She tilts her head to look at him. His black and white eyes examine him carefully. When he looks back, she turns her head away. Earlier this year, an imperial decree was issued to cancel the imperial exams. I once angrily scolded my classmates for unfairness and mourned with them. Later, I was glad. No exams meant I could go home. My classmates carried recommendation letters and went to pursue fame, while I held my recommendation letter and returned home. I am ultimately like a lamb that can't leave its mother sheep, reluctant to travel far, satisfied with just wandering around the sheep pen a few times. Su Lingyu laughs, unable to hold back another smile, sighing at this innocent heart. Do you think your big brother is foolish? She asks Mushin. Foolish. 5-year-old Mushin doesn't understand what her older siblings are saying. She just eats walnut meat and casually responds. She doesn't even realize what she just said. Su Chong laughs along. Whether foolish or smart, just follow your heart. Do you know about the village chief's matter? She asked. He put the walnut meat into a basin. I know, and I even met General Wu because of it. The village chief's position seems small, but the real power isn't. For me, it's not difficult. She leaned down and whispered, How much silver did father spend? I don't know. It looks like he took out about 1,000 taels. She sat back down and continued peeling walnuts. This village chief isn't cheap. Our family has already laid the groundwork for you. Linyu Mountain produces quite a bit, but the main share is in her hands. The 1,000 taels or so was saved over these 3 years. How many years do I need to be in office to save this much money?
Suchonsai.
The village chief's monthly salary isn't high. 5 years' worth might not even reach 1,000 taels. Why rush? Your family doesn't rely on your salary to live. Be a person with a good conscience, and others will respect you more. Su Chong placed the peeled walnut meat into the basin.
Exactly.
The siblings talked late into the night, chatting until they finished peeling the walnuts. Su Lingyu washed Mushin's hands and feet. Su Chong carried Mushin back to bed. The girl had become chubby. He couldn't carry her anymore. The next day, she hadn't gotten up yet, but outside was noisy again. She rubbed her eyes and got up, calling out, Third aunt, third aunt. I'm coming, I'm coming. Miss Third is awake. Third aunt put down the wash basin. You are woken up, huh? There are quite a few people outside, those working, those coming to celebrate, making noise. She took the cloth handed by third aunt, wiped her face, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and sat at the dressing table waiting for third aunt to do her hair. Let those workers go back. They can come again tomorrow to pick white nuts. Just say the host is hosting a banquet today and won't be picking white nuts.
Okay.
What kind of hairpin do you want? Go do your thing. I'll do it myself. She made 2 braids that hung over her shoulders, changed her clothes, and went to wake Mushin. Mushin, the little girl, was sleeping deeply, clutching a silkworm sand pillow, showing no signs of waking. She didn't want to go out when she woke up. It was too lively outside, and she didn't want to join the crowd. If she went out, she would definitely be pulled by the aunts and uncles asking about marriage. She was over 8 but less than 9, often asked what kind of husband she wanted. She was annoyed by the questions, so she stayed inside to avoid more questions about marriage. There was nothing outside that needed her help, so she lay on a reclining chair and read a storybook. Soon, someone knocked on the door. "Miss Third, it's me. I brought you breakfast."
Come in.
Guan Xiaoping pushed the door open. Seeing Miss Third lying on the recliner, holding a storybook titled The Power Minister's Escaping Wife, he wondered, where did this storybook come from? On this day, Su Lingyu early in the morning took people up the mountain to gather white nuts. The white nuts on the ginkgo trees were densely spread, and since ginkgo trees are hard to cut and cannot be pruned, people had to climb them. Those nearby were picked by hand, while those farther away were knocked down with bamboo poles. Gathering white nuts and picking star anise are both dangerous tasks. The trees are tall and straight, so climbers must be very careful. They laid coarse cloth on the ground. Skillful people climbed the trees and knocked down the ripe, white nuts. With one strike, the ripe, white nuts fell like hail in summer, crashing to the ground. 2 girls and Li Lizi climbed the trees together, shaking the branches to make the white nuts fall. Once all the ripe, white nuts on the trees were collected, they slid down to the ground, carefully stepped on the open space, and jumped out of the coarse cloth. They folded the cloth, and the white nuts rolled into a ball. "That weighs about 10 or so jin," said the second girl in admiration. 10 jin of white nuts, with 2 jin of leaves and 4 jin of water. After removing these, that's the weight of the nuts, Su Lingyu explained. "Dried soybeans are worth more than fresh ones," said the second girl. "Why are you over there? Come quickly and lay out the cloth," Li Lizi urged. But she had to compete for money, and this silly girl didn't understand. The sound of leaves rustling in the forest and the thumping of fruits hitting the ground could be heard constantly. "Come quickly, there's so many fruits on this tree. Look, this ginkgo is bigger than my thumb. Father, look at these good fruits. The crops at Lord Su's place are always good. How many trees did you plant?" 3. "That's so many. I only have 2. Amid the children's laughter, each family secretly competed to see who could gather the most fruits. Su Lingyu walked upward, reminding them to be careful, and met Dean Xinming. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, she asked, "Have you ever seen the harvest season? I've seen them gather crops before, but I haven't seen such lively scenes. You should stay here longer. In spring, it's lively with cotton picking, in summer, with longan harvesting. The children have fruits to eat, adults have money, and the whole mountain is a playground for kids. Won't they get punished?" "Fruits are sold for money," Shunlang said. Su Lingyu, with her hands behind her back, continued walking upward. "They might be punished, but they are the supervisors. Let the children watch the adults. If anyone steals, they'll share their coins and fruits." Children are sharp-eyed, loud, energetic, and can run all over the orchard without getting tired. They can secretly supervise the adults and catch any mischief. If you wait until next summer, you'll see this scene. I have a quiet house on the hillside. Why not come and sit there? 5 coarse cloths sewn together were spread on the threshing ground, waiting for the white fruits to be carried back. Niu placed the white fruits from her basket onto the coarse cloth. Su Zhang's wife and others went to pick leaves and branches, pushed aside the pile of white fruits, and let them dry in the sun. "Pick out the damaged ones, and the halves can't stay. Should we keep the ones with black spots?"
Just pick them out.
Later, all the white fruits were dumped out, filling the entire threshing yard. "There's chrysanthemum tea over there. Everyone, go have some and rest before heading back," Su Zhang's wife said. The Su family didn't prepare lunch, and told everyone to go home and cook. After eating, they continued gathering white fruits in the afternoon. Su Zhang's wife and third aunt were busy with the white fruits when a group of people approached, asking for some water. "Where are you from? Not locals, right?" Third aunt asked. A man dressed as a Taoist priest replied, "We came here to see the mountains, sent by the elders, to see if these mountains can be turned into good farmland." "Those mountains that could be turned into terraced fields have already been picked out," said Aunt Suzhong. "Taking money and doing tasks for others, whatever the elders call it. We just do it," said one person, and the others remained silent. Seeing them holding compasses and exploration tools, Aunt Suzhong suspected they weren't searching for terraced mountains, but perhaps for feng shui sites or ancestral graves for some important person. She ignored them and offered them a pot of chrysanthemum tea, then continued her own work. "Why does this water have chrysanthemums in it? It tastes bitter but also sweet, not quite like tea, yet it feels like tea," asked the Taoist. Aunt Suzhong lowered her head, picking leaves from a pile of white nuts, and said, "Wild chrysanthemums by the roadside, mixed with a bowl of sugarcane juice. That's the taste now. Poor families can't afford tea leaves. Your white nuts look good, large and shiny. They should sell well," said the Taoist. "You're lucky to say that. These are the first harvest, so they're the best. Who knows what they'll be like next year," replied Aunt Suzhong. The Taoist said, "No reward without effort. Since you've shared this tea, let me do something for you." He waved his sleeves, pushing his hand toward the ground. Leaves mixed with white nuts fluttered up and blew out of the area.
Ah!
Aunt Suzhong and third aunt were so startled they sat down hard, watching the leaves being swept away. Before they could react, those people stood up and left. "An immortal, I saw a real immortal," they whispered. When Aunt Suzhong returned home, she told everyone about it. They were all amazed and hoped to meet this immortal. Shun Lang snorted. "He's not an immortal, just someone skilled in martial arts with deep internal strength. Using his palm power to help a little, anyone can do that. Why don't you go help then?" asked Su Lingyu. "Someone so powerful, I'd like to learn from him." "Don't dream. Taoists don't take female disciples," Shun Lang interrupted her fantasy. "Just learn honestly from me, and one day you'll be able to create wind with your palms." She hadn't even set a date for her apprenticeship, and Shun Lang wasn't in a hurry. He didn't press her. Talking about becoming a disciple was just words. "Mom, I want to hear more," said Mumian, pestering her mother. Aunt Suzhong was happy to tell the story again, this time describing the Taoist more vividly, as if he were right in front of them. While listening, Su Lingyu was captivated. This made Shun Lang furious. He immediately went back to his room, stayed up all night writing internal martial arts manuals. Yawning, he crept into Su Lingyu's room, pulled her out of bed, and demanded she kowtow and become his disciple. Fortunately, she doesn't have a habit of sleeping, or I would really want to punish Shun Lang severely. "Bow your head, and I will pass you this internal energy technique. You are my top disciple under Shun Lang. You must work hard and practice with me every day. Don't slack off for a few days." As she spoke, Shun Lang lifted her up, carried her up the mountain, and pointed out how to practice the technique at the wooden cabin on the summit. She sat cross-legged, placing her hands over her dantian, feeling sleepy. Smack.
Ow!
"That hurts." Shun Lang hit her with a bamboo stick, making her jump and cry out in pain. "I see you have a special talent for martial arts. Don't be lazy. Since you can't sit still, let's practice some moves. Which martial skill would you like to learn? What's available?" "Spears, hammers, bows, crossbows, guns, whips, maces, swords, chains, clubs, axes, cleavers, halberds, spears, cards, sticks, spears, and rakes. Let's learn swordsmanship. All right, you focus on sensing the purple energy, and I will find you a wooden sword." From that moment, Su Lingyu began her martial arts training. Every day after practicing, she would play a tune on her flute. However, her flute playing was so terrible that not only people but even the birds and beasts in the mountains couldn't stand it. Whenever villagers saw a large flock of birds flying away and chickens, ducks, and geese running out of the mountain, they knew Su Lingyu was playing her flute. The first batch of fruits was fully picked. After removing the peels, Su Lingyu distributed wages to them. In 5 days, someone will come to collect the fruits. Each family should send one person to help load the white nuts onto the cart. Someone will come, just give a notice then. Ernyo has gone home. We'll wait a bit longer to help Auntie dry the fruits. We have no money to take, so why should we help her dry the fruits? Don't we want to keep our own rice paddies? Li Lizi tried to pull Ernyo back.
Our own rice paddies are fine.
Why rush? Besides, drying the fruits isn't hard work. We should build a better relationship with Annie. Maybe good things will come to us. Sit under the shade tree and watch the kids while I work. We'll go back together at noon. They didn't need to do anything, so Li Lizi let his son play nearby while he lay under the shade, swinging his legs and enjoying the cool autumn breeze. During the day, the white nuts were dried in the sun, then moved into the mud house at night to be dried with charcoal fire. The whole process took about 8 or 9 days, but they finished in 4 or 5 days. Soon, the harvesters arrived. Fu Sheng and Uncle Tong's carriages arrived simultaneously, with 2 groups of people jostling and pushing each other, as if competing. Didn't I tell you to come tomorrow? She asked Fu Sheng. It is tomorrow, but my wife misses you and wants to visit you. All those carriages and horses belong to her. She rolled her eyes. Is she blind? The empty wooden cart is right there, very obvious. Since you came, let's weigh the fruits together. Have your people come to weigh the harvest. Fu Sheng went to chat with Su Qingqi and village chief Su, then took people to weigh the fruits, trying to get more white nuts from Uncle Tong. With Dad and Big Brother around, she didn't need to help. She just waited to receive the money. Third brother, you look so good. In spring, everything is beautiful. In autumn, the scenery is lovely. Every step offers a new view. I wish I could stay here a few more days. Su Lingyu spread a piece of white cloth on the ground and invited Madame Fu Sheng to sit. Next winter, I will find a carpenter to build a small yard by the mountain spring. No matter when you come, you'll have a place to stay. That's good, Madame Fu Sheng said. Don't wait until winter. Let's do it now. Madame Fu Sheng whispered, General Sun has brought many skilled people. We are about to deal with Snakehead Mountain. The harvest is almost here, so they definitely won't act now. They will wait until after the harvest, when the villagers sell their rice. Once the villagers sell their rice and have money, they can pay taxes and replace forced labor. The last time someone appeared in front of the house was when General Sun brought in the experts. Are we really going to move the mountain? Once the money is ready, we just need people. After the autumn harvest, we'll start immediately. Madame Fu Sheng was eating walnut cookies. Your walnut cookies taste different. Here, they usually steam or boil pastries, but her walnut cookies are baked, so the flavor is naturally different. Su Lingyu picked chrysanthemums to make a flower crown for Madame Fu Sheng and helped her wear it. Are you about to give birth? Giving birth during the new year. This kid exhausted me. Once I have this one, I won't have any more. After eating a couple of crispy cookies, she picked up a baked one. Delicious. How do you make this? What's inside? It's simple. Use high-quality wheat for the dough, sprinkle sesame seeds and beef bits, then bake it in the oven. The method is easy, but the oven is hard to make. Today, I also made roast duck and roast chicken. You should eat less so you have room for lunch. Today, people are coming to help with the move, and they will be paid. But some people, like the second girl's family, don't want money. They just want to eat a meal at the Su family. Li Lizi also enjoys eating at the Su house. Even a pot of porridge cooked there smells wonderful. The Su family's cooking uses plenty of oil, and many people find it very tasty. Even in Su's house, just eating a sweet potato comes with preserved radish or soup. Others' homes don't have this treatment. Come please this way. Welcome to my home, Su Qingqi said as he led people inside and spoke to those in the yard. This is General Sun's visit to see the mountains. He's quite skilled. Uncle Tong also knew one of the guests and went forward to greet him. Among the group, there were 3 spellcasters for guards, and the most noticeable was the person in a Taoist robe. Su Zhang's wife nudged her third son, pointing at one of the Taoists and said, "That's him." He used his wind technique to help us move the leaves. The third son looked at the Taoist. He was strong and healthy with a kind face and looked like a good person. It's rare to see a Taoist who practices martial arts. He wondered who was more powerful, this Taoist or his master. He looked around but didn't see his master, thinking he must be on the mountain with old Master Shinming. Su Zhong went to move the table, and the third son, with his mother, delivered the leftover food. He overheard his chief father say, "Is General Sun planning to move Snakehead Mountain and fill Big Lake?" "Everyone knows now?" the Taoist asked.
"People on the street are talking about it. How could they not know?" Shuchen replied.
Those who didn't know this news pricked up their ears. This was a big deal. One family was an exception, the Li Lotzi family sitting by the door eating. Second girl was feeding her little son, and when she saw Li Lotzi feeding her some meat, she opened her mouth with a smile and ate it happily. She also nudged Li Lotzi with her shoulder. Li Lotzi was feeding his eldest son some porridge, and his wife was giving him rice grains, asking if it was tasty. Seeing the sweet smile from the second girl, he happily ate his porridge. Someone from the spellcasters saw this scene and wanted to go over and say something, but when the food arrived and his stomach growled with hunger, he gave up the idea. "Your cooking is very delicious, better than Fortune Rising Restaurant," the Taoist praised. Su Qingqi boasted shamelessly, "Fortune Rising's chickens, ducks, and geese are bought from us. You could say that their best dishes are learned from us. My little daughter loves to eat and experiment with food. When she cooks porridge, she adds chicken broth. When she eats fish, she not only puts in but also purple perilla." Fortune Rising came over to greet them, introduced himself, and sat with them to talk about food. Behind them, a group discussed feng shui and the story of Tung Mountain. Seeing his master return, he went forward and asked, "Uncle, hasn't he come back?" "He's resting in your wooden hut. I came to get some food. Are there any new dishes today? If they're easy to digest, that would be even better." Prepared and placed in the food box inside the room. Having a disciple or not makes a big difference. He was just thinking about finding something to eat, and his disciple had already prepared it. Truly a good disciple. "Do you know any Taoists in your family?" "My father brought one from outside to eat. He said it was General Sun who invited him to see the mountains. The Taoist inside is the one who helped my mother with the leaves a few days ago. Do you want to go meet him?" After a while, he said, "When I come down from the mountain, I'll have a few more matches with him." He loved fun and knew there was a worthy opponent, so he didn't want to miss the chance. Soon, Shun Lang returned and joined the meal, introducing himself and sitting with them to talk about the martial world. It had been only 2 days since he became a disciple, but Su Lingyu had never heard of their sect's name before. It seemed that the Taiwei sect was not well known, and the sorcerers looked confused.
"What are you talking about?"
"Does the martial world have this name?" Later, she asked her master, "Is our sect called Taiwei sect?"
"Didn't I tell you?"
"When was it founded?" "My master created it himself, on the day I officially became his disciple. I thought of this name while I was in the outhouse." "Pretty good, right?" Su Lingyu thought, "That's too careless." The diners suddenly stopped eating. They saw Shun Lang and the Taoist facing each other, looking like they might fight. Shun Lang moved his hand, and the Taoist responded with a move. They tangled together, testing each other's strength. Shun Lang released his hold and bowed, saying, "Impressive. You're polite. You're younger than me, yet your skills are so good. You're promising for your age. Why did it end without a fight? You don't understand. They are testing internal strength." "What is internal strength?" "I don't know." The common people didn't understand, and even those who didn't know much. Very few people have internal energy. Most ordinary folks never encounter it. It's rare to find skilled fighters with internal strength outside famous sections. Having two in the Su family at once was quite rare. Shun Lang and the Taoist sat down to continue eating. The others raised their cups to praise them, envying their skills. As the sun rose high, everyone finished eating and went outside to relax. Some caught freshwater snails in the water ditch in front of the Su house, some picked chrysanthemums on the mountain trail, and others strolled in the kapok forest. Fu Sheng and Uncle Tong wanted to lead the caravan back, so they couldn't drink much. After a few drinks, they prepared to leave. Su Qingqi and Su Chong personally saw them off and waved goodbye. The Taoists also needed to leave. They still had tasks to complete. But they said they would come again. One of the sorcerers left the group, approached Nyo, and said, "You are in danger of a serious misfortune." "What kind of danger?"
What are you talking about?
Li Lizi was unhappy. The Taoist priest heard the commotion, came over to look, examined Nyo's face, and nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, there is a serious misfortune, a very unlucky sign. Madam, it's best for you to stay home for a while." After hearing this twice, Nyo and Li Lizi became scared. Li Lizi asked, "How can we avoid it?" The first sorcerer, who left the group, said, "No need to worry. Just stay busy working in the village and try not to go out. If you want to resolve it, come to Rengong Lane in the city in a few days. I can help you figure it out." He looked deeply at Nyo, then left with the Taoist priest. The sorcerers said there was no need to worry too much. Li Lizi felt reassured and stayed close to Nyo every day. If anything happened, he could protect her. The harvest was about to begin. Why go out of the village? It's better to stay at home. Autumn is like a box of paints, giving the fields a golden hue. Blessed by autumn, the rice ears bowed shyly, and the leaves of the crops turned scorched at the tips. Every household sharpened their sickles and cleaned the big jars, preparing to store the rice. Some people sneaked out at night to cut rice ears from Su's water fields, mainly just to gather seeds. But even a little theft by each person caused great damage to Su's family. At night, Awang patrolled the fields and often drove away brave intruders. Su Lingyu discussed with her family and decided to harvest early. They found a few honest families to help harvest all the rice from the water fields. When Su Zhong learned that his family was harvesting rice, he also returned from outside the town. First, he wanted his family to save some seeds for him, and second, he wanted to help his family. On the day they stored the grain, General Zhang also came. He was there to witness the miracle. Along with him was General Zhang's wife, who was Mu Mian's mother. Mu Mian's mother's family name was Zhang, and her husband's family name was also Zhang. People in Liangguan City called her Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang was very impressive. She was the highest-ranking lady after Sun General's wife. Her ex-husband's mother-in-law tried to use her status as the grandmother of the children to get close to her. But Madame Zhang refused and drove her away with a stick. The mother-in-law cried on the street, cursed Madame Zhang, but was soon thrown into jail. She stayed there for a month or two and never dared to cause trouble again. Zhang Yilong loved his family deeply. Last year, he brought back his 3 daughters from the Zhang family, making 5 daughters in total with his 2 own children. The Zhang family also managed to have 2 sons in a row to boost their pride. Mrs. Zhang is pregnant with another child, said to be a son. Mrs. Zhang took Su Zheng's hand and said, "Our second daughter is getting married on the 3rd day of next month. Please come and celebrate with us. Thank you for your kindness." Mu Mian loves lively events. This is a good opportunity for her to go out with her father. Su Zhang understood Mrs. Zhang's intention. She probably wanted to see Mu Mian, or she wouldn't have sent the invitation. If it weren't for Mrs. Zhang's good persuasion, the eldest son might not have his current position. In the future, when the eldest son leaves at night, he will need to rely more on General Zhang. Su Zhang deliberately complained, "These 2 girls have no idea where they went. They didn't even come to say hello when you arrived." Third child. The second girl was preoccupied with her own worries. Recently, she hadn't been feeling well. Su Lingyu comforted her. "Once the harvest is over, we can go to the city with the beggar." Liang said, "Your bad luck might be related to a sickle. In the next few days, you might encounter a sickle or maybe this bad luck is because you accidentally cut your hand while harvesting rice. Be careful when you harvest."
Su Lingyu nodded. "Don't worry.
Just be careful yourself." Third child. "Your mother is looking for you," said servant Elung. She asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't she be watching in the rice field? Why is she looking for me?" "Mrs. Zhang is here. She wants to see you and Mu Mian." She put down the grass rope in her hand. "I'll go see her and come back." Mu Mian was playing hide-and-seek with the village children. She still needed to find Mu Mian, tidy up, and then go to meet the guest. When she took Mu Mian down the mountain, many people had already gathered below, waiting for the harvest yield to be announced. "How much grain did we get?" asked Su Zhang of Guan Xiaoping. 390 jin, said Guan Xiaoping. "It's less than last year." Everyone was waiting to see the new number. It turned out to be just over 390 jin. The master was a bit disappointed, but General Zhang encouraged him, telling him to keep working hard. Su Zhang wanted to laugh, but held back. She looked at Mrs. Zhang, who comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. Your family has contributed a lot to the people. The general will remember you. Yes, we will keep working hard." In fact, Su Zhang felt quite at ease. Before planting, someone visited the house secretly at night to warn that the crop yield should not increase further, or it might bring danger to their lives. If it had been anyone else, the Su family might not have paid attention. But the visitor was an aide to General Sun, who told her family not to show off anymore. So, they had to agree. In the past 6 months, they worked hard to ensure the rice grew well without exceeding last season's yield. Now, everything was settled, and their safety and lives were protected. Mrs. Su sighed with relief, then called her 2 daughters. "Third girl, Mu Mian, come here and greet Madame Zhang." If General Zhang could accept her 3 older daughters, why wouldn't Mrs. Zhang take Mu Mian back? But she didn't want to be taken back because she had raised Mu Mian herself. She was truly conflicted. "Hello, madam." The 2 little girls bowed to Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang was happy. She pulled Mu Mian closer and called Su Lingyu over. She asked her, "Have you had any fun lately?" Before Su Lingyu could answer, Mu Mian started talking excitedly. Su Lingyu didn't compete for the conversation and instead let Mu Mian speak freely, allowing her to get closer to Madame Zhang. "All the rice has been harvested, and the total yield is about the same as last year," Su Qingqi said, washing his arms with water. He took the towel from his 3rd brother. "They've all come to reserve. Should we sell everything? Your eldest brother spent hundreds of taels of silver and sent over 200 taels to 2nd brother. We don't lack food or drink at home, but we have no silver coins. What do you need silver for? If you want wine, we brew our own. If you want meat, we preserve our own. If you need to socialize, just catch a few chickens or ducks or fish." Although the family was now wealthy, Mrs. Su still didn't want her son to have money. Mrs. Zhang was even more unwilling for her husband to have money. Over the years, many people whispered that there were countless troubles around her husband. "Keep the money for yourself. The money from selling ginkgo nuts hasn't been divided yet. If you don't have enough silver, you can borrow from me," she said.
Su Chengyi felt helpless.
The richest person in the family wasn't him or his mother, but his 3rd daughter. A grown man asking his daughter for money was inappropriate. "The tea is ready, let's go," he said. Su Qingqi carried a shoulder pole with 2 large jars of chrysanthemum tea, enough to last all morning. Su Lingyu wore a big straw hat and led little 5 behind her. 5-year-old Mu Mian ran happily, following her older brother in front. On a fall morning, the sky is high and blue. A flock of wild geese flies south, sometimes forming a V-shape, sometimes a straight line. In the valley, many villagers have already gathered. They were invited by the Su family to help thresh the rice. Li Dan's family is also there. For a long time in farming history, rice was threshed by hand, and the husks were removed by pounding. To thresh the rice, the entire Su family helped, except for Dean Shinming. They lifted a large oilcloth to reveal the piled rice stalks. Everyone sat on benches beside the pile, took a handful of rice, and pounded and rubbed to separate the grains from the stalks. Li's daughter and Su Lingyu gathered together, talking and laughing. Li Xiaowu and Mian had endless conversations and snacks. Li Ying put aside a handful of rice she finished processing. "Did you finish your embroidery pouch last time?" "Yes," Li Ying replied absent-mindedly. While stomping on the rice stalks with her foot, she asked Li Ying, "What's wrong? Has anyone come to ask for your hand in marriage?" "Quite a few. You know, my family has silkworms. They're precious and fragrant." No one has married yet, and matchmakers come every day. Those who want to marry Xiao Wu are everywhere.
She didn't want to marry.
Without her consent, her family wouldn't arrange a marriage for her. She wasn't worried about herself, but about her friends. In blind marriages, it's easy to meet unkind people. Is there someone you like? Liang nodded slightly. Have you met him? Talked to him? Do you know him? Liang shook her head. I only heard he's the eldest son of Mr. Liu, a private scholar in the city, with an official position, working as a clerk at the government office. My father went to see him and said he's good. Find a chance to meet him and chat, she suggested, also helping her friend check his feelings. Liang lowered her head, her ears turning red. She took a small pouch from her pocket and handed it to her. She thought it was for her and admired it for a moment. It was embroidered with white thread on a blue background, depicting twin lotuses. Isn't it inappropriate to give me this?
She asked.
Liang shyly said, Please give it to your big brother. Su Lingyu suddenly laughed, not feeling embarrassed about the mistake. Only her family had 2 radishes, more suitable for Liang. It wasn't wrong for Liang to like the big radish. All right, I'll give it to him and ask about his feelings, she agreed. Liang blushed and kept her head down, working silently. Su Lingyu looked outside and saw Su Zhong busy and friendly with the villagers, chatting happily. Since returning to the academy, the big girl often goes out with her father to handle affairs, meet people, and observe situations. She has become more mature through experience. Next to her, Liang, only 13, has a prominent chest. In a couple of years, she will be able to marry and become a mother. Living God, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Su Qingqi, with sharp eyes, noticed the group of Taoists.
Thank you.
We need to cross this mountain to reach Nuishan. We're looking for a villager to guide us, said the Taoist. You're really lucky. In our village, Lao Fu is a skilled hunter. He knows all the mountain paths around here, Su Qingqi called Lao Fu. Lao Fu agreed and said he could lead the Taoists there. Thank you, sir. The Taoist took a few steps, then saw someone not moving and called out, Qinyong, aren't you coming? I'm coming. Qinyong looked at the 2 girls again, then turned and hurried to catch up. That Taoist keeps staring at the second girl. Could it be a sign of trouble for her? Liang asked. Su Lingyu couldn't explain the strange feeling. The Taoist's gaze on the girl seemed like examining her face, but it didn't quite fit. She couldn't figure out what was strange about it. She looked back at the rice she was holding, rubbing her hands until they ached. She kicked the rice with her foot, but that wasn't a good way. She needed to find a way to make a threshing machine. The problem was, she was born and raised in the city. Although she had a farm and grew rice before, she had never seen a threshing machine. The rice harvesters are large machines, and she didn't understand how they worked. She knew she couldn't build one here. She needed to find a craftsman to study it. After resting for a while, she took a bag and put the rice into it. What's that? Someone asked. Just wait and see. I don't know if this will work, but I'll try first, she said. She tied the bag, pushed it forward, and then used a stick to hit and move it. Third brother, what are you doing? Washing clothes? Someone nearby asked with a smile. No, just hitting the rice like washing clothes. Maybe it will be faster. She and Liang took turns. Cotton and Li Xiao found it fun and ran over to grab her sister's stick, hitting the bag. Not satisfied, they even sat on it and pretended to ride a horse. Su Xiao also found it fun and ran over to join in. Girls, this is food, not your horse, said Aunt Su Zhang, getting up and taking away their toy. Unraveling the ropes, the rice stalks were poured out, but most of the grains fell off during the process. Someone realized it's easier to thresh the grains if you put them in a sack. Su Zhong picked up a sack and checked for wear. It seems simple, but it's actually not easy. Using a sack like this wears it out. Sacks are valuable, and they don't want to waste them. Those who wanted to thresh grains with sacks gave up this idea. Su Zhong went to Su Lingyu and asked, Do you have any other methods that are faster and better for threshing grains? Nothing. Brother, you're a scholar. Haven't you seen tools for threshing grains in books? Su Zhong sat down nearby, rubbing the rice stalks while thinking. He watched Ling toss the rice stalks and use a banging method to knock off the grains. Suddenly, he had an idea. He took Xiao Si and went somewhere, returning with a large broom made from branches. He spread out the rice stalks, and Gao Xiaoping used the broom to beat them on the ground, making a pat-pat sound. Pat-pat. Pat-pat. Stop. At Su Zhong's signal, everyone gathered to look. They saw that after a few strikes, most of the grains had fallen off, but some stubborn grains still clung to the stalks, needing to be removed by hand. Everyone praised Su Zhong's good idea, except Su Lingyu, who remained indifferent. She thought threshing grains this way was already used in the north for wheat, nothing new. People who lack strength in their waist find it hard to swing the broom. There's a need to invent a more labor-saving threshing machine to free up people's energy and give them more time for other work. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. A group of people worked all day and finally threshed the rice. A few more days of drying, and they could sell the grain. High-yield rice would stay in the city to be sold as seeds. The fragrant rice was consumed by a small group. People with status and wealth naturally want to eat well. This fragrant rice not only tastes good, but is also healthier. Nighttime urination became less frequent, constipation decreased, and people looked younger. Who wouldn't want to stockpile fragrant rice? In the evening, 3 people sat together washing their feet. Su Zhong was the first to put his feet in the basin, followed by Su Lingyu, and Mu Mian placed her feet into her sister's basin. They playfully poked at each other's legs and splashed water. Mu Mian's small feet stepped on her sister's feet. When she saw her sister's foot about to step on her, she quickly dodged, trying to avoid her sister while also trying to step on her. While playing with Mu Mian, Su Lingyu quietly whispered to De Lang, "Did you know Liang is going to get engaged?" Su Chong was a bit surprised. "Are you getting engaged?" "Yes, Li Yongji has obtained an official position, and Li Er was recommended by the village chief to work under General Sunday Liang, and Li Xiao have become quite popular. Everyone wants to marry her and bring good luck to their families." Seeing De Lang rubbing his foot and hiding his face, she teased, "You're 15 now. Mother and Grandma are choosing a bride for you. After the harvest, they plan to take you to meet the girl's family. Liang is a hardworking girl. Why didn't you think of asking her? Both families grew up together, and you know her well. She also understands you, so maybe you'll get along better." Su Lingyu spoke without looking at De Lang's face. She felt the mood was a bit strange and was waiting for De Lang to say something, but he remained silent. Maybe there's a chance for them, so she decided to give De Lang some time to think. She grabbed Mu Mian's little foot. "You still want to run away?" Hee black. She washed Mu Mian's feet with her foot. "Have you washed your hands?" "Yes." "Rub them yourself. If they're not clean, you can't go to bed." Mu Mian rolled up her sleeves and bent down to wash her feet properly. Su Lingyu took a small pouch from her pocket and handed it to De Lang. "This is for you. Liang asked me to give it to you." Su Chong hesitated for a moment before taking the pouch and stuffing it into his pocket, looking around. "Good girl, you just try to test me. You're trying to trick me." Su Chong flicked water from his foot onto her face. Stop, that's dirty." Seeing her brother bullying her sister, Mu Mian also joined in to tease her. Su Lingyu dodged left and right, unable to escape. She lifted her foot and took off her shoe from the basin. "Mother, look, they're naughty. They're bullying me." Su Zong looked at her children happily. They should be punished. They don't wash their feet properly and love playing with water. Su Chong wiped his feet, put on his shoes, and picked up Mu Mian. "Put on your shoes. I'll take you back to your room." Mu Mian was carried by her brother and floated in the air. Fly, fly. Su Lingyu finished washing her feet and went to Xin Ming and Xin Lang's room. She couldn't find her master and set down the tea. "Uncle, will the master come back tonight?" Xin Ming was flipping through a book. "Today I received a letter saying that the third brother is in trouble and needs to go quickly. He might not return in a month or half a month. He told me to tell you to practice your skills diligently and wait for his return for evaluation." "All right." Her master was really busy. "The hot water in the kitchen is ready. Do you want to take a bath or just wash your feet?" "Let's wash our feet. I see the wooden house is already smoked and ready." Let Suzhong find a good day to move my clothes and books inside. Moving there will make it easier for me to write my books. I've already arranged for a servant and a young apprentice. Food supplies come from here, and you'll need to pay the servants' wages. What do you think? That's fine. I'm not at the end of my rope yet. Su Lingyu nodded, then turned to find Suzhong, telling him to take good care of the head of the household. She's not good at taking care of people. The Su family's rice paddies have been harvested. Each household is now gathering their own rice. Although their yield isn't as high as Su's, they can compare with the villagers. Everyone is working hard to harvest, watching each other's harvests, trying to see who has the best yield per acre. Adults and children are helping in the fields. Adults bend down to cut the rice stalks, while children carry the rice on their backs along the field ridges. Su Lingyu brought 2 lounge chairs and lay under the shade of a tree in the grain yard, squinting as she listened to the cheerful sounds of harvest. Being called to dry the grain is just an excuse to make her sleep. She's lazier than cotton, not really drying grain. Even so, no one comes to wake her up. The children can't play with her, the adults are busy, and the Su family is especially indulgent. As the sun moves west, many people start bringing the rice stalks back to dry in the yard. They tell the children to watch their own piles and then go back to the fields. Su Lingyu gets up, drinks some chrysanthemum tea, swings her legs, and picks up her storybook to read. Have you seen Ernyo? Have you seen Ernyo? Li Lizzie runs up to Su Lingyu. Do you know where Ernyo went? No, maybe she went home to fetch water.
Impossible.
I went back, and she wasn't home, Li Lizzie says. Maybe she took a shortcut, and you took the main road, so you missed each other. Li Lizzie gets more anxious. We've looked everywhere. From the fields to the house, we've searched all around, but Ernyo is nowhere to be found. How can a person just disappear? It's so frustrating, Li Lizzie exclaims, eager to find her and ask where she went. Don't worry, Li Lizzie. Maybe Ernyo is in the outhouse, someone suggests. Ernyo is like his eye, and now that her eye is missing, he's worried. He must find her immediately. Someone please help me look for her. If you see Ernyo, tell her to come find me quickly, Li Lizzie says as he leaves hurriedly. Third Aunt shakes her head and laughs. Li Lizzie is so nervous. He watches Ernyo all the time, can't be apart from her even for a moment. And Ernyo doesn't seem to mind. Luckily, it was Ernyo. If it had been another girl, she would have caused a big fuss. Servant Alan said, that's true friendship, husband and wife, like a balance scale and weight. Ernyo is so pretty, of course, we must watch her closely. If someone takes her away, Li Lizzie would lose out. People carrying loads into the valley heard their conversation, wiped their sweat, and laughed, saying, he has 2 sons now. He's not losing out. I think Li Lizzie has gained a lot. They didn't take Ernyo's disappearance seriously and just went on with their work. Su Lingyu remembered the saying about a disaster of blood and worried about Ernyo. She called Servant Agwe, saying, go help find her. Maybe Li Lizzie missed some clues. Okay. She sent someone to look, then lay down to rest. Ernyo was a hardworking and clever girl, easy to get along with. Helping her was the right thing to do. But she didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Even by late afternoon, they hadn't found Ernyo. At this point, everyone realized how serious it was. They all left their fields and started searching for her. Agwe rode to Ernyo's mother's house. They searched everywhere, but couldn't find Ernyo. Li Lizzie looked like a lost child, sitting on the ground with blank eyes, stunned. People went to 3 different exits to look for her, but none returned with news. Those who did come back said they hadn't found her. The village chief organized the villagers to search through the fields and up the hills. The men went home to get torches, lanterns, and oil lamps. They spread out from the village, calling Ernyo. Ernyo, where are you? Ernyo? Ernyo, your son is calling you. Ernyo, Li Lizzie is looking for you. Ernyo, where are you? They're anxious. Long calls echoed from the mountainside to the small river. As the last light disappeared into the sky, night fell dark. The men lit their lanterns and torches. First one, Then a large group moved outward, climbing the hills. In the fields, marshes, hills, and forests, lanterns and torches lit up the entire mountain. Su Lingyu stood at her door, feeling her heart sink. The more she couldn't find Ernyo, the more afraid she became, afraid something had happened to her. Hum hum hum. Ah Wang returned. It shook its head and wobbled as it walked, looking very uncomfortable. Seeing it, she was furious. Where have you been? When I need you, you're not around, and I don't want you to keep circling around every day. Second girl is missing. Please go help find her. I lightly tap her head, but she doesn't respond and suddenly collapses, then starts to.
Awang, Awang?
Mom, come quickly, Awang has fallen. Su Zong and Aunt 3 rush out of the house. What happened to Awang? Could he have been poisoned? Some people like to eat dog meat, and there are those who steal dogs to sell. Thieves often use poison to do this. What if he's poisoned? We need to give him stomach treatment. But there's no soap, no soapy water, and no milk. How can we wash his stomach? There's no choice but to pour salt water into his stomach. A bowl of spring salt water is poured in, but Awang doesn't react. Aunt 3 lifts Awang's belly and pats it, and finally he vomits. But he only vomits water, no poison. Shinming looks at Awang's injuries. He was hit with fists, probably hurt his internal organs. Doing this might make his injuries worse. Aunt 3 is afraid to induce more vomiting. What should we do? Big sister, will Awang die? Mu Mian chokes up.
She hugs Mu Mian.
No, Awang is strong. He won't die. Awang has injuries. We need to treat his wounds. Hope he can stand up again. She takes Mu Mian to get the medical kit. There's no medicine here for internal injuries, only spring water. She pours a bowl of spring water mixed with medicine and feeds it to Awang. She pulls out a small piece of cloth from between his teeth, and Su Zhang looks at it. Fine cloth, this murderer has money but chooses to steal dogs instead of enjoying delicacies. Su Lingyu strokes Awang's head. His weak breath gradually strengthens, showing the medicine is working. We need to shave his fur and apply medicine, Shinming reminds. After shaving the clearly injured areas, they find that Awang has more wounds. His back is full of bruises. Even shaving causes him pain, and he whines. Outside, there's noise. Someone has found him. Everyone rushes out to see what's happening, eager to know about second girl. Standing outside the yard, they hear Li Lizi's loud crying and Li Po's curses from the mountain below.
Su Lingyu feels heartbroken.
Second girl was such a good girl, hardworking and capable. Just a little sunshine made her smile brightly. What a good girl she was, gone just like that. Probably was violated and lost her innocence. Those who have suffered greatly often hurt the poor. Su Zhang's heart softened, and she couldn't bear to listen further. Thinking of Ernyo's suffering, she felt tears well up. Li Lizi's heartbreaking crying made listeners feel sad, and kind-hearted people shed tears. How can people live like this? During busy farming times, some troublemakers come. You must watch the little children and the young girl. Su Li shoot her grandchildren away. Don't run around everywhere, especially near the kapok tree.
Sanner, you must keep a close eye on them.
Unable to sleep in bed, she stared at the canopy in a daze, feeling sad about Ernyo's tragic experience. She didn't know how much time passed before footsteps sounded outside in the yard. They had returned. Someone asked, "How was it?" Father said it was ruined. In the grass by the mountain stream, where the grass is tall and sugarcane blocks the way, travelers find it hard to see.
Li Lizi. Sigh.
No more talking about it. You should go back to sleep. Talking about this made her too sad, and Su Qingqi didn't want to continue. Su Lingyu withdrew her attention, looked up at the tent ceiling and sighed, then pulled the quilt to prepare for sleep. Worried that Awang might be unwell, she got up early. Third, and was just about to grind soy milk. Sanner, not sleep a little longer? She waved her hand and dressed quickly, heading to Awang's doghouse. Awang's condition had improved a lot, as if she had passed the dangerous period, which made her feel relieved. Suddenly, the door to Su's main room creaked open. While fixing her hair, she asked, "How is Awang?" "Much better than last night." She fed Awang some spiritual spring water, then handed the herbal mixture she had prepared to the mortar, pounded it, and applied it to Awang. Su Zhong lifted his sister's hair. "Why didn't you come out after washing up?" Her red headband had no elasticity. She found it troublesome to style her hair into a bun, so she simply tied it up and left the room. Su Zhong crouched nearby. He wondered if Awang's injury and Ernyo's incident might be connected. He couldn't think of the answer right now, and decided to look for evidence. He patted Awang's head, and then stood up to leave. Guan Xiaopeng saw the young master leave and hurriedly wiped his face before chasing after him. Is practicing cultivation just about drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth? Not exactly. But her practice was about strengthening her body. She got up to stretch her muscles, practiced a set of fancy moves, and a sword technique before heading down the mountain. He met Delang, who looked dejected and gloomy. He also noticed mud on his shoes and mist in his hair, guessing where Delang had been returning from. "Delang can't let go? Are you still frightened by what happened last night?"
Su Zhong looked at Sanner.
Sanner was under 9 years old. Telling her about Ernyo's death would scare her, so it's better not to say anything. Let them live happily, and without worries. "Since you're visiting this place again, did you find any clues?" "This morning I was feeling inspired, so I just wandered around." "You don't need to hide anything from me. I know everything I should, and even some things I shouldn't. I know more about what's happening in the family than you do," she said. She stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Delang. "Did you just go to the place where Ernyo died?"
"Shonari."
"I didn't want to tell you at first, but since you asked, I will tell you a little." He whispered. Ernyo went home to get rice porridge. The clay jars and pots were still on the ground, but there are marks of dragging and fighting behind them. She was taken in by someone she knew, and then something bad happened. The footprints on the ground, based on how Ernyo died, suggest the attacker was very strong, able to break her limbs. I thought Awang might be involved in her death, but today I checked, and there was no dog hair or paw prints. If we want to investigate, we should start with Li Lizi and the villagers.
"Help me with something. Tell me."
"I want you to ask Mother what she thinks about Liang." She paused and looked at Delang, smiling softly. "Mother and Yunyang are close. Naturally, she hopes they become a family. She's worried about your feelings and fears that if the two families don't unite, it might turn into a feud, so she hasn't told you. Since you brought it up, this matter will surely succeed." Su Zhong's ears turned red, and his face felt warm. When he talked about his marriage with Sanner, he was surprisingly shy and awkward, not as confident as he seemed. It made him look more like a woman. He looked at Sanner a few more times, curious how she managed to speak about marriage so casually. People say no girl is without feelings of love, but when it comes to his sister, it's completely different. Looking back at everything, Sanner was more like an elder than a sister. It's truly strange. "Let's go back. Our family is probably looking for us." In the morning light, the brother and sister left the mountain path and headed toward their home. Before entering, they saw Li Lizi and his brothers asking to borrow money. They wanted to buy a coffin to bury Ernyo, since she had given Li's family 2 sons. Li Lizi, who seemed lost in his own world, was holding Ernyo and couldn't move. He had no strength left to handle her funeral. Grandma Li, crying loudly with her grandson, also couldn't do anything. "Are you going to report this to the officials?"
she asked.
"Reporting to the authorities? It's useless. The officials can't find the culprit, and we waste money for nothing." Once, during a heavy rain, the flood submerged the fields and reached the doorstep. The villagers all moved to the hillside to stay. Dong's daughter was silenced and kept inside a tent. The murderer left behind a piece of clothing. Dong's family took the evidence to report to the officials, but the constable couldn't find the culprit. What's the point of reporting? It's just a waste of money. Guji Su Sanner is a young girl, so he didn't mention the dirty details. Now is the busy farming season. Every family is working in the fields. Girls, you must not run around. Things were different before, but now outsiders know this place produces a lot of grain and think there are many rich people here. Thieves and kidnappers are coming here. You must be careful. Su Ling nodded to show she wouldn't wander off. Su Zhong went with him to see him off and also stopped by Li Lizie's house to help. Su Zheng's wife was worried the thieves wouldn't leave, so she kept Mu Mian and Xiao Wu confined at home. Mu Mian and Xiao Wu played happily in the yard, chasing each other. She sat on a stool beside her mother, helping peel white rice beans. "Grandma, have you embroidered any small bags recently?" Su Zheng's hands paused while peeling beans, listening to Sanner. "I saw that Delang's bag was brand new, embroidered with a tall, elegant lotus flower in the pond. Did Grandma sew it, or did Mother buy it?" "Grandma hasn't embroidered in a long time, and Mother hasn't gone to town to buy small bags."
Could it be
Delang has a secret crush? She put the peeled rice beans into a basket. "Who knows? I saw Li Ying embroidering a small bag a few days ago." Su Zheng's wife smiled at first, then looked annoyed. "Just tell me directly if you have something to say. Why hide it and hint around? The older you get, the less honest you become." "I don't want to hide either, but the writer needs to fill the pages. Since Delang is interested, I'd better find a matchmaker quickly before someone else does," she said hurriedly as she went outside. She picked up the basket, shook it to see if there were many beans left, and then washed the beans. "Today we'll have bean and taro sticky rice, with some preserved roasted pork. How does that sound?"
Mu Mian jumped happily.
Sounds good, sounds good. Right here, this is the place." A strange voice came from outside. Mu Mian ran to the yard gate to look, then turned to her sister and said, "A guest has arrived." "A guest? Where did they come from?" She looked at Shunming. Shunming shook his head, indicating he didn't know, and packed up the tea set and books to hide in the mountains. "Mu Mian, you and Uncle go to the spring at the wooden hut." She drove away the cotton tree and continued washing beans, waiting for guests to arrive. "Young master, please come in. That's the owner of that dog." A Wang saw someone outside the door, reluctantly got up, showed his teeth, and growled as if to bark at the person. Su Lingyu looked carefully and saw a young man stepping into the yard, wearing black shoes, a blue silk robe, with his hair and a jade hairpin, with a white face and red lips.
"Who are you?"
She put down her basket and stood up to ask. Someone came out beside her and pointed at a Wang, saying, "Is this dog yours?"
"Yes.
Yesterday, my young master passed through Dongtu village. Your dog suddenly ran out and tried to bite him. Look, it tore his clothes. Does a Wang really have nothing to do with Ernyo's death? It seems trying to find a reason from a Wang is not going to work. A Wang has been with us for about a month. I often train him. He rarely bites or barks without reason. If you hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't bite randomly." "Oh, so you're saying it's my fault first?" The young master looked around the house and then at Su Lingyu. "If you want to protect your family, you need strength. Go find your elders to settle this." The young master sat at a table under the shade, trying to cross his legs, but couldn't get his legs up properly. After a few attempts, he finally managed to sit with his legs crossed. He coughed a little awkwardly, supported himself on the table, and played with the sword in his hand. "Go find your elders." This girl wants to imitate a brave man, but the more she tries, the less she succeeds. Instead, it makes her reveal her gender. Since she wants to learn, Su Lingyu decided to play along. "The matters in this house, I can decide. You need to clarify your words so I can help you." "Ha, just a little girl. Go find your elders." The young master looked down on the girl. He picked up a teapot, saw it was chrysanthemum tea, and didn't want to try it. "Since you can come here, you must have heard others' words. Do you know there are 3 things in my house that you must not provoke?" The bright-eyed, white-toothed young master looked curious. "What are those 3? A white-feathered rooster, a tall brown dog, and a stubborn donkey that won't eat tender grass."
"What's special about them?"
the young master asked. "Look at that rooster. Even though it's 2 zhang away, it can fly up and scratch your face. See that donkey? It's in the shed, but if it breaks free and charges, it can knock down your guards and come right to you." The young master didn't believe it, but the guards had already become alert. 2 of them moved closer to the young master, ready to protect him if anything happened. Su Lingyu looked at the rooster. She doesn't believe it. Show her your claws. The rooster on the haystack spread its wings and flapped twice, its round eyes fixed on the enemy. After a few, it jumped down, puffed out its chest, and strode confidently to Su Lingyu's feet. In front of this young master, the rooster performed a proud stance, then stretched lazily. Its eyes sneered at the enemy as it proudly walked toward Awang, jumping onto his head to perch. Wow, amazing! The rooster can do that. That's because I want to tell you that I can fully decide about Awang, Su Lingyu said. Today, I came to ask for an explanation from your family. Either you kill this dog or pay compensation. No way. Go to Dongtu village and ask around. Many people saw your dog run out and bite someone. Don't be rude. Do you know who my young master is? He's the nephew of General Sunday. Not arresting you and questioning you at the government office is already showing you respect, said a servant. The young master haughtily lifted his head, showing his noble status. Bring that dog back.
No.
The young master glared at Su Lingyu. If you don't let us take it, we'll kill it and take it away. How much do you want?
Su Lingyu asked.
Su Li, carrying a basket, was returning home. She looked at the visitor as she walked. Who is this young lady? You're blind if you can't see. She's my young master.
Su Li isn't angry.
Whose young master is this? Coming to this small door? A servant said, he's the nephew of General Sun, young Master Jin. Su Lingyu pulled her grandmother aside and told her about Awang biting someone.
Su Li looked unhappy.
Awang is very obedient and never bites anyone on purpose. Are you trying to? Nonsense. My young master is very noble. He doesn't eat dog meat, not even drink dog soup. It was your dog that ran out and hurt someone. If we hadn't reacted quickly, my young master might have been injured. Then you wouldn't be standing here talking. If you don't believe it, go ask around. Many villagers saw it yesterday. They can testify. Either kill this dog and vent for my young master, or pay compensation. A group of servants was very arrogant, using their power and status to bully others. They completely ignored the Su family as if they were elephants looking down on ants. Mrs. Su Li looked at her third son, wondering which option he should choose. Awan was not acceptable. He could only be paid to leave. Su Lingyu said, "You are also respected people. You shouldn't be so greedy or insult General Sun's reputation. This garment is made of fine cloth with silk trim, worth only a few silver coins. For General Sun's sake, I will pay 5 taels of silver." 10 taels, said young Master Jin, smiling while touching his sword. 10 taels? No, this outfit isn't worth that much. Mrs. Su Li was very unwilling to pay 10 taels. 10 taels is too much, said young Master Jin's servant. Yesterday, you scared my young master quite a bit. That 10 taels wouldn't even buy a calming herbal soup. 10 taels is already cheap. Hurry up and give the money. My grandson works in the capital, and my eldest grandson works under General Zhang. My son has submitted a new farming technique to General Sun, who personally awarded us a plaque that says, "Diligent and virtuous family." Our family is a noble, but we're not easy to bully either. Mrs. Su Li was firm, saying she wouldn't give them money and even brought out her family connections. She took the sword, stood up, and looked at Mrs. Su Li, saying, "Uncle is out patrolling the border. He hasn't returned in over a month. If you want to ask him for help, you'll have to ride 4 days and 4 nights." Hearing this, the brave Mrs. Su Li softened. Her biggest support was gone. She had no strength left to fight. "If you won't pay, just give me that rooster, and this debt is settled." "No," Mian Mian said, refusing. She ran to her grandmother, holding her grandmother's leg. "Don't send away the rooster. Just pay the money," urged Su Lingyu. 10 taels? That could buy 100 roosters. "Fine, take it." Mrs. Su Li refused to pay and hurried to catch the rooster. "No, Wawa!" Mian Mian cried loudly. Su Lingyu went to hold her grandmother, saying, "Pay the money. Pay the money. Pay the money. Do you have that much?" They clearly came to pick a fight. "If we pay this time, they'll come again next time. How many times can we keep paying? If she comes again, she'll ask for 100 taels. Will you give it?" These young family members are tightly controlled at home and short on money. They keep thinking of ways to ask us for money. If we refuse, they might cause more trouble. Mrs. Suli pushed her aside, found a chicken coop, placed the rooster inside, and took it to young Master Jean. Young Master Jean, I'll agree this time. If there's a next time, I will write a letter to let the second grandson inform General Sansun to write to him. He's not strict with discipline, allowing his relatives to bully others and oppress officials and their families. I'm not unreasonable. Since you've apologized, let's forget this matter. We're leaving. Young Master Jean happily left. Is young Master Jean really that easy to talk to? Seeing his smile, Su Lingyu felt something was wrong. After thinking carefully, she realized something was off. Grandma, I think Miss Jean is probably after the rooster. She's just making trouble to get the rooster. What does she want? Who cares what she wants? As long as she doesn't bother our family, that's fine. Su Lingyu put her worries aside. The rooster was taken away, and what she wanted to do was someone else's business now. She squatted down to pet Ah Wang's head. Ah Wang lay down sadly. Ah Wang, why did you bite someone? Ah Wang couldn't answer. She didn't hear the cotton trees crying, which was strange, so she turned to look. Cotton Tree was no longer in the yard. Cotton Tree? Where did Cotton Tree go? She left through the back door and went to the back mountain to cry, Mrs. Suli said. She went to the back mountain to find Cotton Tree. Xin Ming was teaching Xiao Wu to write. He said Cotton Tree hadn't returned after leaving. She followed the mountain trail down to the foot of the mountain. She didn't hear Cotton Tree crying and kept walking until she reached the chicken coop. Uncle A. Sean, who looked after the chickens, said he hadn't seen Cotton Tree. She asked Uncle A. Sean to pick out 2 handsome roosters for Cotton Tree to take home and raise. The big fool who raised geese and the second fool who raised ducks argued with her again, pulling her to talk about interesting things happening recently in the duck and goose houses. It took nearly half an hour to reach the mountain pass. Standing by the trail, she called for Cotton Tree. Stop calling, stop calling. Dr. Wu Liangyong, carrying a box, ran over and said your Cotton Tree ran away with someone. Ran away? What are you talking about? When Wu Liangyong came closer, he said, I came from Li Lizi's house and was heading to the city. Outside the village, I saw Cotton Tree holding a big rooster and sitting in someone else's carriage. I asked her where she was going, but she was crying and ignored me. This girl has some courage. Thank you for telling me. I need to find her. She's in a carriage and you're walking. How can you catch up? You should go get a carriage. The horses had been taken out by her father to go to the city to discuss rice with Wang Long. Suzhong's horse is still there and can be used. Are you going to the city? Why not ride with my carriage? Su Lingyu went back and told Dasha to find her father. Then she rode into the city in a carriage. She asked Wu Liangyong, where is Nyo buried? On Sanhui Mountain, nearly Lizi's father's grave. Agui was busy, so Guan Xiaopeng came back. He drove the carriage to take her into the city. Those are the Jean family people holding chickens. They are probably going to fight chickens. I know where that place is, Wu Liangyong said. Once inside the city, guided by Wu Liangyong, Su Lingyu and others arrived at a house. Many men and women came and went, some together, some alone. Faint cheers came through the wall. Inside, they were either fighting chickens or dogs.
Su Lingyu understood.
It wasn't that Ah Wang was deliberately provoking Jean Young Master, but that Jean Young Master heard about Ah Wang and wanted to catch it to bet on fights. Unexpectedly, Ah Wang got hurt, and Jean Young Master then decided to fight with a rooster. Not only did she hurt Ah Wang, but she also took the rooster, which was very frustrating. The small gate of the house was guarded by 2 strong men. Su Lingyu asked, has Jean Young Master arrived? The man looked at the girl, about 8 or 9 years old, then glanced at the black carriage and Wu Liangyong. He said, this is not a place for you. Go home. Whether I can come here or not is not for you to decide, Su Lingyu said, pulling out a small silver piece and tossing it to the man. She then walked straight into the house, and the man did not stop her. Wu Liangyong was curious. He had never been to such a lively place before, so he followed inside to see what was happening. Jean Young Master left Sue's house happily with a proud rooster. Unexpectedly, a little child ran out halfway. The child was quite remarkable. She cried twice and called out twice, causing the rooster in the cage to flap wildly. It almost broke out of the cage. The child couldn't be scared away, and she was the fourth miss of Sue's family. Since you don't want it to leave, I'll give it to you. But you must help me win 3 days of matches, she said. Mumion didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. She held the proud rooster and sat quietly in the carriage. Jean Young Master directly took her to the entertainment house. Look, this is a male rooster I specially found. Don't be fooled by its size. Its claws are very fierce. Jean Eyre, you still dare to come here? Aren't you afraid of losing badly like the other day? If I were afraid of losing, I wouldn't come. Jean Young Master waved his hand, telling Mumion to put the rooster down. A small cotton tree held a rooster tightly, afraid to let go. But in the end, someone snatched it away. The rooster was placed into a fighting ring. She pulled on the fence gate and loudly asked, "What are you going to do?" What are they going to do? Of course, it's a cockfight. They didn't care who Su Muxian was. They simply put the champion rooster into the ring, rang the bronze bell, and announced, "Ready, start." 2 people nearby held bamboo sticks, provoking and encouraging the roosters to fight. The challenger rooster stepped forward first. The rooster raised and pecked at the opponent, a strong bird raised on spiritual spring crops, not weak at all. It pecked out the opponent's eye, then flapped its wings and flew up, stepping on the opponent's neck. The losing rooster struggled fiercely under the weight. The champion rooster had to let go, flew away from the ring, and stood on the fence. It suddenly charged again, knocking the weaker rooster into the air. Now, the champion dominated the arena alone. Spectators cheered, but they were all startled by how fierce and strategic the champion rooster was. Someone praised it, and others cheered loudly to encourage the rooster. The rooster looked proud and dismissive of the people around the ring, standing still on the platform. Truly a mighty rooster, defeating its opponent in one move. Come on, second match. The champion will fight the Golden Phoenix. Place your bets, place your bets. I bet on the Golden Phoenix. I'm betting on the Golden Phoenix. I'm betting on the champion rooster. Golden Phoenix has won 10 times in a row. Betting on it is better. More people bet on the Golden Phoenix than on the champion rooster. The Golden Phoenix was not an ordinary fighting bird. From the start, it showed hostility toward the champion rooster. Instead of attacking first, it provoked the opponent with its voice. The rooster couldn't stand the provocation and tried to peck at the Golden Phoenix, but its opponent was not the previous weak bird. No matter how many times it flapped, it was avoided. Not only was it avoided, but the opponent also seized the chance to attack, pecking at the champion's feathers. The champion rooster grew bolder, changing its attack method to use its claws to scratch the Golden Phoenix's face. After being dodged, it suddenly flew onto the Golden Phoenix's back. Its claws sank into the feathers on the phoenix's back, and its beak grabbed the phoenix's tail feathers. A thin rooster was pressed down by a fat one, and it sat down under the weight. But the Golden Phoenix, experienced in battle, quickly threw off the champion rooster. The phoenix pursued and pecked at the rooster's neck. The champion rooster cried out in pain. Spectators cheered happily, excited by this thrilling fight. Cotton was frightened and cried because she didn't realize that fighting chickens could be so dangerous. Her beloved rooster had a piece of skin torn from its neck and was pecked into a colorful bird. "Stop fighting, I won't fight anymore." "No more fighting the rooster," she shouted through tears. Unfortunately, the rooster was in a wild, aggressive state and didn't listen to her words. The cheers of the crowd drowned out her crying. "Go, Golden Phoenix. Cluck, cluck, Golden Phoenix. Rooster, rooster, rooster." When Su Lingyu entered the fighting arena, the rooster had already fought 3 times, winning 2 and losing 1. It lost to the Golden Phoenix. When she arrived, the fight had just ended. The rooster's beautiful feathers were messy, and it had injuries on its neck. But it was still lively and full of fighting spirit. Young Master Jean was very proud, pointing at the rooster his subordinate was holding. We lost one today, but tomorrow we will come back. The golden phoenix will definitely be defeated. The spoiled young man laughed happily. That's right. We'll fight again tomorrow. Make sure to bring enough silver coins tomorrow, or you might lose all your money, said young Master Jean happily. Come on, everyone, let's go have some drinks. Second brother Jean, where did your rooster come from? Do you still have more? That's none of your business. Just watch the fights. They all surrounded young Master Jean and left. Su Lingyu pulled Cotton up from the ground. It's dangerous to sit here. If they step on you, you might get hurt or broken bones. Big sister, the rooster. Boo-hoo. She took out a handkerchief to wipe Cotton's face. It doesn't want to go back anymore. Just leave it here. It's its choice. I found 2 golden roosters at the chicken farm, and you can choose one to raise in the yard. Cotton trembled and couldn't breathe properly.
But.
Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo.
She cried for a long time. Su Lingyu was about to leave with Cotton when a young man dressed in a moon-white silk and fine linen robe stopped her. Miss, please wait. Just now, you said that rooster belongs to your family. Is that true? Do you still have such roosters at home? Yes, I do, but none as mighty as this one today. My family lives in Dongquan Village, Lingyu Mountain Villa. If you want, you can send someone to buy it. She held Cotton's hand and prepared to leave. Xiaopeng followed closely behind her, blocking the view of those behind her. Dr. Wu Liangyong watched the scene happily and then went to another courtyard to see more, where he met the sorcerer Qinyong. The sorcerer was feeling proud and confident, standing beside a beautiful woman. Behind him, servants carried trays filled with either silver or copper coins. What caught Wu Liangyong's attention most was not the shiny silver coins, nor the voluptuous courtesan. Qinyong noticed Wu Liangyong and looked at him with disdain. You, a doctor carrying a medicine box, not seeing patients, just here for fun? Wu Liangyong bent down and kneeled. It's because I heard you're good at fortune-telling and wanted to ask for a face reading, he said, then looked up and stared at Qinyong. You, Qinyong snorted coldly after glancing at Wu Liangyong. You look like a poor beggar, always eating taro and rice until you're about to die. Go away. Don't spoil the mood. Yes, I'll leave right away. On the way back, she didn't scold Mu Mian but told her stories, making up tales about kidnapping to scare her. She didn't curse her, but when they got home, her mother and grandmother scolded Mu Mian harshly. Scared, Mu Mian cried and promised never to leave without saying a word again, never to follow strangers. Su Qingqi returned home and, upon hearing where third sister Mu Mian had gone, scolded her again. First, he said Mu Mian was reckless, then accused her of being bold and presumptuous, warning that both might be detained. Their parents didn't know where to find her. Mu Mian is reckless, and you are not much better. The delicate and tender ones are the most profitable, sold to the brothels. Where do you want me to find you? Frightened, Mu Mian hid behind her mother and dared not speak or eat. She poked at her clay bowl, showing she understood her mistake. Su Chong entered the house angrily. With Xiaopeng following and Wu Dafu nearby, it shouldn't be a big deal. If you don't want trouble, you need to send more people. Our family isn't short of money. Just buy a couple more servants, said Madame Su. Su Lingyu wanted to say she preferred to do her own things without a maid. In the end, she had no choice but to go along with their wishes, becoming a pampered young lady who spoke more than she acted. That day, she woke up unusually early. Lying on her side with her head on the quilt, she suddenly heard a dee-dee sound of a flute. Was it the funeral of second girl?
Probably.
Second girl is dead. What will happen to Li Lizzie? With second girl gone, will Li Lizzie go back to his old ways, being lazy, and stealing chickens and dogs? Faintly, she heard crying and wailing. She guessed it was Li Lizzie crying. There are no close relatives on Ernyo's mother's side and no family members to mourn her passing. Only Li Lizzie from Dongquan Village had a close relationship with her. Su Lingyu covered herself with a blanket, blocking out the sounds outside, and fell into a deep sleep. It felt like she was asleep, but also like she wasn't, as her mind kept thinking about Ernyo. She bid farewell to Nyo and prayed that she would find a good family to be reborn into. She slept heavily until dawn when someone knocked on the door. Mu-Mion woke up first, her chubby little hand rubbing her eyes. Third sister is lazy and won't get up. Mother, third sister is still in bed. This was a girl who knew how to complain. She reached out and pinched Mu-Mion's face. You're the most obedient. Get up now, don't sit on me. But Mu-Mion didn't listen. She suddenly threw herself into her sister's arms, burying her face in her chest and rolling around happily. Fortunately, Su Lingyu hadn't fully developed yet, or this would have been more than just rolling around. Su Lingyu brushed her long braid, which hung down her back. She also helped Mu-Mion braid 2 small pigtails, tying them with floral ribbons, very pretty. Mu-Mion proudly showed off her hairstyle, boasting to their mother and grandmother and to everyone under the eaves. As soon as she stepped out the door, she overheard De Lang and Director Shen Ming talking. Master Shen Lang has already found Mr. Qing Qiao. Mr. Qing Qiao has changed his name and become a great scholar in Jin State. Now he's heading to Daliang to attend the Qing Lian Society and will come back before the new year to celebrate with you. Some places have already finished their autumn harvest. General Sun will send people here to build houses for mountain dwellings. When that happens, there will be many visitors and lots of noise. To avoid disturbing the master's quiet study, we plan to have him move in advance. Su Lingyu went to find her stepfather. When Su Qingqi saw her coming, he quickly swallowed a small taro, patted the bench beside him, signaling her to sit. As he chewed the taro, he poured soy milk into a bowl and placed it in front of her, mumbling, "It's a bit hot." She sat on the bench, pouted and blew on the soy milk, taking a small sip and saying, "It's a bit bland." Then she started peeling a taro. Su Qingqi added a spoonful of cane sugar to her bowl. "I'm planning to sell an acre of sugarcane to Wang Long. What do you think?" General Sun plans to mine the mountains, so he will definitely move people here. It will be crowded and noisy. I think I should move to the wooden house by the water. She didn't say whether she would sell the sugarcane, but brought up another matter. No, that's not safe. Living up there isn't secure. Not just wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards, there are also people with bad intentions, which is even more frightening. Mrs. Su Li was the first to oppose. Mrs. Su Zhang, after washing her hands with cotton, sat down in her seat. Animals are not afraid, but people's hearts are the most frightening. If someone breaks in at midnight and harms you, what should I do? The moat had already been dug, and the spiny Mariah trees grew 3 meters thick. Who would dare to enter from behind? Plus, with Ah Wang here, guarding at night, everyone could sleep peacefully. They sent maids and servants to stay there, taking turns to watch during the night, feeling very secure. To the left is our home, slightly to the right is Uncle's courtyard, and further down are the big fool and the little fool. That's not so scary. No one at home supported her moving out, but she had already made up her mind. No matter who opposed her, it was useless. She had silver money in her hand and could do whatever she wanted. Her heart was firm. No one could persuade her otherwise. Even when Mrs. Su Zhang cried in front of her, it didn't change her mind about moving to the mountain. Dr. Wu Liangyon carried his medical box, walking along the mountain path. When he saw Li Lizi, dressed in clothes, hanging himself, he was so frightened he nearly lost his soul. He hurriedly rushed over to lower the person. "Fool, fool. You really are a fool. You can't die now, even if you want to." Dr. Wu Liangyon lowered Li Lizi, pressed on his chest, and saw it was effective. He then slapped Li Lizi's face to wake him up. "If you want to die, it can't be now. Nyo is dead, and you still have 2 sons. If you die, how will your mother support them?" Li Lizi lay on the ground, silent. If it weren't for his nose still breathing, he might have looked like a dead person. "Without your wife, you can remarry."
Why do you want to die?
"After Nyo's death, maybe you can find someone more beautiful. Someone with a higher, firmer backside, bigger chest, whiter skin, and more diligent than Nyo." Wu Liangyon looked around and leaned close to Li Lizi's ear. "Do you want to avenge Nyo?" Li Lizi, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly lifted his eyelids, and his eyes shifted toward Wu Liangyon. Nyo was my body, her fingers curled like claws. Her left fingernail had skin underneath, with 2 long and 1 short finger. The other day, I saw someone in town with a scratch, 2 long and 1 short exactly on the right cheek. Also, that person's neck had pigweed juice, which only grows here, and it stains the skin for 5 days without fading. The place where Nyo died was exactly where pigweed grew thick.
Who?
Li Lizi, voice hoarse from crying, found it hard to speak. Wu Liangyong whispered a name into Li Lizi's ear, then patted his shoulder. You can't say I told you this, and if you want revenge, do it yourself.
Don't involve me.
Wu Liangyong carried a medicine box on his back. General Sun will be digging mountains and filling lakes, so he will need him. Wait for the right time, and you'll be able to avenge second girl. He then left with the medicine box. The rooster brought back by young Master Jean defeated the Golden Phoenix the next day, making him famous. This made people in Dongquan Village and Linyu Mountain Villa eager to come and watch the fighting chickens. The ginkgo trees turned from green to yellow. She, dressed in a red coat, looked like a beautiful flower under the trees. Her shiny black hair was braided and hung over her chest. She carried a small basket and stepped on fallen yellow leaves, picking up good white nuts when she saw them. She occasionally looked up to check the ginkgo tree's growth. The process of harvesting white nuts might hurt the trees, so they needed care or perhaps a spring of pure water to help them. Sun Wei, who was taken up the mountain, watched this fairy of the world closely, afraid he might miss a moment of her. Fourth sister, wait for me, called a smaller girl running from above. She held her skirt and smiled as she looked back at her brother, like a fairy flying through the forest. After running for a while, Mu Mian stopped, allowing Xiao Wu behind her to catch up.
Ha!
I caught fourth sister. Third sister, look, I caught up with her, Xiao Wu said happily. Mu Mian suddenly stopped, catching Su Lingyu's attention. She followed Mu Mian's gaze and turned to look behind her, seeing a group of people standing below. She was a bit annoyed. Since they were at someone else's home, they should greet the host instead of spying on their life. She carried her basket on her arm, lifted her skirt, and took a few steps down. She then turned her head and said to Mu Mian, call Ague over. I have something to ask him. She also asked the people below, who are you? Why are you here? Okay, Mu Mian said, taking Xiao Wu and running home. Sun Wei was about to speak when he saw the girl above call a hunting dog. The dog bared its teeth and looked unfriendly. This proud hunting dog looked impressive, and Sun Wei liked it. He had learned martial arts and archery from his father. Their home also kept 2 hunting dogs, but none looked as fierce or commanding as this one. Sun Wei stared at the dog for a few moments, then bowed slightly to Su Lingyu. I am Sun Wei, here to buy fighting chickens, he said, and started to walk forward. A Wang, guarding the young master, showed his teeth and growled warningly. My dog has a bad temper.
Don't provoke him again, she said.
Sun Wei pointed to the side. My people also have bad tempers. If you don't stop your dog, I might have to eat dog meat today. She looked over and saw an archer aiming a bow at Awang. If Awang dared to step forward, they wouldn't hold back. The young man wore colorful clothes, a brown cloak, thick-soled cowhide boots, and a jade pendant hanging from his waist, showing he was quite wealthy. Su Lingyu patted Ah Wang to stop him from growling. Do we know each other? Little sister has a good memory. I'm here to buy a rooster. Do you have any? Of course, but the price is high. Can you ask them to put down their bows? Sun Wei waved his hand, signaling them to lower their guard. I need a rooster that can beat Jean Ling's rooster. Of course we have one. Not only does it look better than that one, but it's also lighter. She knew wealthy young men would come asking for roosters. Only Su family's roosters could beat the rooster owned by young Master Jean. She was waiting for business. As long as it can beat that rooster, price is no object. Since the rich man spoke, she wouldn't hold back. 100 taels of silver per rooster. You can pay a deposit first, and if it beats young Master Jin's rooster, you pay the rest later. 100 taels. Little sister, are you joking? The attendants protested. You don't have to buy it. Su Lingyu smiled sweetly, which made Sun Wei stare in awe. Bye. Sunway looked at Su Lingyu. As long as it can beat Jinling, money is no problem. The rich man was rich and didn't care about money. So that young Master Jin was called Jinling. Su Lingyu took Sunway and his group to the chicken coop. Standing outside the fence, she examined the roosters and picked one with a red comb, golden head, yellow body, and black tail. Don't underestimate it. It's a fighter among hundreds of chickens. What's a fighter? I don't know. Maybe I should ask her? Never mind. This is the cavalry of the chicken flock, winning 3 fights in a row without getting tired. Su Lingyu exaggerated. That's the one. Here's the money. Miss Su, I'll come back another day. Sunway handed over 100 taels of silver and left with his people and the rooster. Su Lingyu pocketed the silver, smiling as she saw the guests off. More rich guys like this should come. Third miss, you wanted to see me? Older sister, I brought Ague here. She said, from now on, roosters and hens will be sold separately. Roosters are sold by individual, and any sale must be approved by me. Okay. Everyone says that when the army moves out, the supplies go first. It's really true. The mountain excavation hasn't started yet, but the carts and horses carrying grain, grass, and wood come and go non-stop. Laborers brought from elsewhere are digging stakes with shovels or hitting stakes with large hammers to insert wood. Su Lingyu stands in the mountain pavilion, watching the lively scene over there. Fat Fu Sheng is peeling an orange, muttering, "Don't you want to work with me? That farmland over there is cheap, but it's too far from here and water access is hard."
Don't worry.
We can set up water wheels to bring water to the fields. It's not difficult, Fu Sheng keeps persuading. Even without your help, my family can still get 1,000 acres. Su Lingyu takes out her flute, ready to play. My wife is waiting for me at home for dinner, so I won't bother you. Fat Fu Sheng quickly stuffs half the orange into his mouth and bows, then leaves in small steps. She snorts and says to Ah Wang nearby, they don't appreciate it.
Awang.
Hey. Awang, where are you going? No matter how she calls, Awang refuses to stop. At the mountain pass, workers building a grass hut suddenly see a flock of birds flying out of the forest, circling on the mountain top and not willing to go back into the woods. Is something happening over there? Maybe a fire. Every year around this time, there's a mountain fire. Did it start over there? But I don't see any smoke. Maybe wild boars are fighting, scaring the birds. A man carrying a stone hammer, knowing the truth, laughs and says, it's not a mountain fire. That's Miss Third Su playing her flute. The workers don't believe it. No one has that skill. Ha, you haven't seen it. Miss Third Su has been different since she was young. She's always had a special connection with animals. When she was kidnapped as a child, it was a donkey that saved her. After she was born, she rarely walked. She either rode a donkey or a cow. She's not a noble girl by birth, but she has the destiny of one. After her second brother got an official position, she became a true lady. The man, proud as if he knows something the others don't, says, Miss Su doesn't understand music theory. She insists on learning to play the flute, but her sound is noisy and harsh. People run away when they hear it, and birds fly away. But whenever you see a flock of birds taking off, within an hour, the sky darkens. Is it really that miraculous? Whether it's divine or not, you'll see for yourselves. Those who believe and those who don't, all ignore her. They just focus on doing their own work and building the house on time. After the flute sound, the birds enter the forest, and the chickens, ducks, and geese leisurely return to their nests. They have been trained. The flute sound is their call to go home. Sunway brought back a rooster, immediately challenging the male chicken to a fight. This made the reputation of Lingyu Mountain Villa in Dongquan Village famous. Many people came to ask for fighting chickens. Those who visited discovered that outside the city, there was such a beautiful place. Not only was the scenery lovely, but the host was also very hospitable. In autumn, friends could gather at Lingyu Mountain Villa for fun, which was truly a wonderful thing. The male chickens fed by plants grown in Lingquan are very aggressive. Usually, they are kept subdued, but once released, their fighting spirit is awakened. The roosters of Lingyu Mountain Villa occupy the entire fighting arena. As a result, the scene unfolds where the fighting chickens meet. Rooster 1. Where are you from? Rooster 2. We have the same skin color. Rooster 3. Oh, fellow villagers. In the fighting chicken ranking, the top spot is held by a rooster from Dongquan village, second place is also from Dongquan, and third place as well. This caused all the Su family's roosters to be reserved. This made Su Lingyu both amused and helpless. The common folk started building houses. Chun Yong moved into a wooden house with a Taoist priest, preparing to move mountains. Although they lived in the village, their hearts were set on the city gate, dreaming of the lively taverns and the days when money was freely spent. So, Chun Yong took a break and went to the Su family to ask Su Lingyu for a rooster. He wanted to go directly to the chicken coop, but a group of white geese blocked his way. He didn't want to be chased and pecked by them, so he had to take a small path to the Su family. Not only are people afraid of white geese, even Ah Wang dared not provoke them. When he saw them, he took a detour. Master Chen, why are you here alone? Asked Auntie San, picking chrysanthemum buds on the mountain trail, greeting him first. I'm here to see Su Lingyu. Moo me on. Master Chen is here to see Sanner. Take him over, Auntie San called. Sanna, who was catching butterflies among the flowers with Xiao Wu, puffed up her little face, adorable and charming. She climbed out of the flower bushes, brushed her hair, intending to remove some leaves, but her hair only got messier. Her messy yellow hair and her pink face were truly lovable. Chun Yong looked at her and smiled. Look at you, you're like a monkey. He reached out to hug Mumian. Cotton dodged away, rolled over, and got up. She lifted her skirt and said, Uncle, come with me. I know where sister is. Chun Yong took a few steps forward, carried Cotton onto his shoulder, and they happily walked up the mountain. Last night's rain, Desha caught some big in the pond and cleaned them before bringing them to the wooden house. She was steaming the small here are tender and juicy, but the big are the opposite, hard shells, little meat, and not much crab paste. The big in the pond were brought back by her from a trading caravan. These only eat her shrimp, and they don't grow much meat. She wishes she could eat them all. Big sister, what delicious food are you making? Cotton arrived before she could speak. Chun Yong put Cotton down and saw Su Lingyu cooking at a small stove, not sure what she was making. He politely greeted Miss Su San, long time no see. Cotton reached out to lift the pot lid, but Su Lingyu, holding a sunflower fan, patted Cotton's head and laughed. Guest, it's lively up front. Why do you have time to come here? Cotton felt a little hurt, touched her head, pouted, and went to stand quietly aside. Once the task is done, I have some free time. I heard your rooster is very proud. I'd like to take one home to play with. Too bad, you came too late. The remaining ones are capon, not the proud roosters you want. She pointed with her fan toward the sky. If you want a proud rooster, you have to go to the city. All of them are already taken by the young masters and misses. That's a pity. I'll go get 2 hens to help that Taoist monk strengthen his body, she said, heading down to the chicken coop. A thin, scruffy man named Li Lizi appeared at the mountain path, walking face to face with Chun Yong. Finally, they just brushed past each other. Li Lizi, why are you here? Cotton, quick to speak, asked first. Li Lizi, who usually walked with his head up and liked to walk sideways, lowered his head and approached Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu set down a clay bowl and poured a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Autumn's heat is bothering us. It's best to drink chrysanthemum tea in this weather. Li Lizi didn't drink, but looked at her with bloodshot eyes and said, I borrowed money from your family. I will pay it back. Please ask your father to give me more time.
No rush.
As long as you have the money, just pay it back. Don't do anything foolish. Having received her promise, Li Lizi didn't stay long. Su Lingyu used a damp cloth to wipe the small clay pot, lifted the lid, and saw the had turned yellow. She used chopsticks to pick out a crab. Can we eat this crab? Cotton asked. Hand me the scissors. First, cut the grass ropes and prepare to cut the crab legs. Just as you cut the crab legs, Jean Ling appears confidently with her people. She smashes the crab legs and hands them to Mumian. Mumian bites the meat inside and wants another piece after finishing the first. Eating here, not taking good food home to share, but sneaking bites here. Really enjoying yourself, huh? Jinling steps onto a stone bench, leans on her elbow on her knee, and swings her whip. Young Master Jin, are you here to fight chickens? She says while cutting the crab legs and removing the joints to make it easier for Mumian to eat. With a loud, Jinling slaps the table with her whip. Are you blind or just not paying attention? Can't you see I'm here? She is not afraid and stays calm. Just say what you need. Su Lingyu's ignoring makes Jinling angry. She swings her whip toward the small stove. With a loud bang, the stove is knocked over.
Ah!
Mumian is scared and hides behind her sister. The golden crab gets dirt on it, and sparks glow on the soil. Young Master Jin, where does your anger come from? Jinling stands up and glares at Su Lingyu. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? The last person who dared to talk to my young master like that had their face scratched. Do you want to become a hideous person? Su Lingyu, I warn you, no more selling roosters to others, Jinling says. People pay, I sell roosters, that's fair trade. Why can't I sell? Do you want me to leave the money unearned? Not only does she talk back, but her attitude is also disrespectful, so brave. Jinling steps back and raises her whip, ready to hit Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu sidesteps and avoids the, "You're crazy. Stop it." A loud, commanding voice stops Jinling and also frightens her servants. General Sun, tall and strong, appears at the wooden door. Even in plain clothes, he looks intimidating. Uncle, what are you doing here? Jinling stammers. The people behind her shrink back, afraid to look at General Sunday. They all say you're spoiled and unruly, but I didn't believe it. Today, seeing you, I see you're truly rude and unruly. This light remark from General Sun makes Jinling's eyes turn red. She feels choked with anger, but dares not speak. Tears fill her eyes as she cries, "Uncle, you misunderstood. How could you misunderstand me? I am just." She just wants to win honor, Su Lingyu said first. Miss Jin's mother is from the Sun family, so Miss Jin must carry some of the Sun family's blood, a spirit that refuses to give in. She has never liked fancy dresses and prefers military clothes. It's natural to be strong and competitive. Since she can't fight on horseback, she seeks fun elsewhere. If she can't win dog fights, she fights cockfights. If she can't be first, she strives to be the best. Miss Jean doesn't sell fighting for cockfights, and that's understandable. I don't blame her. Listening to her, Jinling wanted to nod, but she realized Su Lingyu was leading her astray. Not only did she say Jinling was very competitive, but she also said Jinling often visits the brothel, either for cockfights or dogfights. How could that be acceptable? She's a good girl in her uncle's eyes. Uncle, please don't listen to her. Miss Su is trying to sow discord. I saw my brothers losing confidence in cockfights, so I came to stop her. I told her not to sell fighting for cockfights anymore. As long as she doesn't sell fighting, the fights in the yard won't be so lively. My brothers can then focus on studying at home. What a clever girl. Liar. Not only do you fight, but you also want to take my Awang to fight dogs. Mother said that liars will have rotten mouths. If you keep lying, your mouth will rot. Mushin made a funny face. Su Lingyu smiled, secretly praising Mushin. Mushin's words really hit her hard, making Jinling's face flush with embarrassment. Uncle, enough. Go back and don't make any more trouble. General Sun turned and bowed to Shinming inside the house. Please forgive me, sir. It's nothing. Zikong, if you have matters to attend to, go ahead.
Yes.
Have you punished her? How could I not? General Sun saw her bully others with her power. Not long after, someone told the Jean family that Madame Jean directly ordered her to be confined. She's not allowed to leave the house for a month. Egue held a cup of water, finishing his words before taking a sip. Su Lingyu smiled contentedly. When you see good things, you want to take them without asking the owner. If you can't take it, you destroy it. People like that are the most disgusting. Indeed. I checked with the villagers over there. They did see A Wong bite someone. But because they had used something beforehand to stimulate A Wong, it made him angry, and he bit out of instinct. Go back now. Thank you for your trouble. Miss San, I should do what I'm supposed to, Egue said, setting down his bowl and preparing to leave. She borrowed Shinming's calligraphy, which attracted General Sun, and used this to teach Jean Ling a lesson. This was a good thing. But for Shinming, it wasn't a good thing at all. She needed to go and comfort him properly, or else when her master returned, she would be scolded. She placed pork into a small ceramic pot and added prepared and garlic into hot oil to stir-fry. Helps remove the raw smell and reduces some coldness. Garlic is a key seasoning, especially for seafood. When they changed color, she removed the residue and added crab meat and crab roe, then poured in some spiritual spring water and slowly cooked it into crab yolk butter. Master, I have something good for you, she said, carrying a basket into the courtyard. Shun Ming ignored her, and the servant shook his head at her. She said, Master, I cooked crab yolk butter with crab roe and meat. You can mix it with rice. It will taste really good. Bringing me something from the muddy ground. Do you think I am a beggar? She set down the basket and took out a small jar containing freshly made crab yolk butter. You are my master's adoptive father and even my master, so how could I be a beggar? She opened the lid and handed it over. Just smell it. It smelled very fragrant, but Shinming remained silent and ignored her. Master, don't be angry. If I hadn't judged General Sun's character, I wouldn't have dared to reveal your news. Look, after he found out you were here, he came with a generous gift to see you. This tea, this white porcelain cup, and all these books in the house are not things an ordinary person can get. Also, the wanted notice on you in the city has been withdrawn. Maybe even General Sun is protecting you. Seeing that he said nothing, she went to do her chores. She asked the servant to steam rice and went to the vegetable garden at the foot of the mountain to pick some greens. She heated pig fat in a clay pot until melted, then added the fresh greens to blanch them. When the greens were ready, the rice was also steamed. She poured the warm crab yolk butter over the rice and stirred it with a spoon. The fragrant crab yolk rice was served in front of him. Shinming couldn't help but swallow hard. It smelled so good. Seeing his reaction, Su Lingyu knew that today's matter had been revealed. She arranged the spoon and chopsticks, waiting for her master to start. Eat a bite. If it's not good, I'll take it back and give it to Mu Mian. Shinming wanted to hold back and not eat, but driven by hunger, he picked up the spoon and took a bite of the crab yolk rice. He wanted a second bite after the first, and after eating 3 bites, he realized he had been too impatient and lost his composure. Cough, cough. Not bad. I must act properly and not say anything too nice that would make her proud. Eat some vegetables. These are crispy and sweet, quite tasty, she said. Shinming picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The food was indeed good. Rich crab yolk rice paired with lightly oily vegetables made the meal very appetizing. Shinming ate slowly, making sure to look presentable. She didn't mind these details and supported herself on the stone table, saying, We only sent 1 letter. General Sun not only came in person but also brought a generous gift. Should we send a return gift? We don't have silver or good items. I think the roses are nice, and the autumn chrysanthemums are pretty too. How about sending 2 pots of chrysanthemums? What do you think? Are you planning to use my name for this? Just to invite General Sun. Mainly to use the tiger banner to suppress Jean Ling. That tiger banner must be fully ours, not half. We need to strengthen our relationship so Jean Ling won't cause trouble again. Get a few pots of the purple red, snow white, and yellow varieties. These are newly cultivated types, and I haven't had them for long. Do I still have leftovers? Since the master said to give more, I will share his portion too. The entire Lingyu mountain villa only has 1 pot of the new variety left. Who will care? Madame Zhang is arranging her daughter's marriage to the eldest sister of the Kapok family, Zhang General's nominal second daughter. Su Lingyu's family was invited to the banquet and also invited Master Shinming. The wedding banquet wasn't very grand, but they set up over 50 tables of food. The Su family arrived early, with Su Zhang helping handle some chores. General Sun is Shinming's student, so he definitely wanted to meet him. Su Qingqi is skilled at farming, and General Sun wanted him to grow more crops to solve the food shortage. To support General Sun, Su Jin naturally went along. So all the men went to General Sun's residence. They were invited into Zhang Yu's room, where Zhang Yu was getting ready, sitting with Mu Mian's second and third sisters, along with some other sisters. Su Lingyu didn't recognize them and pulled Mu Mian to stand nearby, looking for a place to sit and wait for the meal to start. Whose sister is this? She looks very beautiful. Mu Mian's second sister looked at Su Lingyu. She was wearing a beautiful autumn-colored dress with a cloud pattern, tied with a belt, making her look slender and elegant. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Living in General Zhang's house was indeed glamorous, but who truly understands the hardship of living under someone else's roof? After her brother left, her status dropped even more. This is the daughter of my father's good friend Su Qingqi, nicknamed Sana, with a full name Lingyu. Sister Lingyu, you finally arrived. Mu Mian also came over, and you've gained a lot of weight again, little girl. This little sister is chubby and cute. They all rushed to hold Mu Mian. Except for second sister Mu Mian, everyone else ignores Su Lingyu. It's all because of looks. Second sister Mu Mian pulls Su Lingyu to the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. Big sister, San'er is here. Unmoving Zhang Yu shows a bright smile. San'er is here. Find a place to sit. After I finish my makeup, we can chat.
No rush.
I came especially to add makeup because I heard you're getting married today. She hands over her purse first. This is mine, a pair of silver bracelets. Wishing you both a happy life together. Thank you, San'er, for your kindness. I have one too. Mu Mian breaks free from her sister's hold and runs to the eldest sister, taking her purse from her sash and giving it to Zhang Yu. Wish the Zhang family happiness and good health. Zhang Yu pats Mu Mian's head, her nose tingling, and forces a smile. Thank you, Mu Mian. Her mother's secret is her secret. She has always known Mu Mian is her little sister. The sister is right in front of her, but she can't acknowledge her. She's never taken care of her little sister, yet she receives her makeup and blessings. Little sister, how dare I take your gift? Second sister Zhang is still busy. I'll go to the garden to play first and come back to talk to you. Before Zhang Yu could stop her, Su Lingyu took Mu Mian outside. Zhang Yu asked her second sister Mu Mian to take them out to play. Not long after, Mu Mian returned, but the sisters who should have been here had left. Zhang Yu asked curiously, why did you come back so quickly? That Su Lingyu is very proud. She speaks coldly and aloof, even more so than third sister. She flicked her fan and sat on the bed. I don't want to be ignored. She's proud and looks down on others.
What's so great about that?
Zhang Yu smiled and let her mother pin her hair with a hairpin and decorative pieces. You say she's not so great, but she really is. She looked at her sister through the mirror and said seriously, why does father always give Su uncle more respect when he sees him? That's all because of his second son, Su Shan. Although Su Shan is a 7th-rank official, he was a trusted aide directly under the emperor. Speaking can reach the emperor's ears. Do you think we should try to win over the Su family? Is third sister spoiled or not? Zhang Yu took out a pair of silver bracelets carved with lotus flowers and twisting branches. Did you see this? Pure silver, worth at least 50 taels, maybe 100. Are you more generous than her? Second sister Mu Mian stepped forward to look, feeling a bit envious, then sat back down. They didn't give too little. Why do you say that Su Lingyu is the most sincere? If I weren't General Zhang's daughter, I wouldn't receive their gifts. If I weren't his daughter, maybe I would still get something from third sister. Her gaze was cold, her smile was cold too. Trying to flatter her seemed difficult. But she was clever and perceptive, never looking down on others. One day, if I have no one reliable, I might ask her for a meal or guidance. Big sister, what are you talking about? Things will get better in the future. Take one step at a time and leave a way out for yourself. Making friends with third sister, Su will always bring benefits. Zhang Yu didn't want to say more. Madame Zhang was busy with chores outside, then came inside to see her daughter. She had put a lot of effort into her firstborn daughter. Now that she was married and reluctant to leave, she wanted to see her more. Is everything ready? Madame Zhang waved her hand to dismiss the servants, then said to her second daughter, I want to talk to your sister privately. You go ahead and check on your sisters first. Zhang Yu watched her sister leave. When the door closed, she took out a small purse. Mother, this is for my daughter from Mumian. Here, it's for you.
Keep it.
The Su family won't ask for anything in return, Madame Zhang said. Zhang Yu emptied the contents. It was a pair of teardrop-shaped earrings, made of solid gold. Madame Zhang took the gold earrings, one engraved with happiness, the other with peace. She put the earrings into her purse. I can't accept this. I need to talk to her mother. Mrs. Su Zhang was happily chatting with some ladies when she was suddenly called into the inner room, thinking someone needed help. When she heard that Mumian had given her a new ornament, she was surprised. Where did Mumian get so much silver? Mumian wanted to give gold, but she didn't know where to get it. She needed to ask third sister for details. Without hesitation, the two went to the garden to find third sister. At that moment, third sister was playing with Mumian, doing a jump rope game. One rope could be spun into dozens of patterns, an endless game for girls. Third sister? Mother. Mumian saw her mother, ran over, and wanted her to carry her. Su Zongshi instinctively picked up Muxin, making Lady Zhang nearby feel awkward as she reached out to hold Muxin herself. Lady Zhang realized she was out of line, feeling both relieved she wasn't seen and a bit sad. Su Lingyu bowed politely to Lady Zhang, saying hello. Third sister is more lively than ever, so well-behaved and sensible. I wonder who she will be lucky with in the future. Lady Zhang took out her purse and softly asked, Do you know what's inside?
Very clear, she replied.
This is Muxin's private money, saved for 3 years, so it's only this much. Su Zongshi was surprised. So much? Some of it is from you, and some she earned herself. If she doesn't spend it, it adds up over time. When I said I wanted to give a gift, she took it out. Lady Zhang frowned. Lady Zhang saw this, and knew she was unhappy. Faced with Muxin's kindness, she could only sigh at the close bond between the sisters and feel sorry for Muxin's bad luck. She can raise 3 daughters for the general, but dares not ask him to bring Muxin back home. People should know their limits. Don't ask for more just because you're favored. Moreover, now they have 2 sons and 3 daughters to marry off. If they give another dowry to Muxin, there won't be much left in the family. So Lady Zhang asked Muxin, Do you like your eldest sister very much? Seeing Muxin nod, she said, But you've already given everything to Sister Zhang. You won't have anything left. She took out a pair of gold earrings, just half as fine. I'll accept your kindness for your sister. Keep this for yourself. Respect your mother well. She works hard to raise you. Su Lingyu looked up at her mother, offering a comforting smile to ease her sadness. Su Zongshi responded with a gentle smile. This is for Sister Zhang. You can give it to her. I still have more at home. Don't worry about me, Muxin said. Actually, Muxin was making a small plan. If she gives 2 gold coins now, could she exchange them later for 4? In the past, whenever she gave gifts to Lady Zhang, she always received double in return. This time, she thought she might get double again. Su Muxin's plan was working perfectly. Since Muxin offered this willingly, let's add some makeup for the second young lady. It's her kind gesture, Su Zongshi said generously. Lady Zhang held Su Zongshi's hand, sincerely praising her, which made Su Zongshi feel a bit shy. The worries in Su Zongshi's heart eased, and the 2 of them happily went to the flower hall, chatting and laughing. The cotton blanket was taken away, making it hard to play with flower strings. Su Lingyu sat alone in the garden, carefully reading a travel journal and miscellaneous books. After a while, Jean Ling ran out from the small door across the yard, pulling on plants and cursing someone, though it was unclear who she was talking about. Where is the promised confinement? The 1-month restriction? Do wealthy families always break their promises? Afraid Jean Ling might blame her, Su Lingyu decided not to speak. Jean Ling's maid came over and said, Miss, young Master Biao is here. Do you want to see him? No, Jean Ling replied with a bad temper. When she was angry, she not only scolded but also liked to hit and push people around. Since she was her mistress's servant, the maid dared not fight back or argue, only silently enduring. If she were the heroine of a different time travel story, she would run out to defend her maid. But she was not. Every era has its own rules for survival. A time traveler cannot impose modern ideas on society, or they will face disaster. Talking about sheep among wolves is asking for trouble. With plants blocking her view, she didn't know if anyone else was outside. She lowered her head and continued reading, ignoring what was happening outside. Suddenly, someone burst into her side, holding a slingshot and shooting at Jean Linghe. "Who's that? The one with no sense." Sun Wei shoved the slingshot into Su Lingyu's hand and then ran away. Seeing Jean Ling come to confront her, Su Lingyu ran off quickly. "Stop! Stay right there," Jean Ling shouted after her. Only a fool would stop. Jean Ling chased after her, getting closer. Soon they passed the plants and ran a bit further, where Jean Ling could see her back. Unable to catch Sun Wei, Su Lingyu ran out of the corridor and turned a corner, where she met an old acquaintance, Little Wang from next door. Su Lingyu's eyes lit up. She shoved the slingshot into Little Wang's hand and ran ahead.
"You. Hey."
Little Wang called after her, taking a few steps before she disappeared around the corner.
Wang Hingxin recognized Su Lingyu.
He chased after her for a few steps before stopping, listening carefully to the shouts behind him. He thought, "Oh no, the third son of the Su family is trying to get me into trouble." Quickly, Wang Jingxing threw the slingshot into the grass and calmly headed toward his destination. Jean Ling ran over from afar, reaching Wang Jingxing, and looked up at him. "You think throwing away the slingshot solves everything?" Wang Jingxing lowered his eyelids and looked at the girl below his chin. "You misunderstood. The person you want to pursue is a young woman, about 8 or 9 years old, dressed in autumn-colored hibiscus clothes, wearing embroidered lotus shoes with gold thread. Go ahead and find her up front." He then bowed to Jean Ling, bypassed her, and lifted his leg to leave. "How dare you ignore my appearance?" Jean Ling quickly stopped Wang Jingxing with her hand. "What proof do you have that you didn't do this?" She pointed to a red mark below her cheek. "You hurt me, so you should apologize." Wang Jingxing glanced at the red spot, then signaled his servant to pick up the slingshot. The servant respectfully handed over the slingshot along with a silver piece. Wang Jingxing took the slingshot, grabbed the silver, and shot it with half the strength. A vase in the corridor shattered loudly. "I only used about 20% force. If I had aimed at you, whether you survive or not would be a problem." He then looked at Jean Ling, who was stunned, and led his servant forward. Miss. Where did that person go?" Jean Ling quickly asked, coming back to her senses. "He left quite a while ago. Go find out his name and which family he belongs to." Such an extraordinary and skilled man was one of her candidates for a husband. Jean Ling's heart fluttered with excitement, eager to meet him again. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu caught up with Sun Wei. Seeing him stop, she paused nearby and waved her finger in the air twice. You. She took a breath and then exhaled. What a clever way to frame someone. After running, her cheeks looked like they had been blushed, her lips were rosy, and her skin was smooth and nearly covered with fine hair. "You're so handsome." Sun Wei couldn't help but praise. Su Lingyu frowned, took a step back to adjust her breath, and kept a serious face. "Don't you think that's rude?" "Sun Wei, you can call me Brother Wei. I am the eldest son of Sun City. Would you like to be my concubine? I will marry you once you're 15, and then I will bring you home." "Hey, don't go. What do you think about this?"
Suddenly, Su Lingyu stopped.
"Why do you want to tease Jean Ling?" "My mother wants me to marry my cousin, but she doesn't want to." It's not her place to refuse. She's busy fighting roosters and riding horses. She should think about herself. She spends her days fighting roosters and riding horses, hanging around with men. Why would she have the right to criticize me? They say a tiger father has a tiger son. General Sun's eldest son only cares about fighting roosters and riding horses, so he truly deserves to be looked down upon. Are you looking for a fight?" Sun Wei pretended to raise his hand. Sun Wei looks older, but not very smart. When others refuse, he uses a slingshot to teach them a lesson. He treats his own cousin the same way, so his attitude towards outsiders is probably not much better. I don't like spoiled kids who lack wisdom and only cause trouble. You being chosen by the young master is your luck. Come back and apologize to him. Who are you trying to impress with your teasing? Jean Ling gritted her teeth. Su Lingyu saw a chance to leave, but Jean Ling wouldn't let her. Su Lingyu smiled and asked Miss Jean, "Are you jealous?" Jealous? Yes. Madame Sun wants you to be her daughter-in-law, but you don't want that. Yet, you also don't want other women to get close to young Master Sunday. So you shot me with a slingshot? Jean Ling glared angrily at Su Lingyu. You misunderstood. As a girl, I shouldn't play with a slingshot, especially one made of yellow sandalwood. I can't afford to break it. You're wearing a Chiu Xiang hiding dress and embroidered lotus shoes with gold thread. If it's not you, who else could it be? This person is me, but... Su Lingyu pointed at Sun Wei. The one who actually threw the stone is young Master Sunday. He said you look down on him, and he can't stand how proud you are while also being close to other men. You, how dare you? Jean Ling raised her hand to slap Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu dodged quickly and ran to the side, shouting loudly, "Help! Miss Jean is going to hit someone." Young Master Sun threw a stone at Miss Jean, and now she's going to hit someone. She kept shouting as she ran, trying to make a fuss to protect herself. In a noble family, reputation is very important. They couldn't let Su Lingyu keep shouting like that. Sun Wei ran forward to stop her, but she was quick and managed to slip away. Jean Ling had to step in to help. They blocked Su Lingyu's way from both sides and reached out to cover her mouth. Before they could do that, Su Lingyu stopped shouting and said confidently, "If I haven't done anything wrong, I'm not afraid of someone knocking on my door at midnight. If you're a real man, admit it. If you can't, I'll think less of you." "Shut up," Jean Ling scolded her. Sun Wei sighed. "Stop shouting. I admit it. I threw the stone just now." Su Lingyu told Jean Ling, "As long as you don't cause me trouble, I won't look down on you or tell anyone about how you hang out with men at the brothel. You dare? You dare to lie? I'll tear your mouth apart," Jean Ling threatened. "I don't dare. Even though my second brother is an official in the court, I wouldn't dare offend your Jean family." "But..." Su Lingyu smiled and said, "Gossip can easily spread, and if your deeds outside are shared, no one knows what the final story will be. By then, Madame Sun and Madame Jin's reputation will suffer. Perhaps the two families will even turn against each other because of you." Seeing that Jean Ling was frightened, Su Lingyu stepped aside. "Today's matter has nothing to do with me. I swear on my mother's life that I won't mention Miss Jean or young Master Sun's game of fighting roosters and riding horses here, or in the Jean or Sun households." Seeing they had no objections, Su Lingyu turned around and headed back the way she came. After they were out of sight, Su Lingyu smiled to herself, hands behind her back, walking and laughing softly. She thought, these two silly children are so easily fooled. Her travel journal was left behind there. She needed to take it back. Good travel journals are rare. She turned down the corridor, passed through a dark archway, and saw next door Xiao Wang standing nearby, holding her journal. She had been away for over 3 years, and Xiao Wang from next door had become much more reserved. He no longer showed his arrogance and no longer carried a sword. The words gentle and refined suit him well. A small fish must leave the sea to realize how tiny it is. Su Lingyu smiled calmly, planning to go and ask about Heir Luobo. Since Heir Luobo left home to find himself, she didn't know what he looked like now. She hoped he hadn't turned into a rotten radish. "Young Master Wang, you've been waiting long. My lady invites you to go over there." Was Xiao Wang from next door coming to the appointment? Is he returning my travel journal? Seeing Wang Jingxing leave his seat, Su Lingyu hurried after him, wanting to get her journal back. But once she stepped outside, she couldn't find the two of them. She followed her memory to the alley where the Wang family's carriage was waiting. The autumn sun was like sweet fruit wine, gentle and warm. At the same table sat Sister Mu Mian, Jean Ling, and 2 young ladies from the Sun family. They teamed up to tease her, forcing her to drink alcohol, intending to make her drunk and embarrass her. She actually wanted them to succeed, but she was a good drinker, and the fruit wine wasn't strong. After drinking a jar, she still didn't feel drunk, but they had already collapsed. Now outside, under the sun, feeling a bit warm, she suspected the alcohol had been absorbed. She walked into a shady street with Awang. Fortunately, everyone was distracted by the Zhang family's wedding procession, giving her a clear path. Walking into the alley, the old neighbors were still there, with little change. Water seller Lady Lai was chatting and cracking sunflower seeds, while old who sold snacks, was busy boiling eggs. Some old neighbors passed by. Only 2 or 3 thought she looked familiar. They looked at her more closely, but couldn't recognize her. Maybe she had grown up and changed a lot, so they didn't recognize her. But that's okay. As long as she remembered them, it was enough. A group of children ran out from the deep alley. When they saw the hunting dog Awang barking loudly, they followed him, pointing at his strong legs, wanting to pet him but feeling shy. Su Lingyu stopped and took out her pouch. She untied the string, revealing steamed red bean cakes. She divided a piece for each child, telling them to go play and not follow her anymore. The children happily took the snacks, licking them and jumping away to another place. There was a knock on the Wang family's door. "Uncle Wang, it's Sanner. I came to visit you." After a while, an old servant opened the door. "Miss Su, it's been a while since you visited. Didn't you go to a wedding today?" "I had a little wine and got a bit tipsy. I came here to rest." The servant made way and invited Sanner inside, also letting Awang in. After Qingming Festival, Uncle Wang's health worsened, and he passed away after several illnesses. The doctors finally stabilized his condition. But he was still weak, lying through the Mid-Autumn Festival and now into the beginning of winter. Even the spiritual spring's fruits, vegetables, and fairy medicines had no effect on him. "Sanner has come." "Yes. I saw Brother Wang." "Is he back?" "This body has been a burden to him. Otherwise, he would still be working for the emperor." She smelled the medicine and entered the room. She brought a stool and sat beside Uncle Wang, carefully asking about his medication and comforting him. Then she changed the subject. "Today at Zhang's house, I left a book. Brother Wang took it. I saw him come out, but I didn't expect him not to return home, instead going somewhere else. I'll ask someone to look for him. Please wait a little longer. Jingxing will be back soon." "Okay." It's not very precious, just a travel journal written very beautifully, making you feel like you're there. Su Lingyu told Uncle Wang about parts of the book. As he listened, he fell asleep. She had drunk some wine and sunbathed, so she was feeling tired now. She looked for a nearby room and saw a low bed with writing tools and paper on it, probably a place where little Wang read for fun. She didn't mind and climbed up, lying down to sleep. Wang Jingxing returned home and learned that Su Lingyu had come. He also found out she was here to ask for a book, and he sneered. This girl was quite clever, young but already knowing how to be jealous and cause trouble for others. He entered the study and saw her occupying his small bed, resting her head on his books, hugging his pillow, pouting her bottom, and sleeping soundly. At this moment, she looked as beautiful as a peach blossom, calm and adorable. Su Qingqi thought, she's quite a spoiled girl. Wang Jingxing leaned down, poked her face, and saw she didn't wake. He then tapped her forehead, but she still remained asleep. She can really sleep. Someone take her out. She's taken over my bed. How am I supposed to read and work? The servant entered and saw Miss Su looking a bit embarrassed. But since she was under 15, he boldly tried to lift her up. When he saw her wake up, he put her down and took a step back. Su Lingyu rubbed her eyes, sleepily sat up, and vaguely saw Wang Jingxing. "Little Wang from next door, you're back." "Next door?" Wang Jingxing was quite displeased with this nickname. She stretched her hand, yawned, and mumbled, "Where's my book?" "Your book? Which one?" "The Green Sun Travelogue." "Are you that attached to it?" "It's very good. The writing is straightforward and clear. It doesn't have fancy words, so it's easy to read and makes you feel comfortable." Wang Jingxing changed his attitude and returned the book to her. Su Lingyu jumped down from the bed, took the book, and held it close. You're not just a fish in a pond. When the wind and clouds come, you'll turn into a dragon. Why don't you stay in your hometown? Shouldn't the capital be the place for your grand plans?
Huh.
Wang Jingxing's tone shifted, and his voice suddenly rose. That and that look startled Su Lingyu awake. Only then did she realize she had said something wrong. She couldn't even remember what she had just said.
I'm drunk.
I don't even know what I said, she said, then hurried out the door. Still a bit tipsy, she swayed as she walked out, her steps unsteady. Wang Jingxing's eyes darkened. He knew that Su's third young lady was very clever and perceptive. He wasn't worried she'd find out secrets, but was afraid she might spread rumors. After leaving the Wang family, she hurried along and reached near Fuxing Building. She saw the servant, Third Aunt, looking around anxiously. Oh, Miss Third, where did you go? Everyone's been looking for you. Has the banquet ended? No, it's over. Miss Zhang left, and the guests dispersed. You've been gone for 2 hours, and I was worried. She rubbed her aching head and climbed onto the carriage. I'm drunk. I found a place to sleep for a while. Let's go back. Third Aunt pulled on the reins and turned the carriage around. Next time, you should tell me. Su Lingyu rubbed her head with one hand and responded softly. At the city gate, she met with her family. They exchanged a few words about their plans before heading home together. On the way, they encountered a group of common workers. They carried shoulder poles, one side with bedding and clothes, the other with grain from their work during forced labor. Some carried baskets and shoulder poles. They were led by the village head and the town chief to Snakehead Mountain to dig and carry soil. The workers had arrived, and the mountain digging had begun. Passing near Snakehead Mountain, she saw some wooden houses standing, but mostly tents, military tents now used by the workers. If it were summer or autumn, it might be bearable, but in winter or spring, it would be very cold. Is that not Li Lotzi? What is he doing here? Has the village started conscripting people?
Su Zhang asked.
Li Lotzi only comes when there's profit. Maybe he's after something, Third Aunt said. Su Lingyu was dozing off and paid no attention to the outside events. Su Lingyu practiced a sword technique in the mountains. After calming her breath and sitting cross-legged to understand her energy, she finished her morning training. While washing her hands, she poured spiritual spring water into the pond beside the Spirit Rain Pavilion. This water would flow down through terraced fields, into the fish pond at the foot of the mountain, then into the lotus marsh nearby. From top to bottom, her fields received diluted spiritual spring water. The effect was mild, but enough to help plants grow and support fish and poultry development. She used the high-concentration spring water to water the chili peppers, waiting for them to bloom and produce spicy peppers. Suddenly, a group of cavalry entered Dongquan village. Because they were far away, she didn't know what was happening there and continued watering her newly cultivated purple-red chrysanthemums. When she went down with her maid to have breakfast, she noticed some people were missing and asked her grandmother, "Where are they?" The servant, Third Aunt, set down the soy milk and scallion pancakes and said, "This morning, a group of men entered the village. They are here to catch Li Lotzi."
Why?
The soldiers say Li Lotzi killed Master Chinyong. Last night, Li Lotzi delivered rice wine, and the next day, the workers found Chinyong's arm and a pool of blood in his house. It flowed from the bed to the ground, then out the door. Did the master die? Uncertain whether he's alive or dead. The arm was on the bed, but the body is missing. Cotton ran out of the house and went to her sister, pulling on her sleeve. "Sister, let's go down and take a look." Suli opposed. "It's noisy downstairs. Kids shouldn't go." The soldiers wanted someone, but Granny Li couldn't give anyone up. The soldiers scared the village chief, asking for a person, while the chief's wife cried and cursed Li Lotzi. No one knew where Li Lotzi had gone, so how could the villagers find him? Li Lotzi shouldn't have killed anyone, especially not the sorcerer personally appointed by General Sunday. That would bring trouble to the village. The village chief stayed nearby, accompanying the children, and called Li Dan and Su Qingqi to help speak nicely. Cotton liked lively places. "Let's go. Come on. Let's see what's happening." Second girl is gone. Li Lotzi has killed again. How will those two boys survive in the future? Auntie sighed and went back to the kitchen to work. Su Lingyu gave Cotton an egg and took a scallion pancake for herself. She brought her maid Chui Chui and their dog A Wong. Let's go. Cotton was excited and ran forward happily. A Wong chased after Cotton, barking at a bush by the Chrysanthemum Avenue. A Wong, what are you doing? Cotton turned back while running. She saw a gray rabbit in the bush. Sister, it's a rabbit. The fluffy rabbit had red eyes and looked very cute. But what Cotton saw wasn't a cute rabbit, but let's catch it and cook it for braised rabbit. The head too. A Wong ran toward the rabbit, leaping over it and darting down a small path. A Wong, where are you going? Come this way. Su Lingyu patted Cotton's head and said, you go find Mom first, and I'll go bring a Wong back. Okay. Cotton's mind was still on the lively scene, so she took Chui Chui and ran away. Su Lingyu looked around and saw no one. She crouched down to check the red spot under the bushes, confirming it was blood. She took off the bell she was wearing and shook it 3 or 5 times in a regular pattern. A green ox and a gray donkey, grazing, trotted over. The shiny gray donkey came close and lowered its head to nuzzle her. It's been a while since we played. Let's have some fun, she said, patting the donkey and the ox. She drove the donkey and ox along the small path, letting their footprints cover the trail left by Li Lotzi, hiding his tracks. During the walk, the ox urinated, which was good because the smell of masked the faint scent of blood. Woof, 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 woof. A Wong is above. Let's go find a Wong and play. The donkey sees a Wong and runs after him quickly. The old blue ox is calm, eating grass while walking. Maybe the grass here doesn't taste good, so the blue ox only lowers its head to eat a few bites after a long while. Su Lingyu follows behind, holding a dry, withered branch, tapping the grass nearby to knock off the red spots on the leaves. She moves to the side, then further up. Past that is the back mountain of Lingyu Villa, which doesn't belong to the Su family. If Li Lizhi is hiding there, the Sun family can't come to blame them. Su Lingyu doesn't want to go forward. She doesn't know if the criminal is a minor. Knowing where the criminal is but not reporting it is hiding a crime, which is a serious offense. Let's go back. Let's go back. She prolongs her voice, urging a Wong and the donkey to turn around and head back. She leads the animals back to the main road and sees her mother holding Xiao Wu on the way home. You see, wearing such thin clothes, running into the grass, and getting covered in frost, Mrs.
Sulightly scolds her.
I just saw a rabbit and wanted to catch it to cook for you, but the rabbit was too clever and I couldn't find it, so I gave up. Su Lingyu smiles sweetly. Seeing her third brother's happy face, Mrs. Su can't scold her, so she just tells her to be more careful next time. Don't worry, mother. Sister won't get sick. If she does, I will make medicine for her. Mu Mian holds her sister's hand. She has taken medicine 3 times this year, but she has never seen her sister take medicine. She really wants to know how it feels to make medicine for her sister. Why did Li Lizhi kill someone?
Su Lingyu asks.
I know, Mu Mian acts as a little speaker, telling her everything she hears in the village. Father Mao Dan said, Chen Yong said Ernyo was destined for disaster. That disaster came true, and Li Lizhi couldn't stand it. So, he went to kill someone. Mother Dongzi said Li Lizhi has gone mad, can't tell right from wrong, and was drunk when he killed someone. Dr. Wu said Chen Yong killed Ernyo, so Li Lizhi went to seek revenge. There are many guesses, and Su Lingyu doesn't know which one to believe. Ernyo's death hit Li Lizhi hard, and she doesn't know what kind of person Li Lizhi really is. She thinks Li Lizhi's biggest motive for killing is revenge for Ernyo. But she also can't deny that Li Lizhi retaliated because of blood disaster, killing Chen Yong to vent his anger. Chen Yong, as a sorcerer, receives a good monthly salary and can afford to keep a few pampered concubines. Why did he want to kill the second girl? Could it be that, as the saying goes, wildflowers are more fragrant than cultivated ones? She looked up at her mother and thought, Mother is timid and can't hide Li Lizhi behind the mountain or beyond the thorny woods to avoid frightening her. When father comes home, I will tell him. How to handle this still depends on their opinions. Thinking of the second girl, she sighed softly. When a person dies, there are still those willing to seek revenge for her. The second girl was happy and lucky. Women in this era have little freedom in marriage and are often considered worthless. Some are sold just for a cow, some for a meal, and even more are sold when their brothers marry. Only strength can protect oneself. Su Lingyu believes she must grow stronger, so she won't be bullied. She heard that her cheap father went to gather information. They wanted to find out why Li Lizhi killed someone, whether it was Li Lizhi or Qin the sorcerer. After all, Li Lizhi was unarmed and weak, no match for Qin. Once this matter caused trouble, her father might not return anytime soon. She took her servants to water the crops and use straw to keep them warm. While checking the ginkgo tree's growth, she heard Ah Wang barking loudly. What's wrong with Ah Wang? Third aunt asked. Maybe he saw a rabbit, said the maid Cui Cui. When Mu Mian heard rabbit, she wanted to catch it. Xiao Wu found it fun and, despite having short legs, wanted to go up the mountain. One person held her each side, and she said, Mu Mian, you should go back and practice sewing. Xiao Wu's family has red bean and walnut cakes. Do you want to eat some?
Yes.
Mu Mian, take him back. Mu Mian was reluctant, but after being glared at, she reluctantly led Xiao Wu down the mountain. Linyu Mountain Villa has 2 peaks, one tall and one short. The tall one is full of tea trees. The shorter one has a wooden house called Lingyu Pavilion. Su Zhong joked that the house was odd. Neither a proper pavilion nor a house. The attic exists, built for winter. She planned to build a small 2-story attic on the mountain, which would be a perfect place to enjoy the moon and drink wine. She was not in a hurry to go to the mountain top, but turned back to Lingyu Pavilion to get some food. At the mountain top, Ah Wang barked at the thorny woods outside the dog. She personally planted this thorn forest, which grew very lush thanks to the spring water. It not only keeps people out but also wards off wild animals. Su Lingyu waved her hand to stop Ah Wang. She didn't dare go near the thorny forest, afraid that the people outside might be in a bad mood and hurt her. There is some rice cake here. Take it and run as far as you can. Don't come back. You killed General Sun's men, and soldiers are searching everywhere for you. They will soon come into the mountains to look. She handed the basket to Ah Wang. Ah Wang bit the basket and crawled out of the thorny forest through a dog hole.
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
Li Lizhi's crying came from outside. Soon, the sound of chewing was heard. Hearing him eat, Su Lingyu decided to go back.
Sanea.
Sanner, good Sanner. You tell Li Danner to come here. I have something important to tell him. You must not tell anyone. On a cold winter night, frost and fog covered everything. Without warm clothes, she really didn't want to go outside. Li Dan carried a lantern and walked ahead. Su Qingqi followed behind with his lantern, and Su Lingyu walked in the middle. She didn't want to come, but was forced by her cheap father. He said she was clever and could help think of ways to solve problems if anything happened. Afraid of being seen, she didn't dare light a torch. Carrying only a lantern with little light, she had to walk slowly. Fortunately, the trees in the mountain were dense, blocking the candle's flame. They soon reached the agreed place. Su Qingqi lowered his voice and called, Li Lizhi, Li Lizhi. After a while, no response. He called again, and then a reply came. Brother Su, over here. Come over. Fearing Li Lizhi might trick them, Su Lingyu let Ah Wang climb out first. Ah Wang went over and called twice to show it was safe. Only then did everyone dare to come out. Outside, Li Lizhi was hunched over, hugging himself and shivering from the cold. It had only been a day, but his face was covered in stubble, and he looked like a homeless person with a drooping face. Why did you call me? I'm here. Just say what you want, Li Dan said. Li Lizhi suddenly knelt down with a thump. Brother Dan, I killed the wrong person. Li Lizhi burst into tears. Did you kill Master Chen? Su Qingqi asked urgently. Yes, but no. He said he didn't bully my wife, but he doesn't admit it. Is he dead?
No, he's not dead.
Li Dan was very angry and kicked him. Take me to him quickly. Li Lizi then got up trembling and led the way inside. The path was difficult, and Li Lizi had no fire, so he fell several times along the way. Not far in, they entered a cave. They lit a fire inside, which was warmer than outside. Chen Yong, covered in blood and dirt, leaned against the wall and fell asleep. His right arm was cut off, and his wound was roughly bandaged by Li Lizi. He also had many bruises on his body. Li Dan quickly stepped forward, checked Chen Yong's forehead, and exclaimed, "He's burning up. Maybe he can still be saved, but we need to take him back immediately." "No, it's not possible," Li Lizi said, standing at the cave entrance with a chopping knife. Su Qingqi was worried about injuring the third son and pulled him aside. "Calling Brother Dan is to ask him to find out if Chen Yong is the one who killed my wife. If he is, I will kill him to avenge Nyo." "How can you be so sure Chen Yong killed Nyo? Do you have proof?"
Su Lingyu asked.
Li Lizi was confused, trembling as he held the chopping knife. He cried as he said, "Wu Dafu told me. He said when Nyo died, her nails had scratches with flesh attached, which belonged to Chen Yong. It must have been Chen Yong who killed my wife." Li Lizi wanted to kill him. At first, he planned to cut Chen Yong into 5 pieces, but after seeing one arm, he dared not continue. So, at dawn, he took Chen Yong away from the camp and up the mountain. He wanted to leave him in the mountains to die, but he was also reluctant and too scared to kill him. She looked at her father. Su Qingqi frowned and looked at Li Dan, but Li Dan shook his head. When Nyo died, they all saw her tragic state, but they didn't notice the scratches under her nails. The villagers, used to hard labor, had nails that were black or yellow, making it hard to see if there was flesh underneath. Carefully examining Chen Yong's face, they did notice some scratch marks, though not very clear, but with close inspection, they could be seen. At that time, Wu Dafu was collecting Nyo's remains, but he didn't mention any flesh under her nails. It's hard to determine what really happened. For now, let's wake Chen Yong and ask him clearly before deciding his fate, Su Qingqi said. Li Dan agreed. Su Lingyu handed over a small gourd. This is a spiritual medicine prepared by Dr. Liu from the city. People here don't live long, so she invested in herbs and funds to have Dr. Liu develop life-saving and nourishing medicines so that their families could live into their 70s or 80s. She gave Chen Yong some medicinal water to drink, dressed him warmly, and planned to find water to cool him down. Before they could come up with a plan, Chen Yong suddenly woke up. It's a miracle. Despite such a severe fever, he's waking up. Su Lingyu looked down at Chen Yong. Shaman, are you awake? Third son, bring water. Here. Another round of service made Chen Yong feel much clearer. He said, I am a person who practices cultivation. I only have one set of skills, so I can still fight off some injuries.
Thank you for saving me.
It wasn't necessary. Su Lingyu moved aside, allowing Chen Yong to see Li Lizi at the entrance of the cave. You thief, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? You killed my wife. Everyone, don't listen to him, Chen Yong weakly said. I haven't done such a despicable thing. It was you. Li Lizi, furious, said. When Nyo was laid to rest, Dr. Wu found her fingers curled and stiff like claws. Her left fingernails had flesh underneath, and her second finger was longer than the third. You have a wound on your right cheek, with 2 long scars and 1 short. And there's pigweed juice on your neck. The pigweed juice is only on this side, and it doesn't fade after 5 days on a person. The place where Nyo died, the grass was thick with pigweed. Your neck no longer has pigweed juice, but I saw the marks on your neck myself. Li Dan said, knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. No need for more words, just kill him. Su Lingyu said, the evidence is solid. Some people look proper on the outside but are hypocrites inside, acting like beasts. Spare me. It wasn't me. How did the wound on your face happen? Su Qingqi asked. Chen Yong recalled and said, my wife is the daughter of my master, also my younger sister. But she's fierce as a tiger and wouldn't let me take a concubine or accept a secondary wife. So I kept a mistress outside. She got pregnant, and somehow the news got to my wife. She argued and was furious, which caused the scratches on my face. After saying this, Chin Yong was exhausted, gasping weakly, almost fainting. And what about the pigweed juice on you?
Li Dan asked.
It's for curing skin itch, Chin Yong replied. The juice from pigweed indeed helps with skin itch, but I didn't expect Chin Yong to say that. The cave fell silent. Li Lizi wanted to kill but was afraid to do it himself, so he asked Li Dan to help. Brother Dan, don't listen to him. He's lying, Li Lizi trembled. Li Dan was annoyed at Li Lizi's recklessness. If you had told me earlier, you wouldn't have to die. I've been thinking about Ernyo's case, but I had no clues. Since Li Lizi has some clues, we should investigate. Those who deserve to die shouldn't be alive, Su Lingyu said. We will first verify whether Chin Yong's story is true, then ask Dr. Wu why he said that, Su Lingyu said. Li Dan and Su Qingqi pondered, but finally agreed. Su Qingqi suggested they go back to rest and investigate tomorrow. Li Lizi disagreed, insisting to stay behind. How do I know if you'll report me to the authorities? Leave Su Sanner. If you dare to keep her, I will kill her. Li Lizi's hand holding the knife was unsteady, and his words were trembling. If Su Qingqi suddenly attacked, Li Lizi knew he wouldn't be his match. Su Qingqi wanted to suppress Li Lizi, but Sanner kept pulling at his clothes, so he had to give up that idea. He gritted his teeth and agreed to Li Lizi, but made a request. Let Li Dan go back first, and he would stay with Sanner until dawn. Li Lizi didn't want to agree, but under Su Lingyu's persuasion, he finally nodded. Li Dan took a lantern and torch and left. Su Qingqi held Sanner, leaning against the wall. Li Lizi sat by the fire with a chopping knife, lost in thought. No one helped Chin Yong turn over. His right side was exposed to the fire, uneven heat making him very uncomfortable. His illness worsened, and he gradually lost consciousness. At dawn, Su Lingyu urged her father to leave. If you don't come back tonight, my mother will be so upset she'll threaten to cut someone. Oh no, I dare not anger her when she cries. You just say I was with you last night, and explain it to her tomorrow. Also, help me come up with an excuse to cover it up. We might not return in a day or two. Okay. Su Qingqi lit his lantern and left. Soon, Awang arrived carrying a bundle, which contained 3 or 5 fried eggs and 7 or 8 large eggs. Unlike Li Lizi, who ate greedily, Su Lingyu ate small bites. Even in the mountain cave, facing the fierce Li Lizi, she ate gracefully. After eating, she felt thirsty and wanted to find some water. I'll go get some water for you. You watch over Chin Yong, and don't let him run away. Li Lizi moved his mouth, wanting to stand up, but chose to trust Sanner. Su Lingyu had only been gone a short while when she staggered into the cave, shouting, "Big bug, tiger, there's a tiger outside." Li Lizi was even more scared, trembling as he held his chopping knife and backed into the cave. Really? Su Lingyu looked outside. It's coming this way. The white-browed, yellow-bodied tiger, smelling blood, headed toward the cave. It appeared at the entrance, its golden eyes fixed on the people inside. Li Lizi and Su Lingyu leaned against each other, trembling with fear and unsure of what to do. What should we do? Su Lingyu saw Li Lizi's legs weaken and couldn't stand steadily. She quickly grabbed the axe from Li Lizi's hand. Don't come closer, or I will chop you, she stammered, unable to speak clearly. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Awang barked fiercely at the tiger. The tiger roared loudly in the forest. Awang jumped up and ran to the cave entrance, blocking the way for the tiger and standing in front of its owner. The tiger looked down on Awang, blocking the entrance and not moving in or out, trying to scare the two inside the cave. As long as one is strong enough, they don't need to use much effort to make the opponent submit. The tiger, along with the dog, looked down on the two humans. Su Lingyu's mind raced quickly, thinking about how to escape the danger. When the tiger entered the cave, where should she hit it? After escaping the cave, how could she seek help? The more she thought, the more sweat broke out on her forehead. The sweat dripped into her eyes, but she dared not blink, fearing the tiger might rush in and bite her. Time passed second by second, and the humans and the tiger faced each other, but the tiger paid no attention to them.
Roar.
Another tiger arrived from the other side. This made Su Lingyu even more frightened. Li Lizhi collapsed to the ground, crying loudly like a scared child. The tiger blocking the cave moved aside, giving way, and the other tiger ran over, opening its big mouth at the people in the mountain. Wow, wow, wow. Don't eat me. Don't eat me, Li Lizhi shouted in fear, running into the cave. Unfortunately, the cave wasn't deep, and there was nowhere further inside to hide. Su Lingyu stood still, trembling in her legs, her hand holding the knife trembling uncontrollably. She wasn't unwilling to run, but she couldn't move. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger growled softly. Su Lingyu realized that this tiger was different. Although this tiger had a big mouth, it showed no intention of attacking further or eating anyone. Su Lingyu remembered stories of animals seeking help from humans and guessed that this tiger might be injured in the mouth and was trying to ask for help. She looked into the tiger's mouth with wide eyes. Her throat was fine, her left teeth were okay, but her right side was injured by a bone stuck in the gums. A small piece of bone was embedded in the gum, and there were tiny cuts around the injury, which were inflamed. Perhaps the tiger was trying to remove the bone itself, but accidentally hurt its gums. Additionally, bacteria on its claws worsened the inflammation of its gums. "I'll treat your wound. Please don't eat me," she said nervously, feeling very scared. Standing far away, she leaned forward and poured the medicine from the small porcelain bottle into the tiger's mouth, then poured spiritual spring water into the bottle and splashed it into the tiger's mouth. The tiger took a sip of the spiritual spring and found the taste good, so its attitude improved. After drinking another sip, it no longer seemed angry, and its roar turned into a gentle purring sound. Only then did Su Lingyu dare to step forward and remove the bone spur. She approached the tiger's mouth, one foot in front of the other, ready to run if anything went wrong. Her hands trembled as she reached toward the tiger's mouth. Just as she touched the bone spur, the tiger was about to become angry. The wound was inflamed, causing the entire right gum to swell and hurt. Any touch to the bone spur brought the tiger intense pain. Su Lingyu understood this well and was afraid the tiger might get upset and swallow her in one bite. So she firmly grasped the bone spur and pulled with all her strength, finally removing it. She held the bone spur and quickly retreated to a safe place. Su Qingqi and Li Dan returned to the cave and saw their third son weak and lying on the ground. Li Lizhi was lying inside, sleeping soundly. "Third son, what happened to you?" Seeing her father, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying, "Woa, I was so scared." Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? Did Lizhi bully you?" Su Qingqi's voice grew louder and angrier, ready to scold Li Lizhi. Li Dan went to wake Li Lizhi, who woke up crying and told the story of how the tiger came. Su Dan and Su Qingqi listened with fear and worry. Su Qingqi comforted the third son. "Don't cry, don't cry. You're brave to pull out the bone spur from the tiger's mouth." He gently patted her back to soothe her. Their third son always thought of herself as an adult and stayed calm in any situation, but now she was frightened by the tiger. He felt very sad and annoyed that he had been away for so long. She cried for a while and gradually calmed down. Even though she knew they were safe now, she still trembled uncontrollably. The tiger usually doesn't come to this mountain area. Maybe it came out because its tooth was hurt. "Don't be afraid. There won't be any more tigers," Su Qingqi reassured her. Li Dan looked at Qin Yong, who was dehydrated, and said, "What he said is true." When Nyo had an accident that day, his wife caused a big fuss and scratched his face. The grass juice on him was for treating skin itching. This proved that the evidence against Qin Yong for killing was not valid. Everyone's suspicious eyes turned toward Dr. Wu. Did Dr. Wu Liangyong tell lies? Why would he lie? These questions need to be investigated. Li Lizhi sat on the ground again, grabbing his own hair with both hands, pulling out a handful. His scalp felt numb, and even some pores seemed to bleed. How much force did he use to cause this? We need to check Dr. Wu Liangyong, find out his background, and see if he has the potential to commit murder, Li Dan said. Chun Yong needs to be sent back. If we delay further, it might be discovered. Let's move Chun Yong to another mountain and wait until nightfall before releasing him on a village road. First, keep him here with medication to stabilize him, then send him elsewhere at dusk, Su Qingqi whispered. After Tuana relaxed from her tense state, she fell asleep. It was the first time she slept in his arms after turning 1 year old. Tuaner doesn't like being held by people, so for a long time, he mistook Mu Mian for her, imagining her being comforted and held by him. Now, with this rare chance, he wanted Tuaner to sleep peacefully in his arms, fulfilling a father's wish. Seeing Tuaner's condition, Li Dan told Li Lizi, "You wait here first, I'll go get medicine." Li Lizi was lost in his own world, not hearing a word Li Dan said. Su Lingyu woke up and saw her kind father and Li Dan eating lunch. She broke free and sat nearby. Su Qingqi rubbed his sore arms and said, "You sleep so deeply. Even a little white pig isn't as heavy as you." Su Lingyu glared at him. He chuckled proudly. He took the water pouch handed by Li Dan. "Thanks, Uncle Li." He glanced at Li Lizi, who was silent nearby, then asked his father, "Did you find out anything?" Li Dan shared an important piece of news. Although the second girl was laid to rest by Dr. Wu Liangyong, the person who sealed her coffin said her hands were very dirty, but she had no nails. Her nails were very short, only enough to hold a line of dirt, so she couldn't have scratched anyone. Dr. Wu is lying. Yes, Li Dan nodded heavily. Dr. Wu is lying. Maybe he's trying to frame someone or hide the truth. Perhaps he is the real culprit, Su Lingyu guessed. Dr. Wu usually gets along well with others. The villagers say he refused to accept marriage proposals. He probably wouldn't do such things. Su Qingqi didn't believe it. People may look friendly on the outside, but be wolves in sheep's clothing. Don't be fooled by appearances. Su Lingyu said, "Start with Dr. Wu. First, investigate Dr. Wu's background, where he came from and why he is here. Second, check Dr. Wu's whereabouts on that day to see if there is any evidence he was not present. If that's the case, it will take 2 days to leave home. To find out about Dr. Wu's background, we must visit the place where Dr. Li used to live and ask the local people." Su Qingqi stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. "Sanner, I will take you back first. Your mother is looking for you." "Okay, thank you. Goodbye, Uncle Li." After the father and daughter left, Li Dan, afraid that the tiger might return, kicked Li Lizi and took him to move Qin Yong away from the ground. The next morning, someone came to the city to report to the officials that they had found the healer Qin Yong. The Qin family was busy and hurriedly welcomed the person home. They called a doctor and thanked the villagers. The Taoist priest entered the Qin family and asked the villagers first, "Where did you find him?" "At the river mouth near your house. He drifted down from upstream. I thought he was dead." "Which village is upstream from yours?"
None.
Upstream is a small pond, coming from the mountains. All clues were cut off, and the Taoist priest had to suppress his curiosity and ask Mrs. Chen inside, "How is Yong now?" Lu Dafu said that her husband received treatment, and his condition is not as serious as we thought. "He might still survive," Mrs. Chen said, wiping tears. "Thank you for your hard work, sister. Rest assured, I will find a famous doctor to treat Yong." "Thank you, brother. If my husband doesn't make it, I don't know how we will survive." The Taoist priest went inside to see Qin Yong. Together with the doctors, he treated Qin Yong's wounds. Chief Dr. Liu examined Qin Yong's injuries and checked his pulse. He could tell that someone had used medicine to keep him alive. This reminded him of the medicine given to the Su family. When he examined Qin Yong, he saw familiar signs. As a precaution, Liu added an extra ingredient to the medicine and instructed that Qin Yong would not be able to speak for half a year after waking up. Mrs. Chen stayed by her husband's bedside, touching his broken arm and murmuring, "You really survived this great danger. Since you're alive, then just stay at home and enjoy life." "Are you really going to do that, madam?" "Why not?" He was the first to break his vows and promises. Touching her husband, Mrs. Chun recalled the promise he made years ago when he knelt before her father, asking for her hand in marriage. Yong may not be talented, but he has a sincere heart. He doesn't seek wealth or fame. He only wishes, like his master guarding his mistress, to protect her for a lifetime. She loved only him, like the pair of birds guarding each other, staying together forever. Now, recalling those words, she feels as moved as she did then, but also finds them painfully ironic. She wishes she could consume him entirely, to take his flesh and blood. This man not only broke his vows but also had a child outside their marriage, a son and a daughter, just a year apart. They married less than 3 years ago, and now he's wandering outside, causing trouble and creating more children. How can she trust a man like that? Since he broke his promise first, she decides to face the consequences of betrayal. She adds a special herb to his medicine, making him weak and unable to stand tall again. Later, beside General Sun, the talented healer Chin became silent for a year, losing the trust of the general. Feeling sad and frustrated, she wanted to find love elsewhere but realized she was no longer capable. Her sadness grew deep, and she vowed to punish Li Dan and Su Qingqi from Dongquan village, but she met her enemies by chance and was beaten to death. Li Lizi hid in the mountains, afraid to go home. Although Li Dan and Su Qingqi went to investigate Wu Liangyong, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to find Wu Liangyong to ask why he had lied to him. He waited in a nearby mountain for 2 days, but saw no sign of Wu Liangyong. Wu Liangyong often went to the village to give free medical help, but recently, he hadn't seen him much. Li Lizi decided to go to the city. Knowing which places could hide him from the soldiers, he planned to blend in. Wu Liangyong was seeing patients in the front yard, and the consultation ended quickly. He left his apprentice to watch the shop and went to rest in the back. When he entered the house and tried to close the door, it was pushed open forcefully. To his surprise, it was Li Lizi. He was startled and quietly asked Li Lizi, "What are you doing here? The officials are looking for you everywhere." Li Lizi pushed Wu Liangyong inside, closed the door behind him, and said, "I came here to hide and look for a chance to get revenge. Why are you here? You should be hiding in the mountains. Coming here is like asking to be caught," Wu Liangyong said with concern and anger at Li Lizi's recklessness. He wanted to speak more but was stopped when a chopping knife was pressed against his neck. "What do you want? We're friends. You don't need to treat me like this," Wu Liangyong pleaded. Li Lizi held his neck tightly and demanded, "Did you kill my wife?" "No, I didn't." "Let go first," Wu Liangyong begged. But Li Lizi didn't loosen his grip and increased the pressure. "My wife didn't like to grow long nails, saying they made it hard to work and caused suffering," he said with a cold tone. "You said that my wife caught Chin Yong. Are you trying to use him to kill me? Unfortunately, you planned wrong.
Chun Yong likes to drink.
How could he kill me when he's drunk? Did you kill my wife?" Wu Liangyong grabbed Li Lizi's hand. "Let go first. I will tell you everything. I know who the real murderer is." Li Lizi, holding a knife, wasn't afraid of Wu Liangyong. He released his hand. But just as he let go, Wu Liangyong picked up a teapot and smashed it over Li Lizi's head, then quickly pushed him down. No one expected that the weak Wu Liangyong had such strength. Seeing Wu Liangyong about to run away, Li Lizi suddenly grabbed his leg and stabbed his leg.
"Ah!"
Wu Liangyong's scream alarmed the apprentices in the front yard. Their running and questioning scared Li Lizi. Li Lizi, not stopping, stabbed Wu Liangyong twice and then ran out the door. The apprentice shouted for help and looked after the master inside the house. "Help! Someone's a thief and has killed someone. Help! Master, master!" Wu Liangyong, lying in a pool of blood, covered his wound with his hand, spitting blood, his eyes gradually losing their light. His mind was filled with many faces, including Nyo. When he first saw Nyo, she was dark and thin, hiding whenever she saw people. A year and a half later, after giving birth, she was pale and plump, with full and hips, and she dared to greet everyone. He was moved. Every time he saw Nyo, the evil demon in his heart stirred. That time, When he saw her, the demon couldn't be suppressed anymore. He pretended to help and led her to a hidden place with bad intentions. He promised not to kill again, but Ernyo was fiery and spicy, very tasty, and he couldn't control himself. He ended up killing her. Did Ernyo feel guilty after dying? Maybe. Now that he's dying, does he regret?
No.
Someone like him, enjoying being a demon while despising himself, should have died long ago. Wu Yongyong's eyes slowly closed. Before his apprentice could find help, he took his last breath. Li Lizhi has been caught. Li Lizhi killed Dr. Wu. Is he addicted to killing? Lizhi won't have a good ending. No reason or grudge, yet he kills. He deserves to be beheaded. It's only a matter of time. It's a pity for those two children. They've lost their parents. Li Lizhi was caught in the city for killing someone and was unable to escape the officers who took him to the yamen. It is said that General Sun was very angry and personally questioned Li Lizhi, but no one knows what was asked. When Su Lingyu heard that Li Lizhi had killed Wu Liangyong, she sighed again and said, "Heart of a beast, clothing of a bird." Miss Third, are you talking about who?
Li Lizhi?
Li Lizhi doesn't deserve the term beast in human clothing. The maid wanted to ask why, but seeing that the young lady didn't want to answer, she gave up. The old master bought her back from the pawn shop and clearly told her that the person she served preferred quietness. When she didn't want to speak, it was best not to ask anything. Su Zhang, who knew some inside details, came to see the third son. Is it really Dr. Wu? We'll know when father comes back. Su Zhang didn't say much, sighing several times and finding it hard to believe many things. The two who went out to investigate soon returned and were directly called to the yamen. Su Qingqi told the officials, Wu Liangyong was from Fengzhou. He left Fengzhou at a young age to practice medicine and stayed in various places, but each place had cases of women being abused and killed. His last residence was Hancheng, where he stayed for 10 years. Nearly every year, a young woman died, mostly beautiful and good-looking. None survived. All died, all in the wild, with no witnesses or evidence. The yamen was shocked. No one expected that a healer could be a devil, saving lives while killing people. Wu Liangyong is the murderer. His death is not unjust. Li Lizhi is innocent. He only avenged his wife. What should the general do? He cut off Qinyang's right arm. This matter can't be just let go. Let Li Lizhi dig earth and carry mud. He can serve 3 or 5 or 7 years of labor before returning home. Someone suggested. Digging earth and carrying mud was not easy, but it was a way to survive. That day, the yamen announced Wu Liangyong's crimes, causing the people to be shocked. Some extremists dug up Wu Liangyong's grave, believing that the beast in human clothing deserved no tomb. Someone else threw Wu Liangyong's bones onto the mass grave, letting wild dogs eat them. On a cold winter day, Su Lingyu was practicing martial arts when a destitute Li Lizhi, holding a small child, appeared before her and knelt down. Why are you doing this? Li Lizhi pushed the weak child toward her and kowtowed again. The villagers of Dongquan are honest and won't turn away from those in need. Why did you bring him to me? Snakehead Mountain is not far from the village. During spring planting and autumn harvest, you can take leave and go home to help. If you work hard, there will definitely be food to eat. Li Lizhi did not speak, only kowtowed. Su Lingyu refused to adopt the child. The child has parents and relatives in the village, so it's unreasonable to keep him with her. In the future, she might not be able to manage him, and he could become ungrateful.
Take him back.
I won't adopt him, Su Lingyu said firmly. Li Lizhi cried and said, You give him food, and he'll serve you like a servant. Then Li Lizhi left, ignoring Su Lingyu's calls. Su Lingyu had no choice but to carry the child down and ask her mother to take him back. She fed the child some rice porridge, feeling sorry for him. Su Li's family is stronger than Su Zhang's. She carried the child into the village and insisted on returning him. Li Lizhi died. He dug his own grave and buried himself right next to Ernyo's tomb. A cowherd playing on the mountain smelled a foul odor and saw fresh mud, realizing there was a dead person. He went home to tell the elders. The elders went to check and found it was Li Lizi. Now it's settled. His father and mother are gone, and the 2 children of the Li family are now orphaned. The village chief reported to the officials, but they couldn't find Li Lizi. The village chief also scolded people. Li Lizi's relatives couldn't pay, so they decided to bury Li Lizi and Er Nyo together to save on coffin costs. Other people's lives are just side stories. Everyone must live their own life well. Li Lizi and his wife's deaths had no impact on the Su family. Life went on as usual. Su Lingyu discussed with her father. Maybe we should bring Li Er here to be raised by third aunt, and when he's grown, he can serve as a servant? You have a good idea, but you should ask the Li relatives if they agree. Li Yongji became an official and is 2 ranks higher than Er Lang. If Li Er comes to serve us, the Li relatives might feel ashamed and lose face. You don't need to worry. Li Dan might be willing to raise him. Even if he doesn't, he will still give rice and food. Now, she felt reassured. Su Zhongmu rested at home for 2 days, sleeping in late. Mother, what should I eat for breakfast? Glutinous rice rolls with bean skin and soy milk, Mu Mian said with a smile. Little Wu took a big bite and said, the glutinous rice rolls are so delicious. The bean skin was bought from the tofu shop, steamed with sticky rice mixed with lotus root grains, crab roe butter, and crushed beans. After steaming, take it out and cut it into sections. It tastes very good. When the family makes food, she always brings a share to Shinming, and Su Zhong goes along. He hasn't seen the director for a few days. Last night, he returned home late and didn't dare to disturb him. He brought some rare books and a good ink stick. He took the initiative to carry a basket, letting Sanner go empty-handed and walk beside him. The weather is cold. Waterfall go south for winter, and mountain sparrows dominate the forest. Their chirping makes a lively scene. A villager asked me if we dry and store taro. Yes, dry taro is ground into flour to make taro balls, taro cakes, and taro powder. Did you find any buyers? They have plenty of land. If they eat it themselves, there's no need to buy dried taro from outside. No need for buyers. We open our own shop and sell ourselves. We bought a shop in the city, with the front shop and back residence. After you married Li Ying, you moved to the city, so you don't have to travel back and forth. You go to the government office or to the countryside, and Li Ying buys and sells taro powder and taro balls with her servants. No, marrying means filial piety in front of parents. That's very unfilial, Su Zhong disagreed. Big brother misses home and values family ties, she knows that. No matter whether you go or not, the shop still needs to open. First, it gives you and Dad a place to stay in the city. Second, it increases the family income. Second brother is just a money pit. No matter how much money you give, it's never enough. Last time, he asked for 1,000 taels of silver in a letter. That much? Yes, too much. So she gave him 614 taels, 5 chien and 5 fun, along with 2 old silver hairpins and a broken inkstone. She sent a thick letter explaining that the family sold land, cattle, horses, chickens, ducks, geese, and even grandma's and mother's jewelry to gather this money. At the end of the letter, she added, if it's not enough, sell Xiaowu and Mian. Perhaps you'll get about 100 taels of silver. She calculated the days. The letter should reach Su Shan soon. Su Shan wrote that his superior wants to make him a son-in-law, and he has also met the girl. He likes her and wants to marry her, so he plans to go to the capital with his parents. This is good news. What do your parents think? They plan to go to the capital for the new year. There are 3 months until then. According to seniority, you should marry first. Yunyang wants you to marry Li Ying first. There are 2 good days in December, and it depends on your decision. The siblings talked and walked quickly to Shenming's place. But today, someone arrived even earlier. A carriage was parked in front of the humble house. Liu Shi is the name Shenming gave to his small courtyard. Su Lingyu found a good piece of wood for him. He carved it himself, painted it, and hung it outside the door. When someone entered, a young boy stepped forward to bow and said, Sir went out yesterday and has taken on a new disciple named Wang Jingxing. Brother Jingxing. Is that little Wang from next door? Su Zong quickly went inside, happy to see Wang Jingxing but also a little disappointed that the head of the courtyard didn't accept him as a disciple. Wang Jingxing nodded to Su Lingyu, but his attention was still on the teacher and Su Zhong. Su Lingyu took the food from De Lang's hand, handed it to Wang Jingxing's servant, and asked him to set up a stone table. She also sent a young boy to Lingyu Mountain Villa to ask for some food from Auntie San, explaining that visitors were coming. Then she took a small bucket and went up the mountain to fetch mountain spring water. Tea brewed with mountain spring water tastes better and helps wake the mind. In fact, using spring water for tea can also strengthen the body and boost immunity. But she didn't dare do that. The aroma of spring water is strong, and the tea scent is even richer. Only she has access to the spring, and others can't find it, which could cause suspicion. By the time she returned, they were already talking about politics and taxes. She didn't want to join these topics. Politics is a man's matter. She just wanted to live peacefully. If anything happened, Su Zhong and Su Shan would stand at the front. She had already taught the young boy how to brew tea, so she didn't need to serve personally. She picked up the water jug and watered the roses and mountain chrysanthemums. In Shunming's flower garden, she saw a bright red, 3-layered, 32-petal chrysanthemum, such a new variety. Stop! What are you doing? Thief, put that down. Su Lingyu dug up a red chrysanthemum and smiled, saying, Master, when there's good stuff, it should be shared. It's hidden there, because I don't want you to see it. I only have 2 plants. Don't worry, there will be more next year, she said with a smile. She stood among the flowers, her smile sweet like winter sunshine, warming people's hearts. Wang Jingxing was captivated by the scene, drawing her face and the scenery on the table with his finger. Su Zhong doted on his third son and advised the head of the courtyard. Third son is good at flowers and birds.
There's no need to be sad, head.
Maybe next year you'll see more red chrysanthemums. Shunming still felt sad. My flowers. My red plum blossoms are about to bloom. I see there's an empty space outside your courtyard. Why don't I move a couple of red plum trees there for you?
Deal.
Su Lingyu, covered in mud, protected the red chrysanthemums as she left. When she planted red chrysanthemums, Su Zhang's wife asked, Uncle has visitors. What should we prepare to eat? There's a wanted notice in the city, and he has already shown his face in front of General Sun. Calling him uncle isn't appropriate anymore. Let's call him Master Uncle instead. Same difference. Is 4 dishes and 1 soup better, or 5 dishes and 1 soup? 1 plate of chicken and duck each, some fried shrimp, a bunch of beans, a pot of wine. Wang Jingxing brought 2 servants, a warrior and a boy. The warrior probably eats more. Ask third aunt to bring more rice. That's easy to do. At first, they thought little Wang next door was just here to eat, but unexpectedly, he stayed over and moved directly into Shinming's yard. Now, Shinming had a disciple to serve him, so he didn't need to worry about food or daily expenses. This eased the pressure on the Su family. Everyone was happy about little Wang's arrival, except Su Lingyu. Lingyu Mountain Villa has 2 peaks, 1 tall and 1 short. The shorter one was built into Lingyu Pavilion. The taller one is her martial arts training ground. The top of the second peak was flattened by Su Qingqi and his men, specifically for her practice. Since a certain day, 2 more people joined the martial training, little Wang and his warrior. Su Lingyu's fancy, but superficial swordsmanship made them look down on her every time. Today, their contempt annoyed Su Lingyu. She challenged, how about a comparison? Wang Jingxing paused and gently said, No, my third brother's swordsmanship used to be strong, but I am not your match now. You look at me with contempt. That tells me you're lying. Wang Jingxing put away his contempt and calmly said, You've misunderstood. Maybe I did. Let's have a contest. Whoever wins leaves here. Since you came here, I feel like my territory is being invaded. Although Wang Jingxing tried to suppress his aura, he couldn't fully control it. His actions were proud, his bones proud. Anyone paying close attention would see he was like a fierce tiger. You've misunderstood. Whether he admitted it or not, she still held on to her idea. Su Lingyu held her breath, drew her sword, collected dewdrops, swung her sword, and the dew hit the trees. With a pop, a piece of bark fell from a tree. Wang Jingxing and his warrior immediately felt a chill and realized they had misjudged her. They thought she was just a weakling with flashy moves, but she was actually skilled, practicing internal strength at a young age. Impressive. I feel ashamed for underestimating third young master. Uncle, you're too polite. If you can't do this, please come back here after I finish practicing martial arts. As she spoke, Su Lingyu threw her wooden sword and turned to walk down with her hands behind her back. Being ignored and looked down upon by her made Wang Jingxing unhappy. But since he couldn't match her martial skill, he had to accept it. What did she call me? Uncle. Miss Third calls the young master Sir Gong, and since you're the young master, you naturally are uncle. She has a higher status than him. He couldn't compete in martial arts, so he had to listen to her and practice martial arts a bit later than her. Wang Jingxing was not convinced. Because he was focusing on studying for now, he set aside his martial arts. He added half an hour to his training to try to develop internal strength. After they went down the mountain, Su Lingyu returned to the top and picked up the bark she had torn off. This was a prop used to trick Wang Jingxing. Luckily, he didn't check the tear in the bark, or the trick wouldn't work. As a girl new to practicing martial arts, where would she get internal strength? Even if she was a genius, it wouldn't be possible to develop internal strength in half a year. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a farming novel. It would be a martial arts farming novel. All her tricks were just acts, schemes used by people in the martial world. She performed convincingly, which is why she fooled them. Cooked tender chicken was cooled in ice water, then rubbed with seasonings to absorb the flavor, sliced and served on a plate. Dried black fungus soaked and cleaned, then sliced and stir-fried with pork in the wok, and served after a few minutes. All right, take the dishes over. Su Lingyu left the kitchen and signaled the servant to serve the food. Her clothes were stained with oil and smoke, so she needed to change into a new outfit. Cui, who followed the young lady, felt helpless. Her young lady loved cleanliness and often changed clothes. Summer was fine, but in winter, she hated washing clothes the most. Young lady, Manager Mu from Muxing has come. A Gui brought people into the yard. Manager Mu, a special guest. Long time no see. Has the wood I ordered arrived? Yes, it has. Oh, I can smell the fragrance. Is the timing good? Really good. Who wouldn't crave the food at your place? Mrs. Su invited Manager Mu to sit, and he gratefully accepted and sat down without fuss. They didn't talk while eating to avoid choking. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Anything else can wait until after the meal. Manager Mu patted his belly happily.
He was full again.
Every time he ate at the Su family, he overate. It was so embarrassing. The food at the Su family was delicious, not only because they used a lot of oil but also because their ingredients were excellent. Come and drink some chrysanthemum tea to clear the greasiness. The chrysanthemum tea has honey in it, so it's not too bad to drink, and it smells nice. Wood shopkeeper took 2 sips and said, "The wood has arrived, and the tiles you needed are also finished. Once my brother finishes his work, he can help you build Lingyu Pavilion. First, send the materials over. Once the foundation is dug, he will be almost done with the other building. The stonework is a bit tricky because Madam Sun needs blue stone, which your blue stone has not been shaped yet. Is the blue stone for the foundation ready? Yes, that's no problem. Please send the blue stone for the foundation first and kindly tell Manager Lai about it. That's easy to do. Let's compare some drawings. If the pavilion looks good, we'll build it according to these plans. Are you sure about this staircase design? The drawings show that the second floor staircase has a turntable, which is a new feature. Adding a turntable will slow down the stairs. Straight stairs are hard to walk up and down, and you might bump your head. Enlarge the staircase opening, so children can climb easily. Mamian and Xiaowu are full of energy, and running up and down will definitely happen. She also made some requests, like reducing the size of the second floor rooms, and reserving a pavilion for sightseeing. That's very suitable for sightseeing, watching rain in summer and ginkgo leaves in winter. After confirming everything, the shopkeeper put the drawings away and planned to leave. Qiandong from the tile kiln asked me to tell you to visit your father and check the number of tiles.
Okay. Take care on your way.
Su Qingqi rode a carriage to Sanhui village, where Qian's family was. Since they entered the village, someone had gone to call Qiandong. The dusty Qiandong hurried over to greet the guests. Old Master Su, Miss Su, you're here too. Please come in, please come in. Workers lifted a large oilcloth, revealing rough black tiles. These are mid-quality tiles, better than what most people use. 10 in a row, 10 vertically, 1 bundle equals 100, and there are 10 bundles in total. Su Qingqi went with Ague to count, and Su Lingyu watched happily. Miss Su, over here, come this way, Qianxi called her to speak. Su Lingyu told her father, and then took Cui Cui to follow Qianxi. Qianxi walked quickly, light-footed, with a joyful tone. Thanks to your advice last time, we've made some good things. Come and take a look. Qianxi opened the warehouse and called someone to guard the door before inviting Su Lingyu inside. Look at these items. There are white, blue, and black bricks. The white ones are the softest, the blue ones are the hardest, and the black ones are the most cost-effective but also the easiest to break. Su Lingyu picked them up to examine. What about the cost? The cheapest ones cost about 1 or 2 per brick, but no one dares to buy them. Try shrinking the size of the black bricks. Maybe smaller bricks will be stronger. I need to use black bricks to pave the courtyard. This is a big business. Improve your skills and lower the costs. My Lingyu Pavilion will soon start construction, so you don't have much time. Su Lingyu picked up a white brick. Do you have a way to make white teacups or white plates? White is considered unlucky. It's associated with death. White looks clean and nice, and scholars like white. Private schools are almost gone. Where would the scholars come from? Any official is a scholar. If you manage to make them, not just in Daliang City, but all of Daliang will use your white teacups. White porcelain teacups would be even better. I'll try. I originally wanted to pave the roads with stone slabs, but they're too expensive. Try making tiles by firing clay. That's impossible. Clay tiles break easily when stepped on and tend to in the middle. First, make a model, then add spicy wood strips in the middle before pouring. That will make the tiles much stronger. If you can produce these tiles at a lower price than stone slabs, who wouldn't come to buy from you? Qianxi was tempted. I'll try. After checking the numbers, he ordered Qian's team to transport the tiles to Dongquan village. Su Qingqi and others followed the convoy. When they passed Snakehead Mountain, they saw a lively scene, people cutting trees, digging soil, and transporting earth. A Taoist in gray robes often walked among the crowd, instructing the workers on how to dig. A cart pulled covered items wrapped in mats and left the camp. Su Qingqi recognized what it was and lowered the curtain. Stop looking. You can see it at home too. Is that a corpse? She asked, noticing something. Some people are too weak to work long hours. Others are old and can't keep up physically, and they can't eat well. Overexertion leads to death. Su Qingqi didn't explain further. He knew that even if he didn't say anything, Sanner would understand. After winter began, the weather turned cold. They decided to dig up the 2 acres of and share some soup as a good deed. It's good that you agree. I was worried you'd oppose. He had already thought of this. There might not be enough at home, and with many people, the soup could run out, causing trouble. Let's buy some from the village. Tell them we want, ask them to grow it and buy at city prices. The more, the better. That works. I'll talk to the village people later. After winter started, the men had free time. The women began twisting ropes and making thread to weave mosquito nets. Growing could bring in some money, and they would be happy about that. Su Lingyu decided to speed up the growth of the chili peppers, harvest seeds to expand planting, and use spice to ward off the cold. Thanks to Ling Juan's nurturing, the chili seedlings grew quickly and already had flower buds. Moving them indoors and providing enough warmth, they should soon bear fruit. Eager to get the seeds, Su Lingyu cut the branches directly and used cuttings for propagation. Originally, the chili trees spread through seeds, but now, with cuttings, they could still survive. With Ling Juan's help, anything was possible. Su Qingqi went to the village, found some people to dig up, and others to till the land for winter planting. Winter is the best time to plant vegetables because pests fear the cold, and the vegetables grow well. The harvested vegetables can be dried into preserved greens, eaten from New Year to New Year, ensuring they won't run out. In the following 3 days, wagons transporting materials arrived constantly, timber, stones, tiles, all ready. The carpenter brought people to lay the foundation. Su Lingyu watched from the side. If any adjustments were needed, she would tell them promptly. A young aunt hurried over. Miss San, a group of people is coming this way. They've arrived at the master's courtyard. Can you see who they are? Young Master Jean and a young gentleman, but their identities are unclear. Su Lingyu guessed who they might be. Go take a look. Stay here and watch. Let me know if you need anything. Okay. A cold wind blew, rustling the leaves. Yellow leaves drifted down. The ginkgo trees on both sides of the mountain path blocked the winter sun. To stay warm and look good, wearing cotton clothes was necessary. In front of Shenming's courtyard, 5 or 6 horses arrived, and Sunwei was talking with Shenming. Jean Ling, holding a whip, looked listless and didn't speak with Shenming. Jean Ling was dressed in military clothes, with a dagger hanging at her waist. Looking at others, their servants carried bows and arrows. Were they going into the mountains to hunt? Jean Ling saw her and her eyes lit up. Then she looked annoyed. Come here. Su Lingyu ignored her and went straight to Sunwei. Why are you both here? The yard was closed by my father, so we couldn't fight chickens. We came here to play. Also, I brought some supplies for the master, Sunwei said. The items are accepted. Please thank your mother on my behalf, Shenming said. You young people should go outside and have fun. They didn't like studying and stayed here for nothing. Su Lingyu led them into the ginkgo forest, where the whole yellow world added bright colors. Jean Ling, who loved fun and new things, was very happy. She kicked leaves and hit tree trunks. Sunwei chased after her, playing and joking, tossing leaves at each other. Such a perfect pair. Seeing Sunwei, who was with her, and Su Lingyu standing coldly on the side, Jean Ling felt proud and satisfied. No matter how Su Lingyu looked, Sunwei was still her subordinate. Jean Ling gave Su Lingyu a teasing look, but Su Lingyu ignored her. The reason Su Lingyu looked unhappy was because she was bored. Playing games with children meant she couldn't go to the construction site or go home to cover herself with blankets. At the end of the ginkgo forest were 3 rows of tea trees, and beyond that was a thorny thicket. Jean Ling suddenly remembered her original plan. Let's go hunting. Girl, you've played for so long. Do you still have the strength to hunt? Su Lingyu had to admire Jean Ling. She was always energetic and never seemed tired. Sunwei walked a bit, and then noticed Su Lingyu was missing. Miss Su, where are you? Miss Su has gone back. She said she's not suitable for hunting and wants the young master and Miss to have fun, someone replied. That won't do. Go call her and bring her along to hunt, Jean Ling said. Soon, a servant returned and said, Miss Su said she's weak and shouldn't go into the mountains to avoid holding everyone back. She asked the young master and Miss to be careful. Can she just say she won't come when she's in front of me? You two go get her. The servants had no choice but to go and fetch her. When they returned, Su Lingyu rolled her eyes at Jean Ling. The more Su Lingyu looked unhappy, the happier Jean Ling was. Let's go into the mountains. The low, dried grass was easier to walk through. There were no poisonous snakes or bees, so everyone moved quickly. Servants from the Sun family and Jean family were skilled archers. They shot accurately every time. Within less than an hour of entering the mountains, I shot 7 mountain pheasants and 2 gray foxes. Even the fastest foxes can be shot and well-hidden mountain pheasants can be found. Between 2 trees, there is a large dark green stone covered with moss. The weather is cold, and the moss has turned gray. Don't go inside. There are tigers, Su Lingyu warns them. Beyond the stone is the deep mountains. At least 1 pair of tigers is lurking inside. The warriors exchange glances and decide to go elsewhere to avoid the tigers. Why be afraid? We are so many, and all of you are expert archers. Can't we handle the tigers? Jean Ling insists on going inside. Su Lingyu turns back immediately. If you want to die, I won't go with you. How dare you stop her? Su Lingyu stops and faces them. Death is not scary, but dying without meaning is. Miss Jean, I didn't want to come, but you sent people to force me into the mountains. If I die here today, it won't just be the Jean family. Even General Sun will be troubled. Don't forget, my second brother can hear everything from the heavens. Su Lingyu speaks and laughs, mocking Jean Ling for not daring to gamble. She also shows she has fears sometimes. Jean Ling hates this smile and wishes she could tear that little brat's face. She has always been the one frightening others. No one has ever frightened her. As long as you are alive, there will be no trouble. Tie her up and hang her on a tree. Little cabbage, the ground is yellow, and you are so pitiful without parents. Su Lingyu's hands are tied behind her back, and she is hung from a tree. Luckily, the warriors pity her and do not hang her by the hands but tie her around the waist, suspending her like a hanging blanket. She is not upset about being hung. Instead, she is very happy. You're so happy to be hung up. Are you silly? Let her down. After all, she is from the Su family. This isn't good, Sun Wei advises. There's no harm done. Why are you afraid? Are you feeling sorry for her? If you feel sorry, you can marry her. Marry her and take care of her however you like. Su Lingyu uses the tree behind her to kick and sway herself, making the tree shake. Jean Ling, with your temper, you'll never get married. Men like gentle and tender women. Someone like you, a fierce tigress, probably only Sun Wei dares to want you. If your aunt finds out how stubborn and rude you are, she probably won't want you to enter the Sun family. Jean Ling swung her whip and shouted, "Shut up, you scoundrel. You need to learn your lesson."
Roar.
A tiger. It's really a big beast, a big tiger. The warriors surrounded their master tightly. This is an adult tiger, not something we can handle. Young master, it's better for us to retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Sun Wei pulled the warriors back and glanced at Su Lingyu. Quick, put down Miss Su. Not allowed. Jean Ling pushed past the warriors, holding a dagger and saying, "No one is allowed to let her go." The tiger stepped closer and closer. Sun Wei had no choice but to draw his sword. This is a matter of life and death. Why are you still causing trouble? Jean Ling pushed Sun Wei aside. You're not allowed to let her go.
Just now, she insulted me.
Didn't you hear? The tiger is below. She is above. How could there be any danger? Young master, the tiger is coming. We must leave. The warriors protected Sun Wei. Jean Ling grabbed Sun Wei and pulled him back, stopping him from going to rescue her. They started running, with the tiger chasing after them. They were even more scared now. Everyone knew that 2 legs might not outrun 4 legs. To protect their master, they could only abandon Miss Su. At this moment, Su Lingyu cried out loudly, "Help me. The tiger is going to eat me." Her screams were filled with fear. Help! The tiger is climbing the tree. Sun Wei, save me. Come back and save me, Sun Wei. It hurts. It bit me.
Wah.
Her heartbreaking screams echoed in their ears, hurting Sun Wei's heart deeply. After struggling mentally, Sun Wei broke free from Jean Ling. What are you doing? I'm going to save her. Are you crazy? The tiger is right behind us. Jean Ling tried to pull him back, but Sun Wei shook her off. Sun Wei, am definitely not the kind of person who watches others die without helping. Sun Wei drew his sword and said, "You all Jean Ling back. The rest of you come with me to save her." The tiger ran closer and closer. Sun Wei ran straight toward it and faced it head-on. He dodged the tiger's pounce and turned to rescue her. Saving her is more important. Wait, I will distract the tiger. You save Miss Su and quickly take her back for treatment. Young master, Miss Su's voice has stopped. She might already be dead. The tiger is extremely fierce. It can bite off a leg in one bite.
Miss Su will surely die.
We can't risk ourselves. The warriors didn't dare let their master take such a risk. 2 of them held back the tiger, while 2 others followed the young master to find her. Sun Wei felt worried, afraid that Miss Su might be swallowed by the tiger. If Miss Su died, How would he face everyone in the Su family? He had been away for so long. She must have been bitten several times. Even if she survived, she must have lost a lot of blood. He hoped she could hold on. I am a son of Sun City, not someone afraid of death. If I die here, it's not your fault, but my own mistake. He regretted listening to Jean Ling and tying Miss Su to the tree. The warrior captain said, Miss Su is probably dead. When someone cuts the tree, she will fall and be caught by someone. The runners gradually stopped. The people who thought she was already dead were now sitting on the branches, smiling at them. Where was the crying Miss Su? Where was the terrified Miss Su? Where was the Miss Su bitten by the tiger? Where was the bloodied Miss Su? All of these were just their imaginations. The real Miss Su was watching the show. They felt both relieved and annoyed. Relieved that Miss Su was safe, annoyed that she was playing tricks on them. Are you okay? Sun Wei asked. The warriors all moved back together, standing in a circle, alert for the tiger. The people who had blocked the mother tiger also returned, standing close together, back to back. Why did you lie to us if you're fine? Why not?
Shulingyu replied.
Power makes you feel superior, allowing you to hit or kill anyone, treating lives like nothing. When they hung me up, you should have expected revenge. You must understand, not only can you kill, but others can also kill you, she said. Sun Wei, standing below, lowered his head. I know Jean Ling did wrong. Then you became an accomplice, she said. She also said, liking someone doesn't mean you should always spoil them. The more you spoil, the more harm you'll suffer. She held onto the tree branch to avoid falling, but the rope tying her hands behind her was unable to break free. She shifted a little, losing her balance and falling down, now hanging in midair again. A piece of flesh swung in front of her eyes, making the male tiger growl with hunger, wanting to eat the prey in the tree.
Roar, roar.
The male tiger roared, and the mother tiger responded. Save the people, this place is too dangerous, said the warrior captain. One person suddenly jumped up and cut the rope with a knife. Ah, I'm going to fall. Phew, thank you so much. As she spoke, Su Lingyu pushed Sun Wei away and climbed up the tree. She hugged the tree with both hands, used her feet to push against the trunk, moved upward a bit, then hugged the lower branch with one hand. She kept holding the trunk with both hands and pushed herself up with her feet until she reached the top of the tree. She waved to the people below and said with a smile, You all go ahead, don't worry about me. Everyone knew she was trying to save herself. Running in the mountains, she couldn't outrun a tiger, but climbing a tree gave her a chance to survive. Everyone get up the tree. The team leader quickly found a tree and asked someone to help Sun Wei climb up. They all had martial arts skills, so climbing was easy for them. Su Lingyu took out a small knife and used a coin to make noise on it. The metallic sound could scare away wild animals. She learned this trick from a hunter. It could scare wolves, but maybe not tigers. Suddenly, a tiger rammed into the tree, making the branches shake loudly. Once they were on the tree, they started to regret it because tigers can climb trees too. They tried to stop the tiger from attacking by shooting arrows at it. They were strong and skilled with bows, and their arrows were well made. At close range, they shot the tiger's flesh. The tiger roared in pain. They shot another arrow into the tiger's eye, making it even more miserable. The male tiger's thick skin and flesh allowed it to hold on for a while. The mother tiger, shot in the eye, shook her head and ran deeper into the mountains. The tiger, hitting the tree, was dangerous. Su Lingyu held tightly to the trunk, refusing to fall. The injured mother tiger returned and vigorously shook the tree where the warriors were. The warriors threw away their bows and arrows, holding tightly to the trunk. Sun Wei picked up his bow and shot an arrow into the mother tiger's head. Now, she was definitely going to die. Injuring her scalp could easily cause tetanus. When the fourth arrow pierced her flesh, both the male and female tigers ran away. Sun Wei and the others jumped down from the tree, seeing that Su Lingyu was still holding on. Come down, they called. My legs are weak and my hands are sore. I can't move, she replied. Following Sun Wei's signal, two warriors climbed up to help her. Su Lingyu couldn't move because she had been holding onto the tree so tightly that her arms dislocated. After coming down, she sat at the tree's root, sweating heavily. Her pounding heart made her speechless. "Carry her on your back and let's go home." Everyone ran quickly, taking turns carrying her, and soon they reached the thorny forest. They happened to meet Jean Ling, who was bringing help, and the two groups merged.
Somnad, Somnad.
Su Qingqi rushed forward, took her into his arms, and cried, "You scared me to death. They said a tiger bit you." Since their family was well off, Su Zhang never used to before. Today, for Santa, she not only picked up but also tore off her skirt to fight the tiger with all her might. Seeing that Santa was safe, her anxious heart eased, and she cried and scolded. "Whoa, you ungrateful thing. You scared your mother to death." Both men and women cried. She couldn't comfort anyone. She touched one, patted another, but couldn't soothe them all. She gave up trying to comfort and shouted loudly, "Whoa." This loud cry echoed through the sky and earth, and everyone nearby was stunned by her. Seeing everyone look at her, her mouth slowly closed. It seemed she had overdone it. How could she end this after such a start? She could only cry and say, "My right arm is dislocated. It hurts so much." "Woo, don't cry, don't cry. We'll see the doctor." Su Qingqi held her and said to Sun Wei, "Thank you, young master Sun, for saving her." As dusk fell, pedestrians hurried on the street, shrinking their shoulders and rushing home. Merchants covered their shops with wooden boards and went home for dinner. At Lu Ji Pharmacy, the shadows flickered, and lanterns were hung. Many people came with lanterns in hand, all hearing about Sanner being attacked by a tiger, to check on her. Actually, her injuries weren't serious. She was mostly shaken mentally. She drank a calming medicine and fell asleep. Su Zhang stayed nearby, worried she might have nightmares. Su Qingqi went to entertain guests, explained the situation, and told friends not to worry. They brought some snacks and medicine, and then left. Some even invited the family to stay at their homes. Su Qingqi and his wife stayed with her all night. She was fine in the first half of the night, but in the second half, she kept sweating cold. Su Zhang kept wiping her and, worried she might catch a cold from the sweat, changed her clothes. She felt ashamed. Sanner was independent, and 9 months after her birth, she refused help with dressing. 8 years had passed, and she had helped Sanner dress only a few times. After changing clothes, she still felt something was wrong, so she called the young doctor. Since the emperor had abolished the imperial exams, Luli stayed in the family pharmacy to practice medicine. Just in case, he slept on the small bed nearby. After being shaken awake by Su Zhang's wife, he went over to check and said, "Probably had a nightmare, maybe about today's events. We need to wake her up. Sanner, wake up. I'm going to make her a bowl of sweet water." Luli said as he left the room. Su Lingyu was awakened, sweating heavily and breathing hard. If her mother hadn't been by her side, she might have had nightmares until dawn. After drinking a bowl of sweet water, she felt better and slept peacefully until late morning, with nothing else happening. Seeing she was fine, old Dr. Lu wrote a prescription and told her to go home. Back in the village, there was a lot of caring and asking about her, as if they were eager to help. Less than half an hour after returning home, Sun Wei arrived with his men, bringing a tiger skin as well. The freshly peeled tiger skin smelled terrible and was covered in blood. It turned out that after learning about this, General Sun had sent people to shoot 2 tigers. Sun Wei wanted to give a tiger skin to Su Lingyu. Why give it to her?
Just to hide something.
Jean Ling deliberately hung the person up and abandoned her in danger. Any of these actions would cause others to talk. This would hurt Jean Ling's chances of marriage negotiations. The Jean family wanted to keep things quiet, and giving a tiger skin was a costly way to do so. Selling the tiger skin could earn the Su family a lot of money. Su Lingyu took Sun Wei to a quiet place and said, "I accept the tiger skin, and I haven't said a word about what I saw. You can rest assured. Young Master Sun, may I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Please stay away from me."
Why?
Being with people like you, spoiled and arrogant, only teaches me to bully others with power. Being friends with someone like you is not interesting at all. When I grow old, I wonder what I will remember about my life." Sun Wei was confused. Even if you become part of the Sun family, isn't that enough to make you proud? When you ride in a big sedan through the streets and people step aside to let you pass, bowing to you, that's pride, isn't it? Sun Wei became more and more excited. Why should I be driven away? Su Lingyu looked at Sun Wei and suddenly smiled. No need for a sedan. I can ride a green ox through the streets, and people will still make way for me. If you grow old and look back on your life before you die, you'll remember the lively days of your youth, the fights and races, the beautiful women you knew, and how hard it was to reach a high position. If I die, I think about how many types of seeds I have improved, helping many common people fill their stomachs. Su Lingyu looked at Sun Wei and said, "If I were eaten by a tiger, the people from the 3 nearby villages would wear mourning clothes for me. When I am buried, the mountains and fields would be filled with people in mourning clothes to see me off." Do you believe that? Facing the busy people at the foot of the mountain, she looked at those digging and farming. She boldly said from the top of the mountain, "I look down on the tiny people below. I want to give them rain and dew, not leave on the wind to enjoy the mountains and waters." At the foot of the mountain, Jin Ling saw Sun Wei coming down and asked, "How is it? Did she refuse?" "How could she refuse? She thinks holding this over me will give her power to do whatever she wants." Sun Wei looked at Jin Ling, watching her mouth move and listening to her words. Thinking of the hilltop where Su Lingyu expressed her ambitions to become a great person, not just a mediocre one, she suddenly found Jin Ling dull and uninteresting. One acts rebelliously, waving a whip and shouting to be strong. The other quietly works on changing seeds to benefit the people. It's easy to tell who to get close to and who to stay away from. Why aren't you talking? What did they do to you? Has Su Lingyu already said everything? Jin Ling anxiously grabbed his hand. Sun Wei forced a smile and pulled away Jin Ling's hand, saying, "Don't worry. She didn't say anything. She promised to keep the secret." "Then why are you frowning for everyone to see? Who are you showing your frown to? Just yourself." The lotus leaves in the lotus pond withered, and the lotus roots beneath the mud needed to be dug up. It's the perfect season for eating lotus roots, making soup, hot pot, and other dishes, sure to be delicious. Su Lingyu directed the villagers to harvest the lotus roots when Jin Ling rode forward quickly. Jin Ling led the way on horseback, followed by a maid and 3 guards. Hearing the horse panting, it seemed Jin Ling was rushing out of town quickly. She was surprised that Sun Wei, the spoiled young master, no longer came, and wondered why this woman was still here. Is she seeking trouble? Some people really need to save face before they think about avoiding those who don't listen to them. Su Lingyu had already decided how to deal with Jin Ling. "Miss Jin, if you like lotus roots, you can just ask your servants to buy some. Why did you come here to watch a man harvesting lotus roots? Not everyone in the swamp is a shirtless man. Many men wear jackets," as Su Lingyu said, but she only wanted to make Jin Ling angry. As soon as she finished speaking, all the men looked at Jin Ling. Jin Ling blushed and spat. "Nonsense. We haven't seen each other in a few days, and you, Su Sanner, have learned to talk dirty. You're so young and not behaving well. But you're not like me. You dress as a man and come and go." "Shut up." Jin Ling dismounted and grabbed Su Lingyu's arm. "Come with me. I have something to ask you." Su Lingyu comforted De Lang, signaling there was nothing to worry about. "Let me ask you, what did you say to Sun Wei?" Su Lingyu didn't speak immediately. She waited until Jin Ling explained her reason before replying. He went to the army shortly after returning home. Not only did he study marching and fighting seriously, but he also mentioned choosing a bride. "That's a good thing." "A good thing?" Jin Ling cursed silently. Many families wanted to arrange marriages and have her marry in, but none of those families compared to the Sun family. In the past, Sun Wei followed her everywhere, and she felt confident. If she couldn't find someone she liked, she thought she could marry Sun Wei. But now? Sun Wei had joined the army and ignored her. He even said he wanted to marry another girl, as if he had abandoned her. This could not happen. It must not happen. What did you say to Sun Wei? When he came down the mountain, he looked upset, like he had been hurt. I heard you talked alone that day. After you parted, he was like that. Looking at Jean Ling, who didn't seem to know the details, Su Lingyu guessed that Sun Wei hadn't told Jean Ling anything after returning home. So she boldly said, Miss Jean, you're joking. I didn't say anything. Young Master Sun said he wanted to marry me, but I refused. That's all. Refused? Are you stupid? Being his concubine is a good opportunity. Su Lingyu smiled, but didn't argue with Jean Ling. She absolutely couldn't become someone's concubine. Even as a main wife, it must be carefully considered. Clatter clatter, Wang Jingxing rode up on his horse, dismounted, and asked Su Zhong, "Third son, is this lotus root saleable?" "There aren't many left to sell. Mukin is craving them, but these aren't enough for her," Su Lingyu replied. It wasn't that Mukin loved to eat them. She loved to eat them. She was reluctant to sell. Jean Ling stared at him, attracted by his handsome and easygoing look. At this moment, her mind was full of thoughts about this young man. Sun Wei was long forgotten. Seeing Jean Ling's reaction, Su Lingyu shook her head and sighed. Which woman does not love beauty? Which woman does not feel romantic? Perhaps Jean Ling has been seduced by the young man next door. Speaking of the young man next door, he is handsome, intelligent, and behaves like a gentleman. He looks like a golden Buddha statue, attracting everyone's attention. People of all ages, men and women, are drawn to his charm. He only stayed for half a month, but he managed to win over everyone at Lingyu Mountain Villa. Except for Su Lingyu herself. She appreciates beauty, but does not love it. On the ground, there was a pile of clean lotus roots, connected in sections. From the broken lotus roots, one could see that the flesh was thick, the holes large, and there were many connecting threads. Wang Jingxing went over, picked up a section, and wanted to choose a good lotus root to take home for his wife. Dirty, don't take it, Jean Ling said. Wang Jingxing looked up and saw a girl with an oval face walking toward him. Isn't she the girl he met at the Zhang family banquet? Who is she again? Oh, yes, she is the eldest daughter of the Jin family. Wang Jingxing nodded with a smile. There's still mud on the lotus root. It's better to have the servants wash it clean first, Jean Ling said. I am serving General Sun and helping the workers dig mountains. Getting my hands dirty is normal, Wang Jingxing said casually, putting down the broken section and choosing others. Jean Ling's face turned red, unsure of what to say. Wang Jingxing selected 4 high-quality lotus roots, and Su Lingyu reached out to him.
501, she said.
That's too expensive, Jean Ling said. You're such a shrewd merchant. Even the oranges from the south aren't as pricey as you, she added. But Su Lingyu ignored her and told Wang Jingxing, I often water, fertilize, and catch bugs to grow good lotus roots. Look at the color. White, the flesh, grainy, and the lotus root is broken but still connected. Surely it tastes good. Wang Jingxing didn't say anything and paid directly. Jean Ling stopped him, trying to reason with Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu retorted, Miss Jean, you don't understand the cost of running a household. I've bought quite a few chickens. Don't you know why our things are so expensive? Chickens are divided into hens and fighting. Jean Ling didn't dare to gamble on Su Lingyu's character. Afraid she might reveal Jean Ling's secrets, Jean Ling stopped and turned to Wang Jingxing, saying, Indeed, the ingredients here are excellent. Not only the chickens, but even the ordinary ingredients are better than elsewhere. Wang Jingxing nodded in agreement and then paid Su Lingyu with silver coins. The lotus roots are hard to dig and wash. It took 2 days to harvest enough for 1 acre. After finishing, they paid the workers and asked for help to carry the lotus roots up the mountain villa. The family's warehouse was full, and half of the lotus roots were left outside. Madame Su suggested selling some. Madame Su Zhang said that the new year was coming, and it would be good as a gift. Su Lingyu didn't want to sell people, but since there were too many lotus roots and no space in the warehouse, she had to share half. Then give some to close friends and family. It's also good as a New Year gift. Third brother, I'm going to deliver soup. You go to the mountain to supervise, Su Qingqi said.
Okay.
With the owner present, the craftsman wouldn't slack off. Because the land was high, they feared the cold, so the Lingyu Pavilion was built with 2.5 floors. The top floor was an attic used for storing things. Master Mu and his younger brother, along with the craftsmen, quickly assembled the framework, gradually shaping it into a pavilion-like structure. Su Lingyu looked for the blacksmith and obtained 2 pulleys. When combined, these pulleys could help the craftsmen reduce their effort by half. She examined the blueprint and the current progress of the framework. If anything was wrong, she needed to fix it quickly. Awang approached, but Su Lingyu was too busy looking at the plans to pay attention. At that moment, Awang nudged her, and she looked down briefly. What's wrong? If you're hungry, go back and find Mu Mian. Awang then left to find Mu Mian. Su Lingyu glanced around but didn't notice anything under Awang's feet. That was what Awang wanted to show her, but she missed it. When she returned later, she saw Mu Mian and Xiao Wu lying by the chicken coop. Did they hatch more chicks? Awang brought back a little tiger. Sister, come look. A little tiger? It really was a tiny tiger. But this little tiger looked very sad. It was so thin that it looked like just a patch of fur, almost like a tiger-shaped rug. Mother said it might be the cub of a tiger that was killed earlier. It had no food, so it followed its mother scent here. It had been some days since the incident. How could it have become so starved? Has it grown its teeth? What have you been feeding it? It has grown teeth, but it can't bite meat yet. We fed it minced meat. That's quite luxurious. Many people can't even get meat, yet they feed it to a tiger. Raising it might be useful for later, perhaps to sell the skin.
For now, just keep it alive.
Remember to give it fully cooked meat, not raw. Eating raw meat can make tigers aggressive, Su Lingyu advised. Okay. People can accept that, but the animals at home dislike the little tiger, especially the donkey. The donkey showed its dislike through actions, kicking with its legs and headbutting, trying to chase the tiger away. But after eating, the tiger, feeling strong, hid beside Awang, making it difficult for Awang to deal with the donkey. Thus, a scene unfolded in the yard. A donkey and a hunting dog facing each other, 2 large creatures glaring at one another. Sister. Dama and Awang are about to fight. Mu Mian ran to find someone. Su Lingyu looked and said, "It's okay, they won't really fight." The donkey naturally fears tigers, so it doesn't want the tiger cub to stay. But this was brought back by Awang, who wants to protect the tiger cub. Su Lingyu used a cabbage plant to distract the donkey and asked Mu Mian to take the tiger cub to the back. If you want to tame the tiger, you need to feed it cooked meat, let it interact more with people, and make a chew toy or a dental guard for it so it won't bite people.
Su Lingyu reminded Mu Mian.
Mu Mian carried the little tiger out and said, "Okay, I will ask Uncle Goe for help." After the autumn harvest, the city should be lively, but this year it is quieter than usual. This is because the men in the family have been taken away to work and cannot come to the city for casual jobs. The women in the family take care of all the household chores and sew cotton clothes for the men at night. This year's cotton is much more expensive than previous years. So many families have to buy it with difficulty. Compared to life, cotton clothes are naturally more important. The Zhu family's mansion is always tightly closed, and visitors enter through a side door. Before the sun rises, they deliver messages. Only when the sun is setting do they arrange for visits to the general's house. They're not seeing the general, but Madame Sun just woke up from a nap, looking tired, and when she saw Su Zhongshi, she didn't smile. Madame Su, coming from afar, must have something to say. A maid politely stepped forward to serve tea. As for why Madame Sun is only now receiving them, there's no need to explain. It's not a big matter. I just haven't seen Madame for a long time and wanted to check in. Are you well? All the affairs in this house are managed by Madame, so you're not as free as you think. Seeing that Su Zhongshi didn't speak, the maid quickly dismissed the others. Madame Sun sat in the hall, resting with her head supported by her hand, listening without looking at Su Zhongshi. Su Lingyu opened her bag and revealed a thick coat. The maid waiting nearby saw the dull gray, unattractive clothing and immediately showed disdain. This poor family, trying to flatter Madame, shouldn't use such ugly things to embarrass themselves. Even the rough maid's clothes are better than this. People who don't understand manners should be sent away quickly. And how can they say that the Su family has officials from the capital when they produce such disgraceful items? Su Lingyu ignored their gazes and directly picked up the thick coat. Today, we're not here to cause trouble for Madam. On the contrary, we are here to give her money. They were curious. What kind of wealth could come from such a dull, gray piece of clothing? Is it a cotton coat?
Su Lingyu asked.
The old woman stepped forward, wanting to take the garment. This isn't a cotton coat.
Could it be?
Such a light cotton coat? Another maid stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it. Strange, strange. It looks like cotton, but it's 10 times lighter than usual. Madam, look at this. Madam's son finally opened her eyes, showing some curiosity. Seeing the maid display the coat, she also became curious and reached out to feel it. It really is light.
What's inside it?
Could it be unprocessed cotton? Cotton isn't prickly and can still keep the fabric firm. Can it keep out the cold? The maids hurriedly talked among themselves, chattering excitedly. The old woman snatched the coat back, shooed them away, and returned the garment to Madame Su Zhang. May I ask, Madame Su, how is this made? It's made with duck down, Madame Su Zhang replied. Duck down? A coat made from duck feathers? Can it be worn? Won't it be too cold to wear? Exactly. Only fools would wear duck feathers as clothing. Madame's son glanced to the side. The maids lowered their heads, afraid to speak. The old woman waved her hand, signaling them to leave. The chattering birds, like quails, lined up and left quietly. Sir Su is a hard-working farmer, able to grow 500 jin of grain on 1 mu of waterfield. He must have some special skills. As for the secret of making clothes from duck down, you should tell us, said Madame Sunday. A good quality cotton coat costs at least 3 taels of silver. If the duck down coat made by the Su family can match a cotton coat, that would be a big profit. Madame Sun's calculations were smooth and quick. So her attitude changed. During winter, ducks stay warm because of their down. If we use that duck down in clothing, wouldn't it also keep out the cold? Before they could answer, Madame Su Zhang continued. So we asked hunters who make leather to remove the fat from the duck down. It took more than half a month, but it worked. This coat, when worn, only needs a thin inner layer. It won't be cold even in frost. If you wear it and go for a walk, you'll even sweat. Is it really that good? If you don't believe it, keep this coat here. Tonight, send someone to try it on, and you'll believe what I say. Madame Su Zhang said, this is made for our family members. They work outdoors, so it shouldn't be too fancy. It's practical for work without needing embroidery. Madame's son nodded and looked at the old woman. The old woman stepped forward and asked Mrs. Su Zhang, with such a good method for making money, why don't you run your own business? Hearing this, Mrs. Su Zhang lowered her head, looking worried. Second son became a government official in the capital, which I thought was a good thing. But I just found out it's a money pit, always asking the family for more. After the new year, he will marry the daughter of a high-ranking official. Don't we need some gifts to impress others? Mrs. Sun understood that without a valuable gift, the marriage proposal wouldn't be convincing. Good things are rare and precious items are hard to find. Other families don't have many, but the Sun family does have a few special treasures. Mrs. Sun began to think about which treasure to exchange for this method. Mrs. Su Zhang awkwardly said, there's one more thing, feeling a bit shy. My eldest son is also getting married. During a Laba festival, I looked for a pair of geese for many days, but couldn't find any. I heard that the general recently hunted a flock of geese. I wonder if I could have one? If you had come earlier, maybe I could have given you a pair. I killed 2 a few days ago, so now I only have 1 pair left. You'll need to ask the general about that, Mrs. Sun replied. Seeing Mrs. Su Zhang look nervous, it was clear her family really needed geese for a special occasion. Talking about it without knowing if it's true or not, we'll only find out tonight after trying. Now that winter has come, what crops does your family grow? Mrs. Sun started chatting casually with Mrs. Su Zhang. Mrs. Su Zhang wasn't afraid to ask questions and happily shared nice words and interesting stories with Mrs. Sunday. They laughed together happily. Su Lingyu, who had been silent all along, watched as Mrs. Sun went from ignoring her to actively engaging. She couldn't help but think, profit is the most important. Mrs. Sun originally didn't want to tell the general about this matter, but since it involved the Su family, even if she didn't say anything, others would pass the news. She took the initiative to mention it to General Sun. The clever general immediately saw the potential benefits. She also made a request that the feather removal and degreasing method for duck down will be announced in 2 years to benefit the common people. If they don't agree to this request, they won't send the method. The steward, dressed in a duck down coat, said, "Sir, this is an opportunity you can't miss." General Sun was indeed tempted, but he was thinking about something else. He said, "Agree. Tomorrow, send someone to deliver the pair of geese, along with a generous gift, and tell Su Qingqi that the wedding date for Suda is approaching, and I will visit personally."
Yes.
"Madam, you should allocate silver and money to buy down feathers, so that before the cold winter, more warm clothes can be made. That is natural." General Sun said he still had official duties to attend to and told them to go ahead and do their work. After Madam and the steward left, he muttered to himself, "This is a good opportunity. Why doesn't Su Qingqi start his own business and bring it here? Su Qingqi has surrendered to you. He wants to use your people to help Su Shan secure his position in the capital, or perhaps to help Su Shan advance further." A young man's voice came from behind the screen. Even Madam Sun never expected there was someone else behind the screen. "Su Qingqi is rough but careful. He can be useful," said General Sunday. "The Su family seems to be from the south of the river. After their family declined, they settled here. Send someone to investigate his background." General Sun said, "This poor mountain and water place doesn't have many families like the Su family, with all their children talented. Su Zhong performed well in tax collection, so I suggest transferring him to Shitu Mountain to help coordinate grain supplies. Just follow your decision. I will arrange things for Su Shan." Today, Sun Wei was entrusted with an important task. Sending the wild geese was just a surface matter. The main goal was to win over the Su family. As soon as he stepped out, Jin Ling stopped him. "Sun Wei, why are you ignoring me? I have other matters to attend to. If my cousin is free, she can go home. Are you so heartless? It's freezing outside. I got up early and waited at your door just to talk to you. You just drove me away without a word. Are your promises to be good to me all fake?" Thinking of Jin Ling's lively and beautiful face, Sun Wei felt a bit moved. He realized he shouldn't treat her like this. Recalling what Su Lingyu said and the vows he made in front of his father, Sun Wei made a decision to take a new path. "Your Majesty has issued an order to cancel the imperial exams. I will stay at home to study and wait for next spring to go to the capital to seek an official position. Later, I felt that being a civil official was boring, so I joined the army to train, hoping one day to hold military power. Jin Ling, don't come looking for me anymore. Go find Tong Han and the others." "Sun Wei, what do you mean by don't come looking for me?" Sun Wei rode away, without further explanation. He remembered what Su Lingyu had told him. "Being with you, I learned to bully others with power. In the future, I will also learn to do anything for profit, to envy others' success and hate my lowly background. Having a great opportunity, but not working hard for it." Sun Wei walks toward Dongquan village. Jin Ling is afraid of meeting Wang Jingxing and doesn't dare to go with him. Along with a pair of wild geese, there is also Su Zhong's transfer order. Su Zhong is transferred back to Shitu Mountain for work, so he can leave home at sunrise and return at sunset, avoiding traveling between two places. Sun Wei is the one who sends the geese. He expresses his own intentions and praises the Su family. He acknowledges the contributions of the Su family and encourages them to keep working hard to help the people. "How did you come up with the idea of making clothes from duck down?" Sun Wei asks.
It was just a silly idea.
"Thanks to young Master Sunday. At first, you sent a tiger skin, and Sanar took it to the hunter to process. Then he told the hunter some stories, and they made it together." Sun Wei's expression changes when he looks at Su Lingyu. This person is heading in the right direction, caring for the people and solving their problems. If one day she grows old, she will surely be mourned by everyone in the village. Sun Wei feels ashamed. He is not even better than a young girl. Engagement, also called Naji. The groom's family sends wild geese as a betrothal gift and announces the wedding date to the bride's family. They also bring 100 taels of silver to Li's family, meant as a dowry for Li Ying. Although the timing is a bit rushed, everything will be done in the best way, so she won't be wronged, Su Qingqi tells Li Dan. It's the happiest thing that the two families can become relatives. The wedding details are minor, Li Dan replies. On that day, let the villagers come to your house for breakfast, and in the evening, come to mine. Good idea.
It's settled then.
The two families, as pillars of support, speak honestly and agree on everything. You praise my son as good. I praise your daughter as wonderful. Su Zhong holds a wine jar, taking good care of his father and future father-in-law. Also present is Su Lingyu, bringing gifts this time. She brings a large red embroidered silk cloak with gold thread and a pearl hair ornament. Li Ying is frightened by these items. She has never seen such delicate and gorgeous clothing before, nor touched the shining pearls. She has touched silver hairpins and gold bracelets, but never imagined owning pearls. She likes them very much, but is afraid they are too valuable to accept. She wants to return them but also feels reluctant. She wants to keep them but is nervous. This is for you.
Please accept it.
Su Shan's share should be handled according to this price. No one can have more, and no one can have less. From now on, don't let the dowry cause family disagreements. Unlike Su Lingyu's words, Li Ying felt a twinge of jealousy. I'm not greedy for your family's money. I've already said this clearly. I didn't mean to say you wanted the white and yellow. When I took over Dahuang Mountain, I said I would prepare dowries for De Lang and Heir Lang. I divided the silver equally, half for you and half for Su Shan's wife. Su Lingyu pulled Li Ying to the dressing table. This shawl and wedding dress were embroidered by 5 skilled seamstresses, using black silk, silver thread, and gold thread, taking 3 months to complete. This phoenix crown is decorated with 28 pearls and wrapped in gold thread. On your wedding day, you will wear and carry this crown as you walk down the sedan chair. Not just in the whole world, but at least in Daliang City, you'll be the most beautiful bride. Guests include General Sun and his party. Your wedding banquet will be as grand as any. As Su Lingyu described it, Li Ying imagined the grand scene of her wedding day. Her heart fluttered with excitement, eager for that day to arrive. Li Er was leaning against the window frame. Third brother, how about a match made in heaven? With Mu Mian? Stop dreaming. Rich water should flow outside the family. Third sister, you should advise your third sister. Second brother, you're so annoying. Li Ying closed the window to block the outside view. Li Ying went to feed the geese. Su Zhong squatted beside her and secretly slipped a piece of candy into her hand. Li Ying pursed her lips and giggled shyly, blushing and afraid to look up at others. Su Lingyu watched the young couple, feeling like a young boy just beginning to fall in love. He shook his head and went into Li Er's study, which used to be Li Yongji's room. Li Si was inside diligently practicing, carefully copying characters, completely absorbed in his work. The villagers said that Li's family producing a Li Yongji was like their ancestors smoking a pipe of good tobacco. To her, Li's family didn't just have a Li Yongji, there was also a Li Siling. She picked out a book, flipped through it, then put it back. She took another, filled with Li Yongji's study notes. Li Siling frowned, disapproving of her behavior. If you can't read, don't touch things randomly. Siling, how much do you know about reading? More than you. There isn't a character I don't recognize. This boy answered seriously, making her laugh. Suddenly inspired, Su Lingyu picked up a brush and started to write on yellow paper. Look at this beautiful writing. Li Siling looked left and right, not understanding what the character was. What's this character? It's Jean, in small seal script. Su Lingyu wrote 3 more characters and asked Siling. Siling still couldn't understand, looking embarrassed. His ears turned red as he realized he had said something wrong earlier. Su Lingyu took out a book with a yellowed cover and frayed edges, titled Complete Book of Yisheng. If you don't know, look it up yourself. She then picked up another book and started reading nearby. Li Yongji's handwriting was neat, and reading his notes was also enjoyable. It was good to feel the young boy's ambition. Li Xiling picked up Complete Book of Yisheng and found it was a comparison book between ancient and modern characters. It contained both clerical and small seal scripts. He searched through the characters, copying the ones he found. The characters written by his sister Saner were, "Speak carefully and act prudently." By understanding the meaning of these words carefully, he could grasp the message behind them. The more he understood, the more he felt ashamed of his earlier impulsiveness. Su Lingyu watched her book and smiled, amused by Xiling, who blushed and carefully wrote. This little kid was really fun. Gradually, her attention shifted from Li Xiling to the book, and she became absorbed in reading. "Saner, come out to eat," someone called from outside. Su Lingyu called Li Xiling and went to eat together. After leaving the Li family, Su Qingqi was drunk. He had gotten Li Dan drunk and had also succeeded in getting himself drunk. Su Zhong and Su Lingyu helped support their heavy father and carried him back to the mountain path. "Can't go on. Need to rest," Su Zhong said, looking at their home on the hillside and sighing. "This morning, I thought our home was on the hillside with a beautiful view. But now I really want it to be at the foot of the mountain. Maybe let Dad climb up by himself?" she suggested. No, he replied, feeling guilty. "Go home and call a Gui to help." "I'll carry Dad up on my back," said Su Zhong, lifting his father and carrying him on his back. "There are two paths home. One is a staircase, the other a carriage road." She took the staircase, and he carried his father along the carriage road. After walking a few steps, someone appeared around the corner. "May I ask if this is Su Qingqi's home?" Su Lingyu stopped on the stairs, and Su Zhong, carrying his father, also paused. In winter, the person wore thin clothes but didn't seem cold. He carried a sword and wore simple clothes, looking like a martial artist. Could it be that Shenlang asked Sun to come here?
Su Chong said, "Exactly."
"Who are you looking for?" If it's someone familiar, they would likely come forward quickly to help, not ask the host questions. Su Lingyu stepped down the stairs to help her brothers set down their father. Su Chong observed the man again, noticing that his expression hadn't changed. This confirmed that this person was their own father, whom he didn't recognize. "Where are you from, and what brings you here?" Su Chong asked. "I am Wu Qian. I travel the rivers and lakes and have come here, short on money. I heard Brother Su is a kind person and wanted to do some small jobs to earn a little silver. This man is exchanging work for pay, unlike some who just ask for food or hold out their hands for coins." Su Chong felt a bit favorable toward him. "Third brother, take the guest upstairs. I will follow shortly. Let me carry him up," Wu Qian offered to help. "No need. Big brother is very strong.
"Come with me."
Su Lingyu grabbed him, trying to lead him up the stairs. Wu Qian initially disagreed, but seeing Su Chong insist on carrying the man, he followed the girl. "Uncle, where are you from?" "From the north." "Not far?" "How long did it take?" "Did you encounter anything interesting?" "Not far, about half a year's walk to get here." "As for interesting things, there are some quite fascinating stories." He said, "There is a mountain called Hope Mountain 50 miles southeast. There is a viewing mountain, and the top is full of wild chives. There is a well called the Sky Well, which is very strange. In summer, it has water that's hot to the touch. In winter, it dries up. In summer, if you drop an egg in, it can cook. If you put meat in, it can also cook. Isn't that strange?" "That is quite strange." She guessed that underground there might be a volcano or natural gas. Wu Qian saw she wasn't very curious, so he started talking about something else. "Once, I accidentally entered a sacred mountain and found a beast. It looks like a cow, all dark blue, and its cry sounds like a baby crying." Just after speaking, he worried he might scare the girl, but when he looked at her, she still looked calm and unaffected.
"We've arrived."
"A humble house? Why isn't it Lingyu Mountain Villa?" Su Lingyu looked at him more, then led the way into the yard. Inside, Shenming was boiling tea and reading, with a fire burning nearby. He wasn't afraid of the cold. Su Lingyu signaled him to go inside. Uncle Wu Qian has been here, right? Su Lingyu asked. You not only came here beforehand, but also know who is in the Su family. Your goal isn't just to sneak into the Su household. The warrior guarding Mr. Wang Jingxing, who was left to protect him, slowed down his chopping wood and started adjusting his stance. As long as Wu Qian has malicious intentions, he can work with Miss Su to stop Wu Qian. Who do you want to kill? My father? It can only be my father. My elder brother has no grudges with anyone and mostly interacts with local people. Even if he has grudges, he wouldn't hire someone to kill. Little girl, why do you say such things? Wu Qian asked back. I smell your murderous intent, Su Lingyu said. Wu Qian was startled. He thought, murderous intent? This little girl actually sensed it for me. He deliberately brought her here. When he saw Su Qingqi, he indeed felt murderous intent, but he let it go afterward. The murderous intent lasted only a moment, not more than 10 breaths. How did she sense it? She is still young, yet she could sense his fleeting murderous intent. Truly impressive. Wu Qian was surprised and asked, Who is your master?
Shenlang.
That hero Shenlang. Wu Qian's eyes showed surprise, admiration, envy, and finally respect. Su Lingyu understood that these reactions weren't for her, but for her master behind her. Do you know my master? After a long pause, Wu Qian said, Who in the martial world doesn't know your master? His robes flutter with heroism, his steps are graceful and spirited. The greatest man of chivalry, Shenlang, is a hero in stories. Once, he had a son who was very talented. He begged Shenlang to take him as a disciple. Shenlang not only refused but said he wasn't qualified to be his disciple. People in the martial world say he is proud and aloof. Now, it seems that person is indeed not as good as you. He's only half as impressive as you. Talking about Shenlang, Wu Qian both admired and worshipped him. Since you have uncovered something, I will tell the truth. I came here for Wu Liangyong. Are you seeking revenge for him? That's part of it, and part not. Wu Qian sighed deeply. He looked for a place to sit down so everyone could relax their guard. He said, Wu Liangyong is my sworn brother. He promised not to harm others anymore. I also promised him to avenge him. Before coming here, I inquired along the way. First, I learned he was dead, then the cause of his death. I wanted to meet Su Qingqi. If he is a villain, I will kill him and avenge my brother. How did my father become an accomplice? Su Lingyu asked the young servant to boil water and make tea, then invited Wu Qian to drink. He wondered how much the people here knew. Revealing too much might affect the Su family. He first asked, Do you trust everyone here? What I'm about to say involves your father. Su Lingyu smiled slightly, grateful that Wu Qian was a brave man. Thinking about how he considered others when discussing secrets showed he was not a bad person. Trustworthy, you can speak freely. Wu Qian took a sip of tea. The tea was very good, and he wanted another cup. Shenlang's disciple was indeed perceptive. Just as he was about to ask for another, the cup was filled again. He said, I asked Chen Yong and he told me everything about the mountains. It was your father and Li Dan who saved him, and they also investigated Wu Liangyong. That's how we learned about Wu Liangyong's past. Since you know he's utterly wicked, why didn't you report him or stop him? Instead, you protected him, allowing Wu Liangyong to keep harming others? Shen Mingyu sat nearby and asked Wu Qian. Wu Qian looked pained. This is also my fault. 5 years ago, I discovered he was harming people. His crimes are unforgivable. But I owed him a lot, and I was soft-hearted. I tried to persuade him to do good. He swore he wouldn't harm anyone, and I lived with him for 2 years, seeing his sincerity and that he meant well. I thought he had changed, so I left to travel the world. But 3 years later, he killed again. That hero over there? Why are you slower than me to come up? Su Chong asked her. Su Lingyu immediately felt uneasy. She had taken Wu Qian to the humble house and forgotten to send a message to her family. She had let De Wang climb the mountain with her cheap father, which was really not right.
She smiled and said, "He knew the master."
When he found out that the master was his adoptive father, he decided to stay there instead of coming here. The master saw that he was good with words, so he kept him there. He probably wouldn't come over to us. She glanced at De Wang's face and saw he was fine, thinking he didn't mind that she hadn't informed him. Is the master's guest here? Should I send some food over? No need. Wang Jingxing has returned.
He will handle it.
The neighbor, Xiao Wang, was a skilled diplomat. He usually didn't bother with others but could talk to anyone now. Not only did Wu Qian feel an immediate connection with him, but he also learned many things from Wu Qian. Come eat. Don't dawdle. It'll be dark soon, Su Zhang said as she carried dishes from the kitchen, muttering, eating at night uses so many candles. They were well off, so no one worried about money. He doesn't save money when spending, and his cheap father is the biggest spender. Even grandma enjoys it, but mother often complains about spending too much. Compared to others in the family, only Su Chong values every coin. Looking at how cheap father and grandma behave, they probably came from a modest background before marriage. Grandma is confident and strict when commanding servants and teaching manners, never softening. My own mother is much more polite to the servants and not so confident. Compared to myself, although I believe in freedom and equality, I am also strict when commanding others. If someone else is supposed to do something, I never do it myself. If an action is needed, I don't do it. Wherever capitalists go, they remain capitalists. If they want to enjoy, they enjoy. Mother, I'm going out, Su Lingyu said. Going out again? Are there any updates today? Frost is formed on the tea tree leaves, and dry grass is coated with a layer of white sugar. In the distance, trees sway under a gray sky that feels cold and indifferent. She, dressed in pink, is a splash of color in the gray. After morning exercises, she picks up her flute. The noisy sound of the flute breaks the silence, announcing the arrival of daylight. Birds on the mountaintop are annoyed by the flute, but chickens, ducks, and geese below are happy. They don't have to listen to the noise. A flute played for 10 years, a pipa for 100, a zheng for 1,000, and a arrow for a lifetime. Does she need 10 years of practice to master the flute? That would poison many lives. Poor creatures listening to the flute. After morning exercises, Su Lingyu, descending the mountain, meets Wu Qian at Lingyu Pavilion. Early workers greet her with warm breaths. Now that there's Lingyu Mountain Villa and Lingyu Pavilion, is Shenling planning to establish a sect here? Wu Qian asks. Not really. This is my residence, more beautiful, more comfortable, and more relaxing to live in, she replies. She says, my master's ancestral home isn't here. Whether he stays or not is uncertain. If her master wishes to establish a sect here, she's willing to provide land and grain. With strength, no one can threaten her. She knows well that having a strong fist is the real power.
She asks, I want to ask you something.
Did Wu Liangyong experience any setbacks or changes in his family background when he was young? His medical skills are excellent, and he's a good person. Why not marry? Why harm others, even endangering lives? If you ask about misfortune, it all starts with his father. His father and my father are distant relatives. Our Wu family studies medicine and helps people, and talented individuals often appear in our family. That year, Uncle Lu went out to treat patients and brought back a woman, who was Wu Liangyong's mother. She had a bright face, like a silver plate, and was very beautiful. Unfortunately, she was not a good person. Uncle Lu was traveling and offended someone. The family was not kind. They sent for Aunt Lu and conspired with outsiders to cause chaos, leading to the family's destruction. Everyone said Aunt Lu was flirtatious, but I didn't believe it and still kept her around. One day, when he came home, he saw Aunt Lu with another man on his bed. He got very angry and, in a moment of rage, killed the man. That family used this as an excuse to imprison Uncle Lu and eventually caused his death in jail. After Uncle Lu died, the family lost its main support and income. Aunt Lu then started working as a secret. When Uncle Lu was alive, He often took Wu Liangyong with him to learn medicine and go out. After Uncle Lu died, Aunt Lu often scolded and beat Wu Liangyong. My grandfather saw that Wu Liangyong was smart and took him home to teach him. Wu Qian sighed and said, one day, Aunt Lu came to ask Wu Liangyong for money, but he couldn't give it. She then tried to drown him, nearly killing him. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to marry or have children. How do you know he had such a sad past? It's nothing. Behind every twisted killer, there's a shocking story. These kinds of plots have been overused already. She said something that Wu Qian didn't understand. What happened to Aunt Lu later? She died of a venereal disease. She was dead for 3 days before anyone found her. Wu Liangyong handled her funeral. At this moment, Wu Qian remembered seeing Wu Liangyong kill someone. Wu Liangyong broke the person's limbs and played with them like a doll. At that time, he was so angry he wanted to kill, and Wu Liangyong was beaten badly and lay in bed for more than half a year. Wu Liangyong was very crazy and tough then, refusing to beg or cry, like someone desperate to die. If he had been cruel enough and killed Wu Liangyong back then, none of what happened later would have happened. He took Wu Liangyong back to his hometown, made him kneel in the ancestral hall, clean it, and kept him locked up for over a year. Only after Wu Liangyong swore before the ancestors was he allowed to leave. He followed Wu Liangyong for 2 years, and seeing his behavior improve and his kindness return, he thought Wu Liangyong had changed for the better. I didn't expect the devil in his heart to still be there, causing people's deaths and costing him his own life. I deeply regret it. I truly regret it. A person's good and evil can be found within. When Wu Qian left, Su Lingyu gave him a few silver coins and 3 days' worth of dried food. As for his reasons and his relationship with Wu Liangyong, she didn't tell her family. The cold wind blew, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck and pull her sleeves. It made her miss air conditioning so much. Having air conditioning made her forget about down jackets, and a single dress could last through all 4 seasons. Now, that's impossible. This place isn't south, nor close to the north. There's no hot weather, no heated beds, so to survive winter, she relies on blankets and her own will. In winter, she wants to eat something spicy. She went to get some chili peppers. The chili peppers in the warm room grew well. There are also many vegetables inside. De Lang is about to get married, and all the vegetables in the warm room will be served at the table. She picked many, chopped them up, and added bean paste, salt, and other seasonings to make sauces. She marinated the meat, then skewered it with wooden sticks, sliced the cabbage, and threaded the tough stems onto sticks. Miss, this is high-quality silver silk bamboo charcoal. The shopkeeper said it produces little smoke. Put it on the table. While you're at it, I'll order some for you, so you don't have to go out again. She smiled, really thoughtful of Uncle Gao. Later, you can eat a few more skewers. Definitely won't skimp on the food. The third young lady cares for us servants. If we do our jobs well, she won't hold back her kindness. It's not that I covet the copper coins she has, but I just want her to remember me kindly when I grow old. The third young lady is kind-hearted, and I believe she wouldn't mistreat us servants. Doing things for her makes a Gui very happy. The small stove should be on the ground, so why put it on the table? The third young lady doesn't know what she's planning. Skimming the oil from chicken soup, then adding bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms to cook. Su Zhongshi instructed the third aunt. Whatever Sanner wants to do, she can do it. She watches from the side, and if Sanner does something wrong, she will remind her. Now, Sanner can no longer be treated as a little girl. She has grown up. Her matters should only be discussed with her, and she shouldn't make decisions for her anymore. But when it comes to food and clothing, she can still help her decide. After all, Sanner came from her. She casually looked up and saw Shinming. Su Zhongshi went forward. Master Gong has arrived. Supporting Shinming to the dining table, she wondered what she wanted to do. The table was filled with raw vegetables and strips of raw meat, yet she dared to ask us to sit down. She's treating us like tigers, Shinming said with a smile. Not at all. Who only eats cooked meat, Mu Mian replied, holding the little tiger. Mu Mian, let go of Hu. Wash your hands and come eat. Su Lingyu invited everyone to sit and placed a string of food into a small stove in front of everyone. One table for the host, one for the servants. Everyone was waiting for Sanner to solve the puzzle. This is called luchuan skewering. When it's cooked, you pick up each piece to eat. It's good for rough people and also liked by elegant ones. Rough people bite big pieces and pull out the skewer to eat quickly. Elegant people eat small bites carefully so they don't dirty their clothes or the pot. Actions speak louder than words. Soon, everyone will understand it's fun. Everyone waited quietly, staring at the stove, eager to eat. Su Lingyu suggested, "Why don't we play a game? Whoever wins gets to eat the first skewer." Play what? Drink wine and recite poetry? Oh dear, Master Gong, please have mercy. We don't know how to play that. Reciting poetry? Writing poems? You're even worse at that. Su Lingyu suddenly had an idea. How about this? We each say something. It must include its color and shape. Let everyone guess what it is. If someone guesses correctly, they lose. If no one guesses, then the guesser wins. Good, that sounds fun. I can do it too, Mu Mian raised her hand. Su Li and Xinming said, Master Gong, please be gentle. Don't make it too hard. I'll go first to set an example, she suggested, since it was her idea. Green and white like a doll, I can hold it, but Mu Mian cannot. Everyone started thinking, what could Sanner be talking about? Wintermelon? But wintermelon? Su Zhang said, its skin is green, and the flesh is white. It's big and long. Sanner can hold it, but Mu Mian can't lift it. Mother, can't you let me be first?
Su Lingyu boted.
I just remembered. Your mother already went first, Su Li said, feeling a bit annoyed. Now it's my turn. It's my turn. Mu Mian shifted on her stool, eager to say what she thought. Green on the outside, white inside, small head but big body. I don't like it. Cotton Tree just finished speaking, and the third ant nearby burst into laughter, already guessing what it was. Cotton Tree pouted, unhappy because as soon as she finished, others started guessing. It wasn't fun anymore. Fourth miss, everyone knows you don't like to eat it. In this family, only you don't like eating cabbage. Without thinking, it's obvious what it is. It's my turn now, said Aunt Su Zhang. Between Su Zhang and Cotton Tree was Little Five, but Little Five was young and not yet enlightened, so he couldn't say anything. We can skip him. Clad in rainbow clothes, a sparrow rests among the trees.
Aunt Su Fang looked proud.
This riddle was quite tricky for them. Others really needed to think carefully, but for Shunming it was easy. He already knew the answer. Seeing them still thinking, he deliberately let them ponder for a while. Is it a gullibird?
No.
Is it something that walks on the ground or flies in the sky? It can both fly and walk. This is so hard. Master, have you figured it out? Everyone looked at Shunming. Shunming nodded under the chicken coop. Everyone looked at the chicken coop, where a proud rooster stood. Suddenly they understood. The rainbow clothes meant the rooster's colorful feathers. The tree in the middle formed a character that looked like again, yo, plus a bird, which together made the character for chicken G. Mother's words are so clever, they really stumped us, said Su Lingyu. Aunt Su Zhang smiled and said, that one was hard, or maybe your father was just teasing me. The rest of the riddles were about everyday objects. Some were easy to guess, others very difficult. After a few rounds, the skewers in the pot were cooked, and no one was stumped anymore. Someone had to eat the first skewer. Su Lingyu glanced at Master Shin. Xinming understood and came up with a hard one. Golden armor on a branch, hardworking but disliked by people. Everyone was stumped. They couldn't figure it out and had to wait for his answer. It turned out to be a bee. Yes, bees work hard making honey. Honey tastes good, but bees are not liked. They sting and can even be deadly. The first skewer was given to Master Shin. He picked up his skewer, took a bite, tasting both the juice and the flavor of the ingredients. Not bad, everyone try it. Once you start, you can't stop. First, there's plenty of meat. Second, the seasonings and broth are delicious. Third, the way to eat it is fresh and fun. Su Lingyu handed out the chili peppers, saying, these are spicy peppers, spicier than mustard seeds. Eating them can keep you warm. If you're not afraid of spicy food, you can try some. Everyone tasted a little, and as a drop of juice touched their tongues, they exclaimed from the heat. Some quickly grabbed water to cool down. Big Fool was not afraid of spice. The spicier, the more he ate. Su Lingyu was not afraid of spice either, but didn't dare to eat too much, as she rarely ate spicy food and was worried about upsetting her stomach. Everyone happily enjoyed their meal. When Su Qingqi returned home and heard that lunch was skewers, he was very envious and asked Sanner to prepare them again. So for dinner, they had hot pot, skewers, and even fried chicken. They invited Li Dan. Enough men for a table, and they ate separately by gender. Wang Jingxing took a bite of spicy food and drank some wine. His face turned red, and it was unclear if it was from the spice or the wine. He called Su Lingyu to bring him sour plum juice. This drink may be spicy on the tongue, but after eating it, you'll sweat, and it works better than wine. Don't force yourself. Just try a little, but be careful not to upset your stomach, Su Lingyu warned as she poured him the sour plum juice. Looking down, he noticed her delicate neck, rosy cheeks, and the soft hair. Wang Jingxing thought she looked very pretty. He quickly looked away, afraid to stare too long. He took the sour plum juice to soothe his tongue from the numbness and heat. Are there seeds? Can I have some? Wait and see, there will be some, she said with a smile. The men started eating and drinking, and Su Lingyu returned to her spot, listening to their chatter. She heard Wang Jingxing say, "The efficiency of digging mountains is too low. We need to use tools with more power to replace manual labor." Su Lingyu helped her mother put on a cotton coat, but kept her ears perked up to listen to what he was saying. Since the autumn harvest, he had been responsible for mountain excavation, digging, and filling lakes. Days had passed like this. He managed the workers and kept the records almost entirely himself. The management and coordination skills of little Wang next door were indeed very strong. If she were in her original world, she would have liked to ask him to be a department manager. Maybe in 10 more years, he could be the chief executive officer. What do you mean by replacing manual labor with tools? Shan Mingxian asked. Why do we use water wheels to carry water instead of people carrying it? Shan Mingxian nodded after hearing this. The question suddenly made him understand everything. Where does the strength come from? Human effort? A water wheel can be divided into a frame water wheel and a dragon bone water wheel. If we connect the frame water wheel with the dragon bone water wheel. Wang Jingxing drew a circle on the table. Make the water wheel into a circle, the board into a cart bucket, and turn the main beam to spin around. Wouldn't that carry a lot of mud? Dig the mountain and divert water from distant hills to here, to power the water wheel. The axle will turn the main beam, and we can work day and night. Wang Jingxing took a sip of wine. Cloud buckets can hold a lot, but they are hard to move. I plan to add wheels and make a for it to slide down. Master Uncle is so clever. Even such a difficult idea. You thought of it. General Sun really chose the right person, Su Lingyu said. Shunming. Wang Jingxing. Su Qingqi. That was a very obvious compliment. Can I have some of the land that was just opened? The new year is coming soon, and in spring, I want to plant something, she asked. Third brother. The newly opened land is poor and loose, not good for planting, Su Qingqi said. Third brother, buying that land isn't worth it. I have money, but nowhere to spend it. I bought all the good fields in Dongquan village. I just want some land to grow grass and raise cattle and sheep. Shenming/Wang Jingxing. Su Zhuangla's Laba festival wedding was lively, whether General Sun came or not. They cleaned the household items, hung red ribbons, and laid the ground. Su Lingyu asked the brothers, Xiao and Dong, to bring bricks to pave the front yard. A cartload of bricks surprised Su Lisher. Will Dajius spend all the family's silver on the wedding? Bricks cost 5 cents each, and the family still has some. She not only paved the ground with bricks, but also used fired stone slabs for the stairs from the mountain to the estate, covering the entire path with bricks and slabs. The horse and cattle paths were also paved with stone slabs, with clear wheel ruts for easy passage. Visitors arriving at the mountain would first think, Su family is rich. The second thought, Su family is very rich. All these constructions were recorded in Su Lingyu's account books. She loved beauty and wanted her home to look just how she imagined. The blackish-blue stone slabs and bricks made the ground very clean and pleasing to the eye. That was her goal. She installed handrails along the mountain stairs, tying red cloth to the rails. Chrysanthemums from the garden were brought outside for visitors to enjoy and chat. Shenming, Su Zhuangla, and Wang Jingxing set up a table, dipped brushes in ink, and wrote red couplets. Su Lingyu tilted her head to look at the couplets they had written. Mu Mian held a small bowl and asked her sister, "Whose handwriting is better?" "All are beautiful. De Lang's writing is steady. The master's is free and easy, and the uncle's is bold and grand. If you want to learn calligraphy, it's best to learn from the master. A young lady should be relaxed and not too strict, so you won't get upset,"
Su Lingyu said.
Mu Mian looked at her sister with confusion and nodded in agreement. Wang Jingxing put down his brush, looked up at Su Sanner, and waited for the servant to change the paper before continuing to write. Soon, she held a skewer with 3 or 5 golden balls threaded on it. She took a small bite, revealing a purple center. How are these balls made to be golden outside and purple inside? These balls must be very tasty. Look at her. She ate one in just a few bites. Seeing this, Su Lingyu noticed Xiao Wang staring at her hand. Without thinking, she handed him the skewer. "Try it, made from taro flour, deep-fried taro balls." She bit into the ball, swinging it to the left, and pulled out the bamboo skewer, eating it in one bite. The taro balls were soft and slightly sweet, very delicious. Su Qingqi suddenly appeared between them, holding Sanner's hand, smiling. "Such tasty food. How can I not share a bite with Dad?" He then separated Sanner and Wang Jingxing, even glaring at Wang Jingxing. No looking at Sanu aloud. "Sanner, go to bed early. Tomorrow you have to get up early." Su Qingqi pushed Sanner to wash up, calling Mu Mian and Wu Wu to wash their hands and feet before sleeping. The little ones, tired from playing, wanted hugs from their father. Su Qingqi picked up one and said, "Sanner, come lie on Dad's back. Let's see if I can carry you." Su Lingyu glared at him and turned into the kitchen, instructing the helpers on what to do and what not to do. Su Zong and others pasted up couplets overnight, prepared ink and paper, and went to their rooms to sleep. Early the next morning, the Su family dressed Su Zhong in a red robe with red tassels, reminding him how to greet people when he entered. They checked the time and saw Su Zhong off. The wedding procession's trumpet sounded, and Su Zhong mounted his horse and left. The bride's family's man carried a basket and followed behind, after circling the village to show their respect. Villagers lined the road to watch, welcoming them warmly. A Gue led the two fools, carrying a basket, tossing money and chatting happily along the way. The villagers laughed and chatted as they headed to the Li family. Welcoming the bride was a man's job, so Su Lingyu did not go. First, she was not suited for the task, and second, she needed to help prepare the feast at home. She stood in the yard, watching the lively scene below the mountain. "Look at that swona, it's so fun. I should learn to play the swona."
"Don't even think about it."
Su Zhongshu kept waving her hands. "You can't even play the flute well. How can you handle the swona? Who would bear it?" Thinking up new ideas is easy. You need to be patient and practice the flute carefully. Shunming criticized her. She wasn't afraid to practice, but she worried she might turn a happy event into a sad one with her playing. Watching the wedding procession enter the Li house and the troupe start singing, a joyful tune echoed through the valley. To add to the fun, the Li family invited a troupe to perform for 3 days and nights. The villagers loved it. Li Yongji wasn't home, but the Li family still had Li Er, Li Si, and many nephews and nieces, which made Su Zhong feel a bit annoyed. While listening to the lively scene, Su Lingyu felt proud. Her eldest brother was the one she watched grow up. Now that he's married, he's truly grown into a man. As the sun rose higher, guests arrived at the Su house for the feast. Su Lingyu went to greet the young girls, some from wealthy families, others from small officials' homes. She offered good tea, water, and snacks, and invited them to her garden. The garden was originally where she grew flower seedlings. She had set up 2 or 3 pavilions and placed some fire pans. They played games like throwing darts, tossing embroidered balls, and kicking shuttlecocks. Whether older or younger, everyone happily showed their talents under her lead. Madame Zhang is here. Miss Zhang-san is also here. Second sister Zhang has arrived. I need to go greet her. Su Lingyu bowed and left her seat. Not only her second sister Muxin but also Jean Ling came along. It was strange. Jean Ling usually didn't like her, so why was she here at the celebration? Jean Ling still looked proud, lifting her chin to look at people. No one there had her status. She had become the leader among the young women, occupying the best spot by the fire in the pavilion. Who she talked to depended entirely on their family background. If someone wanted to please her, they had to be prepared to be ignored. Jean Ling's arrival disrupted the cheerful atmosphere of the small yard. The fun turned into a tea party. Quick-witted young women gathered around Jean Ling. Those who found her annoying went elsewhere to look at flowers. Jean Ling found it hard to please, but second sister Muxian was easy to talk to. Su Lingyu took her around to enjoy the flowers and introduced some young women to second sister Muxian. Haha, sister. I've arrived, Muxian said, bringing the tiger into the garden. Oh my, a tiger. It might eat people. Don't bring it here. No worries, it's well behaved, Muxian replied. Muxian reached into her pocket and took out some dried meat. Look at this. Ah, the tiger. Jump. Good, very good. Here's a treat, she said, giving the little tiger a piece of meat. Muxian waved a stick, making the little tiger jump over it and spin around. The tiger did all of it. The young women watched in amazement, some scared, some curious, gathering around to see. Muxian directed the little tiger to do difficult tricks, like jumping onto a stone bench and raising its front paws. The little tiger not only raised its paws but also bowed to people. The young women were stunned, exclaiming and clapping loudly. Look at that! Is that really a tiger? Such a clever little tiger. How did she do it? How does she make the tiger so obedient? Muxian, let me try too. Don't go, you're not familiar with it. It might bite you. I'm not afraid, said Muxian, grabbing a stick and hanging meat from a string. Ha ha ha, Sister Liao, you're amazing. While others are fishing, you're training a tiger. Sister Liao was also a bit scared. She held a stick from afar, dangling the meat to lure the tiger. But she was careless and the tiger jumped up and bit her, causing her to scream and run away, dropping her stick. Ah! Such a coward. This is a trained tiger. It won't bite unless provoked. Jean Ling picked up the stick from the ground. Not only did she dare to tease the tiger, but she also reached out to touch it. Really impressive. Miss Jean is so brave. Miss Jean is truly a woman of courage. Muxian, teach me too, said second sister Muxian, eager to try. It's not hard. Watch me. Seeing them attracted by Muxian, Su Lingyu quietly left the garden to go to the kitchen. She checked on the cooking, gave instructions, and reminded the chef about meal times. Guests were arriving from afar, and they couldn't let them walk home late at night. When General Sun arrived, they had to prepare the dishes. They placed a bench outside the kitchen and sat down. When they couldn't decide on something, she helped make the decision. Having you sit here makes me feel at ease. Many guests have arrived, and I can't keep up, said Mrs. Su Li. Go and greet the guests. I'll watch here, she replied. She handed her grandmother a piece of candy, saying, Don't tire yourself out. All right, okay, her grandmother responded. Before the hour of Shin, the Suona horn sounded again, indicating the bride was about to leave. Soon, firecrackers went off. Su Lingyu sent someone to ask if General Sun had arrived. General Sun just arrived and is talking with Master Shi in the courtyard, said the maid, Sue Tsue. Su Lingyu instructed the kitchen, add fire to the steamer. Prepare hot dishes. After the wedding ceremony, serve the dishes immediately. The sound of the Suona grew louder, and soon firecrackers were set off again. The bride's sedan has arrived. Miss, the eldest young master is getting off his horse. Tsue ran inside to tell her. The helpers all wanted to see. Third young master, just let us take a quick look. It won't delay anything. Go ahead, she said, also wanting to see. Before they got close, they heard firecrackers again. Seeing Suzhong helping the bride down from the sedan, dressed in a beautiful red wedding gown with pearls and jade, causing the girls to gasp and cheer. The bride's shining golden veil and the long, bright red embroidered phoenix wedding dress made even Jean Ling envy. The bride's family, Li Si and Li Wu, helped her cross the fire basin, holding her wedding dress. "Bow to the heavens, bow to the parents, bow to the partner," announced the matchmaker. Next came the elders' blessings. The ceremony didn't take long, and the feast was about to begin. Su Lingyu told her third aunt to have the kitchen staff return to work. As she sat down, she saw Mrs. Suzhong rushing over, bringing farm women to carry bowls and chopsticks outside. "Third young master, the dishes are being set outside. Are you ready to serve the food?" "Yes, prepare the dishes. First 2 hot dishes, then a cold dish. Serve the mushrooms and pork on separate plates. Serve the beef on the main table," Su Lingyu calmly directed. A guai, carrying a group of men, brought the dishes to the table. The book boy Guan Xiaopeng came with someone looking for third young master. "Which key opens the wine cellar?" The master asked the young ones to bring the yellow wine for General Sun to taste. "This one. Take the small jar of yellow wine from the left side of the entrance. That's the best yellow wine." "Okay." Guan Xiaopeng ran out quickly. After 2 dishes were served, they started pouring wine. To avoid the villagers from getting too drunk, Su Lingyu mixed water into sorghum wine, using only a little water so they wouldn't notice the difference. After serving 8 dishes, Su Lingyu brushed off her clothes and prepared to leave. The last 2 dishes, a fish and a plate of braised meat, were not a big concern. She planned to go to Shenming's courtyard, having agreed early that today, since the main house was busy and noisy, she would go there to take a bath and change clothes. Cui Cui had already heated the water there. She just needed to go and wash up. Not far from the back door, she heard voices from the woods in the distance. "Young Master Wang, this is embroidered by my own hand." The proud Jean Ling had turned into a sweet, delicate girl, soft and gentle like water. Wang Jingxing looked at the purse Jean Ling held, but he didn't take it. Instead, he stepped back. "Miss Jean, you are lively and charming, a gift from heaven. It is a great fortune that you like me. However, I already have someone I care for, and I might not be able to accept your kindness." Wang Jingxing took 2 more steps back, creating distance from Jean Ling anxiously. Jean Ling moved closer. "Young Master Wang, I know my uncle intends to marry my cousin to you. But my cousin doesn't like you. She prefers Luling Liao Tao. Our Jean family may not be as big as the Sun family, but we are not unknown in the court.
My family has always loved me.
As long as the Jean and Wang families unite, my family will support you strongly. We might even help you succeed." Jean Ling spoke shyly and sweetly, very different from her usual spoiled and willful self. In front of someone she admired, she might misinterpret a glance as love. That was how Jean Ling looked now, her face flushed, her heart pounding, afraid to meet Wang Jingxing's eyes. That day by the city wall, when she turned and smiled at me, my heart was struck. I fell in love at first sight with Miss Sun, and am willing to risk everything for her, even if it means disappointing Miss Jean. Wang Jingxing withdrew his intense expression, turned to leave, but at that moment, he saw Su Lingyu. She smiled at him quietly, intending to leave unseen. His face darkened, then softened. Why was Su Sanner at the banquet? How could she be here? Could it be that she liked me too? I admire her intelligence. If she wants to join the family, she would have to become a noble consort. But I worry she might not think that way. Perhaps she's just here to watch the show or cause trouble. Wang Jingxing tried to walk away, but Jean Ling grabbed his sleeve. "Miss Jean, please behave yourself."
"Why?"
"Why do you prefer her over me? Every time I meet my cousin, she always looks at you with cold eyes and makes sarcastic remarks. Yes, she is like the cold winter wind, while I treat her like the warm spring sun. One day, I believe I can change her. Also, General Sun has already agreed to Uncle's proposal, so good news will come soon. Thank you, Miss Jean, for your kindness, but I cannot accept it. I have no chance with you, Miss Jean. Please respect yourself. With that, she tugs at her clothes and leaves heartlessly. Jean Ling is overwhelmed by thee and cries loudly, covering her face. When Wang Jingxing passes by Su Lingyu, he gives her a warning to mind her own business. Su Lingyu smiles, showing she won't interfere. Next door, Xiaowang is talented and attracts many admirers, which has brought trouble to Miss Jean. When he confesses his feelings to Miss Jean, he shows his deep love but also avoids offending Jean Ling. As for Xiaowang's love for Miss Sun, she doesn't believe it. Someone like him, full of ambitions, would never be trapped by love. His passionate words are only meant to fool innocent young girls like Jean Ling. Jean Ling blocks her way, so she has to go around. But after a few steps, Jean Ling calls out to her. Crying Jean Ling is like a little cat, ruining her makeup and smudging her face. Su Lingyu, are you here to laugh at me? No, you misunderstood. I'm not here to watch the fun. You blocked my way. Since she's been caught, she doesn't want to go around anymore and walks openly toward Jean Ling. Ask what love is in this world. Is it just eating, drinking, and gaining status? Miss Jean is different from other women. She is brave and wants to compete with men. Why are you sad for one person? Behind you, there are many suitors waiting for you to turn around. Since when did you start lecturing me? Jean Ling wipes her face hurriedly, her gentle and relaxed expression gone. She puts on her proud, bratty look again. Seeing her in such a messy state, this shameless person looks at her and makes her furious. Her anger from being rejected by Wang Gongzi still lingers, and she needs to vent. She bumps into Su Lingyu, who is just right for her to bully. You're looking but not seeing, and seeing but not looking properly. Today, I will gouge out your eyes, so you won't spread lies. Jean Ling steps forward, pretending to try to gouge Su Lingyu's eyes, but Su Lingyu doesn't dodge or resist. My second older brother has been promoted one rank higher, and he can show a little face in front of the emperor. If you hurt my eyes, would you also want to take one back to make up for it? Shenming is my master's uncle. Wang Jingxing is my master's elder, and if you hurt my eyes, would Wang Jingxing abandon you like an old shoe? Jean Ling pinched Su Lingyu's neck angrily and asked, Are you threatening me? You misunderstood. I'm just telling you the facts.
Su Lingyu pinched Jean Ling's finger.
It didn't hurt much to be pinched on the neck, but pinching her finger made her cry out in pain.
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Let go, you scoundrel. Who are you telling to let go? You're telling me to let go. Su Lingyu, let go. Miss Jean, how can you curse yourself? You. Woof woof. Aya Wang, a tall and strong dog, suddenly ran out from the bushes, baring its teeth at Jean Ling, trying to pounce on her. To show her loyalty to Wang Jingxing, she sent away her maid and guards. Knowing she couldn't handle both a person and a dog, Jean Ling had no choice but to give up. If you dare to tell anyone about today's matter, you will have a bad ending. Proud Jean Ling held her head high and walked toward the front yard. Being threatened like this felt really uncomfortable. In her past life, she wasn't the richest person in the country, but she was at least the head of a province. People didn't dare to openly threaten or show disrespect to her, even if they looked at her with displeasure. Su Lingyu lowered her hand and turned to walk forward with her hands behind her back. A weak family can't avoid being looked down upon. They must strengthen themselves. When she first arrived, she thought she could enjoy a leisurely life, not worrying about food or drink, just lying in the sun. Now, with her clever little siblings showing their talents, her cheap father is no longer content to stay at home. In the future, there will be more scenes of being looked down upon and schemes, making it hard for her to relax. Su Lingyu changed into a new outfit, entered the yard, and saw that General Sun had already left. Many distinguished guests had dispersed, and the young ladies should also leave with their parents. She followed her mother, presenting gifts and smiling as she saw off the guests, reminding them to visit again next time. Those who needed to leave had already gone. Only friends and close relations stayed behind. Su Qingqi saw off the guests, then returned to the battlefield, picked up a wine cup, and personally blocked alcohol for his eldest son. The friends of the elders gathered in a corner, playing dice and drinking happily. Suzhong's classmates gathered together, eating and drinking, trying to get Suzhong drunk. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Li quickly called a stop and pulled Su Chong aside. It's the right time. It's time to lift the veil. This caused a burst of cheers from everyone, who crowded around Su Chong and headed toward the new house. Su Lingyu also followed, squeezing through the crowd and bumping into Wang Jingxing. Wang Jingxing protected her and entered the bridal chamber together. Standing outside, they listened to the joyful woman arranging the ceremony. As the groom entered the room, the joyful woman began singing and reciting blessings. Entering the new sister-in-law's room, everyone is lively and happy. Joyful. On both sides, there are boxes and cabinets. In the middle, a bridal bed. Mandarin ducks, listen to my words. Born 5 sons to feed, servants of the Prime Minister. Born a pair of daughters. In the East and West palaces, are the Empress. Third aunt started tossing dates, scattering them around. Su Lingyu reached out and caught several, immediately stuffing them into her mouth. Sweet and delicious, very tasty. Watching the eldest brother get married, she felt very happy. Come on, lift the veil. Once the veil is lifted, they are officially husband and wife. Hurry, hurry, I can't wait to see the sister-in-law. Young sister-in-law, she looks like a fairy. Everyone should take a look. The special veil showed the phoenix crown but kept the bride's true face hidden. When Su Chong lifted the veil, everyone gasped. Beautiful as a celestial fairy. Comparable to a goddess from the heavens. These praises made Li Ying blush so much she couldn't lift her head, her face turning red as an apple. Let's go outside. Let the newlyweds have some privacy. The joyful woman shooed everyone away, and no one dared to stay. Some curious onlookers hid by the window, listening from the corner. Su Lingyu was not interested and smiled as she left. She took her wages and went to the back kitchen to distribute the pay to the helpers. Thank you all for your hard work today. Go home and soak your feet in warm water. You'll sleep better tonight. Thank you, third sister, for caring. We're tough and used to hard work. This little bit of work doesn't tire us. Yes, we're used to rough labor and aren't afraid of tiring. But it seems third sister is tired, busy with this and that, and hasn't even eaten much. They say folks in the countryside aren't clever, but look at them. Each one knows how to please people, making the young lady happy as if she found treasure, Ague said. Su Lingyu smiled and said, they're all clever and capable, but not smart enough to serve General Sun. Her words made the helpers laugh happily. You can serve General Sun's dishes. They will be very proud. Save those for me. I will entertain guests tomorrow. The ones that are cut and left over from the guests, you can share and take home to your families. Thank you, third young master. Thank you, Mississippi. It's getting dark, and the mountain road is difficult to walk. Take your wages and food and go back early. She also said to Ague, leave 2 or 3 strong men to help send the drunken man to the guest room. Don't worry, Miss Third. Arrangements will be made. Many people stayed overnight. Luckily, there are enough rooms. 3 or 5 people in one room, and they can all be settled. The rooster has night blindness. It can't see in the dark. When it sees any light, it will crow. The rooster in the small yard is her alarm clock. When she hears a crow, she gets up. After tidying up, she went out and realized she had woken up early. There were sounds of washing in the kitchen, and she heard Aunt San talking to someone.
She went to check.
She saw Li Ying tying up her hair in a woman's bun and rolling up her sleeves, preparing breakfast. Third young master is awake. Bothering you? Go ahead with your work. I am going to practice martial arts. What do you want for breakfast? Anything. I am not picky, she said, and went outside. Miss, wait for the servant girl. Chui Chui, the maid, hurried out of the servant's room, brought a pot of hot water into the kitchen, took the Mrs. Towel, and followed. She met De Lang on the way out. He was folding the red silk hanging by the door. Don't waste it. Wash it clean. It can still be made into clothes. Times are different now. De Lang doesn't need to save money. These oil-stained silks, give them to someone else. But this is good silk. It would be a pity to give it away. Let Aunt Sen wash it and make clothes for me. His young, poor background made him develop a habit of saving. Even if he had money, he wouldn't spend it extravagantly. Being thrifty and managing the household well is never wrong. Even if you have money, you should save some and not waste. De Lang is very wise. Keep it up and teach your children to be thrifty. Hearing what third young master said, he remembered last night's bed scene. It was his first time entering the bridal chamber. He hurriedly looked for the wrong hole, tossed around for a while before realizing the mistake, and then started over. Though the process was complicated, the experience was quite good. Su Chonger's face was red and hot. He buried his head in the silk, feeling shy to speak. Seeing De Lang lowering his head shyly, with his ears turning red, he knew he was thinking about something else. Su Lingyu played with a wooden sword and walked up the mountain, leaving a message. I will come back early. To avoid the new girl bowing and serving tea, she didn't go to the top but practiced a few moves with Wang Jingxing halfway up the mountain. She trained martial arts with adult determination over half a year, but still couldn't match the solid foundation of little Wang next door. After about 20 exchanges, Su Lingyu stopped, panting heavily. Wang Jingxing calmed his breath and put away his sword. You set me up.
Huh?
You've been practicing martial arts for less than a year. How can you have internal energy? You hold the sword well, but you're unfamiliar with sparring and lack strength. Last time on the mountaintop, you pierced through water and trees. That was probably arranged by you in advance. Little Wang next door, you're so clever. Haha, you found out. An outsider, who comes up the mountain regularly practicing alone, has taken over my entire training ground from left to right. How am I supposed to practice swordsmanship as the owner? Did I intrude and take over? No, that's not what I said. Servants, your expression gave you away. Su Lingyu returned home, and Liang was already prepared. A table full of delicious breakfast, impossible to find fault with anyone who sees it. Agui set up the chairs and tables, and Auntie carried the teacup. Su Chong and Li Ying knelt on mats, offering tea to the elders. Su Li's wife gave red envelopes, saying, wishing harmony and peace. Su Qingqi gave red envelopes, wishing long life together. Su Zhang's wife presented a jewelry box, wishing early and blessed children. Su Important helped Li Ying up, and Su Li's wife reached out to stop her. Third son, come here.
I don't need to.
Kneeling to elders is fine, but kneeling to me isn't proper.
Come here.
Su Li's wife beckoned the third son. Then she said to Li Ying, it's thanks to the third son that we've managed to save this family estate. Your husband's success today is partly because of him. You can scold Mu Mian and hit Xiao Wu, but you must respect the third son. If you don't, you can go back home. Su Li's wife made her point clear, so Li Ying was prepared. On her first day in, she was reminded to respect her sister-in-law, to treat her as the most important, which was uncomfortable no matter who it was. But she could accept it when it was the third son. Though she was a few years older than him, she dared not act like an elder sister in front of the third son. She had seen the third son's skills. The methods for planting rice, seeds for vegetables, raising chickens, ducks, and geese, and harvesting mountain herbs. All of these were things the third son had figured out. Sanner not only brings income to the family, but also provides income to others. Respect for others is important, but respecting Sanner is even more so. She bows to Sanner willingly. Li Ying respectfully bows to Sanner. Standing in front of them, looking at their heads, she bows down. She reflects on how quickly time passes. It has been over 8 years since she arrived here. She has watched the children grow up, seen the big children get married and have children. She takes out 2 silver notes from her sleeves and gives one to each newlywed couple. Since I've given you a big gift, I should give you a gift in return. I thought giving a gift was enough, but I didn't expect to spend so much. Su Lingyu says with a smile. Sanner is very generous. He gives 100 taels at once. That's all I have left. This year's income has all been spent. We can only eat simple vegetables for the new year, Su Lingyu jokes. Older sister-in-law, don't dislike the food. I might go to my parents' house to steal some meat to eat, she teases.
Li Ying blushes deeply.
Don't talk nonsense. Well, this money can be used for household expenses. We still need to eat during the new year, she says.
Ha ha ha. Shu Chengi laughs heartily.
Su Zhong pulls on his wife's sleeve. Sanner is just joking. Our family is self-sufficient. We have chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. There's no need to buy outside. Sanner is just teasing you.
Annoying, Li Ying boats playfully.
This makes Su Zhong secretly smile. Watching Li Ying grow up and knowing her well, the elders of the Su family really like this new daughter-in-law. Come, have breakfast. Please, guests, get up. If they're still asleep, let them sleep a little longer. After breakfast, she helps Li Ying organize her dowry, moving all the boxes, baskets, and cabinets into her room. The betrothal gifts from the Su family are heavy, and the dowry from the Li family is generous. Once Li Ying's boxes and cabinets are placed inside, the room becomes quite cramped. She can barely turn around, let alone move freely. Mrs. Su suggests clear out the room next door and make it a study for De Wang. All the books, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones used for work should be moved there. Su Qingqi says the house is still a bit small. We need to gradually expand. Once we enter the yard, it still feels a bit tight. We should make it a 2-entry courtyard. Mother, why not extend to the sides and build additional courtyards? The left for De Wang and the right for Wang. That's a good idea. When Xiaowu is older, we can expand backward and build a courtyard. The mother and son discuss and decide on the structure of the courtyard. Listening to their casual tone, it seemed they had seen this kind of courtyard before, as if they had lived in a house with multiple rooms. Su Lingyu observed the mother and son, saying she had many secrets, but they had even more. Privately, she asked Su Lisher, "Is your father the illegitimate son who was driven out?" "How do you know?" "Nothing special. Stories about illegitimate children returning to claim family property have been told so many times, they've become old news." "You're partly right, but not entirely. Your father was indeed expelled, but he's not an illegitimate son. Great-grandpa is the eldest son of the family head. After he remarried, he didn't like your grandfather. Your grandfather was always under pressure from your great-grandmother. He married a distant cousin's daughter. For her, he asked to split the family. This angered the family head, who only gave us some farmland and shops. Your grandmother died in childbirth before she was a month old, a tragic death for both mother and baby. Later, your stepmother married again, and I gave birth to your father the next year. When your father was 11, your grandfather accidentally killed the son of a government envoy. To avoid trouble, they formed a clan and expelled us. We ran away and settled here. Because we spent a lot of money and weren't good at business, our savings ran out quickly. Isn't that dramatic enough? Isn't there some deep hatred, a vow to revenge and reclaim the family's wealth?" Su Lisher looked at her and shook her head. If there's no deep hatred, how can they go back to seek revenge? How can they start a family feud? Those who aren't on the righteous side won't be loved by the audience. Third child. What are you talking about? Nothing much, just the usual family drama. Su Lisher was confused and didn't understand what her daughter was saying. She secretly wondered, which ancestor of yours was reborn? Which ancestor was she? Su Lingyu didn't even know herself. She was from a future generation. Which generation's ancestor was she? Maybe everyone in this family was her ancestor. Which generations of people do you remember? Seeing her unable to speak, as if recalling a few stories she had heard, Su Lingyu quickly said, "There are so many plaques in the ancestral hall. How many can you remember?" "I don't even know how many descendants I have. I'll tell you once I go into the ancestral hall." Third child. We can also count by era names. If you want to know your age, the emperor's era name will tell you. For example, the year she was born, the emperor died, and a new emperor ascended the throne. That year was the first year of Qingping. Then it was Qingping year 1, continuing until now, which is Qingping year 8. Subtract Qingping year 1 from Qingping year 8, and she is currently 9 years old in nominal age, 8 in actual age. By tracing back the emperor's reign, we can figure out her ancestor's generation. She doesn't like to reveal her identity this way. I don't remember. I was nearly 60 when I died. Oh, you lived a long life. These things are better left unsaid. 60 years old is not much. In those days, 60 was considered early death, and 80 was normal. 110 was considered very long life. She waved her hand, refusing to talk about these things, and told Su Lisher to busy herself, not to pull her into memories or ask too many questions. Su Lingyu ran outside to supervise, to see her master. At home, a newlywed couple arrived, showing affection everywhere and sharing sweet moments. From the second day after their wedding, Su Zhong and his wife stuck close together, joking and teasing each other happily. Su Lingyu couldn't stand it anymore. She needed to go out and hide, giving the space to the young couple. Let them be free to enjoy their love without worry. At the same time, the plum blossoms were in full bloom. She cut some and placed them in a vase to sell in the city. On the way, she met Wang Jingxing, who was heading into the city. Next to him, Xiao Wang was riding a horse, looking very handsome. If not for his official uniform, he could be called a charming young gentleman. She was riding a donkey, and he was on a horse. When he saw her, he slowed down his horse. "Where are you going into the city?" Carrying a vase and flowers. Was he visiting friends? Sitting on a bullock cart, Mu Mian said, "We're going to sell flowers in the city. We have no silver at home, and if we don't earn some money, we'll have to eat plain vegetables for the new year." Su Lingyu wanted to stop him, but couldn't. These words are fine at home, but not suitable to say outside. If they told the Li family, it would be embarrassing for them. People might mock the Li family for asking for too high a bride price, or for making their daughter suffer to marry into a good family. Some might laugh at the Su family for pretending to be wealthy. Mu Mian was joking. "Don't mind her. We're bored at home and just looking for an excuse to go to the city," Su Lingyu said. "Master is busy with official duties, so we won't bother you. You go ahead." Since she told them to leave, they didn't ask further. If they really needed money, the Su family had ways to solve it. Wang Jingxing drove his horse away. Watching Xiao Wang leave next door, Su Lingyu smiled and said to everyone, "Uncle is very impressive, becoming more official-looking." Although his face looks younger, his words and actions show authority. Calling him an adult is not an exaggeration, Agui said with a smile. "I heard he's engaged to Miss Sun, and soon he will send the betrothal gifts. Lord Wang will probably move back to the city to live. The village girls will be sad."
Why?
Mu Mian didn't understand. Someone they like is engaged to someone else. They will be heartbroken, Su Lingyu said with a smile. When Mu Mian grows up, she will understand. According to Madame Zhang, she already has plans for Mu Mian's marriage and seems to prefer not to involve the Su family. Madame Zhang wants Mu Mian to marry into General Zhang's family. Marrying the general's nephew would naturally lead to more contact with her. Madame Zhang's plan is clever, but she doesn't know if the general's nephew agrees. Seeing no outsiders around, Agui said to Miss Sanner, "The best spot is taken. Don't you want to think about it?" Sanner, riding a donkey, shook her head. His ambitions are too big. The Su family isn't a stepping stone for him. I'm not the person he wants. And she didn't like him either. No matter how impressive or strong his presence was, in her eyes, he was just a teenager. Wang Jingxing is about 19 this year, so he should get married. Because of the mountain digging this year, many families haven't prepared the wedding gifts. It's already the 18th day of the lunar month, and the women at home need to go out and prepare supplies. The street is lively and festive everywhere. Su Lingyu found a good spot, set up bottles, and placed some plum blossoms. "How much should I sell it for?" Mu Mian asked her sister. 10 coins per bunch, 5 stems in a bunch. Sanner, do you think it's a bit expensive? Gui asked. People who like flowers and want to buy them won't mind this price.
Just sell it like that.
Mu Mian called out to sell. Okay. Mu Mian, with a childlike voice, called out, selling flowers, selling flowers. Plum blossoms in December, 10 coins per bunch. Immediately, 2 women approached, looked at the plum blossoms, picked some, but finally decided not to buy. They liked the flowers but thought 10 coins was too expensive. After the 2 women left, 3 girls came closer. They sell embroidery items outside, earned some silver, and pooled their money to buy a bunch. Plum blossoms blooming in December won't wither for half a month, bringing good luck. The clever cotton tree attracts customers. Su Lingyu helps pick out plum branches, ties them up, and hands them to the customers. Thank you. Please come again next time. Big sister, Brother Wang is coming over, and he's with a pretty older sister. She looks up and sees Wang Jingxing walking around shopping with Miss Su. Tell him to come buy flowers to give to the fairy sister. Okay. Brother Wang, come quickly. Buy some winter plum flowers to give to the fairy sister. She likes Brother Liao Tao from Luling. After much effort, her mother finally agreed, but then her father wanted to marry her to Wang Jingxing. Wang Jingxing has no noble background. He's not even from a poor family. Besides writing well and looking good, what else does he have compared to Brother Liao Tao? Her father says he's not a person of great talent. He'll become a dragon when faced with wind and rain. She asks her father how many years it will take for him to become a dragon. Her father says he doesn't know. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20. Who can tell what the future holds? Brother Liao Tao was appointed as a 4th-rank official, while Wang Jingxing is only a 7th rank. In 3 years, Brother Liao Tao will be able to go to the capital to serve, but Wang Jingxing will still be a minor official under his father-in-law. Liao's family owns millions of acres of good land and countless shops. What does Wang Jingxing have? Just a small trading caravan. What use are these caravans? How much money can they make? Sun Yugui is reluctant to marry Wang Jingxing, but her father has spoken. She has to pretend to accept and look for a chance to refuse this marriage. Today, she can't avoid it, so she just goes out with him for a walk. They arrive at a stall, where 2 young girls greet Prince Wang. The older girl is about 9 or 10, the younger about 5 or 6. Both have rosy cheeks and full faces. They wear pearl hairpins that are quite expensive. They don't seem to be children from poor families. Su Lingyu says, Miss, you are like the 9 heavens mysterious girl, more beautiful than a fairy descending from the sky. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, they cannot compare to your face. Before you, these flowers dare not bloom. If I sell these flowers to you, I'm afraid they won't dare to bloom again. Sun Yugui feels very happy and smiles slightly. Her small mouth, coated with honey, speaks sweet words that warm the heart. The maidservant of Miss Sun steps forward and says, Our miss is naturally as beautiful as a fairy. You don't need to say more. If you dare to insult her appearance, I'll have you thrown in jail. Miss Sun's expression cools slightly, and her smile fades away. Cotton asked her sister, Is this maid really fierce? Could it be that telling the truth is also impossible? Su Lingyu said to Cotton, Since we can't say anything, let's just keep quiet. That young lady is so beautiful and talented. It would be a waste to sell these flowers to her. She slightly tilted her head and looked toward Wang Jingxing. Brother Wang, do you want to buy some flowers to give to the beautiful fairy sister? They're very cheap. 10 coins per stem, 50 coins for a bunch. Ague was stunned. The price had increased 5 times. Wang Jingxing thought, even acquaintances are being cheated? Or is he no longer his uncle? Su Lingyu thought, cheat as much as you want, why not? Cotton was surprised but then said, Brother Wang, you don't need to spend that much. Why not buy more to decorate the fairy sister's room? Wang Jingxing thought, one is a big liar, the other a small liar. Both are greedy. Seeing Sun Yugui's expression, Wang Jingxing directly took out money to buy flowers. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wang Jingxing held the flowers, about to give them, but just as he opened his mouth, Sun Yugui said, Who told you to buy? Can leftover flowers match me? If I wanted plum blossoms, I could pick them from the entire plum garden. Do I need you to buy them? Instead of wasting effort flattering me, it's better to focus on official duties. Doing well in official work to please my father is better than anything. Sun Yugui looked down on him and led her maid to walk ahead. Miss Sun is right. These flowers are yours. Wang Jingxing handed the osmanthus to Sanner. Ague watched them go and said, Although young Master Wang doesn't come from a noble family, his talent and background are good. His future achievements are unpredictable. Why doesn't Miss Sun like him? One wants to fight, the other is willing to be hit. Matters of love. Who can say for sure? Maybe young Master Wang truly likes Miss Sunday, she said. Sanar placed the osmanthus aside. Not for sale. Looking at the distant Miss Sun, and then at Wang Jingxing catching up, he thought, marrying Miss Sun could save at least 10 years of effort. But does Wang Jingxing really need the Sun family's help? If he wants to succeed quickly, he can directly serve under a certain noble in the capital. In less than 10 years, he would surely become famous. Such achievements would be much better than staying here. He doesn't want a bright future and chooses to return to this town, not for love. Then what else could it be? Hey, I want that bunch of flowers. Jinling came to the stall, pointing at the bunch of flowers Wang Jingxing was paying for. No sale. You. I thought the flower was easy to get, but she actually refused to sell it. Are you looking for trouble? Hand it over quickly. Uncle Master said this flower was given to me. Since it belongs to me, I won't sell it. Why does Miss Jean want to hit someone in the street? If this gets back to her family, what do you think the Jean family will do to you? Are you threatening me? Jean Ling was very angry. She especially disliked Su Sana, who not only tried to stir up her relationship with Sun Wei, but also always opposed her. Jean Ling came up with a plan and told a group of young men in fancy clothes, I want to buy this flower, but she won't sell it to me. 3 or 5 young men holding fans suddenly heard Jean Ling say someone was bullying her and decided to stand up for Jean Ling. One of them swaggered forward, looking down on others, and said, Where are you from? How dare you refuse Miss Jean? Do you not want to stay here? Su Lingyu was about to speak, but Jean Ling interrupted her. It's just a flower girl. A flower girl dares to refuse me. Really dislike money, making Linger unhappy. Come break her things. A Gui reached out to stop her, and Su Lingyu was about to speak up in protest. But Jean Ling beat her to it, clearly not wanting her to speak. Jean Ling said, You think I need your bunch of flowers? I just felt sorry for you, and wanted to give you a few coins so you could go home early. Yet you don't appreciate it. There are others who don't appreciate kindness. They really dislike money. Break it. Just break it. Stop, don't break it. Don't break it. A Gui stepped forward to try to stop them, but the guards saw him and started hitting him. Su Lingyu couldn't stand it and pushed Mu Mian behind her, drawing out her wooden sword and jumping out. Holding the wooden sword, she aimed at their soft spots, striking their thighs, kicking their groins, and hitting their noses. Although she was quick and agile, she couldn't fight for it once. She took a punch and felt a burning pain in her back. Mu Mian saw this and started crying, Help. They're going to kill someone. The Jean family is bullying people with their power. They're going to kill someone. Shut up, you dead girl. Watch me teach you a lesson. Jean Ling wanted to hit Mu Mian. Su Lingyu stepped on a wooden plank, jumped forward, and pushed Jean Ling aside. She scolded, Stop. My father is Su Qingqi, and my second brother is Su Shan, the left supervisor. Jean Ling kept her from speaking, fearing she would reveal her identity and cause those young men to be afraid. Now she speaks out, but they don't believe her. A flower girl, how could she be Su Qingqi's daughter? It must be a lie. Bind this woman and take her back for a proper interrogation. Yes. When the master is in danger, the donkey comes to help. The donkey and the green ox broke free from their ropes and ran to the fight scene. They kicked and bumped, knocking down the guards and thugs. The donkey and the green ox worked well together, clearing a path for the master. Su Lingyu was pulling Mu Mian, thinking about retreating, when she saw 2 people holding knives, trying to stab the donkey and the green ox. Su Lingyu reacted quickly, grabbing Jean Ling to threaten them. Stop. If you don't stop, I will hurt her face.
How dare you? Stop now.
How bold. Su Lingyu, you are so brave. Let me go now. Su Lingyu held Jean Ling tightly, saying, Don't move. My knife isn't very sharp. How rude. At the street corner, Lady Jean stepped out of a fancy carriage. How rude. Who are you? A girl from the Jean family, and you think you can kidnap her? Quickly let Linger go, or I will take you to the authorities for kidnapping and hostage-taking. Since the chaos started, the fancy carriage had been parked across the street. Jean Ling caused trouble, and when she was winning, Lady Jean never appeared. Now that Jean Ling was threatened, Lady Jean finally came out. It truly shows she is a high-ranking person who never looks down on those below her. Su Lingyu released Jean Ling. The Jean family's carriage has been parked across the street for a while. Once the incident happened, you watched silently. You don't care about our lives, nor do you care when your daughter bullies us. Now that your daughter is in my hands, you want to stand up for her? Shut up. Keep your mouth shut. My lady just arrived here. How could she know anything? The maid scolded Su Lingyu. Lady Jean looked at Su Lingyu coldly and asked her nephew nearby, "What happened? Why has it become such a mess?" "Madam, it's all her fault.
Linger is pitiful.
She sells flowers and wanted to buy some from her, but she not only refused to sell, she also insulted us. She not only insulted Linger, but also spoke disrespectfully to us. We couldn't bear it and just wanted to teach her a lesson. She's quite capable, and she beat us up like this." Madame Jin's eyes were fierce as she said, "Such rude and savage people lack manners. We must take them to the authorities to be punished." The guards brought by Madame Jean stepped forward and grabbed Ague and Mushin. Seeing this, Su Lingyu gave up struggling and honestly allowed herself to be held by the arm. "My father is..." Smack! Jean Ling slapped Su Lingyu hard, leaving her stunned. It was the first time in her life she had been slapped. Her pride hurt, and anger flashed across Su Lingyu's face. "Shut up, you little brat. Now is not the time for you to speak." Jean Ling was very arrogant. Su Lingyu stared at Jean Ling, her eyes burning with anger, as if she wanted to turn her into ashes. The city patrol guards had already arrived at the scene, but they saw Madame Jean and the Jean guards, so they didn't step in. When they heard about the arrest, they immediately pushed through the crowd and bowed to Madame Jean. Lai Quan, a member of the city patrol, was friendly with Su Qingqi. When he arrived, he knew something was wrong. He quickly sent someone to inform Wang Long and another to notify Su Qingqi. Lai Quan went to Madame Jean and quietly explained Su Lingyu's identity in detail. Seeing Madame Jin's face change slightly and then admired Jean Ling's fearful expression, Su Lingyu smiled and asked, "Madame Jean, what do you want to do?" Madame Jin's eyes were very stern. It was the first time she felt threatened by a child. In front of the common people, she wouldn't speak softly. She couldn't afford to lose the Jean family's dignity. Madame Jean loudly told Lai Quan, "Take her back to the yamen and wait for the punishment. None of you are leaving. Follow me back so we can clarify everything later," she said as she headed to her carriage. Lai Quan hurried over to Su Lingyu and said, "Third young lady, you must not make this bigger. It's better to settle it privately. If your father were here, he would tell you to follow Uncle Lai. Just go with him, and they will give you an explanation." Su Lingyu understood this logic. Making a fuss would only worsen relations. It would also hurt Su Zhong's chances for promotion in the future. After just a few steps, Madame Jean sent someone to say she wanted to take her to Jean Manor. The news spread quickly. Before reaching the Jean family, Su Qingqi arrived. Wang Long was the first to speak to her. "Third young lady, you acted impulsively today. You shouldn't have fought. Then, did you just watch them beat Ague? Calm down. Third young lady, think carefully. Do you really think you can fight the Jean family? And today it involves several young masters. Are you sure you want to make enemies with them?" Wang Long earnestly advised. Su Qingqi looked troubled and very upset. "Third son, I think we might have to bow our heads this time. It's true we haven't done anything wrong, but the Jean family is of high status and ours is low. They won't bow to us. If this keeps going, our family will suffer. Don't you agree? Just be patient a little longer. 10 more years, then another 10. I promise you won't be treated unfairly again." Su Lingyu looked at Su Qingqi for a while. Facing reality, she had to lower her pride. "Let's go inside."
No, no, no.
"Father, you go in. You don't need to come." Apologizing and smiling to others, "I've said before, I don't want to do that." "Go ahead, I want to face this myself." Su Lingyu stepped into the Jean family's door, facing the mother and daughter. She lowered her stance and bowed deeply. I apologize. The trouble outside is indeed my fault. I shouldn't have upset Miss Jean. Please forgive Lady Jean. It was also my mistake for not stopping them in time, which caused Miss Su to suffer. Just now, her sister-in-law sent someone to say they should not make things difficult for the Su family. She didn't want to cause a rift either. The Su family gave her brother away to get a down jacket, which brought him great wealth. Naturally, he supported the Su family. Now, if they fall out, it would be a loss and she would be scolded by her brother. Since the Su family was willing to back down, she followed the steps down. There's no way to blame you. It was all a misunderstanding, just kids playing around, Su Qingqi said. He also added, the plum blossoms in the yard are blooming nicely. If Miss Jean likes, I can bring some over myself. The plum trees in the plum garden are also blooming, though not as beautifully as yours. If you're willing to send some, I would be very grateful, Lady Jean said. Being able to send you some winter plum blossoms is our family's blessing, Su Qingqi replied. My daughter was frightened today and shouldn't bother you further. I'll take my leave now. Steward, go and see old Master Su off. After leaving the Jean family, Su Lingyu faced Wang Long calmly. Third son, be patient. Calm the storm for now, Wang Long said. He also said, Uncle Wang and his business have earned this family's fortune. When they see someone with power, they're still just pouring tea and bowing. Uncle Wang, don't worry. I have a strong temper, and this won't be a problem. Seeing the donkey approaching, she got on it and smiled at Wang Long. Sorry to delay your business. It's no trouble. When you have free time, come to the city and visit me. Yes, I can. Su Lingyu nodded, patted the donkey, and let it head home. The cotton on the ox cart saw her sister leave, so it was also pulled along, following her. Madam, the third son of the Su family should not be underestimated. Today, he was bullied, feeling very wronged, but he still spoke kindly. He is a patient person. Mrs. Jean responded. Linger is far from her. If Linger could have half of her, I would be happy to see her succeed. Madam, Mrs. Li Fu has arrived. Mrs. Li Fu is not only her wet nurse, but also her brother's wet nurse. Her brother doesn't want her to leave the house, so she stays at the general's residence. The wet nurse doesn't like going out, so she rarely visits the Jean family unless there's an important reason. This is the first time her sister-in-law sent a maid, and now she sent her wet nurse again, indicating there must be something important to discuss. Mrs. Jean waved her hand, telling the maids to leave. I have seen the young lady. Madam, you are too polite. There's no need for formal bows when you see me. Yes, you are the lady, and I am the servant. It's proper for a servant to bow to the lady. Come, sit here. Did your sister-in-law ask you to come this time? Mrs. Li Fu looked at the young lady briefly. Mrs. Jean immediately understood that it wasn't her sister-in-law but her brother who sent her here to deliver a message. What did your brother ask you to say? Could it be criticism of me? The general asked me to pass on a message. Jean Ling is not young anymore. She should learn proper manners. Otherwise, she won't be able to find a good husband in the future. The general also said, Su Shan is good at managing her affairs, and now she can serve closely. Do not offend the Su family. Mrs. Jean weighed her words carefully, understanding the importance. Tell your brother that I know what he said. Starting today, Jean Ling is forbidden from leaving the house until the Lantern Festival next year. Even after the ban is lifted, she cannot leave freely and must stay at home to learn etiquette and manage household affairs. Meanwhile, Mrs. Jean sent a large gift to the Su family as an apology. To be safe, she also invited Mrs. Zhang, the mother of Mu Mian, to mediate and ask the Su family not to be angry. The Jean family handled the formalities well, and the Su family could only accept. These are stories for later. Su Lingyu held her head high. She was proud, fiery, and unwilling to be bullied. Today she lowered her head, but tomorrow she would reclaim her dignity from the Jean family. Third brother, it's Dad's fault for not being strong enough and letting you suffer. No, it was my fault. She was riding a donkey, looking at the distant mountains, and said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had that kind of thought. She originally wanted to live a relaxed life but overestimated herself and her temper. She is someone with a small mind and narrow outlook. How could she live leisurely? If she doesn't want to bow to others, she must be strong herself. A big fist is the true power. It's time to soar, and let those people know who I am. When Wang Jingxing learned about this, he quickly rode back to Dongquan village after sending Sun Yugua home. He caught up with them on the village road. Seeing Su Lingyu riding a donkey, with a cold face, and refusing to talk, he apologized to Su Lingyu. It's my fault. If I hadn't done that, Miss Su wouldn't have gone through this. Lord Wang, you're joking. This has nothing to do with you, Su Qingqi said. Beauty can be trouble, but it doesn't always mean a woman. Sometimes it can be a man. Uncle, don't you think so? Does she still have the mood to joke? Although she was teased, seeing her calm face, he didn't bother to argue with her. This was not intentional. I will explain everything clearly to Miss Jean. That's best. Uncle, you look so handsome. Have you thought about marrying me? Su Qingqi was surprised. Third young master? Wang Jingxing never expected. Ah. Just joking, no need to take it seriously. Seeing her like this, she didn't seem serious. A wife is impossible, but if she wanted to be a concubine, that was possible. Wang Jingxing was about to speak when he heard her say, Uncle is much older than me. He's too old. I don't like that. Third young master, you. He felt guilty, and because Su Qingqi was present, he had to hold back his sarcastic words. At home, he looked in the mirror and asked Shinming, Sir, do you think I look old? Su Lingyu didn't know that her words made the 19-year-old Wang Jingxing doubt himself and think he was old. That day, Su Lingyu put down her wooden sword, took up her sharp sword, and walked among the plum trees, cutting off a branch of plum blossoms beneath her. Shinming and Wang Jingxing stood on the viewing platform, watching her walk through the forest and swing her sword. Whether it was the sharpness of the sword or her skill, with each strike, the branches were cut down. The warrior said, since practicing martial arts, Miss San has only used a wooden sword. Today she picked up a real sword, and I think she won't put it down in the future. Miss San is truly angered, said the servant. Life makes people grow up fast. Third young master has a mind that most people can't compare to. She's truly different. Today, I feel so angry that I can't calm down. Wang Jingxing drew his warrior's sword and entered the plum forest, approaching Su Lingyu. Do you hate me? Is it my fault that you are upset? Hate? No, I don't hate. I don't have the right. They are the ones in power. Besides Madame Sun, she is the most influential woman in Daliang City. Opposing them means standing against the authorities. Why do you do this? He asked, confused. If Su Sanyang can understand things, why does she show her anger so openly? Just hiding my true feelings, she replied. She has suffered so much injustice. If she does nothing, the Jean family will keep probing around. Since that's the case, why not do something herself, vent her anger, and reassure the Jean family? After thinking for a moment, Wang Jingxing understood her intention. He sheathed his sword and said, I wanted to let you vent your anger. Since you're not angry anymore, please continue. You don't have the right to make me angry, she replied. Wang Jingxing was left speechless. He asked unwillingly, I am handsome and talented. Don't you like me? It's just so. I've seen many more handsome and better-looking men than you, Su Lingyu said, picking up her sword and continuing to chop the plum branches. Talking to her is so frustrating. She's just a village girl from the countryside. Has she ever seen someone as handsome as him? Has she ever seen many men who in Daliang City could be more handsome than him? She kept jumping up and down, chopping branches, biting her lips, her face serious. It's clear she was just talking, but she's still angry inside. She's holding back her feelings, unable to vent them, so she takes it out on the trees. Today's trouble is ultimately his fault. His poor handling caused Sanyang to suffer. Since she doesn't want others to see her true feelings, he won't expose her. Having traveled for 3 years, meeting all kinds of people, she is the only one he has seen with true pride. Even when she bows her head, her backbone is still visible. She is truly a rare woman. Seeing her put down her sword and rub her arms, he knew she was tired. Do you need help? Yes. Su Lingyu turned to Su Qingqi outside the forest and said, Uncle, finish chopping. Pick a few nice branches and give them to Miss Jean. Just say Uncle cut them for her. Wang Jingxing wanted to stop her, but finally gave up. If this can help her feel better, then let it be. After the flower-selling farce, Su Lingyu stayed at Lingyu Mountain Villa. Days passed quickly, and the new year was approaching. On New Year's Day, the house was lively. Mu Mian and Xiao Wu carried lanterns and ran around. A handcrafted lantern carousel was hung at the entrance of the villa. Villagers gathered to see it. The fireworks tested by the firework maker were brought out and displayed for everyone. Su Lingyu, dressed in a down jacket, stood on the steps, watching the fireworks in the night sky. Old memories resurfaced, and she sighed deeply. There was no going back now. Why are you sighing at such a young age? What's there to sigh about? Shin Ming said from beside her. This kind of clothing is really warm. Wearing one is like wearing 3 cotton-padded coats. He asked Su Lingyu, why did you give up this business and hand it over to others? It's just bartering. General Sun needs money, and Su Shan needs connections. It's just an exchange. Digging mountains is not a small matter. It requires countless silver and funds. No one needs money more than General Sunday. She lent him money when he needed it, which was like giving him a helping hand in a difficult time. This made General Sun remember her kindness. Just now, Madame Jean sent someone to talk about a marriage, which shows General Sun's influence. Without General Sun's influence, would Madame Jean bother to propose a marriage? Don't dream about it. Those in power don't care about the lives of ordinary people. A spark burst in the sky, revealing a starry red. It's really ugly. Ugly? These colored fireworks are a new invention. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've seen such a thing. That's because you're narrow-minded. Looking down on Shinming, she pulled her cloak tighter and turned to go home. Sanner, Shinming called her, I plan to move into the city. Will you come with me? No, she said without turning back. The city didn't tempt her much. It seemed that power had little to do with her. She still couldn't understand this little girl, not knowing what kind of person she was made of. Shinming shook his head and continued to look at the sky, waiting for another fireworks display. At 19, he passed the imperial exam and became a scholar at 20. Unfortunately, he failed to please the former emperor and was secretly plotted against. He had to resign, establish a school, and eventually became its head. He trained countless talented disciples, hoping to serve the country. But when the former emperor died, the new emperor disliked him even more, cutting off his path to officialdom. With all his knowledge, he had no way to serve the country. Now, Narita Shiro no longer worries about food, drink, or having no books to read. But he still cannot let go of his big dream, living only to eat and drink. Now, the opportunity is right in front of him, and he cannot give up. Cui Cui is lighting her lantern, while she pulls on her down jacket and walks home along the cobblestone path. Thinking of her master saying he will leave, she does not want to stop him. Everyone has their own goals. How can we judge? Let her master go with his choice. Moreover, Wang Jingxing is quite capable and skilled. He won't abandon his aides like her master to seek other, less worthy opportunities. People always want to climb higher, and that cannot be stopped. On the first day of the new year, she carries a bag to visit relatives. On the second day, she visits her in-laws with her sister-in-law. On the third day, she sleeps in late, cuddling her quilt. On the fourth day, she cleans and prepares to send off the New Year beast. On the fifth day, she helps organize the luggage and sees her parents off to the capital. Also heading to the capital are Li Dan's family, who are going to join Li Yongji. Traveling together makes it easier to keep company and look out for each other. Outside the long pavilion, they bid a tearful farewell.
Su
Lingyu waves goodbye, and although she is usually rational, she feels a bit sad. She talks to Su Zhong about parting from her family. Is De Lang feeling unwilling?
Somewhat.
The family's resources favor Su Shan, who is considered the most important. Naturally, Su Zhong is somewhat neglected. This time, Su Zheng's family took Xiao with them to the capital. They probably won't return for 3 or 5 years. For someone like Su Zhong, who values family deeply, this isn't good news. He loves family reunions, but now, because of Su Shan, the family is separated again. They sold many good fields and produced to support Su Shan, leaving Su Zhong with little. She fears he might feel unfairly treated.
Don't worry about me.
I understand why father did this. Compared to second brother, I know second brother has a brighter future. She says when one person succeeds, even the dogs and chickens benefit. If Su Shan can secure his position, that's good for you. As long as your achievements are outstanding, you can be promoted, rather than being unfairly suppressed. I understand these principles, Su Zhong replies. Why don't you ask me why I'm not going to the capital? Su Lingyu asks him. Su Zhong looks at his sister for a while and then says, before going to the capital, father told me everything about you. Do you have any thoughts? Some things seemed strange before, but after hearing father, they no longer seem strange. Su Zhong chuckled softly. You don't know. You're an old demon.
Ha ha ha.
Don't hit, don't hit. In the city of Daliang, at the Jin residence, after the street disturbance, mother confined her inside the inner courtyard, spending her days embroidering or learning manners. At home, she was either teasing someone or mocking someone else. She played with the same few people every day and felt suffocated. Jean Ling fiddled with her embroidery needle as a maid ran in from outside. Miss. What's the matter? What happened outside? Hurry and tell me. Why are you gasping? The maid said, Today, I accompanied the madam to visit my uncle's house to deliver gifts. I saw the young master. He wants to propose marriage. Sun Wei? Exactly. The young master asked my aunt for permission. He said he would marry Miss Nanyang Lan, but he must take Su Lingyu as a concubine. Jean Ling's heart sank suddenly. She had been in contact with Sun Wei and had finally managed to win him over. She even planned to ask her mother to inquire and arrange a marriage between their families. But before she could act, everything shattered. What made her furious wasn't Sun Wei's engagement, but that Sun Wei was using Su Lingyu as leverage. At this moment, she envied Su Lingyu, envied her that someone was willing to sacrifice her own marriage for her. Miss, you don't need to worry. I heard that Su Lingyu doesn't want to marry as a wife or concubine and definitely won't agree to the proposal.
Get out. I'm sorry, miss.
Get out now. The one proposing marriage was also Wang Jingxing's family. Wang Jingxing brought his uncle and 10 sets of betrothal gifts to the Sun family. General Sun agreed on the spot, which caused Miss Sun to cause a scene in the flower hall, refusing to marry Wang Jingxing. General Sun was furious and slapped Miss Sunday. Madam Sun was shocked, angry, and quickly calmed her, taking her away. No matter how unwilling she was, it was an arranged marriage decided by her parents and matchmaker. Knowing Miss Sun didn't want to marry, Wang Jingxing personally visited her and wrote a letter to express his feelings. Unfortunately, Miss Sun not only refused to appreciate it but also threatened to commit suicide to force Wang Jingxing to withdraw the proposal. Seeing this, Wang Jingxing couldn't force her anymore and had to propose to cancel the marriage. General Sun refused to accept the cancellation and scolded Miss Sun. That night, Miss Sun tried to hang herself, but was saved by a maid who found her in time. Hearing this, Jean Ling repeatedly asked her mother to go to the mansion to comfort her cousin. A year's plan starts in spring. After the Lantern Festival, it's time to start farming and planting rice. All the money was taken by her cheap father to the capital to give to Su Shan. Now, she has less than 1 tael of silver in her purse. She's back to being broke overnight, completely empty-handed. To earn some income, Su Lingyu is selling chicks, ducks, and geese in the city. Since she arrived early, she secured a good spot at the market and set up cages of chicks, ducks, and geese. Chicks, ducks, and geese from Dongquan village, 10 days old, 2 coins each, buy 10 get 1 free. Before she finished shouting, farmers nearby gathered around. They usually come to sell vegetables or old hens and roosters. Just after the new year, her family needed chicks. Some bought 5, some 10, and others 20. Chicks are more popular, not many ducks and geese sold. She emptied the chicken cages and watched over the 2 cages of ducks and geese, feeling bored. Auntie San watched the chicks.
I'll go for a walk with Mumian.
If anyone wants to buy, I'll sell 2 for 3 coins. All right, be careful. Stay away from those people. Su Lingyu plans to ask about this year's silk market. Last year's silk prices were unstable, sometimes high, sometimes low. She doesn't know how it will be this year. Holding hands, a big and a small, each with a string of golden taro balls, they eat as they head toward Wang Long's base camp. Passing the East City Gate, she sees Jean Ling's maid Jean Mei from afar, talking to someone inside a green carriage. She vaguely sees that the person in the carriage isn't Jean Ling, but a man dressed in blue. The carriage looks dusty, and the coachman wears clothes different from those here. The owner of the carriage is probably from outside the area.
Being sneaky isn't a good sign.
Chui, follow, and see what's going on, Su Lingyu says. The maid Chui joins the crowd and follows the carriage from a distance. Su Lingyu takes Mu Mian to Wang Long's place. Miss Su, Happy New Year to you. 15 days into the new year, what kind of greeting is that? Miss San, spring has come. How much rice do you plan to plant? Miss San, did you sell half of your good land? She can't reply to everything, only mention the important things. She says father went to the capital. There aren't many fields left to farm, so we can only reduce the rice paddies. Miss Sand, please come inside. Uncle Tong is waiting for you in the left hall. The bodyguards were busy, patting and pushing, coming in and out, loading and unloading goods. It was lively and bustling. Spring had arrived, and the caravan was preparing to leave home for a long journey. They were all in the yard, organizing the items they needed to carry. Some of them owed money from the new year, hoping that this trip would help them earn enough to pay off their debts. They paid special attention to the cargo this time, making sure it was tightly secured and correctly loaded. The main hall on the left was noisy, filled with people arguing over signing orders and accounts with Uncle Tong. Outside, it was not easy to see Uncle Tong in person. She waited a while, thinking her question wasn't very important, and decided to turn around and leave through the side door. She wanted to talk to Madame Wang, hoping she might know something. Wang Long's house was not far from the agency. The gatekeeper recognized her and let her in directly. The young servant at the front yard thought she had permission from her master or was invited, so he let her inside. Not far into the yard, the head of the Wang family hurried over. Miss Su-san, are you here to see the master? The head of the household asked, stopping her. Is the master at home? He's hosting a banquet, so it might not be convenient to see visitors. It's not a big deal. I just want to ask if the price of silk has changed this year. I haven't heard anything specific. Only the merchants from Nanyang mentioned that the mulberry trees in the south are sick and many sericulture households have to replant. The price might go up a few coins this year. She understood what that meant. As she smelled a gentle floral scent, she teased the head of the household. Uncle Tong's luck is good, attracting a lot of peach blossom fragrance. Miss San, don't tease the old man, he said with a smile. The master is hosting guests in the peach orchard. I'm just here to play the wooden man, enjoying a bit of spring's charm. He chuckled and said, by the way, the kitchen made some peach blossom pastries. If you don't mind, take some home to try? No need. I have soft, fluffy cakes at home that taste better than your pastries. Su Lingyu patted Mumian's head, and Mumian no longer boasted. Her sister once said that good things are for herself to enjoy, and there's no need to tell others. Her sister also touched her head and told her not to tell outsiders about the good things they had. Yes, she understood her sister's hint. You're busy, I won't bother you. I'll visit another day.
Take care on your way.
The head of the household personally saw her out. After she left, he went back to report to his master. Seeing the guest had left, he didn't ask more. Miss San left. She just wanted to ask about the silk prices. What is the price of silk? Isn't she selling silkworm cocoons? Could she be trying to make silk? Wang Long fell into deep thought, then smiled. No matter what Su Lingyu was doing, he would still buy those goods. Whatever she made, he was happy to support her. On the street stall, Fish balls bubbled in a small pot, and green onion pancakes sizzled in a cast-iron pan. The aroma of scallions and oil attracted passers-by, making their mouths water. A big and a small girl stood in front of the stall, reluctant to leave. Chui Chui, who was called over, hurried forward and said, "Miss, we've found her. Do you want to eat?" she asked Chui Chui, pointing at the green onion pancake. Chui Chui shook her head and whispered a few words into the girl's ear. Su Lingyu found it more and more interesting and slowly started to smile. The vendor finished making candied taro balls and handed them to the girl. "Miss, your candied taro balls are ready." Su Lingyu took the taro balls and paid the vendor a few coins. "I'll have another green onion pancake." She gave one skewer to Mu Mian and told Chui Chui to take the pancake. "Miss Pancake, it's your pancake. Eat it. Sister bought it especially for you." Today, little Wang was off duty and should be at home. Uncle Wang was getting weaker. It was time to visit him. More than half a month had passed since she last saw her master. She should go see him. Walking into the small alley where she used to live, years had passed, and many families had moved away. Some had become rich and moved elsewhere. Others had lost hope and left. Out of 10 households, she hardly recognized 7 or 8. The changes here were really big. Mu Mian saw children playing shuttlecock and eagerly went to pick up the shuttlecock, joining their game. Seeing Mu Mian had food in her hand, the children, craving a bite, allowed her to join. She asked Chui Chui to stay and watch Mu Mian while she went to see the Wang family. She gently knocked on the wooden gate of the courtyard. The door opened slightly, revealing Wang Jingxing, not a servant, but Wang Jingxing himself. He had a loose hairstyle and casual clothes. A faint fragrance wafted out, like the scent of peach blossoms. It seemed she had smelled this scent somewhere before. She couldn't remember where, so she decided not to dwell on it. There was no need to investigate further. "What's the matter, third son?" Su Lingyu smiled warmly. "Uncle, do you know what the words enemy and rival mean?" She had always known her smile was bright, but she loved to smile with meaning, to smile deeply. Because of this, he couldn't always enjoy the radiant smile of this girl. Today I saw him again, and I admired him. But while admiring, I noticed the deeper meaning behind her smile. Was she feeling pleased at someone else's misfortune? Was she being unkind? What does she want to do? Or does she know something I don't? As she wished, I asked her, "What is a romantic rival?" A romantic rival is someone who conflicts with another because they both like the same person. I understood what she was hinting at. "What do you want to do?" I asked. Talking to smart people is so easy. You didn't ask how I knew, but directly asked what I want to do, straight to the point. "Come in and sit." Wang Jingxing moved aside and invited Su Lingyu into the house. "It's been a while since I visited Uncle Wang, so I should go in and say hello. This is a gift for you. No need to be polite." She gave the caramelized taro balls to little Wang next door. Wang Jingxing held the gift, unsure what to do with it, and finally asked the servant to put it away. Su Lingyu greeted Uncle Wang and talked with Wang Jingxing in the yard. "Don't you want to ask something?" she asked. There was no need to ask anything anymore. I already guessed some clues. Seeing I remained silent, she said, "Just to tell you in advance, I plan to cause some trouble." Her strange words made me feel uneasy. I sent someone to watch her fiancé, and as soon as there was any movement, I wanted to be informed immediately. "Uncle," third brother said, "he wants to cause trouble. What do you think he will do?" "It's hard to guess. Miss Sun and third brother have no grudges or conflicts, so he probably won't bother Miss Sunday." Uncle Wang looked at his nephew. "Is it you who provoked her?"
No.
"Young master, could it be that he hates her because of love?" The guard continued, "Miss San likes you, but you are going to marry Miss Sun, so she might resent Miss Sunday." "It's unlikely. Third brother is still young and doesn't understand these feelings." Third brother is still young, but his behavior is no different from adults. Could it really be because of this? Wang Jingxing ordered someone to watch the Sun family estate. The person who brought back news said that Miss Sun had been in contact with the Jean family girl these days. The Jean family girl took her out for a walk to relax, and Miss Sun always had a good time. After several days with no news, Wang Jingxing decided to stop worrying. On the 3rd day of February, it was Grandma Sun's birthday. The Sun family didn't plan a big celebration, just invited a few friends and relatives to gather at the house. The general's residence set up a stage for performances, and several plays were performed. The women of the household watched the shows happily, laughing and enjoying the birthday celebration songs. Madame Zhang pulled Madame Sun aside and said, "Look, Lady Jean is smiling so happily. Do you know why?" Before Madame Sun could answer, Madame Zhang spoke directly. "Miss Jean is about to get engaged. The family is a good one." "Oh, which family is it?" Madame Sun asked curiously. Miss Sun, who was nearby, also listened eagerly, waiting for more details. "Well, you know them too. It's the Liao family from Luling. The young man coming to celebrate today is very handsome, truly exceptional." Madame Sun was shocked and turned to look at her daughter. Sun Yugue, who had changed her expression, shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Madame Sun smiled and asked, "Where did you hear that?" "It's not just gossip. I saw it with my own eyes," said Madame Zhang happily. "Young Master Liao has been here for several days, often inviting Miss Jean to go out and play. They talk and laugh a lot, and their relationship is very good. You gave me a purse, and I gave you calligraphy and paintings. To celebrate the old lady's birthday, Liao's family came to visit. The Jean family sent someone to meet them, and I heard they agreed. Isn't that good news?" Madame Sun's face darkened. Miss Sun looked even worse, first surprised, then angry, and finally both angry and sad. "Mother, I have some matters to attend to. I'll leave first." "Go ahead." Sun Yugue took her maid and strode out. Outside the opera house, the maid tried to comfort her. "Miss, don't be angry. Just a few words. Don't let it upset you. There must be some misunderstanding. Young Master Liao is sincere to you." "Yes, Mississippi. You know what kind of person young Master Liao is." Fuming, Sun Yugue slowed her steps, trying to calm her anger. Thinking about Liao Tao's character, she decided to trust him. She planned to ask Jean Ling about it. Sun Yugue found Jean Ling's maid. "Where is your young lady?" The maid hesitated and spoke unclearly. Sun Yugue was very angry and asked the maid beside her, "Where is Miss Jean?" The maidservants lost her. "She was just here, and then she disappeared." A strange maid said, "I saw Miss Jean go to Plum Courtyard." Sun Yugue hurriedly went to Plum Garden. Before entering the Plum Courtyard, she heard Jean Ling's laughter. Upon entering the Plum Blossom Courtyard, she saw Jean Ling sitting beside young Master Liao, chatting and laughing. She didn't know what young Master Liao said, but Jean Ling couldn't stop smiling. Their close friendship made Sun Yugue tense up. She lifted her skirt and took small steps into the courtyard, staring fiercely at young Master Liao. "Big cousin has arrived."
Ah.
Liao Tao was so captivated by Sun Yugue today that he froze for a moment and hurriedly bowed. "You are." Today, he was dressed in clothes she had made for him herself. The belt around his waist was sewn by her late into the night. But the sachet hanging at his waist, embroidered with bamboo and peach blossoms with mandarin ducks, was not made by her. That mandarin duck sachet stirred her nerves and broke her reason. She directly questioned him. "Whose is this sachet?"
That.
This sachet was clearly sent by Jean Ling, sent to him by her order. So why did Yuer ask who gave it? Could it be that Yuer was the one who asked Jean Ling to send it? "Who gave it to you?" She suddenly raised her voice and sternly questioned, making Liao Tao feel helpless. Liao Tao turned to look at Jean Ling. This action further angered Sun Yugue. "Cousin, what is wrong with you?" Jean Ling forced a smile and stepped forward. Sun Yugue raised her arm and slapped Jean Ling's slap.
Ah.
"Yuer, what are you doing?" "Yuer, why are you hitting her? You're actually protecting her. Do you want to protect this shameless girl?" This slap caused Jean Ling's face to turn red and swell. Liao Tao felt deep pain for Jean Ling. Sun Yugue trembled with anger. She stepped forward and slapped Jean Ling again, calling her shameless. "Shameless. Cousin, why are you treating me like this?" With Liao Tao's help, Jean Ling dodged and avoided Sun Yugue's third slap.
Why?
"You actually ask me why?" I ask you, is this sachet hers? Yes, Liao Tao answered firmly. Sun Yugui pointed at Jinling and scolded her. You knew he was the person I liked, yet you brazenly sent a mandarin duck sachet. Where is your conscience? The maid said she was told to send it by you, Liao Tao said. Tears welled up in Sun Yugui's eyes as she choked. If I sent it, why is there no mark of my ownership on it? Liao Tao searched the sachet and indeed found no mark from Sun Yugui. Sun Yugui pointed at Jinling and loudly cursed. I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to have bad intentions and try to steal my ideal husband. Liao Tao was shocked. Thinking about his recent interactions with Jinling, he noticed she was quick-witted, had fresh ideas about things, and was lively, innocent, and romantic. Liao Tao found himself somewhat attracted to her, but he was unsure whom to trust or whom to help. However, Liao Tao's hesitation was seen clearly by Sun Yugui. The person she cared for was hurt by her concern for others, like a dagger stabbing her heart. I had already asked my grandmother for permission, and Wang Jiaming was supposed to come tomorrow to withdraw the engagement. Now, it seems I don't need to do that. Sun Yugui's loud fight alarmed Mrs. Sun and the guests. Although Mrs. Sun made up a story, claiming Jinling's face was hurt when she fell, the guests didn't believe her. Rumors spread, but they no longer cared about those. They closed the door and faced each other, debating who was right or wrong. The old lady personally judged the situation. One was her granddaughter by blood, the other her granddaughter by marriage. She loved both equally. Standing face to face, neither could explain clearly. One had lost hope and didn't want to speak. The other was genuinely moved and couldn't refuse. Compared to Wang Jingxing, Liao Tao looked a bit less handsome, but Liao Tao was more emotionally intelligent. Liao Tao's family background was more impressive than Wang Jingxing's. During the time Jinling spent with Liao Tao, she was very happy. Now, thinking she had fallen for him, she recalled the past and believed Liao Tao was truly good, so she wanted to accept him. Regarding her affair with Jinling, Liao Tao was also vague. He wanted to keep Yugui, but couldn't let go of Jinling. Bold Jinling knelt down and begged her cousin to help her. Mrs. Jin was furious, scolding Jinling, and Mrs. Sun was so angry she smashed a cup. Liao Tao's hesitation, Jinling's plea for help, and other sarcastic comments made Sun Yugui feel heartbroken. She immediately cut her hair and severed her feelings, ending her relationship with Liao Tao. The fight between the two sisters made the Jin family feel embarrassed. They made an excuse to send Jinling back to her hometown. Wang Jingxing knew about what happened at the Sun family. In fact, he knew everything. Jinling was beaten, and Yugui ended her relationship. The more he knew, the more shocked he felt. If Su Sanner hadn't told him in advance, he wouldn't have known that today's events were deliberately arranged. Su Sanner said she wanted to cause trouble. Now I understand how she did it. She used Sun Yugui's hand to teach Jinling a lesson. She borrowed someone else's hand to vent her anger. Su Sanner truly has good skills. We shouldn't underestimate this young girl. Wang Jingxing used some methods to find the sachet from the Sun family. He personally returned it to Su Sanna, who happened to be planting mulberry trees that day. Sanna has clever tricks. Tricks? What tricks? Are you talking about planting mulberry trees? She asked back. Playing deaf and pretending to be stupid. You sent that sachet, didn't you? Wang Jingxing said. I've investigated. Jinling being in the same yard as Liao Tao was arranged by someone. If it wasn't your plan, how did they end up together by coincidence? You are wrongly accusing me.
I didn't do anything.
Only a fool would believe she did nothing. Wang Jingxing said, you used Madame Zhang, so no one would suspect her. Su Lingyu, don't drag trouble onto me. When Jinling's injuries healed enough, the Jin family planned to return home. They also put Jinling and Liao Tao's marriage on the schedule. Jinling left, and Su Lingyu went to see her off. With a generous gift, she opened the Jin family's door and invited Jinling out for tea. At Fuxing Tea House, a servant stood outside, while inside, Su Lingyu and Jinling sat facing each other. Su Lingyu asked directly, Miss Jin, does your face hurt? It hurts a lot, right? Are you here to mock me? Jinling, wearing a veil, looked unfriendly. No, as I mentioned in my letter, I came to tell you something important about young Master Liao. Su Lingyu wanted to meet, but she was busy packing her luggage and had no time to see outsiders. If it weren't for this, she would be willing to meet Su Lingyu. Just say what you have to say. I am returning the sachet to you. Su Lingyu handed over the mandarin duck sachet. How did it end up with you? A few days ago, she asked Liao Tao, who said he lost the sachet on the noisy day. It was probably picked up by someone from the Sun household, and they didn't dare ask for it back. Jean Ling guessed that her cousin had sent the sachet to Su Lingyu. Here, I return it to you, since it is your token of love with young Master Liao. There's a word called first love. I wonder if Miss Jean understands? Without waiting for her to answer, Su Lingyu said directly, first love, as the name suggests, refers to the earliest part of a person's love. The most unforgettable thing is pure love. Miss Sun and Mr. Liao had a wonderful past, but now, because of your appearance, that happiness has become just memories. Over time, you realize how beautiful their feelings were. What you can't have becomes the best. And you, who have always been by his side, have turned into a nagging wife, looking impatient and careless. Jean Ling angrily said, "Shut up. I don't need your advice." At such a young age, learning about love and relationships shows you're an uneducated village girl. Su Lingyu remained calm and said, "Why did Mr. Liao come? Did you invite him? Who gave you the sachet? Was it someone you sent? You've become a stumbling block in Mr. Liao's happy relationship. Will he still love you like today in a few years? As you grow older and more worldly, Mr. Liao will forget your kindness and remember your tricks. He'll recall how you pressured Miss Sunday. Do you think you'll still be happy then? You caused a rift between the Sun and Jean families and pushed your own future into danger. Miss Jean, you're really impressive." Miss Jean, with a bad temper, couldn't stand Su Lingyu's sarcasm and smashed her cup to leave. Jean Ling took 2 steps, then turned around and glared at Su Lingyu with anger. "It was you. It was you who set up the trap. You overestimate me. I don't have the power to set up anything for you." Yes, she lacked power. She couldn't get close to the Sun family. So who is it? Who arranged the situation that made her the scapegoat? Who told you to come? Was it Wang Jingxing? It must be him. He liked her older sister, but was jealous of her relationship with Liao Tao, so he set a trap to make her give up. His methods are impressive. Jean Ling wasn't stupid. She almost saw through it. She planned to use more words to mislead Jean Ling. "This sachet was bought with my money. I came here today mainly to see your embarrassment and your unhappy future. I also want to tell Miss Jean that being slapped in the face hurts and damages your dignity. It's easy to make enemies. Although I don't have much power, I still enjoy watching your jokes." Jean Ling wanted to hit her, but Su Lingyu quickly dodged. Su Lingyu smiled and said, "If the Liao family finds out how rude and unreasonable you are, will they still come to propose marriage?" "You little brat," Jean Ling cursed silently. "Live a long life, and don't die before I return." Jean Ling cursed, and then left with her people. Su Lingyu denied it, but she sensed someone was plotting behind her back. Jean Ling suspected Wang Jingxing was behind the scheme. She planned to tell her mother about today's events and ask for her advice. Madame Jean also thought Wang Jingxing was the mastermind behind the plan. They believed that without Su Qingqi, Su Lingyu could not have achieved this. They thought Wang Jingxing was the one causing trouble behind the scenes. Next door, Xiao Wang looked innocent. He was the one blamed for everything. Jean Ling was about to leave, and Su Lingyu took Sun Wei to the 10-mile pavilion to see her off. She didn't have much friendship with Jean Ling. She only disliked her. Regardless of the past, Sun Wei still had feelings for Jean Ling, but after today's events, there was no hope for them. Sun Wei decided to end things and clear the air. They wanted to define their relationship clearly. Apart from any romantic feelings, they were only relatives. They didn't know exactly what they said, but Jean Ling smiled as she got into the carriage, and Sun Wei looked sad. One group headed east, another west. If they met again, they would only be relatives. Others didn't know, but Jean Ling understood. She had won a good marriage but lost her happiness. Living in the big house afterward, she was unhappy. But even so, she was better off than most women. Su Lingyu, with workers, was watering the mulberry trees. She had added 3 more acres of mulberry fields this year to develop silkworm farming. During a break, she wiped sweat and chatted casually. After the new year, there's been no rain. This year might be a drought. Soon we need to plant rice, but there isn't enough water in the fields. The village chief's son chewed on a branch of osmanthus and said, "On the 10th day of the 2nd month, I went up the mountain to pay respects and found plenty of water sources there. Tomorrow, we'll go up the mountain to find water. We can't miss spring planting." Su Lingyu rarely heard of droughts. Floods occurred much more often. Modern science and technology, like artificial rain and the south to north water diversion project, greatly reduced droughts. But here it was different. People depended on the weather. Droughts and floods came in turn. And then, a rare earthquake struck, which she happened to experience. Su Lingyu held the dirt on the ground and said to the village chief's son, "Let the villagers plant more mulberry trees and raise silkworms. If they can't harvest rice, at least raising silkworms can bring in more income." They all agreed that made sense and shared their opinions. Planting mulberry trees uses less water, so it should be enough. We need to prepare for possible droughts. Li Ying is here. They are from the same clan, so they called her Li Ying, following the old naming tradition. Li Ying carried a basket in her arms, heavy with food. Behind her, a Gui followed, carrying a basket of tea. Everyone was curious about what they were eating and drinking. A clever young boy ran up to help Li Ying carry the basket, made from yam flour and rice, with baked bread. The boy said loudly, "Give me one. Share one with me. Don't fight. Everyone gets a piece." Su Lingyu watched from afar, smiling but not going forward to take any food. Recently, Li Ying liked baked bread but couldn't quite figure out how to make it properly, often ruining the dough. These semi-finished breads became a favorite snack for everyone. Seeing them eat, Li Ying took the chance to mention something. "My husband came home at noon and told me something. There's an imperial decree requiring us to pay higher taxes. We need to pay an extra bushel of grain for each acre of good land." The villagers were unhappy. "Another bushel of grain? Will we have enough to eat? Half of our harvest from this acre of land is already taxed. Are they making us tighten our belts just to give all the grain to them? If grain taxes go up, I bet bean taxes will too. There's no way out, no way out." The worry about higher taxes overshadowed their joy of eating baked bread. Their faces looked as bitter as eating bitter herbs. Seeing this, Li Ying couldn't find words to comfort them. She understood how hard paying taxes was. Before her older brother became an official, her family's grain collection was always difficult. They had to give up their grain within a month, and the rest was sold to raise money for her brother and younger brothers, money they paid to their teacher. She saw her third son, holding bread but not eating it. "What's on your mind?" she asked. Su Lingyu looked up at Li Ying and said, "Our harvest is just enough to fill our stomachs. And how will the families with poor harvests survive?" When she said this, no one responded. Before the abundant rice harvest, they barely managed to get by. After 2 good years, they were told to pay higher taxes. Those good days are over. Third son, focus on your own family first. Why worry about others? You have 2 official titles. Aren't you sure you'll have enough to eat? Li Ying shook her head and said, "The situation isn't good. My husband says that any land beyond the official limit must be taxed. Although we've sold many fields, we still have some mountain land and forests. If we exceed the limit, we have to pay taxes. The row of osmanthus trees on the mountain might have to be cut down early. Increasing taxes is even more annoying than a drought." The news of higher taxes made them go up the mountain to find water, hoping the land's produce would help them pay. Luckily, the mountains here hold water well, and they could find many water sources. They dug channels from the water sources down to the foot of the mountain, temporarily solving the spring planting water shortage. Not all villages are as lucky as Dongquan village. Several nearby villages faced disputes and even fights over water sources. As the weather grew hotter each day, the water problem became more serious. During this stressful time, a major event happened. There was a riot at the mountain excavation site. A serious fight broke out. That day, she was checking the terraced fields when she suddenly heard loud noises, like people shouting. From afar, she saw figures moving at the site, as if gathered together. "What's happening over there?" Su Lisher asked her. "I don't know, it looks like a fight." "That's dangerous. Your brother is there. Let Agwe go and check. Maybe bring some medicine in case it's needed," Su Lisher said anxiously. Su Lingyu sent the servant Agwe to see what was happening. The noise stopped, and the crowd was subdued by soldiers dressed in black. Su Lingyu climbed higher to look toward the mountain. Less than an hour later, she saw Agwe and Guan Xiaoping helping Su Zhong back home. Su Zhong had a bandage on his forehead, his face was covered in blood, and his collar was stained red. "Did you also get into the fight?" Su Lingyu asked. Liang, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, was so frightened she dropped her spatula and ran out. She was both anxious and panicked, trembling as she spoke. "What happened? Is it serious?" Su Lisher asked. "Quick, have the young master sit down," Agwe said. "Here is the improved and translated version. Over here, over here. Lie down here first." Su Lingyu pointed to the lounge chair. Agwe helped Su Zhong onto the chair. The whole family gathered around Su Zhong. "It's nothing, just a small bump on the head," Su Zhong reassured everyone. "Still saying it's nothing? Look at this blood. How can it be nothing?"
Liang cría.
Su Zhong wanted to speak, but he felt dizzy and weak, so he asked Xiao Si to help him. Guan Xiaoping said, "Today, the camp was attacked. People from 2 villages, on the same river, one on the east side, one on the west. The village is short of water. The 2 villages fought over it, causing disagreements. Things got worse here, and today they started fighting over a small argument. They fought, and young master led people to stop them. Luckily, Lord Wang arrived quickly, or enough, Guan." "No need to say more," Su Zhong interrupted him. The rest of what he might say was obvious, dangerous. He comforted Liang, saying, "It's just a small cut, not very dangerous." Su Lingyu asked Aunt 3 to kill a chicken and make chicken soup. "Grandma, go to the village and ask 6th Aunt for some medicinal herbs to cook soup for Daliang to help him regain blood."
Okay.
She also told Liang, "Take your husband inside to change clothes and rest."
All right.
Everyone was crying, and without giving them some tasks, they might cry forever. She shooed them away, and then asked Guan Xiaoping, "Tell me again what happened at that time." Young master was counting their work days and schedules when suddenly 2 people nearby started fighting. Then everyone grabbed tools and joined in: shovels, sticks, iron shovels. Many were injured or killed. Young master was surrounded in the middle. At first, no one dared to harm him, but later, with sharp tools, they hurt him. Fortunately, Lord Wang arrived quickly. He kicked several people away and saved young master. Was Lord Wang injured? Lord Wang was hit several times. He didn't bleed, but he probably got bruised. You don't know how scared I was at that moment. Someone swung a shovel at his head, but Lord Wang kicked it away and pulled me aside. That's how I was saved." Guan Xiaoping repeated the story, emphasizing the danger. "Lord Wang saved Daliang. We should thank him." Aunt 3 cooked all the chickens and shared half with Uncle Sher. "Don't worry, third brother." After the chicken soup was simmered and the household was arranged, she took the cooked chicken soup and medicine to see Uncle Master. There was a large fight at the construction site, resulting in many deaths. Both villages were angry and sad for the victims. Wang Jingxing dared not leave, fearing they would fight again. The incident had become so serious that some wanted revenge for the dead, which could lead to another fight. Wang Jingxing gave them a stern lecture, explained the pros and cons, and punished them by not allowing dinner. He also ordered soldiers to watch over them closely before he dared to apply medicine. Half of the medicine was applied when someone announced that General Zhang had arrived. He quickly went to greet him and admitted his own mistakes, saying he had not handled things well. When Su Lingyu entered the construction site, Wang Jingxing's house was filled with kneeling people. Not far away, on a high platform, 2 people were. Both were covered in wounds, as if they were the main culprits punished for the chaos. A minor official in the office, free and easy, was drinking water and eating beans. After such a big event, they weren't nervous or worried at all. Thinking more deeply, she understood. These people probably weren't nervous at all. Some even wanted things to get worse. Wang Jingxing was young, with no background, and once he entered officialdom, he became their leader and manager. They naturally didn't accept this young man. They secretly disobeyed orders, and when trouble happened, they distanced themselves. They also didn't volunteer to share work. "Miss Su, you can't go in yet," said Wang Jingxing's servant. "General Zhang has arrived and is scolding the officials." With such a big incident, the higher-ups couldn't be unaware. It was inevitable that Wang Jingxing would be reprimanded. She waited a moment and saw guards leading Wang Jingxing out. She wanted to speak, but saw Wang Jingxing walking out without looking aside. Then, a guard brought a bench, and someone was helping him take off his coat. He looked determined, neither sad nor happy, tall and upright, humble yet confident, calm in his movements, not defeated. Wang Jingxing was seen, kneeling on the bench, being whipped. The rough whip was swung high by the soldier and quickly struck down, making a loud smack on Wang Jingxing's back, leaving a red mark. The whip was swung repeatedly, leaving red scars on his back. He was tough, biting his teeth and refusing to shout. Some covered their eyes and shrank back, not daring to look directly. Some people have cold, indifferent eyes, with a hint of malice. Others are full of praise, believing Lord Wang is a brave man. She could not bear to look directly at Wang Jingxing's bloodied and mangled body, so she turned her head to the side. "General Zhang, enough, enough. My young master is weak and cannot endure more. General Zhang, look, my young master has been whipped 20 times. Should we stop now?" "Sir, my young master is about to marry in midsummer. If there are scars, what will we do?" The common folk also pleaded, kneeling and kowtowing to General Zhang. "Sir, please spare Lord Wang. Lord Wang treats us very well and has never beaten or scolded us. It's our fault. Why should Lord Wang suffer for us? Sir, please forgive Lord Wang. He is a good man, and we are the ones who caused him trouble." General Zhang said, "Wang Jingxing is not strict enough with his people, which led to disputes among the villagers, resulting in many injuries and deaths. That is his fault, and he must be punished." The craftsman said, "Lord Wang is still young and impulsive. He is a bit strict, but he truly cares about the people and works hard for them. Every day and night, he studies plans and seeks materials to provide better ideas and tools, so everyone can go home sooner and complete their work faster." Spring was dry, and the court increased taxes. The villagers, worried about their livelihood, became irritable and fought over small disagreements. These accidents are not Lord Wang's fault. Everyone was willing to plead for Wang Jingxing. Seeing the crowd plead for him, and knowing that the general valued Wang Jingxing and that he was talented, General Zhang decided to follow his heart and ordered his men to release Wang Jingxing. At this moment, Wang Jingxing's back was blood-red and shocking to see. General Zhang said, "Since you are young and others are pleading for you, I will let this go. But if there is a next time, I will not be so lenient." Wang Jingxing supported himself up, knelt with clasped fists, and said, "Your subordinate admits his guilt. Allow you 3 days to recover. After that, get back to work." With that, General Zhang and his men left. "Yes, sir." Everyone quickly helped Wang Jingxing to his feet and took him to rest. She could not go inside, so she handed her bowl of soup to Wang Jingxing's servant to bring in. She watched a little longer before returning home to tell her older brother about what happened. Finally, she said, "Wang Jingxing is a person destined for great things. You must keep up with him, standing behind him, following him, and sharing his rise to success." Today's events prove that the little Wang next door is no longer the same young boy. Though young, he shows maturity and confidence, like a strong horse ready to travel 1,000 miles. Calling him Lord Wang is not an exaggeration. Every day, she cooks extra herbal soup for him, which Su Zhong then takes to Wang Jingxing. This is partly to flatter him and partly to thank him for saving Su Zhong's life. After the fight that day, Wang Jingxing made some changes. He released some people and delayed their labor duties. These people are the main support of their families, needed for spring farming. The rest are brothers from large families, and they will continue their work. One day, she met Wang Jingxing's servant, Ashan. "How is your young master's injury?" "Thanks to your herbal powder and Dr. Lu's medicine, combined with your help, his back is healed, and the bruises and scabs are gone. He's fine now." "That's good. Where are you going?" A villager said they found a mountain trail while looking for water. It's 4 feet wide and leads directly to Duijin City. They entered from Shiwei Mountain and exited at Huangshan in Dui. It takes less than 3 hours to travel between the two cities, saving a lot of time. The young master asked me to go with the hunters to check it out. She didn't pay much attention to small matters like this. After 3 days, Wang Long took some guards into the mountains to explore. "Why is there suddenly a new trail?" Su Li asked. Liang replied, "That year, the earth dragon turned over, and the mountain past Cowhead Mountain collapsed, creating a new path on the cliff. Before, tigers roared there, so no one dared to go. Now, the big tiger is dead, and the little tiger hasn't grown up yet. The hunters were brave and found this trail after exploring around. That year, the earth dragon's upheaval actually brought this benefit." Su Lingyu, who was weaving cotton strings, said, "That's a good thing. More people traveling means more trade, which can bring income to the villagers. To get rich, building roads is essential, an old truth. When the roads are open, goods can be sold, and mountain products become more valuable." After inspecting the trail, Wang Long found it would save 4 hours of travel. He gathered some men, brought tools, and started building the road. They cut trees, fixed the path, and prepared for trade. Su Zhong mobilized villagers, equipped with hoes and saws, to help widen and improve the road. They worked to make the road broader and better. Due to the drought, grain prices have risen quite a bit. Su Lingyu went to the city to check the prices, and also to visit Master Gong. It's been a long time since she last saw Master Gong, and she didn't know if he had news from his master. She rode a donkey to the Wang family's house. The gate was open, and a servant came out early to greet her. "Miss Third, you've arrived. Please come inside." She was led inside and saw Wang Jingxing sitting with Master Gong under the shade of a tree, talking. Seeing Master Gong's serious face, Su Lingyu was frightened. Wow, Master Gong looks so thin. When she left Lingyuan Mountain Villa, she was wearing size L clothes, but after 2 months, she had shrunk back to size S. Looking at Wang Jingxing, she wondered if he had taken Master Gong's food. Wang Jingxing had gained weight, but Master Gong had become thinner. "Am I thin?" Shunming didn't think he was. "Pinch the flesh on your face. Do you still have 2 ounces of meat?" Su Lingyu sat nearby, handing her gift to a servant to put away. Then she looked at Wang Jingxing and asked, "Are you being too harsh on my master?" Wang Jingxing often saw the teacher and didn't think he was thin. But now, after Su Lingyu's reminder, he realized the teacher really had become thinner. He guessed it was due to the fatigue from official duties, working every day without enough sleep, which caused him to lose weight. "It's Wenba's, Wang Jingxing's courtesy name, fault. It's not your fault. If you lose weight, you can just eat more again." Shinming looked very energetic and much more cheerful. Maybe because he had been busy with work, he returned to his former spirited self. Seeing Shunming's good spirit, Su Lingyu didn't mind his weight and focused on other things. "Is Uncle Shi's injury healed?" "His internal injury is fine, and the skin and flesh wounds will heal quickly. It's been a busy time for third brother. He's been boiling soup for me every day. Thank you for saving DeWang's life." "No need to thank me," said Uncle Shi. Su Lingyu looked at Master Gong and asked, "Any news from your master?" "A letter arrived the day before yesterday. He might return around Qingming Festival. If he can't come back, he will definitely return for your birthday." "That's good," she said. "The first batch of Mengding tea has been produced. It tastes good. Send some to Master Gong. If he likes it, send someone to inform me, and I'll send more." "That's thoughtful of you." Her tea leaves had been improved with spiritual spring water, making them tastier than regular tea. Knowing they had more to talk about, She didn't stay long. After drinking a cup of tea and asking about Shinming's health, she left. She strolled through the marketplace, checked the prices of grains and oils, and inquired about the latest silkworm news. I heard that Miss Sue has raised quite a few silkworms. Are there good silkworms to sell this year? The shopkeeper who collects cocoons offered her a deal. This year, I won't sell cocoons, but I want to sell silk. Do you know the current price of silk? The shopkeeper suddenly had an idea and said, as long as you're willing, I will always offer a higher price than Wang's. Good quality silk sells for over 15 coins. 4 double-gathered cocoons, over 25 coins. This price is 3 coins higher than last year. Due to the rain, the price of silk has also increased a few coins. That's good, that's good. She was very happy with this price. She took a walk around the market and received many kind offers, showing initial interest and cooperation. But it was still unclear who she would sell to exactly. Currently, she has 30,000 silkworms. Even after removing 5,000 sick ones, she still has 25,000. This is just her own stock, not counting the free-range silkworms from the village. If she sells all at once, the merchants here might not be able to handle it, so splitting the sales would be better. Lynching improved the quality of the mulberry leaves, which in turn improved the silkworms. The silk spun by the worms should be very good. This year, she expects to make a big profit again. Sanner, have you arranged for 10 weaving machines with a carpenter? Su Lisher asked her. Yes. Why did you buy so many? Who will use them? There will definitely be users. Don't worry, Grandma. How much money do I still have for the cotton? The little math, Mion, looked up from the embroidery shed. Less than 1 tael of silver now. Big sister, your Lingyu pavilion is almost finished. You need to pay the workers the remaining balance. You still owe 15 taels of silver. A poor soul. Let's owe it for now. When I sell the silk, I'll pay them. I believe they're willing to wait a little longer. Sanner, your weaving machines have already been moved into the workshop for assembly. Come take a look, Liang said. Big sister, I want to go too. Mion ran over, holding her sister's hand, eager to go out together. The 3 sisters and sisters-in-law went down to the village workshop. This workshop was built during winter, with 5 in total, and 1 was left empty. She didn't want to waste it. She hired 15 women to help raise silkworms. She noticed that the women were busy in the mornings and evenings, but had free time at noon. They sat around chatting, joking, and passing the time. We can't go on like this. We need to make good use of their free time, or they might develop wrong ideas. Third sister, why did you buy so many weaving machines? Are you planning to hire people to weave cloth? You can't use them all alone. Can I borrow one to use? The carpenter finished assembling the last weaving machine, wiped his hands, and asked for payment. Su Lingyu had Li Ying pay him first. She said, the newly made weaving machine still needs some adjustments. Send someone over tomorrow. There are a few small problems to fix. Okay. After sending the carpenter away, she looked at the women gathered around her. Do you want to know what I bought the weaving machines for? Yes. The women replied in unison. They are for you to use. Su Lingyu sat down and pulled the handle of the weaving machine. During the middle and late stages of silkworm rearing, you will have more free time. After feeding the silkworms, you can come here to weave cloth. Really? Third sister, you are such a kind person. Third sister. No, I am not a kind person. These machines are not free. They are not things you get without paying for. You won't value them if they cost nothing. She spoke honestly. We are implementing a rental system. You need to pay 3 coins each day to rent this weaving machine. When they heard about paying, they fell silent. Getting something for free and paying are different ideas. Some couldn't afford the 3 coins, while others wondered if it was worth the cost. Bring your threads here and rent for a day. The cloth woven will still belong to you. If you want to rent, give the money to my sister-in-law. The key to this room is with her. As long as you don't delay your silkworm care, you can come to weave. She didn't want to manage these small matters, so she let her sister-in-law handle the money. For now, they didn't say whether they wanted to rent the machines. Su Lingyu didn't insist. Whether they rented or not didn't matter to her. She told them to go home and discuss it.
If they wanted to rent, they could come back. If not, that was fine. They went home together.
One of them asked curiously, "Third sister, do you think third son is crazy? He even wants to earn money from our earnings. I weave a piece of cloth in 2 days. A piece costs 15 coins, and a good piece costs 23 coins. After subtracting a few coins for the thread, I can still earn about 7 or 8 copper coins. If 2 days' work earns 7 copper coins, then in a month, it adds up to 135 copper coins. Plus the wages from raising silkworms, the total income for a month is about 435 coins." Initially, those who were unhappy found this calculation quite reasonable. They didn't realize they could earn so much money, more than their husbands at home. "My sister-in-law and I share one weaving loom, and I can still afford 3 coins a day. The cloth at home is all woven by me. My mother-in-law looks down on me for raising silkworms and not doing laundry or cooking, so she makes me weave cloth at night. If I could weave the cloth on the mountain, it would be ready by the time I come home. Then I could rest a bit in the evening. A weaving loom costs over 3 silver coins. If Su Lingyu wants to earn our money, how many days and nights would she need to work to make that much? Don't be ungrateful. If we weren't related by the Li family, third brother wouldn't care so much about us." Exactly. Originally, they were on opposite sides, but suddenly they shifted their stance and all supported Su Lingyu, speaking up for her. When they went home and told everyone, everyone was happy. Everyone can do the math. This is a safe and profitable business. Who wouldn't want to do it? People without weaving looms are clever and want to rent one. Seedlings have just been planted, men go out to do odd jobs, and there are many children at home. This year's taxes are higher. If they don't earn more copper coins, someone might die. Early in the morning, they arrived at the place where the Su family raises silkworms, but Liang hadn't arrived yet. Waiting around wasn't a good idea, so they headed to the Su family to rent a weaving loom in person. This startled Su Zhong. He thought something serious had happened in the village, and a group of women rushed to his doorstep. They gathered around him, chattering about renting the loom. He listened, confused. What was renting a loom about? The women thought he was unwilling to rent it out and tugged at his clothes. "Master Su, you must rent it to me. We are relatives within 5 generations. Brother Zhong, you must." Surrounded and pulled by the women, he was overwhelmed. He nervously called out for his wife. Madam, please help me." Meanwhile, the unkind third brother was standing under the eaves, laughing loudly. Su Zhong was angry. "Come and help me quickly. Isn't it good that the young master is being chased by beautiful women? What nonsense are you talking about?" Liang, coming out of the kitchen, shot her a sharp look. She walked into the crowd and said, "Stop making trouble. If you keep pulling on my husband's clothes, I might have to hit someone. If you want to rent something, just tell me." Liang helped her husband into the house. She looked around and saw there were quite a few people. Renting to one person and not another would only cause trouble. Liang said, "Aunties, sisters, we only have 10 weaving machines.
No more than that.
Since you all came here, I assume your families either don't have a weaving machine or need more. Those without a machine, go buy some thread or practice at someone else's house first. Once you're skilled, you can come to rent." She thought of a good idea and said, "All of you are women, busy with washing clothes, cooking, taking care of children, fetching water, watering vegetables, and raising silkworms. You do all kinds of work. Renting a weaving machine for a day takes less than half a day. That's a waste, isn't it? Why not 2 people share one machine? One works half a day, the other half, then they can go home and do their chores. This way, the men won't scold them, right?" They thought it made sense. If needed, 2 women could share one machine. They whispered and discussed, and in the end, most pairs decided to share a machine. Liang was registering names and said, "That's better, spend less money, and still get to use the weaving machine. Much easier." Su Lingyu held a bowl of soy milk, watching Liang calm the women down. She smiled at her grandmother and said, "Your daughter-in-law is good. She's good at managing the household. Isn't it me who married her? Or is it you who arranged it?" Su Li laughed at her. "If it weren't for your grandson liking her, I wouldn't bother with all this." Yes, everyone likes their grandchildren. She took advantage of her. Suli knew that if her third son was willing to call her grandmother, he truly accepted that role. She understood that the higher someone's position, the more proud they are. In the past, her third son looked down on others and gave them disdainful looks. Now, he was different. He genuinely wanted to help the family. Her son's change made her feel comfortable joking with him. She watched him walk into the crowd and smiled. Since there were only a limited number of weaving machines, many women couldn't use them. They encouraged her son to buy a few more. Even if he wanted to buy, he didn't have enough money. Even if he bought them, there was no place to put them. He would need a house to store the machines. And she had plans to use a lot of money later. For now, she needed to save some. Dear aunties, I know you are all capable and want to earn more money for the family. But think about it, making a weaving machine takes 5 or 6 days. Even if I buy one now, the craftsman can't make it quickly. Plus, where would we put it? Which place can shield us from the wind and rain and still hold the weaving machine? Let's just make do for now. Keep weaving cloth, work hard, and save money to buy a weaving machine later. I believe all of you are capable. Selling cloth at home and paying taxes will depend on you. Sujong was eating breakfast and listening to Sanner talk. He said to his grandmother, Sanner is even better at fooling people than I am. Listen to her. She's praising the men. How can you say that about your sister? Sanner isn't fooling anyone. She's telling the truth. She's much better than you. Little brat, eat your food and go to the government office on time. Suli was fiercely protecting Sanner. Su Lingyu loaded the ox cart. Grandma, we're going to the city. Be careful. The shop in the city was about to open, so they needed to go see it. They took the ox cart and brought Liang along. The cart moved slowly, and she wasn't in a hurry, enjoying the spring scenery leisurely. Flowers blooming, grass growing, butterflies flying. Perfect for a spring outing. It's a pity there aren't many talented scholars. If there were poets competing, she could join in the fun. An imperial court not only abolished the imperial exams but also raised taxes for 3 years. What a reckless move. It's hard for commoners to produce talented children, and powerful families monopolize talent. The emperor will eventually be caught in faction struggles. Being a foolish emperor is easier, nothing to worry about, no responsibilities, just managing beauty's jealousy every day. Su Lingyu leaned back, covering her face with her straw hat. Sister-in-law, watch the green ox carefully. I want to sleep for a while. Maybe she slept, maybe she didn't. She didn't know herself. When she heard the sound of hooves, she woke up. She took off her hat, squinting at the bright light, yawned, and rubbed her eyes.
Sanner is awake.
Sanner, Lord Wang is looking for you. She is truly beautiful, rosy cheeks like peach blossoms, lively eyes, smarter than a clever girl. People say she's witty, but she's more clever than that. They say she's talented, always calculating money and expenses. This girl, mysterious and unpredictable, is very likable. It's a pity she's still young and not of marriageable age. If only. But I also heard she doesn't want to be a concubine. I heard that Sun Wei wants to take her as a concubine. She is proud and probably won't agree. Uncle, where are you going? She asked. Wang Jingxing looked away. The yangmei in Huaishi is ripe. Some villagers brought some to my house. Later, you can take some back with you. The yangmei, from red to black, has a sweet juice when bitten into. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Okay, thank you, uncle. It's about time to brew yangmei wine. Would you like me to help you make some? Your family's wine is famous in Liang City. If I could help brew some, that would be great. It's strange. Su family's wine makes people want more after just 1 sip, and after 2, they get tipsy. No matter what kind of wine it is, it has a pure, fragrant taste. When given as a gift, it's never embarrassing. If she's willing to help brew, he would naturally be happy to.
But,
Uncle, when my father passed away, he took all the family silver and money. Su Lingyu hinted to him. He immediately understood what she meant. Tomorrow, I'll send 20 jin of yangmei over. No need. Just bring 20 jin of sorghum liquor money. They have wine at home, and yangmei isn't very expensive. It's just that brewing wine is tiring. Wang Jingxing looked at this beautiful, lively girl.
He didn't know what to say.
They had agreed she would help, but now she wanted money. That's not really helping. Later, when you go to get the yongmei, just ask the steward for 10 taels. Uncle, you are truly wise and generous. She smiled again. A handsome man like you, skilled in both martial arts and literature, with beauty and talent. Surely you will become a prime minister someday. This sudden praise caught him off guard. Wang Jingxing took out his purse, found a small silver piece, and threw it to Sanner. Such insincere words. It's hard for me to accept. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. You really are. Stop, that's enough. Your insincere flattery doesn't work on me. Then, uncle, you should go now. She covered her straw hat, lay down, and went to sleep. What a rude little girl. Wang Jingxing couldn't do anything about her. Now, Liang City is less lively than before. Perhaps after spring planting, the men have gone out with trading caravans. Auntie set out yongmei. She bought a few coins worth, eating some as she and Liang headed east to Fang. The Eastern Workshop is either owned by wealthy families or managed by their stewards. They are all rich people who spend a lot. The shops in the Eastern Workshop are all for serving wealthy customers. They are well made, and the prices are quite high. Buying a shop here is still possible through Madame Zhang's connections. To buy this place, she spent all her savings. Now she is basically broke. She doesn't worry about food or drink, but she doesn't have much money left. Third son is here. Inger is here. Li Ying's uncle saw them and quickly came out to help them off the carriage. Thank you, uncle. No need to be so polite. We are family. How is uncle doing? As you asked, everything is almost ready. Li Ying's uncle invited them inside. Focus on cleanliness and make sure the goods features stand out. The shop isn't very big, only about 150 square meters, so it won't hold many items, about 30 or 40 types at most. Su Lingyu plans to turn it into a supermarket for the feudal era. Initially, it will sell farm products from the Spirit Spring, which are mid to high-end. Later, as funds grow, it will include grains, oils, rice, noodles, silk fabrics, and even gold, silver, and copper items. This is just a plan. Whether it can be realized is uncertain. She has the idea, but the times don't allow it. Women, after all, are expected to stay at home, do embroidery, weave cloth, or maybe learn calligraphy and painting and play the zither. She plans to start with small steps. If it doesn't work out, she'll give up. All the cabinets here are made as you said. They are all arranged and only need the goods to be put on the shelves. This side is the snack area, where bread, egg tarts, and pizza will be sold. Take me to see the warehouse, Su Lingyu said. The warehouse is in the backyard, next to the bakery. The brick oven isn't very pretty. The bakery has 3 sections, one for roasting chickens, ducks, and geese, one for baking bread, and one for snacks like mung bean cakes. This isn't suitable for a warehouse. When the temperature rises, it will cook the chickens, ducks, geese, and eggs. But storing rice and flour is fine. Let's turn this into 2 compartments, one for summer storage and one for winter sleeping. Sleeping near the stove will keep it warm in winter, Li uncle nodded. The cakes are ready. The baked cakes are here. A cake with a fragrant tea aroma, freshly baked, brought out by Aunt Four for everyone to try. She uses a wooden knife to cut a small piece, and each person takes a bite. How does it taste? It smells nice and looks good, but it's not sweet enough. Add more sugar. You don't know how expensive sugar is now. I don't even dare to buy it, Aunt Four says. Don't skimp on ingredients. Whatever ingredients you use, the food will turn out accordingly. To run a business, you need to be sincere. Su Lingyu also says, the money spent can be earned back. Don't be stingy. Aunt Four agrees. Third sister is right. That's the truth. Aunt Four's skills are getting better and better. Soon, you won't need to wait a year to be paid like a master chef. Third sister, don't praise me. I don't like to be praised, Aunt Four replies. Ha ha ha, if third sister can praise you, it means you're worth it, someone laughs. The relationship between Uncle Four and Aunt Four is very good. Work hard, learn more, and get along well with others. One day, I'll open a small pastry shop just for you, and you can be your own boss. Su Lingyu paints a bright future for them, encouraging them to work hard and do their best. Aunt 4, make some more cakes and bread. We'll take them to visit the big boss.
All right.
Why does she want to open a shop with a big boss involved? This shop wasn't opened by her alone. To establish herself in the city, she took Muxiue to find Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang told her to find Sister Muxiue, also known as Zhang Yu, who recently got married. Zhang Yu married a military officer who is now very trusted. But the officer's family is large, and they have a mother who is bedridden most of the time. The family is poor and relies on Zhang Yu's dowry to make ends meet. When Su Lingyu opened her shop, it was like giving Zhang Yu a helping hand in difficult times. She carried cakes and brought Uncle Li with her to visit. Zhang Yu personally came to greet them. Her brothers and sisters-in-law peeked outside the door. Zhang Yu's home isn't very big. The living room is where they talk and they can hear everything from outside, so there's no need to eavesdrop. They lingered at the door because they wanted to see the beautiful girl from the Su family. Such a pretty girl, dressed so noticeably, isn't from an ordinary family. These are the bread and cakes we want to sell. Currently, we have 3 flavors of cake: tea, milk, and fruit. This kind of bread is simple, with only tea flavor and plain flavor. As long as the sweetness is controlled, they are all delicious. This is a yam cake, quite cheap. Big sister can take it freely to give to others. Zhang Yu nodded and asked, "Are you preparing to open soon?" Just found an old Taoist priest to choose a good day. The opening is the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow we will deliver goods to the city. This shop belongs to my sister-in-law's dowry. We divided it into 3 parts. You get 30%, I get 30%, and my sister-in-law gets 40%. This is my sister-in-law's uncle, who is also the manager of the shop. You can go to him if you need anything. Uncle Li Wu greeted Li Yu, and Zhang Yu nodded. As for management, Big Sister doesn't need to worry. When you go out for socializing, bring some snacks or yam powder. When talking to others, just mention that the shop's fruits and vegetables are tasty. On the 2nd day of each month, when we do the accounts, do you want us to wait for the delivery or will you come to the shop? Zhang Yu said, "I can go over now. It's messy here, and you all find it hard to do the accounts, right? How is brother-in-law recently?" "Just SOSO, in the military camp." They chatted for a while longer, sat for a bit more, then said their goodbyes and left. When Su Lingyu returned to the shop, Aunt Li Si told her some good news. "Is your sister-in-law pregnant?"
Such a happy event.
"If I tell De Wang, he will jump for joy." Li Ying was both happy and shy. She said, "I went out with Aunt 4 to buy some sewing needles and thread, and I met my husband's old classmate, Lu Li, the young doctor. He has good eyesight. He looked at me a few times and asked me some questions. He said I might be pregnant. I didn't believe it at first, but when I returned to the clinic and had him check my pulse, he said I was nearly 3 months pregnant." Li Ying happily said, "Recently, I've been a bit plump when dressing, thinking it was because I ate too much. Turns out I'm pregnant." Aunt 4 said, "Your mother isn't here, and you're so clueless. You don't even know when your period comes."
I don't remember those things," she replied.
She only remembered helping her husband make clothes and taking care of him. She really didn't pay much attention to her own matters. This is good news. I'll go buy some vegetables to cook rice. Also, tell the people who came from the village to send a message to De Wang so he can come and pick up his wife. Su Lingyu smiled as she went outside. Uncle 4 said he wanted to go together, and Aunt 4 kept agreeing, asking Uncle 4 to help carry things. After learning that Li Ying was pregnant, Su Chong stayed up all night writing a letter to send to the capital. Because Su Chong valued family above all, he cared deeply for Li Ying and wished he could hold her in his hands and keep her close. He also made a request to Su Lingyu, asking her not to let Li Ying go out with others and to reduce her workload. All right, pregnant women come first. She had no choice but to take Ague, Dasha, and Ursha to carry goods into the city. Pickled vegetables, spicy chicken feet, marinated duck paws, preserved vegetables, wine, beans, and similar items, all were transported into town. Since these are specialties from the Su family, how could she not sell them? Once everything was arranged and the goods displayed, she felt a small sense of achievement. Move the fresh products inside closer to the courtyard for easy washing. Fish smell fishy, and chicken, duck, and goose have manure smell.
The wealthy people don't like that.
Shift the bun stand outside so people can buy buns when they come in, then buy vegetables. Put the chicken feet and buns in the same area so they can be eaten immediately. Place the wine jars on high shelves to avoid breaking. Su Lingyu instructed Uncle Lee, when you have free time, find a place that sells sunflower seeds. Bargain and buy 2 big bags to sell yourself. There's a shop in the west of the city that roasts sunflower seeds very deliciously. If you buy in large quantities, you can pay less money. Okay, you handle it. Su Lingyu also trained her staff, saying, since you're here, you need to be quick and efficient. The more money this shop makes, the more you earn. A couple of months ago, each person earned 200 coins a month. Later, it depends on the income. If we make money, your wages will increase. If not, you'll have to go back home to farm. The management is your own family, so don't embarrass your family. Be obedient. If you learn well and fast, you might become the shopkeeper in the future and earn a share of the profits. Can women be shopkeepers too? Li Ying's cousin asked. As long as you are capable and your father agrees, you might be the next shopkeeper. Learn well from your mother. Thank you, third sister. Selling things also has skills. You need to be good at talking. Greet customers politely and persuade them to buy your goods. When someone comes in and asks about the buns, you can say, the plain buns cost 1 coin, the colored ones 3 coins. Vegetarian buns are 2 coins, meat buns are 4 coins. That sounds expensive. This area is wealthy, so 2 coins isn't too much. Su Lingyu continued, don't wait for the customer to speak first. Just ask directly. Would you like 2 or 3? If you can sell 2, don't sell just 1.
What if they don't buy?
They were worried. How could such expensive buns sell? I haven't even started talking about baked bread yet. All of these are made with eggs, and regular toast starts at 5 coins. Those with sesame seeds or grapes cost 10 coins. Cakes are 20 coins each. For birthday cakes, the price starts at 2 silver coins. That's too expensive, no one will buy it. It's so costly that only wealthy people will eat it. Don't worry about the high prices. When there's enough money, we can open a snack shop that sells only expensive treats. If after some time no one buys, we will lower the prices. Since I have limited money, I can only do mid-range products now. When I have more money, I will start a ladies' tea party and focus on high-end business. After calming the staff, she asked Ague to find some good talkers. She gave them money to walk around the city and spread the news that Suji was opening. Fu Sheng heard about it and came to see Su Lingyu. Looking at the Suji shop, he found it interesting. Sana, you're not fair. You already put your dishes here. What am I supposed to sell? The signature dishes at Fusheng Tower all come from your supplies. The chickens, ducks, geese, eels, and snails, all from your place. When she mentioned this, she remembered something. Boss Fu Sheng, you still haven't paid me for the first half of the month. When will you settle the bill? She stretched out her right hand and gave a little hook, meaning she wanted money. Fu Sheng picked up a small cake with cream. He took a bite, with some cream on his lips, and enjoyed it very much.
So tasty.
I just finished my account, and I heard about the opening of Suji. Uncle Rong told me it was your shop, so I came. I don't have money now, but you can come with me later to get it. Or you could stop selling and sell all your chickens, ducks, and geese to me. I'll take them to Nanyang City, and you'll definitely make a profit. His family owns more than one restaurant. Nanyang City is where his brother manages the business. Do you dare? If I support myself alone, you'll have to buy supplies for me. If one day you upset me, I won't sell you poultry anymore. Where will you find good sources then? Won't your customers cause trouble at Fusheng Tower?
Fusheng nodded.
The chickens, ducks, and geese from the Su family are all sold to nearby villages, helping farmers raise tasty poultry. But the best tasting ones still come from the Su family. Because Su Lingyu has a spiritual spring, and the water from Lingyu Mountain Villa is the best quality. Thanks to the spiritual spring, the water source at Lingyu Mountain Villa is the highest quality. The water at the top of the mountain is as clear as mineral water. It can be carried out and drunk directly, which is safe and harmless. The chickens, ducks, and geese from Dongquan village are famous for their quality, with others being second best. Travelers passing through always stop here to enjoy a meal at Fuxing Tower before continuing on. Some might even bring a few chickens, ducks, or geese, slaughter them along the way, and roast and eat them. Fuxing picks up a spicy pickled chicken foot, holding the bone. While eating, he says, "Your chicken feet are getting tastier. This one is a bit spicy." Su Lingyu waves to him. "That's still mild. Look here, this one is medium spicy, and this one is very spicy. Last winter, I gave you some chili peppers. Recently, I improved the third version of the chili peppers. They're great for cooking." The third version of chili peppers can no longer be called chili peppers. They have grown from small and short to big and long. This level of spiciness has decreased. It's not as hot as the second generation, but sweeter. Even children can eat it. It stays fresh longer. Cover it with ash and transport it to Nanyang City, and it will still be fresh after 8 days. Fuxing directly breaks open a chili pepper, puts a piece in his mouth to chew, and nods while eating. It's thick, slightly spicy, and sweet. Eating it now is perfect for driving away the winter cold. Su Lingyu stands on a low stool to be level with Fuxing. "I've thought of everything for you: stir-fried chili pork, chili stewed tofu, chili stir-fried duck gizzards. These are simple dishes." She pats Fuxing on the shoulder, hinting, "See, I am so good to you. How much do you have?" 3 acres. The green ones are yours, the red ones are mine. I plan to use them as spices and sell them to you for cooking. Still cutting meat from me. You can just cut from Taotia's side. That's fine. Your family is big, so you're not worried about selling out. Since it's unique, shouldn't you offer a higher price? You little rascal, I don't discuss money, only friendship. On the day of the opening, Su Lingyu arrived early to the shop to oversee the cleaning. She hung red cloths and set off firecrackers, waiting for the auspicious time. Guests who had been informed earlier were already waiting outside. They were waiting for the opening gifts. Giving some snacks as a gift is a good way to attract customers. Su Lingyu prepared 200 roasted buns to give to the guests. At the sound of auspicious time has arrived, light the firecrackers. Uncle C ran forward to light the firecrackers. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of firecracker sounds, Uncle C stepped forward and said, "Dear friends and neighbors, our small shop has just opened, selling miscellaneous goods. Today, your shop is opening, and everything is half price. The chickens, ducks, and geese here come from Lingyu Mountain Villa in Dongquan Village. Usually they sell for 1 or 2 silver coins, but today you can take them for 500 coins. Shopkeeper Li is very generous," someone shouted. Uncle C politely invited the guests inside, saying, "Please come in, everyone. Our shop has clear prices, no cheating anyone." Aunt C said, "Everyone come take a look. Whether you buy or not, just come in and see." Aunt C gave them some packaged snacks as a gift. Snacks are free for an hour, first come, first served. This shop looks different, doesn't it? Different from others. Shopping here is more convenient. Let's go inside and take a look. They had never seen such a store, so they all went in to look around. They looked at the fruits and vegetables on the shelves, the eels, snails, and grass carp in the water tanks, and the various kinds of snacks. They didn't know that buns could be green, or that steamed buns could be shaped into flowers. This longevity bun is so beautiful. If my father-in-law was celebrating his birthday, these buns would be perfect. Mom, look at this peach. This isn't a peach, it's a bun. Too expensive. We can't afford it. No, Mom, I want it. The child wanted everything he saw and refused to leave without buying something. The woman couldn't stop him, so she bought him 1 bun. 6 or 7 people in the shop were busy helping customers, taking money, and serving. The shop assistant took the customer who bought something to the counter. He announced the total, while Mu Mian counted on her abacus. After the assistant finished, Mu Mian's bill was ready. Wow, whose little kid is this? He's so good at using the abacus. Su Lingyu handed the change to the customer and smiled. "This green onion is a gift for you. Take care on your way." Getting a green onion with your purchase, The shopkeeper is very generous. Young master, congratulations on your new business and may wealth flow in. Tong Shu, the head of Wang Long's agency, personally brought a gift to congratulate. Third son welcomed him, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Tong, for coming. Please come inside and sit in the courtyard." He asked Mu Mian, "Can you manage alone?" "Yes, sister. Go ahead," Mu Mian nodded. The abacus was really fun. Su Lingyu took Uncle Tong inside to sit, then heard Fu Xing had arrived, so she went out to greet him. Su Qingqi has many friends. When they heard Su Sanni opened a shop, they all came to support. After a while, Su Lingyu stood at the shop entrance for a long time. An hour had passed since she remembered the guest in the backyard. Mu Mian was tired of counting with the abacus, so she gave up and started calculating the accounts by hand. No matter how large the number, she could calculate it accurately, without a mistake. Everyone called her a fortune teller. When fewer guests were around, Su Lingyu asked her fourth uncle to take over Mu Mian's work. There's a tiger. There's a tiger. When the guests heard about the tiger, they all rushed out of the shop, afraid of missing something. "Did you bring a who?" "It came by itself. I told it to go back, but it didn't want to. I've locked it up." One sneaky guest was poking around and opened the door. Suddenly, he saw a tiger glaring at him fiercely. He was so scared he shouted loudly and ran outside. The tiger also walked out and entered the front of the shop. This scared the guests away.
Mu Mian.
"Mu Mian, look what you've done."
Wow.
It came by itself. Mu Mian felt wronged and couldn't hold back her tears. Auntie C was the first to hug her. "Don't cry, don't cry. Ahu wanted to come along himself. It's not your fault." Ahu came over and rubbed against Mu Mian. The brave young uncle followed behind the guards and entered the front shop. This young tiger has lived with people for years, so it's used to human scent and won't bite. But I'm worried that when it grows up, its natural instincts might be hard to change. It's better to take it back into the mountains and let it live in the wild. Fu Sheng was very scared, holding Xiao close and hiding behind him. It's a real tiger. I've only heard tiger roars on the mountain pass. This is the first time I've seen a real tiger. Su Lingyu went to comfort Mu Mian, wiping her tears. "Everyone is watching. Don't cry anymore." Seeing some curious onlookers peeking in, she had an idea. She told Mu Mian, "Everyone is afraid of Ahu, but actually, Ahu isn't scary at all. To show everyone that Ahu doesn't bite Mu Mian, you can bring Ahu to the door and play some games. Ring toss, jumping over low stools, shaking hands." "Yes." "Spring Jia, can you help Mu Mian make some props?" She asked Spring Jia. "Okay, but there's no food. Who won't listen to me without something to eat? Let's break some bread and give it to him." "All right, that's a good idea." Cotton Tree no longer cried, and her bright, watery eyes lit up. Cotton jumped happily with Sister Chun, making props. "Uncle Fourth, bring a gong outside to ring. First, to apologize to the villagers, since we scared them. Second, to tell everyone that this is a tiger show. Let's gather some spectators." "No problem." The timid Fuxing asked, "Does the tiger really listen to people?" "What's wrong with the tiger? It has some intelligence. If it were my donkey, it might even sing a song for you." "Wow, that's amazing. Go back and tell your young lady to come see the tiger show." Fuxing told a servant to go home. Someone must have alerted the police about the tiger. If Uncle Tong hadn't been there, they might have gone into the shop to fight the tiger. To avoid frightening them, Uncle Fourth prepared the villagers in advance. "My tiger doesn't bite people. Everyone don't be afraid. Later, I'll let it come out and bow to you all." Then Cotton took the tiger outside. It was a young tiger, not as scary as an adult. But it still scared everyone who took 4 or 5 steps back. Next, Cotton gave the tiger some bread. She tapped its bottom to make it sit down.
It really sat down.
She used the bread to lure it, making it lift its front left paw. It was very obedient. The villagers were amazed and kept shouting, "Wow, that's incredible." Now, the whole street gathered to watch the show. Innocent children, unaware of the tiger's power, ran over happily. They squatted nearby, watching the tiger and feeling very happy. Brave children suddenly ran up and touched the tiger, then quickly ran away. The tiger remained calm and still, watching Cotton, waiting for food or the next command. Cotton held a ring and shook it, saying, "Come, jump, jump." The tiger stood up and jumped over the ring in one leap.
Wow.
It really jumped over. The tiger doesn't eat people anymore and is playing games with us. Look, look, it's standing up. That's so amazing. Clap, clap. Clap your hands, hurry up and clap. The tiger was the best attraction. Most people in East City came out to see this young tiger. It brought many visitors to the new shop's opening, adding lively energy, almost unintentionally.
Give me 2 of these steamed buns.
Give me a grass carp. Are these really ducks from Dongquan Village? All right, tie these up for me. I want all the remaining geese. Hey, are you guys going to work? Can't you see I want chicken feet? Waiting for them to serve you is not as good as doing it yourself. Just do it now, or it will be gone soon. Good things should be grabbed quickly. The sous shop is busy with customers. 7 or 8 people are not enough. Su Lingyu pulls Fu Sheng to have him be the cashier and collect money. She also sends someone to the neighboring shop to borrow a few scales for weighing customers' items. This makes the neighboring shop jealous and envious. In less than half a day, all the goods in the shop are sold out. Looking at the money box, wow, there are 3 big baskets of copper coins. How long will it take to count all that? I thought it wouldn't sell well. Not only 3 cents, even 5 cents would be eagerly wanted. Everyone keeps stuffing money into my hands, afraid they won't get a chance to buy. Only one item is left, and they're all fighting over it. Everyone talks and laughs. Nothing makes people happier than counting money. A string of 100 copper coins. It took 3 hours to string them all, but it's not finished yet. Money is tiring too.
Su Lingyu rubs her shoulders.
No, she needs to rest for a while. Go rest first. When I finish, I'll tell you the exact earnings. There's just a little left, almost done, but Uncle Lee doesn't want to stop. Su Lingyu holds her teacup, blows away the tea leaves, and takes a sip. It's estimated the total won't exceed 150 taels. The remaining coins don't need to be counted. Just split them among everyone as a bonus for today. Bright, shiny eyes look at her, and Su Lingyu smiles. Today's opening is very lucky. I should treat you all to a meal, but counting money took longer. The leftover money is like a grand opening gift. Mamian runs over and hugs her tightly, her eyelashes fluttering. Big sister, can I have some? Yes, Uncle C, just split it evenly among you all. This makes Uncle C and others bow their heads in thanks. Thank you, dear boss. Thanks, boss. Thanks for your kindness, boss. Inside the shop, most of the goods are sold out, and they need to move the remaining stock out. Aunt Four and others count how much more needs to be bought, and write down a shopping list. Su Lingyu sits on a tall stool, swings her legs, and teaches Uncle C how to make a ledger. In a society with less developed crafts, wanting a notebook means making your own paper, binding it with thread into a sewn book, or gluing pages together to make a book. If you want paper, you need to draw your own lines. If you want a ledger, you need to draw your own grids. Wang Jingxing and Su Chong rode over together. Before Su Chong entered, he was already smiling. Wang Jingxing smiled kindly at her, saying, "Wishing you great wealth every day." "Thank you for your good wishes," Su Chong said to her. "As soon as we stepped onto the street, I heard people discussing our shop. Why are there no customers?" Su Lingyu pointed to the sign that said resting, organizing goods. People buying vegetables have all gone home to cook. I heard many people came into the shop. Su Chong asked. Mummian spoke first. There are quite a lot of people. Aunt Four continued. Almost everything has been sold. Guess how much we sold? Su Chong looked around and saw many empty spaces, knowing a lot of goods had been sold. He said 50 taels? No. The 4 of them shook their heads together. 80 taels? That's not it either. They all shook their heads again. Wang Jingxing said, selling at half price, the profit isn't much. Making over 80 taels in pure profit is already impressive. Su Lingyu said most of it was from my land, so the costs are low. We made at least twice the profit. We sold over 150 taels, Mamian proudly said. Wang Jingxing secretly admired them. Su Lingyu handed a bunch of greens to Wang Jingxing's servant, saying, "Since I knew you would come, I kept some vegetables. They are very fresh and taste good. This is an improved bitter herb, more refreshing and less bitter than before. If Uncle Wang likes it, he can send someone to pick it up. Thanks to third son for your help. Uncle, you're too polite. The bread the master liked is baked. Please deliver it to him." Wang Jingxing personally took it, saying he would deliver it himself. It's getting late. We should go back to the village. Yesterday, the shop opened. Zhang Yu watched from afar and felt very happy. She was invited out, told that third son wanted to see her, and she hurriedly left, eager to be in front of him as soon as possible. Compared to yesterday's lively scene, today was calmer, but the shop was still busy with many visitors. "Madam, please come inside. The master is waiting for you in the backyard." Chun led Zhang Yu into the backyard and served her a pot of tea before leaving. As soon as Zhang Yu entered, she saw a bag on the stone table. The bag wasn't big, but it might contain silver or money. Thinking of yesterday's bustling scene, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited. "I want to pick up the bag and open it to see. Big sister, have some tea." "Thank you, Sanner. Sorry to trouble you." "No trouble at all. It's proper for me to make tea for you, big sister." Seeing Zhang Yu's hesitation, Su Lingyu didn't hide anything. "This is yesterday's bonus. It's your share." "Why is there a bonus all of a sudden? Isn't it supposed to be at the beginning of the month?" Zhang Yu wanted to take it but was afraid to, hesitating for a moment. Yesterday was chaotic, and the accounts couldn't be recorded in time. Yesterday's money isn't counted. This silver is also hard to record, so it's better to divide it directly. Yesterday's income was 132 taels and 8 yen. The small change is kept for shop expenses. We will divide this 100 taels of silver. This is your 30 taels. Hearing the phrase 30 taels, Zhang Yu swallowed hard, unable to believe it. Although she had received valuable items before, she had never gotten 30 taels in a single day. Yesterday was an exception. The goods prepared over 2 months sold out in one day, so today's money is what it is. If we wait until the beginning of next month, the amount might not be the same. Big sister understands. Zhang Yu took the bag, tucked it into her, feeling happy, surprised, and trembling. Su Lingyu pushed the honey tea towards her, letting Zhang Yu have some. She said, "Most of the goods in the shop come from me, so it's a no-cost business, which is why there's so much left over. The produce from the fields isn't fast, and to keep the shop running, we need to buy more supplies. The flow of money in and out makes the accounts clearer. Big sister should come here more often to look at the ledgers and such, so no one causes trouble. Whether the shop can make a profit depends on you. That's inevitable. I didn't invest money, but I hold shares. Shouldn't I do something?" Su Lingyu nodded and smiled, then talked with Zhang Yu about rouge and powder, clothing, and fluctuating prices. There was nothing more to say, so she sent Zhang Yu on her way. The shop is overseen by Uncle Li from the Li family, so if any issues arise, they can ask Su Zhong to handle them. After all, Su Zhong goes to the city every day and often visits the government office. It's more convenient to ask him for advice. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu is responsible for sending Ague and Desha to the city with vegetables, eggs, poultry, and fish. Messages are exchanged constantly, so even without staying in the city, the shop can run smoothly. Soon it was March. The mulberry trees were lush and green. Before dawn, women carried bamboo baskets to pick mulberry leaves and raise silkworms. Under the effect of the spiritual spring, mulberry leaves become large, tender, and juicy. The silkworms raised on them not only have a good appetite but also get sick less often. Girls, carrying small baskets, run through the mulberry forest, their figures disappearing into the trees, but their cheerful laughter can be heard. If not for their family calling them back, they wouldn't easily leave the forest, but would go home to feed the silkworms. The playful girls often provoke scolding from their mothers and grandmothers. Su Lingyu and the workers put on white aprons and enter the silkworm room. Before entering, they hear a rustling sound. The silkworm babies are happily enjoying their breakfast, holding fat mulberry leaves and nibbling from top to bottom. They pile up under the bed with a thick layer of silkworm droppings. It's time to change their bedding. Move the leaves carefully, try not to hurt the silkworms. The silkworm babies love the leaves and hold onto them tightly. Picking up the leaves can carry the silkworms away. They move the leaves to a basket filled with mulberry leaves, then place a new basket on the shelf and take out the basket filled with silkworm droppings. The process of changing baskets goes smoothly without disturbing the silkworms' feeding. The basket of silkworm droppings is taken out of the silkworm room. Since there is too much droppings and the medicine shop sells them cheaply, she simply dumps them into the manure pit, using them as fertilizer for flowers and vegetables. Su Lingyu follows her grandmother around several silkworm rooms, checking on the silkworms' growth and selecting the sick ones to remove. Half a month later, the silkworms will be able to climb the mountains. Have you finished your silkworm mounds?
Not yet.
Now is still the time for weaving, so there's still time. Making silkworm mounds is easy. They can make dozens in a day. As long as people are willing to pay, many are happy to make and sell them. Sanner. A Gue runs over quickly, seeming to have something to say. Su Lingyu waits for him to approach. Sanner, just now the eldest son told Guan Xiaopeng that General Sun is starting to divide the land. You need to go to Wuxiangzi Street in the next 2 days at the hour of the rabbit to the Sun family's courtyard. They also said that the higher-ups want to forcefully divide the land, so you should prepare silver to buy land. Although the land isn't worth much, we still need to show respect to General Sunday. Su Lingyu nods. I understand. You go ahead and get busy. Su Lisher is worried. Do you have silver on hand? Maybe your sister-in-law can get some for you? Although this news comes at a bad time, I do have some money set aside for buying land. Su Lingyu told her grandmother, you tell them that General Sun is going to sell land. Ask which family wants it and prepare some silver money. When I come back and find out the price, their men can take the silver to buy a few acres of land. The flat land, of course, is what they want. I'll go talk to them. If it's mountain land, the villagers might not want it. But they are eager to take the flat land. Even on slopes, they can grow rice. Can't they grow rice on flat land too? Even if there's no water, they will find ways to bring water to the fields. When Su Lingyu returned home, she counted her silver, but it was too little to buy land that she could mention to General Sunday. To show her support for his policies, the Su family needed to buy more than 500 acres of land. She went to find Muxin and saw her embroidering with Li Ying. Looking at Muxin, her needlework was very skilled, picking up the needle, twisting it, pulling thread, all done smoothly. Whatever she embroidered, it would be high quality, or at least sell well. She leaned in closer and saw that her embroidery was very realistic. It was a beautiful embroidered abacus. On a white embroidered handkerchief, she stitched a golden yellow abacus, with beads clearly and fully depicted. It made people want to reach out and move the beads, to do a quick calculation. What are you embroidering? This looks improper. Who would want to marry you if they see this? Ling finally noticed that Muxin's embroidery was not quite right. Playful and adorable, Muxin didn't see anything wrong with it and even took pride in it. It looks really nice. From now on, everyone will know this embroidered handkerchief is mine. That way, no one will steal it. Su Lingyu took a look and said it's really realistic. This has become Muxin's signature. If someone tries to kidnap her, we can identify her by this. She patted Muxin's head and said, Little Muxin, you love money so much. You must have saved up some secret savings. Ever since Comrade Su Chong lost control of the family's money, he habitually hid money. Muxin, who often played with him, learned this trick too. In the family, besides Su Chong, Muxin was the best at hiding money. Her clever little eyes twinkled. Sister, if you want to use money, you'll have to pay interest. Family members can settle accounts honestly, but charging interest is different. Lending money can create distance. Charging interest makes it worse. It pushes relatives away and weakens family bonds. If something happens to you in the future, fewer people will want to help. Su Lingyu gave Li Ying a thumbs up. This young girl understands the truth well. She is a perfect match for Su Chong. Su Chong values family, and she cares about the bigger picture. When they become a couple, their family will surely prosper. Mamian seemed to understand a little, but was unsure. She listened to her sister-in-law and asked, "How much money does sister want?" "It's not about how much I want, but about helping Mamian prepare her dowry." Mamian tilted her head, showing she didn't understand. Liang looked at her and signaled to explain what was going on. So, Su Lingyu carefully explained Agui's words to her. Liang started making small plans but didn't say she would lend money to Su Lingyu. Instead, she asked, "Can you help me buy some?" "Of course, you will have a share. We all buy together. The more we buy, the lower the price can be." Mamian saw her sister-in-law counting money inside the house, so she also went in to count. Listening to the two women moving boxes and counting copper coins, Su Lingyu smiled happily. They used free labor to dig Snakehead Mountain and sold the land using trade methods. General Sun's way of collecting money was not popular among the people. He couldn't afford to lose his good reputation as a good official. When they arrived at General Sun's private estate, 2 generals guarded the outer gate, and everyone entering had to be checked. There were fewer than 20 carriages outside, and in the entire city of Daliang, many landlords and officials lived there. The carriages stopped at the gate were fewer than 10 or 3. General Sun was worried he might not sell the land he had developed. When he first dug the mountain, he had promised each family how much land they would get. Now, since most of Snakehead Mountain had been excavated, General Sun had invested a lot of manpower and resources, and he was starting to sell the land. Everyone was making excuses. Some said the east owner wanted it, others said the west owner had money. For ancient people who valued staying in one place, leaving their homes to buy land on Snakehead Mountain was not reasonable. This was not the post-apocalyptic world where land could be easily sold. Land was scarce, and few wanted it, especially in this remote area. Su Lingyu and Su Chong went to the flower pavilion, still discussing what to do. "Master Su, Miss Su, please come over here. Miss Su has arrived." "Miss Su, what do you think of this land?" "Yes, Miss Su, you're skilled at farming. How can you refuse? I think you should buy 200 acres of land to grow grains. It wouldn't be a bad deal. Why not consider the land near the merchant road or water source, since the village clerk's house is close by?" Su Lingyu looked at the map and saw that each family had enclosed land, mostly near the trade route or water. Good land was already taken, so she had no chance. But she didn't mind. With a spiritual spring, she wasn't worried about growing crops. "Whose land is this? It's so large, probably over 1,000 acres. This is mine. I, a simple man, like big spaces. It's convenient for storing goods," Wang Long said happily while holding his tea. "Third son, why not ask for peace nearby? We could be neighbors," he added with a smile. Su Lingyu looked at Su Zhong, who nodded for her to decide. This new land wasn't ideal. Water was scarce, and it wasn't very good farmland. But after 3 or 5 years of cultivation, it could become good land. "Miss Su, what do you plan to plant?" "Honestly, good land is hard to find now. The land marked on the map is mostly for beans or raising poultry. Growing rice might not work. Maybe some chili peppers or sugarcane." Su Lingyu looked at the steward waiting nearby. "What's the price for this land?" "Near the water, about 3 taels per acre. Near the trade route for taels, and the land further away, 2 taels," the steward replied. Su Lingyu took out her brush and drew a circle on the map. As she approached the map, others watched closely, curious to see how much land the Su family wanted and how big their ambitions were. She drew a large circle, and everyone gasped. It looked like at least 1,000 acres. They weren't unable to buy 1,000 acres, but they couldn't afford to farm at all. New policies meant that land open this year had to be taxed in the second year. Families with officials in their ranks had to pay taxes if they owned too much land, or face accusations of rebellion. "Lord Village Clerk, your sister might have drawn too big a circle. Do you think that's right?" Someone offered Su Zhong a way out. Su Zhong understood the gesture and said, "It's probably too small. The price is low, so the land is cheap. If we don't ask for more now, we might miss out on a good opportunity." Seeing Su Zhong's response, They stopped persuading and instead watched, eager to see the Su family's plan fail. Wang Long put down his cup, looked at the circle Su Lingyu drew, and then picked up his brush to draw a small circle nearby. Let me share in third son's luck. Since the land has been marked, let's go measure it, someone said. The steward looked at the map. The amount of land marked was less than expected. But at this point, they wouldn't buy more land. They could only reluctantly say, all right. Having said that, everyone left one after another. Their eagerness showed how much they didn't want to stay. Outside the courtyard, Su Zhong didn't follow his sister, but turned to get into Lord Li Hai's carriage. Master Su, what is this about? Of course, I have something to tell you. Su Zhong lifted the curtain and looked outside, noticing many people watching. He smiled and then lowered the curtain again. He wanted to attract attention. Uncle Li's home is in Pota Village. How long does it take to get to Dongguan Village? Almost 2 hours. If you take the mountain path, it will take over an hour. That's so far. Why are you still buying land? Li Hai glanced at Su Zhong, hinting that he knew the answer. Everyone coming to buy land today was trying to please General Sunday. Maybe because they had relatives working under General Sun or were relying on the Sun family's influence. They had no choice but to buy land in Dongguan Village. Su Zhong smiled and said, I have a way that can help you. Li Hai became interested and sat up straight. What way? This land is far from where you live. It's hard to manage, and the crops you grow probably don't pay enough taxes, right?
Exactly.
We might lose money for 3 years in a row. The emperor's policies made them very angry. They heard that in many places, officials kept protesting and refused to enforce these policies. Even the emperor only issued edicts but didn't ensure they were carried out. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't compete with General Sunday. General Sun, along with other officials, strictly controlled this border area and enforced the policies. The taxes collected weren't sent to the Ministry of Revenue but were kept by them. So no one reported to the court, which only knew the policies couldn't be implemented, but didn't realize the taxes were being embezzled. These small officials couldn't report or complain. Doing so would be dangerous. How about this? If you buy the land, I'll help you pay the taxes. Li Hai didn't believe it. Master Su, how do you plan to help me pay the taxes? Rent the land from me for 3 years. After that, if you don't want to keep the land yourself, you must sell it to me first. Li Hai suddenly realized something and clapped his hand on his thigh, saying, Good. Come, let's discuss the details. The small official took the measuring tools, and everyone went to Snakehead Mountain. Li Hai and Su Zhong got off the carriage, and Su Zhong headed toward Sanner. Immediately, someone approached Li Hai, asking what Li Hai and Su Zhong had talked about. Li Hai, who was on friendly terms with some people, unintentionally leaked the news. The news spread little by little, and those old wealthy men who didn't know what to do with the land quickly found a way. They hinted to Su Zhong that they were interested in renting the land. If they let the Su family farm the land, they wouldn't have to pay taxes. That would be a good deal. They knew paying taxes cost more money than buying the land. Their gloomy faces brightened as they smiled and approached the small official, greeting him. They watched as the official measured the land, gesturing from the side, worried he might mark too much, causing them to pay more. Su Lingyu thought more land was better, since she didn't have much money anyway. If the land was marked larger, she could only owe the money gradually and pay it off slowly. They agreed on a number, and she responded accordingly. The official in charge of registration came over to her. He gently said, Miss Su is generous and sensible. This 1,000 acres is yours, and these extra 10 acres are a gift for you. Thank you, uncle. Seeing the pretty young girl, he felt a bit embarrassed to deceive her, so he said, This was what the master said. Please thank the general for me, she replied. But the general didn't say he would give this to you. It's the king's. She saw Fu Xing slipping on his shoes, swinging his big sleeves as he approached her. She had something to say to Fu Xing and stepped forward voluntarily, keeping some distance from the small official to avoid certain words reaching the general's ears. Therefore, she didn't hear the 2 sentences the official was about to say behind her. Fu Xing casually snatched the bag from the servant behind him. My wife made me a spring shirt.
She also made 2 for you.
Really, thank your sister-in-law. Perfect for the Qingming festival outing. Yes, yes. Manager Fu, the land costs 2 silver coins per acre. Do you have anything to say? Su Lingyu stood in front of Fu Sheng, half smiling. Fu Sheng leaned in to look at her. It's cheap land, and you got it for a good deal. Humph. All right, I admit that when I said I would help you get the land, I was just trying to fool you. I want you to plant sugarcane for me and sell some sugar. Fu Sheng quickly opened a folding fan and said, the sugarcane you planted has a lot of sugar. Don't you want to plant more to sell? This fan was something she made last year to show off to Su Zhong. Unexpectedly, Fu Sheng liked this kind of show-off and took out the fan to play with when it wasn't hot. I am now raising silkworms to prepare for selling silk. As for the sugar, I will do that later. Mainly because she hasn't figured out how to turn sugarcane into white sugar yet. If her experiments succeed, she will want to plant sugarcane on all this land, or even across the 10 miles around, waiting to buy all the sugarcane. Silk? How do you plan to sell it? Maybe I can help you sell it. We can split the profit, 3 parts for me, 7 for you. She backed her hands behind her and walked toward the grassy edge. The appearance of down jackets has caused the price of cotton to drop sharply. This year, cotton won't sell for a good price. I wonder if the silk has been affected. And the silkworms at home haven't gone up the mountain yet, so we don't know their quality. Let's wait and see. If there's good news, don't forget about me. After each family received their land deed, several households signed cooperation agreements with Su Zhong and thanked him profusely. Back at his shop, Su Zhong and his sister counted the land on the contract. Together, it totaled over 2,900 acres. Except for a few households with prime locations who didn't rent to the Su family, the family had taken almost most of the land. If it weren't for the different names on the deeds, one might think these lands were developed by the Su family. Rent so much land, can you manage it? Fu Sheng asked. Fu Sheng also heard about the land rental and came to see what tricks Su Lingyu was planning. You don't need to worry about that. Just watch and see. Aren't you afraid General Sun will come to talk to you? Fu Sheng asked Su Zhong. Su Zhong shook his head. No, as long as the taxes are paid, the general won't care who farms the land. With so much land, what do you plan to plant? Fu Sheng asked Su Lingyu. Of course, beans. If not yellow soybeans, then rami. Poor land can't grow much else. Currently, the problem isn't poor land, but a lack of water. This year is a drought year, and without water, nothing can be grown. She needs to find a way to dig water channels and bring water to the new fields. It seems she will also have to take back the cash flow from the shop. Otherwise, they could extend credit first, borrowing from the villagers. Once the shop's business improves, they can pay the wages. If the villagers are unwilling, at worst, they can charge them a small interest. This way, the villagers can keep their savings with her, and she will give them interest based on how many days they keep their money. I believe no one would refuse. This not only helps solve the financial problem, but also builds a good reputation. How great is that? De Lang, write a letter to Su Shan asking for some money, so he knows the family is in trouble. That might not be a good idea. Su Shan already has a lot of silver, and asking him for money probably won't work. A crying child gets attention and money. If you don't cry a little, he will never understand how hard things are at home. And your father took all the silver away. If you don't tell him, he won't know how difficult things are. One father is extravagant, and his son spends money like water. If they don't complain, they might think the family is a treasury and money is always available just by reaching out. Now that Su Zhong has his own family and is an official, if he wants money, he must find ways himself. Always asking the family for money. What's the point? You can borrow from me if you have no money. I won't charge you interest, Fu Sheng said. Su Lingyu shot him a look. Do you think I'm an idiot? Fu Sheng awkwardly said, I've been craving your family's wine for a long time. Why don't you brew some to sell at Fu Sheng Tower? Can the ban on alcohol be lifted? Last year, the government issued a strict ban on alcohol. Shops not authorized are not allowed to brew wine privately. They can't use grain to make alcohol, and violators will be whipped 20 times. Homebrewed wine is mainly used for socializing. The extra wine is stored in this small shop for sale. She doesn't dare brew more and sell extensively now. Besides, she doesn't have enough grain. Spring planting hasn't been harvested yet. Where would the grain come from? New rice grown with spiritual spring water, combined with the spring water itself, can produce top-quality wine. Without rice, even with water, it's useless. Our restaurant doesn't vend alcohol. As long as you can brew it, I can sell it. We can't sell openly, but can't we sell secretly? Third son, you should know, where there's a will, there's a way. Third son, just brew. Suddenly, urgent horse hooves sounded on the street, as if someone was riding wildly. At the same time, there were shouts. Everyone listened carefully to hear what the big news was. Battle report. Battle report. The soldiers of Great Way crossed the line, raiding Fuching South Village, North Village, and the Great River Village. They are burning, killing, looting, nothing is spared. Breaking news. The Jinan army of Great Way has sent troops to invade our land, killing many of our people. Hearing the messenger shout, everyone in the house rushed outside to watch him run toward the government office. People discussed anxiously, very worried. War is starting. Without warning. How did they suddenly come here? With General Sun present, we're not afraid. Yes, with General Sun here, we're safe. They probably won't attack this place. They see General Sun as a protector and believe he will keep them safe. Su Lingyu asked Su Zhong, will they really come here?
Hard to say.
I'll go find out more. You should go home quickly, Su Zhong said, and ran toward the government office. Exciting news spread. Not only the city residents, but also others started running outside the city. He told everyone to prepare, so they could escape if the enemy really reached them.
There was a small panic.
Su Lingyu, walking on the street, saw the worried and scared faces of the people. Coming from peaceful times, she didn't understand what war felt like and couldn't share their fear. War is always bad. She needed to go home and discuss plans with her family. Su Zhong's position wasn't high, so he didn't get all the news. He only knew that General Sun was gathering troops to prepare for the attack by the Jinan army. Why are they coming here? Mrs. Su asked, confused. The information says that Southern Way is flooded, destroying many rice fields. The refugees moving north caused a food shortage, Su Zhong explained. They started the war to shift internal problems. War can help distract from domestic issues and reduce the population. Mrs. Su was very worried. Maybe we should go find her father. Su Zhong comforted his grandmother. It takes time to get from Fuching here, passing Longcheng, Fengdu, and Nanyang. If Fengdu falls, we can still escape later.
Don't be afraid, Grandma.
We're safe for now. The war might not reach us. But that's just your guess. What if it does? Mrs. Su was still scared. It's better to leave early. If we delay, the bandits might come and hurt us. Mrs. Su wanted to pack her things immediately and run to the capital to escape. Su Lingyu comforted her, saying, you must believe in General Sunday. General Sun will protect us. Yes, General Sun is a war god, never defeated in battle. He will keep us safe. Hearing about General Sun, Su Lisher felt more at ease. Su Lingyu smiled helplessly, thinking that General Sun was reliable. Comforting people was his best skill. After comforting her grandmother, Su Lingyu subtly signaled to Su Zhong to speak outside. In a quiet place, she asked Su Zhong, do you think you will go to the battlefield? Su Zhong wasn't sure himself. He was a clerk, responsible for managing accounts. Your superior is Wang Jingxing. First, find out Wang Jingxing's attitude. If he plans to go to the battlefield, be prepared to go just in case. Su Lingyu paused, feeling something was wrong. This was a good chance, an opportunity to earn military credits and show his skills. Wang Jingxing would definitely not give up. Find a way to get you a set of armor, even a soft chain mail. Start practicing swordsmanship and archery today. Suddenly, Sanner changed his tone and told him to think carefully. But he still felt something was off. Will General Sun let Wenba go to the battlefield? Maybe others won't, but Wang Jingxing definitely will. He's General Sun's son-in-law. Keep practicing and be ready to go to the battlefield at any time. I'll pick out a horse and armor for you. Su Zhong wanted to stop Sanner, thinking that if Wenba could go to the battlefield, maybe he couldn't. But honestly, once war broke out, he still wanted to go to the front lines. A real man's ambition is to make achievements abroad, like Fu Jieji and Zhang Qian, to earn titles and fame. How could he stay idle? Su Zhong had his own ambitions, but he dared not tell his family about going to war. Before they could hear any news or prepare armor for him, they heard that Fuqing had fallen. The residents of Daliang City were anxious and fearful, constantly asking about the war and preparing to flee. Su Lingyu stood in the city, watching the busy people passing by, listening to their discussions, feeling the urgency brought by war. The normally lively city was unusually busy today because of the call for soldiers. General Sun was expanding the army and recruiting volunteers. This was voluntary enlistment, and they hadn't yet used military documents. In the Mulan poem, it mentions 12 volumes of military books, each bearing the name of a father. These military books indeed existed and were the strongest evidence for conscription. Su Qingqi, who was once listed among the recruits, had been removed. As the father of Su Shan, the left supervisor of official affairs, he was not required to join the army. The lively recruitment station. She saw Mao Dan. Village chief's grandson Mao Dan, when General Sun became the city lord of Daliang, recruited the children and relatives of village chiefs. Mao Dan was on that list. Now Mao Dan has become a soldier and a tough guy. Seeing him again, he has truly grown into a man. Su Lingyu led her donkey over and called out, Mao Dan. Sanner, why did you come into the city? Mao Dan replied, things are chaotic now. Beautiful girls like you shouldn't go out alone. Be careful not to be kidnapped. Su Lingyu was not worried. She had some martial skills, and a Wang was with her. A Wang now looked like a wolf. Scaring children was easy for him. If he got angry, he could even scare off villains. Do you know where to find a blacksmith who makes iron armor? Is Brother Su going to the battlefield? Mao Dan suddenly thought. Yes. Please watch over him more. He's a civil official, not as strong as you on the battlefield. No problem. We are from the same hometown. If I don't look after him, who will? Mao Dan patted his chest. Come on, I'll take you to the blacksmith. Mao Dan led a horse and tried to help Sanner onto it, but his hand couldn't touch Sanner. Sanna stepped back a few steps and then turned to get on the donkey. Mao Dan scratched his nose, then turned to get on his horse. Follow me. The horse's hooves clattered as it trotted, and the donkey, unwilling to fall behind, started running with its owner. A Wang, sitting nearby, stood up and followed at a quick walk. After half an hour, they arrived at a blacksmith shop outside the city, in a mountain village. Mao Dan got off his horse and helped Su Lingyu down from the donkey. Here's a blacksmith who used to serve in the army. He retired when he got old and opened the shop near the barracks. Many of the soldiers' armor was made by him.
Mao Dan led Su Lingyu closer.
Elder, I came to see you. In front of the blacksmith shop, a strong man swung a hammer. He struck the red-hot iron, sparks flying. Behind him, an one-eyed old man with white hair and a wild beard, disheveled and blind in one eye, supported himself with a cane, watching intently. Who did you bring? Your wife? Mao Dan looked a bit shy. She's not my wife. If I want to marry Sanner, I need to earn military merit by fighting. Su Lingyu stepped forward and bowed to the elder. Junior Su Lingyu, I want Elder to make a suit of armor for my brother. Armor? Exactly. I heard the blacksmith say that using fine iron makes the armor the strongest. Such things have never troubled the elders before. Fine iron is not something that ordinary blacksmiths can obtain. Only people with connections in the military can get it. If she wants to make armor, she must find a blacksmith from the army. The elder looked down on Su Lingyu. Rich people don't need to go to the battlefield. If they do go, it's probably to pick up heads. Just pay money to buy military merit, and you can get a lock armor. Can military merit be bought and sold? Su Lingyu asked curiously. Mao Dan whispered, for example, if I want to become a squad leader, I need to kill 10 enemies. I killed 20 in one battle. Those extra heads aren't recorded in the merit book. In the army, there are some skilled killers. They kill many enemies and want to sell the heads for some wine money. She understood now. Merit gained like that can't stand scrutiny, and isn't good for future career prospects. To earn respect, you must kill yourself. Having fought in battles and killed people, that's what makes a real man. I believe my brother thinks the same. Please, elder, make armor for my brother, no matter the cost. The elder who looked down on Su Lingyu now seemed to smile faintly, neither refusing nor accepting. Next to them, a strong man working on making knives dipped a mold into cold water, then looked up and said to Su Lingyu, "Bring 200 taels in 5 days to pick it up." "Thank you, elder. These are my brother's measurements. Thank you for your trouble." After saying goodbye to Mao Dan, Su Lingyu went to find Wang Long. First, to ask for news, second, to buy a horse. Now, all the horses in Daliang City had been requisitioned by the army. To buy a good horse, she needed to find a way. No one had more connections than Wang Long. As she entered Wang Long's territory, she saw Qing Liang and the open space. The goods that should have been piled at the edge were gone. The lively sounds of unpacking and loading were silent. The men waiting on the street for work seemed to have disappeared. Since the battle started and Fu City was destroyed, in less than 3 days, big changes had happened here. Did these people escape? Or did Wang Long move them elsewhere? All these changes made her feel scared. Would the war affect Daliang City? Would it threaten the lives of the Su family? "Miss Sanner, what are you doing here?" asked Ah Shan, Wang Jingxing's servant. "Ah Shan, go. What are your master's plans?" The general just issued a mobilization order, calling the young master to go to the battlefield. "Although it hasn't affected us yet, it's better for the third son not to go out, just to be safe from encountering bad people." A Wang stepped out, rubbing against Su Lingyu's waist, as if saying he would protect her. Su Lingyu patted a Wang's head and said to Ashan, "I'm going to find Wang Long to buy a horse. Our ordinary horse isn't suitable for the battlefield. What about you? Why are you here?" "Just running errands for the young master. He has a few horses over there. Just pick one for Su, young master. You should go home quickly." "I'll tell the young master about this," said Ashan, riding away. It's good to have their help, but Su Lingyu didn't dare stay long. She obediently returned to Dongquan village. When she got home, she saw something was wrong. The elders were crying, and the younger ones were also wiping tears. She asked the young Mu Mian, "What happened to your sister-in-law?" and the others. Just now, the village chief brought military news, saying her brother was going to join the general to retake Fucheng. Then grandma and sister-in-law started crying. She wanted to hide this from them, but once the news arrived, she knew she couldn't keep it a secret. She asked Aunt San to take Mu Mian out to play while she comforted the women at home. To comfort women, you need to go along with their feelings, but sometimes you also need to be direct. Cut straight to the heart and make them forget their tears. For example, crying won't help. You need to act now. Don't wait until Daliang departs. You haven't even packed his clothes. On the battlefield, swords and arrows are deadly. Arrows can pierce the flesh, so we need to add a layer of silk to the clothes. The silk can cover the arrowheads and prevent barbed tips from causing secondary injuries. Prepare some hemostatic and life-saving medicines. At least he might come back alive, right? Su Li sure glared at her. Don't say such things. Su Lingyu smiled sweetly, just in case, just in case. She told Liang, "When you go out, bring your horse and armor. It will cost over 200 taels of silver. You need to gather it. I have no money left. Stop crying. Everyone, act quickly. The army will set out the day after tomorrow." Su Lingyu went to find a Gui. A Gui was sharpening a broken chopping knife. "Why are you sharpening it?" "This knife has been with me since long ago, protecting my child and his mother from Dai to Daliang. This is a good opportunity, an opportunity to return to Daliang. Do you want to leave?" she asked. During the famine years, a Gui came to Daliang to seek a living and was bought by Su Qingqi. Currently, the soldiers of Great Wei are heading straight into Fucheng. A Gui can follow the generals to attack Great Wei, then return with the army to Great Wei later. A Gui shook his head. "It was you who saved me. I cannot forget your kindness. You learned good skills here. Even if you leave, you can survive. Especially your wife. All amiss. Are you sending us away? I'm just giving you a choice. This place isn't a bad family. If you want to leave, you can go. Ague said, a drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a spring. Not only I understand this, but Desha also does. How can I betray my family after eating your rice? He also said, the reason I sharpen my sword is to let Desha go to war with the young master. Guan Xiaopeng is young and hasn't seen danger. If he goes to battle, he might not be able to protect the young master. Desha isn't very clever. He's straightforward and only listens to the young master's orders. With him around, the young master feels more at ease.
Shulin Yushmail.
This was just what she thought. She wanted to send 2 more people to Suzhong, but couldn't find suitable candidates. She realized Desha was a good choice, but was worried Ague might disagree. If Ague could take the initiative to suggest it, that would be perfect. Since you've made up your mind, I'll have someone make armor for Desha. More protection is better for safety. Thank you, Mississippi got up. I hope what you said is from your heart. Su Lingyu's tone changed. Once we find any traitors, we won't forgive easily. I dare not. The higher-ups said they would depart the day after tomorrow, but Suzhong had to immediately go to the military camp. He just returned home, hadn't eaten, and was hurriedly called to the camp. He quickly said goodbye to Liang, packed some simple belongings, and left with the soldiers who came to call him. Liang, pregnant, couldn't see him off far and could only say goodbye at the door. Tears in her eyes, she urged her husband, come back safely. Some men from Dongquan village also left with him. Su Li's wife chased after them, calling out to the villagers, take care of our big son. Your wife, I'll help take care of him. You need to look after my big son. She pulled one of the hunters aside and said, if you can protect my big son, I'll find you a good wife when I get back and build you a brick house. Suddenly, the draft for conscription came unexpectedly. The villagers didn't have time to prepare, and their clothes and bedding had to be brought from home. Standing behind a wooden fence, loved ones said farewell with tears in their eyes. Su Lingyu and Li Ying stood outside the fence, tossing coins inside, asking to see Suzhong. The person sent to report inside took a long time to reply, and when they finally responded, they said Suzhong had been called away by the military supervisor. The military supervisor was a civil official, so Suzhong followed him and had fewer chances to go to the battlefield. He also faced fewer dangers. Outside the camp, they saw a group of riders approaching. Only when they got closer did they realize it was Wang Jingxing. He was dressed in shining armor, looking brave and handsome under the sunlight. His eyes showed determination, making it hard to look directly at him. Wearing a green robe, he looked like a scholar. In armor, he looked like a brave warrior. Different clothes gave him different airs. It was truly impressive. Su Lingyu smiled at him and called out from afar to stop him. Wang Jingxing saw her and immediately pulled his horse to a stop, then dismounted. Is the 3rd young master here to see you off? He looked at Li Ying and nodded as a greeting. She handed him an item. This belt has ginseng sewn inside and some hemostatic powder. Keep it hidden and don't let others see it. The sachet contains insect-repelling powder to keep away poisons. Thank you. My older brother isn't like you. You have martial skills, but he's just a civil official. If both go to the battlefield, please look after him if possible. Su Lingyu bowed deeply to him. Wang Jingxing quickly helped her up. Since you call me uncle teacher and have this friendship, if brother Su faces danger, I will help him escape. Uncle, I hope you succeed in your mission and achieve great things. I wish you victory early. Thanks for your good wishes. They nodded farewell, then she got into a carriage, turned to him, and said, take care. Travel safely. Desha, carrying a bundle, looked for Suzhong and followed Wang Jingxing into the camp. He searched for Suzhong and said, young master, Desha is here. This is what Miss Anner asked me to give you. The items were heavy, but Desha didn't know what they were. Suzhong took them, weighed them, and opened them. Inside were some clothes, a sachet, a belt, and the heaviest item, a chainmail armor. Miss Sanner told him not to leave these items, as they were for his safety. He shouldn't let others see them, to avoid theft. All right, You go register them so you can earn military credits later. Whether I get credits or not doesn't matter. Miss Sanner said to protect your life. General Sun led his troops into battle and heard that they stopped the Wei army's attack in the first fight. There was no news for a long time afterward, and no news is good news. I am worried about other things at home, but I can't neglect the work there. Because of the war, many farmers are afraid to go into the city to sell fresh vegetables, which brings a busy season for Sue's shop. Products grown and raised in Linquan taste better and are bought by families who are not short of money. They are willing to buy vegetables, fish, and poultry from the Su family. This brings a large income to Su Lingyu, with daily sales reaching 20 taels. With enough money on hand, she starts thinking about expanding. Next time, I want to open another shop, a branch. Every day, Aunt Four will make enough bread and desserts to send there. If the branch runs out of goods, it can get supplies from the main store. The branch is located on West Street in the city, an area known for being chaotic, where fights often happen. Larger shops tend to attract trouble and unwanted attention. Boss, will those pastries sell well over there? Su Lingyu says, there are fewer rich people there, but many who crave new tastes. Golden taro balls and taro pies will sell well. Each skewer has one ball, and each piece of pie is wrapped in oil paper. Sell them cheaply, and many people will buy to try. Don't underestimate their desire to taste new things. Shops on West Street can earn at least 20 taels a day. That much? Chun can't believe it. The shop on West Street, run by Sue's shop, is managed by Chun. Chun, take your husband and go there together. You can stay here at night, and your children can arrange their stay freely. Chun is excited and can't hold back. Uncle Four worries that his daughter might not do well, so he says, learn from me carefully these days. Okay. Starting a small pastry shop is easy. Chun, learn some skills from your mother these days. When the time comes, you'll be able to explain things to others.
All right.
The West City area is Wang Long's territory. If she wants to do business there, she must inform him first. Wang Long is not around, but Tong Uncle is very easy to talk to. He not only helps find a good location, but also sends people to help clean. The shop, rented for 20 taels, is about 100 square meters, but the location is good. She quickly signed a 3-year lease and ordered people to clean. Su Lingyu asked the wooden shopkeeper to bring apprentices and make some special cabinets. She also brought an iron stove used to steam off water vapor and heat hot products. It took about 7 or 8 days to finish setting up the branch. Once open, they could just light a firecracker to announce the grand opening. On the day of the opening, Zhang Yu's husband, Qian Er, came to offer congratulations. General Sun led the troops into battle, instructing Sun Wei to stay behind at the camp and to watch over Daliang City. With the tiger gone, the monkeys become kings. Qian Er stood outside the shops, and everyone knew who protected these shops. The tough guys didn't dare cause trouble or demand protection money. They didn't even dare to peek inside. Su Lingyu invited Qian Er inside and brewed him a pot of Mengding tea. Any news from the front? The armies are facing each other. Small fights happen often, but Su Zhubu remains safe. That's good. Don't relax your guard yet. Da Wei has taken the area south of Fu City, burning and looting villages. Many refugees are moving here, and they might arrive soon. Da Wei's own country has enough grain, but to solve internal conflicts, they are plundering grain from Daliang, easing their food shortage. They are raiding all the villages, and the news shocks those at the front. They are eager to rush out and fight those reckless soldiers. But unfortunately, war depends on timing, not impulse. Qian Er couldn't tell her too much, only that the Su family was still alive. If there's any news, my brother-in-law will definitely tell me. Don't worry, there's no danger for now. We'll talk again in a few days. Okay. My family is waiting for me to send news back, so I won't stay long. Su Lingyu picked up a larger food box. This is food for General Xiao Sunday. Please, brother-in-law, take it to him. Qian Er nodded, took the food box, and led the team back. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu went straight home and told Li Ying about Su Zhong's situation to prevent her from worrying. At the same time, Su Lingyu visited her grandmother, asking her to find people in the village to help. It was time to plant the rented land. What do you want to plant? First, yellow soybeans. Planting soybeans on flat land will add fertility to the soil. Go to the village and find at least 20 women to plant the soybeans. It will take 3 days of work, paying 25 copper coins. All planting soybeans. What if they can't sell them? The trading caravans will sell them, or at worst, they can be sold farther away. If they can't sell, we can make soybean paste. With so many beans, there's plenty of room for experimentation and waste. The land has few people, and farming is rough, plowing haphazardly, scattering ashes, digging small holes, and planting the beans. After planting, everyone gathers together, worried about watering the crops. The land is so big, how much water do we need to water it? There's no water coming here. These fields aren't very useful. Using buckets to water isn't enough, and the water in the channels is low. We probably can't harvest this season's beans. Over 2,000 acres. If only the weather is good this year, we'll have a big harvest. They can't stand to see the land wasted. The village chief's son hurriedly ran over. Everyone come quickly, bring tools to water the fields. Tools for watering? Isn't it just buckets? Everyone put down their farming tools and went to find the village chief's son. Why do we need tools to water? Just go back and get buckets. Isn't that faster? Sprinkling water with a scoop can reach far and wet the land. Don't worry, third son has already thought of a way. The village chief's son told everyone these tools were made by third son and the carpenter. 3 people carry them from the start to the end of the field. In less than 2 trips, they water the whole field. It saves water and time.